Chapter 1. The Plague God of Holy Soul Village. In the Douluo Continent, to the southwest of the Tiando Empire, lies the Ficino province and the Holy Soul Village. As dawn breaks, the first crow of a rooster echoes, setting off a chorus of crowing throughout the village, while the round moon in the sky gradually sinks below the horizon. Nestled in the northernmost corner of the village, in the most secluded area, stands a small courtyard. With the call of the rooster, a boy of about 5 or 6 years awakened from slumber atop the roof. Should anyone witness this moment, they would be astounded to discover that upon opening his eyes, the boy's irises are entirely black, devoid of any white. His eyes, as black as ink, exude an eerie and unsettling aura, surrounded by faint wisps of black mist that swirl menacingly, creating a chilling spectacle. This bizarre sight lasts only an instant before returning to normality as the boy gazes toward the sky, now tinged with the light of dawn, and rises to his feet. With short black hair that lends him a neat appearance, he is dressed modestly, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his eyes possess an extraordinary sharpness that seems to impose an invisible pressure upon those who meet his gaze. Suddenly, his keen eyes flicker as he catches sight of a small figure darting out of the village, moving with such agility that each stride covers a distance of nearly 10 feet, swiftly heading toward a distant hill. That rascal Tang San is off to train on the mountain again. I wonder what level he has reached in his Xiantian skill. By my calculations, Su Yuntao should be arriving soon, the boy muses to himself. As he speaks, the sharpness in his gaze diminishes, replaced by a spirited brightness. His name is Jiang Chen, a child of Holy Soul Village, yet his reputation within the village is far from favorable. The villagers regard him as a serpent, avoiding him as if he were a viper, with some even bestowing upon him the monikers, the Brune Star and the Plague God. Those who draw close to him, even the livestock, often meet with untimely misfortune. "Withdraw your energy," Jiang Chen exclaims, stretching his limbs vigorously, a cacophony of cracking bones echoing. A sinister smile plays upon his lips as he leaps from the several-meter-high rooftop, landing gracefully as if a specter, unharmed. Should anyone behold this feat, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. For a 6-year-old child to scale a rooftop is already an unbelievable achievement, let alone to leap down from such a height. As he dusts off his trousers, ready to hum a tune in self-satisfaction, he suddenly spots 2 plump mountain chickens in the corner of the courtyard, now lifeless in their coop. "My chickens!" Jiang Chen cries out in dismay, rushing toward the coop. He gently prods the 2 chickens, confirming their demise. They are undeniably dead. "What a waste," he laments, a look of regret etched upon his face as he touches their lifeless bodies. Strangely, as he does so, wisps of faint black mist begin to emanate from the chickens, coalescing toward his palm before vanishing into his being. As the black mist flows forth, the once plump chickens rapidly wither, becoming emaciated as though drained of their vitality. Jiang Chen expertly hoists the 2 carcasses and strides out, revealing the eerie state of his courtyard. Within, not a blade of grass grows. The land is so parched it has cracked into innumerable fissures, devoid of any semblance of life, standing in stark contrast to the vibrancy of the rest of Holy Soul Village. Both the death of the chickens and the bizarre condition of the courtyard are a direct result of his actions. Few things can withstand the aura he unintentionally exudes. The weaker ones perish outright, while the stronger ones fall gravely ill. Even the very soil beneath him has become fissured. The titles of Plague God and Broom Star were thus earned. Though he has lost 2 chickens, Jiang Chen, with his innate optimism, quickly dismisses his displeasure and heads outside to bury the unfortunate fowls. After completing this task, he does not return home immediately, but instead makes his way toward the nearby river, for since the 2 mountain chickens are gone, he intends to catch a few fish to bring back. At this age, he is still growing and would never emulate that foolish Tang San, who buries himself in training, neglecting his own physical well-being. In contrast to Tang San's frail physique, Jiang Chen is robust, his muscles well-developed and strong. After a half-hour of familiar fishing, he returns with 3 sizable fish in hand. The fish are large and plump, and he has strung them together with straw, holding them up to his chest to prevent their tails from dragging on the ground. As he passes the small hill where Tang San trains, he pauses and unexpectedly encounters Tang San descending from the summit after a session. "Hey, Tang San." Tang San, upon spotting Jiang Chen and hearing his call, forces a smile, though it appears strained. "Jiang Chen, you're up early too." Jiang Chen approaches, but Tang San flinches, retreating several steps in alarm. "No, don't come closer," he pleads, waving his hands frantically, fear evident in his eyes. For it is not merely the adults and children of the village, nor even the livestock that have suffered at Jiang Chen's hands. Even he, protected by the authentic Xiantian skill, nearly fell victim to the boy's malevolent influence. He recalls distinctly the chilling aura that suddenly emanated from Jiang Chen, nearly penetrating his very being. Were it not for his protective skills, he would have surely fallen gravely ill. The most infuriating incident occurred one early morning when he was about to ascend the mountain for training, only to find Jiang Chen sneakily descending. After he had climbed, he was nearly driven to madness. The mountain itself, though merely 100 meters high, had become desolate. The flora and fauna for 30 meters below the summit withered as though drained of life force. During that period, the spiritual energy he gathered while training atop the mountain had significantly diminished, only returning to normal after several months. Jiang Chen smirks, knowing that Tang San is recalling that fateful incident on the hilltop. He swears it was not intentional. He had merely wished to investigate the extraordinary locale where Tang San secretly trained, and in his attempt to practice there, his aura had inadvertently spilled forth, resulting in the calamity. Feeling somewhat guilty for unintentionally ruining another's training ground, he offers, "Well, I caught a few fish, I'll give you one." He does not advance closer to Tang San, but simply tosses a fish toward him. Tang San swiftly extends his right hand, deftly and accurately catching the straw, securing the hefty fish, weighing nearly 10 pounds, without issue. "Thank you," Tang San replies. At this moment, the two remain a mere 5 meters apart, and Jiang Chen's eyes, resembling black gemstones, suddenly gleam with an aggressive intensity, fixated on the healthy skin of Tang San's neck, swallowing hard against the rising desire. He can distinctly hear the rush of blood flowing through Tang San's veins, and with concentration, he even perceives the rhythmic pulsing of the artery in Tang San's neck. The sound of flowing blood and the cadence of its beat is remarkably enchanting. Tang San, noticing the sudden shift in Jiang Chen's gaze, feels a chill course through his body, a shiver running up his spine, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. "Jiang Chen, I need to head back to prepare breakfast, so we'll take my leave," he states hurriedly, and before finishing his sentence, he has already dashed away, fish in hand, retreating swiftly back toward Holy Soul Village. "Damn it, why am I feeling hungry again?" Jiang Chen mutters, wiping away the glistening drool that has escaped the corner of his mouth, hastily channeling his energy to suppress the rising desire. If Tang San's father were to catch wind of this, he would likely hammer him into the ground. Chapter 2. The Forsaken Child. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen first sets down one of the fish before heading toward the home of the village elder, Old Jack. It is worth mentioning that Old Jack is his savior once. He lived with the elder until the age of 3 when he began practicing a nefarious technique, leading the entire village to regard him as the play god. Even Old Jack could no longer tolerate him, falling gravely ill time and again until ultimately he could endure no longer and provided Jiang Chen with the most isolated courtyard, allowing him to live alone. Jiang Chen is aware of the harm he has caused to the villagers. Thus he holds no resentment toward their exclusion. Since achieving proficiency in his abilities, he has learned to hunt and has previously brought back numerous game for the villagers, all of which were coldly rejected. The villagers' fear of him has escalated to an unimaginable extent. They not only avoid him, but also refuse any game he offers, fearing they might incur bad luck. Only Old Jack and Tang San's family are less fearful of him. Each time he catches wild game, he makes it a point to deliver some to Old Jack, who is always appreciative of Jiang Chen's gestures. As he walks, anyone who crosses paths with Jiang Chen, be it women out washing clothes, men carrying farming tools, or children gathered to play, immediately avert their terrified gazes, fearful of attracting misfortune. "He's nothing but a scourge, a broom star," the women whisper among themselves. Some children, clutching stones, hurl them from a distance, yet they are far too inaccurate to ever strike Jiang Chen. Suddenly, he spins around, pretending to lunge forward, causing a group of children to scream in terror and scatter as if startled birds. Hey, with such meager courage, do you really think you can challenge me? Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. Scaring these oblivious little brats had become a source of amusement for him. Old Jack's house was situated near the heart of the village, and it wasn't long before Jiang Chen arrived at his destination. At that moment, the sun had risen, and Old Jack, enjoying the morning, had set up a bamboo lounge chair, reclining in his yard to bask in the sunlight. "Grandpa Jack," Jiang Chen called out from a distance. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Old Jack's body quivered slightly, and he quickly sprang to his feet, darting to the gate where he swiftly locked it. The entire sequence of actions was executed with such agility that it was hard to believe he was over 60 years old. After securing the door, he stepped back a few paces and let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was already accustomed to this behavior and felt no anger. He walked briskly to the gate and halted. "Grandpa Jack, I brought you some fish." "Ah, little Chun, you're such a good boy. Just hang the fish on the doorknob. I'll fetch it later myself," Old Jack replied, standing 5 meters away from the gate, cautious not to approach too closely. Jiang Chen skillfully hung the fish on the doorknob, gazing at the large yard where he had lived for 3 years, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. From the time he was an infant, helpless and dependent, Old Jack had found him and cared for him for 3 years. It was said that he was an abandoned child, discarded outside the city of Notting. When Old Jack discovered him, he was emaciated, no larger than a rat, and barely clinging to life. Old Jack had once feared that Jiang Chen would not survive, yet against all odds he had persevered. Villagers recounted that on the day Old Jack took him in, dark clouds loomed over the village, and thunder roared as if the heavens themselves were enraged, striking fear into many hearts. Thus, when Jiang Chen later practiced that malevolent technique and caused harm to many, the villagers linked his wickedness to the thunder of that day, believing him to be a child forsaken by the heavens, deserving of divine wrath. Jiang Chen, however, dismissed such legends. He was merely a child, and how could he possibly invoke celestial anger? After hanging the fish, Jiang Chen turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something of utmost importance. "Grandpa Jack, when will Su Yun Tao arrive? I've told you countless times to be more polite and refer to him as Lord Su. Understood?" Old Jack reprimanded. He then added, "Lord Su will arrive in our village the day after tomorrow. You should come to the awakening ceremony too." Jiang Chen immediately sensed something amiss and questioned, "Grandpa, have you forgotten about me? If I hadn't asked today, would you have neglected to inform me that the awakening ceremony is the day after tomorrow?" Old Jack cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment. "I'm getting old. I tend to forget things." Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. "All right then, I'll head back. I will attend the awakening ceremony punctually the day after tomorrow." Go on, Old Jack waved him off repeatedly. Once Jiang Chen departed, Old Jack swiftly opened the gate, delightedly bringing the large fish inside. "I certainly did not misjudge him. Little Chen is indeed a good boy." Jiang Chen frequently brought him these nutritious game, making Old Jack feel that rescuing Jiang Chen was a remarkably wise decision. Having walked some distance away, Jiang Chen twitched his ears, catching Old Jack's mutterings, and a smile crept onto his youthful face. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of metal striking metal reached his ears, prompting Jiang Chen to pause and glance toward the village's edge. There stood 3 rudimentary adobe houses, and atop the central one hung a wooden sign depicting a simple hammer. Jiang Chen recognized that as Tang San's home, it was likely that Tang San was busy practicing blacksmithing, for the disheveled blacksmith Tang Hao would not rise before noon. He had never ventured close to that place, being the only one in the village privy to Tang Hao's true Naturia formidable title de law. When he had just stepped into the title de law realm, he had defeated numerous title Douluos of the Spear Hall, even gravely injuring the former pope. If Tang Hao were to perceive him as a menace like those villagers and struck him down with a hammer, it would indeed be a grave injustice. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen consumed the fish and promptly fell into a deep slumber, a habitual practice of his daytime, was not suited for cultivation, and aside from eating, drinking, and other necessities, he typically remained indoors, resting. It was not until evening that he stirred from his slumber, prepared a simple dinner, and with a light leap, ascended to the rooftop, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Finally, as the sun dipped below the mountains, the luminous moon peeked from the horizon, heralding yet another enchanting night upon the earth. Jiang Chen began his cultivation under the rising moon, and as his technique flowed, strands of ethereal moonlight, barely visible to the naked eye, cascaded from the sky, drawn into his being. His pupils turned pitch black, while his previously trimmed nails grew rapidly, extending over an inch in length, dark and sharply pointed. Two pristine little fangs elongated eerily, emerging from his tightly sealed lips, adding a touch of adorability to his otherwise handsome visage. A dark aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, enveloped his body, swirling ominously around him. His petite frame flickered in and out of visibility within the shadows, creating an eerie and haunting atmosphere. Absorbing the essence of the moon, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of tranquility, immersed in his cultivation. Chapter 3. He must not awaken. As the crowing of roosters heralded the arrival of a new day, Jiang Chen gradually concluded his practice. Upon opening his eyes, he caught sight of Tang San swiftly departing from the village entrance. For 3 years, unless hindered by inclement weather, Tang San had remained steadfast in his daily pilgrimage to the small mountain for training. What a remarkable individual, he mused, harboring immense admiration for Tang San's unwavering determination. Reflecting on his own years of unpopularity, a bitter smile crept across his face, attributing his misfortunes to the malevolent cultivation technique he had unwittingly embraced. When he regained the memories of his past life, he was already over a year old, and during that time, a particular technique surfaced in his mind, the heaven corpse transformation. The very name of this technique sounded macabre, and although he was aware of his transmigration, he hesitated to practice it. To cultivate a technique seemingly designed for the dead was nothing short of absurd. After dedicating a year to mastering the language of this world, he eventually realized that he was in the Douluo Continent. As a former enthusiast of novels, he had naturally read Douluo Continent, a fantastical realm where one could aspire to ascend to godhood. How many could resist the allure of such divine potential? Jiang Chen was no exception, however. He lacked the courage to practice that eerie technique. It was only when he turned 3 and discovered Tang San, who diligently ascended the mountain to cultivate each day, that he experienced a moment of enlightenment. As the fated child of Douluo Continent, Tang San exerted such effort in his training, prompting Jiang Chen to reflect on his own situation. What did he possess beyond a peculiar technique? As a student of Earth in the 21st century, having perused countless novels, he profoundly understood the significance of starting strong. Having read about Douluo Continent, he recognized that if he had begun cultivating from a young age, he might have awakened innate soul power by the age of 6, thus gaining a head start. Determined, he resolved to practice the heavenly corpse transformation, a formidable technique that bestowed upon him immense power, yet rendered him neither human nor ghost, turning him into a pariah in the eyes of others. The toxic energy within him was not yet under his control. Whenever a trace leaked out, it incited panic in the Holy Soul village. Moreover, once he commenced the cultivation of this technique, there was no turning back. Failure to continue would transform him into an emotionless, blood-sucking zombie. After surreptitiously consuming the blood of a few fowl, he dared not cease his cultivation for fear of losing his humanity. Only through relentless practice of the heavenly corpse transformation could he maintain a semblance of normalcy. During that period, he experienced profound despondency, yet he persevered in his training. While others traversed worlds with remarkable systems, he found himself transformed into a zombie, his future happiness seemingly precarious. Gradually, he came to terms with his circumstances, realizing that cultivation could indeed be rather pleasant. As long as he could attain divinity, notions of happiness began to pale in significance. Recently, he reached a plateau in his cultivation, realizing that no matter how he trained, his internal strength would not increase. Jiang Chen understood that, much like Tang San, he might need to acquire his first soul ring to progress further. Currently, his foremost concern was the forthcoming awakening ceremony. What kind of martial soul would he manifest? With a powerful technique already at his disposal, if he were to awaken an exceptional martial soul, he would undoubtedly secure his advantage from the outset. Even if he could not quite measure up to the fated child Tang San, he believed he would not lag far behind. Everything hinged on the events of the morrow. Time slipped away quietly in Jiang Chen's anticipation, and before he knew it, dawn broke once more. Tang San continued his tireless ascent up the mountain, while Jiang Chen excitedly leapt from the rooftop. Today promised to be a day brimming with hope. After hastily preparing a modest breakfast, Jiang Chen made his way towards the central martial soul hall of the village, not waiting for old Jack to summon him. As he knew old Jack had gone to fetch Tang San, though referred to as the martial soul hall, it was merely a slightly larger wooden cabin. He had observed the awakening ceremonies from a distance over the past few years, harboring immense envy. Now, the time had finally come for him. This day might well be etched into the annals of Douluo Continent's history. This year, 9 children in Holy Soul Village were set to awaken. Upon arriving at the Martial Soul Hall, he found 7 children already inside. Outside, throngs of adults surrounded the entrance, their excitement palpable. The children within were the future of Holy Soul Village. Should one of them awaken a soul capable of becoming a soul master, their village would surely gain renown. Jiang Chen stood behind a cluster of adults, his expression tinged with helplessness. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" he called out gently. A woman in her 30s turned around in confusion, and upon catching sight of Jiang Chen standing behind her, she let out a shrill scream. The most piercing sound she had ever produced in her life. In sheer panic, she leapt aside, astonishingly propelling herself 3 meters away. Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. Was such a reaction truly necessary? He merely desired to enter. The woman's screams were heartrending, as if she had endured inhumane treatment, instantly causing many to turn in surprise. Upon discerning the small figure standing behind them, everyone's response mirrored that of the woman, all shrieking and leaping aside, clearing the area before the spirit hall in an instant. "Jiang Chen, what brings you here?" inquired a middle-aged man, furrowing his brow after ensuring a safe distance. Jiang Chen displayed an innocent smile. "Uncle, I am also 6 years old this year. I have come here to participate in the soul awakening ceremony." The crowd exhibited expressions of sudden realization, however. Some voices arose in protest. "No, you cannot enter. Others are awakening inside. Your presence would only create chaos. What if you ruin our village's awakening ceremony?" "Indeed, absolutely not. My son is inside. We cannot allow you to disrupt his awakening. What if he employs his demonic arts again? It's possible that all the children might fail to awaken their martial souls because of him. The fortune teller said my son possesses the potential of a title de law. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot permit this boy to ruin it." Various cries of dissent echoed, and a few daring villagers bravely positioned themselves at the entrance, their expressions resolute, indicating they would not allow Jiang Chen to enter under any circumstances. They were determined to protect their children from any harm. Outside the door, Su Yuntao observed the unfolding scene with growing impatience. After visiting 2 villages without finding a single child capable of cultivation, his mood had already soured. Furthermore, his tasks were demanding. After finishing the soul awakening in Shenghun village, 5 more villages awaited him. Witnessing the children fail to gather and one being blocked at the entrance ignited his fury. "Release that child and let him in," he commanded in a deep voice. Chapter 4. Su Yuntao's disappointment. Su Yuntao's authoritative shout, infused with his soul power, resonated like a lion's roar, instantly silencing the villagers at the entrance. The villagers, struck by fear at the sight of the enraged Su Yuntao, stood frozen, their voices muted, while the world around them fell into silence. Inside the wooden house, the 7 children huddled together in fright, trembling as they gazed at the furious Su Yuntao. What would happen now that the soul master from the spirit hall was furious? Su Yuntao glared at the villagers who still refused to yield, his discontent intensifying. Just as he was about to reprimand them again, old Jack's booming voice resonated. "What are you all dawdling for? The soul master commands you to step aside." Did you not hear him? Old Jack hurriedly approached with Tang San, resembling an irate lion ready to strike with his cane against those defiant individuals. The villagers quickly moved aside, fearing old Jack's authority. Old Jack continued to scold. "Have you lost your minds? If the soul master becomes angry, who will awaken our children? Lord Su Yuntao is the most illustrious being, do you understand?" The villagers, realizing their folly, quickly shouted, "We understand our mistake, Lord Su Yuntao." Su Yuntao's expression softened, and he was quite pleased with old Jack's flattery. "Let the children in, I am pressed for time." Yet, someone mustered the courage to say, "Village Chief, Jiang Chen." Old Jack shot him an angry glare, ignoring his words, and addressed Jiang Chen directly. "Xiao Chen, enter, and remember to maintain a safe distance." "Of course," Jiang Chen exclaimed, striding in with a radiant smile. The so-called safe distance meant he must stay at least 5 meters away from the others, alleviating their concerns about being affected by his aura. "You all wait outside," old Jack instructed, leading Tang San into the building. With a resounding bang, the door to the spirit hall was shut, leaving the adults of the village outside, anxiously awaiting the outcome. "Lord Su Yuntao, we trouble you this time," old Jack respectfully said, positioning himself beside Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, satisfied with old Jack's demeanor, declared, "Let us begin at once. The children should line up." As his words fell, the 7 children eagerly rushed to the front, with Tang San helplessly pushed to the back and Jiang Chen behind him. Due to his mature mindset, Tang San had found it difficult to connect with these children over the years, making it only natural for him to be excluded. Jiang Chen, without needing further encouragement, casually positioned himself at the back, arms crossed, leaning against the wooden door with an air of nonchalance. Old Jack, noticing Jiang Chen's demeanor, was instantly infuriated, puffing out his cheeks and glaring, persistently trying to catch Jiang Chen's eye. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen straightened his posture. Meanwhile, 5 meters ahead, Tang San frequently glanced back, warily observing Jiang Chen as if fearing he might suddenly spring forth to deliver a lethal blow. The sight of Tang San's anxious expression amused Jiang Chen, prompting him to raise his hands to his fair face, grinning widely to reveal his adorable little tiger teeth, his gaze mischievously fixed on Tang San. Tang San shivered involuntarily and hurriedly turned away, unwilling to meet Jiang Chen's gaze again. Seeing that the children were all lined up, Su Yuntao spoke up. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, and I shall be your guide. I will awaken your martial souls shortly. When I unleash my martial soul, it may appear somewhat daunting, but do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. The emphasis on the latter phrase was repeated thrice, a testament to Su Yuntao's exasperation, as children often fled in terror, severely hampering his efficiency. Having concluded his remarks, he retrieved the tools for awakening martial souls from his bag, 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball. Arranging the 6 black stones into a star-shaped formation, he signaled the first child to step inside. Close your eyes and feel carefully. You must not open them until I give the command. Lone Wolf, possess. Su Yuntao transformed before the astonished gazes of the children, his figure becoming enveloped in flowing fur, his body swelling as his clothing strained against the impending rupture. Jiang Chen curiously observed Su Yuntao's transformation. At that moment, aside from his handsome visage, Su Yuntao bore a striking resemblance to the werewolves depicted in Western films from Jiang Chen's previous life. The other children, apart from Jiang Chen and Tang San, trembled in fear, with the first child tightly shutting his eyes, thus avoiding the sight of Su Yuntao's terrifying form. Su Yuntao felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as the first child could successfully awaken, the subsequent children would likely not be frightened. He continued his movements, activating the formation on the ground, which enveloped the child in a golden shield. Countless golden specks floated from the black stone, entering the boy's body, calming his trembling frame that had been wrought with anxiety. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao instructed gently. The boy, acting on instinct, stretched out his right hand, and a scythe slowly materialized before him. Su Yuntao experienced a pang of disappointment. Although the scythe could serve as a weapon, he had never heard of a formidable scythe soul master, as this spirit was more suited for agricultural tasks. He took a crystal ball to test the child's soul power, which only deepened his disillusionment. It revealed a complete absence of soul power, indicating that this child could not cultivate. After consecutively awakening 6 children, all of whom manifested agricultural weapon spirits, Su Yuntao was thoroughly disheartened. The little girl before Tang San, however, was somewhat different. She awakened a blue silver grass. This is a useless spirit, devoid of any capabilities. Blue silver grass is the most inferior spirit in the Douluo Continent, Su Yuntao declared. At his words, the little girl's eyes brimmed with tears, and she burst into sobs. Su Yuntao grasped her hand for a test, and indeed, she possessed not a trace of soul power. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, he stepped into the formation. Go for it, Tang San. Jiang Chen called from behind. Tang San nodded solemnly. None of the previous 7 had awakened a cultivable spirit, causing his heart to plummet. It dawned on him that becoming a soul master was indeed a formidable challenge. Su Yuntao activated the formation once more, and Tang San successfully manifested his spirit, which was a gently swaying blue-silver grass. Initially, upon witnessing the golden light emanating from the formation, more abundant than all the previous children combined, Su Yuntao was elated. However, the emergence of Tang San's spirit doused his excitement with a cold reality. His joy dissipated, and Su Yuntao's expression turned impassive as he waved dismissively, useless spirit. Next, old Jack, watching from the side, felt his heart sink. His weathered face reflected profound disappointment. This year, it seems, is no different. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet, Tang San reminded him. Su Yuntao replied indifferently, no need for a test. Your spirit is useless and cannot possess any soul power. Please, just let me try, Tang San insisted. Jiang Chen also said, Soul Master, please assist him in testing. It won't take much of your time. Very well, Su Yuntao replied, turning around and casually approaching Tang San with the crystal ball in hand. Observing Su Yuntao's indifferent demeanor, Jiang Chen secretly chuckled, anticipating that Tang San's soul power would surely astonish him. Chapter 5. A powerful grievance. An evil aura. Su Yuntao, holding the crystal ball, stood before Tang San with an expression of impatience, hardly glancing at the orb. Yet, in the next instant, a dazzling light erupted from the crystal ball, illuminating the entire room in the blink of an eye. A smile finally appeared on old Jack's face, while Su Yuntao lowered his head in shock, staring incredulously at the brilliant blue light emanating from the crystal ball. Innate full soul power. He stammered in disbelief. How is this possible? He exclaimed once more. Eventually, he removed the crystal ball and looked at Tang San with a complex expression. Innate full soul power. What a pity it's wasted. Su Yuntao lamented deeply, wishing that if only Tang San's martial spirit were not the blue silver grass, how much better it would be. Tang San, however, seized upon the term innate full soul power, eagerly inquiring for more information, perhaps out of sympathy for Tang San. Su Yuntao became more patient and began to explain some knowledge about soul masters. As he concluded, Su Yuntao shook his head repeatedly. What a pity. Innate full soul power is a rare genius that appears once in a century, yet it is squandered on such a useless martial spirit. Otherwise, I could. Tang San, undeterred by Su Yuntao's remarks, stepped aside, curiously observing Jiang Chen, the person he found most enigmatic. Although more than a year had passed, the chilling aura that Jiang Chen exuded still lingered in his memory, vivid and haunting. Had it not been for the faint trace of that cold energy infiltrating his body, he might have faced dire consequences. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was well versed in poison. Yet he could not determine the nature of the toxin within Jiang Chen's aura. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Even a mere trace nearly depleted his Xiantian skill's inner strength. He had once speculated that it might be corpse poison, but ultimately dismissed the idea, as such poison was legendary in his past life, something he had never encountered. Moreover, according to legend, corpse poison resided within zombies, yet Jiang Chen bore no resemblance to the zombies of folklore, based on his observations. Jiang Chen's enigmatic nature had already led Tang San to regard him as an individual of equal, if not greater, peril. He was profoundly curious about the type of martial soul Jiang Chen would awaken. Would it, like his own, be a useless martial soul? Without needing Su Yuntao's instruction, Jiang Chen had already positioned himself within the awakening array. Observing Jiang Chen's earnest demeanor, Su Yuntao, who had initially felt a tinge of impatience, also adopted a serious attitude. Awakening all the children was his solemn duty. He closed his eyes and began to attune himself to the sensations. Jiang Chen obediently closed his eyes and began to attune himself. Su Yuntao activated the formation, and almost immediately, a multitude of golden light points surged forth, filling the entire protective barrier. Su Yuntao was taken aback, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a greenish hue. He had never witnessed anyone awakening with such an abundance of light points. This was highly unusual. The golden light points multiplied rapidly, emerging at a pace far exceeding Jiang Chen's absorption rate. In the blink of an eye, the entire wooden cabin was bathed in a dazzling golden glow, almost blinding. Yet, none dared to close their eyes. They bore the discomfort, fixated on Jiang Chen within the formation. Old Jack and Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with excitement, their faces betraying their exhilaration. Such a grand spectacle might herald the emergence of an unprecedentedly powerful martial spirit. Do not falter, focus and feel, Su Yuntao urged loudly. The light points continued to multiply, and the duration of this awakening far surpassed any previous instances. Yet, there were no signs of a martial spirit manifesting from Jiang Chen. Su Yuntao's expression shifted from exhilaration to anxiety. Such a scenario was unprecedented. None of the many attendants at the martial spirit hall in Nodding City had encountered such a phenomenon. Furthermore, there were no records of such peculiar awakenings during their training at the hall. Could it be that a new and formidable martial spirit was about to emerge? Su Yuntao's face flushed, overwhelmed with excitement. If he could awaken a powerful martial spirit and bring Jiang Chen into the martial spirit hall, his promotion and fortune would be all but guaranteed. However, as moments passed, Jiang Chen's martial spirit still did not reveal itself, intensifying Su Yuntao's urgency. Suddenly, a crackling sound broke through. Su Yuntao's expression changed drastically as he noticed cracks appearing on the 6 black energy stones. In an instant, a massive surge of golden light erupted, all of it rushing into Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally underwent a transformation. An endless black mist began to swirl behind him, thick as ink, emanating an ominous and chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Yuntao's heart raced, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. What kind of martial spirit was this? Just its awakening was enough to instill fear in him, a level 26 soul master. Everyone, evacuate, he shouted suddenly. The children and old Jack, already terrified by the aura emanating from Jiang Chen, trembled in fear and fled as if their lives depended on it. Only Tang San remained, his expression grave as he stared intently at the black mist behind Jiang Chen. This aura was chilling, as if drawn from the depths of a hellish abyss, imbued with a potent and domineering toxicity that caused even him, a disciple of the Tang sect, considerable distress. At that moment, he realized that Jiang Chen's poison stemmed from his martial spirit. He did not wish to leave. He yearned to uncover the true nature of Jiang Chen's martial spirit, perhaps even discern the essence of that formidable poison. Xiao San, come out, old Jack shouted anxiously from outside. Meanwhile, the black mist behind Jiang Chen began to change once more. The swirling black fog coalesced, gradually revealing a humanoid figure. Hazy and indistinct, the onlookers could discern that the being within the mist donned an archaic and bizarre garb, its face obscured by the thick black fog. Suddenly, as the mist churned, the darkness surrounding the figure's face dissipated slightly, revealing 2 blood-red orbs radiating from its eyes, accompanied by the faint outline of fearsome fangs. In that fleeting moment, Tang San recognized that the mysterious figure was a zombie with a green face and sharp teeth. The zombie tilted its head and emitted a silent shriek, unleashing a wave of overwhelming pressure that caused everyone to feel their hearts race with intense fear. Tang San, no longer able to remain, fled in a hurry. All that remained was the stunned Su Yuntao, who, despite his prowess as a soul master, felt an immense pressure from this enigmatic martial spirit, a heavy weight pressing upon his heart. At that very instant, Tang Hao, seated in his home, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the center of the village, his murky eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance. Such potent resentment, such an evil aura, what could this be? As the words lingered in the air, Tang Hao vanished, instantly appearing outside the martial spirit hall, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen within the cabin. Chapter 6, Is Heaven and Earth Unforgiving? At this moment, Jiang Chen, standing within the hexagram formation, was dumbfounded. His martial spirit was a zombie. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. Was this zombie martial spirit a result of his cultivation of the heavenly corpse transformation? Or was it the existence of this zombie martial spirit that bestowed upon him the knowledge of the heavenly corpse transformation? The truth eluded him. But he was relieved that the dense black mist surrounding the zombie martial spirit had not spread outward. Otherwise, the entire Holy Soul Village would likely succumb to the corpse poison. Such a potent toxin was beyond the tolerance of most. As the majority of the villagers were merely ordinary folk, he attempted to retract the zombie martial spirit with his will, but found it utterly ineffective. The zombie martial spirit continued to roar towards the heavens. Though soundless, Jiang Chen sensed an overwhelming tide of hatred and resentment emanating from it. The villagers outside gazed at Jiang Chen in terror, murmuring, "Such an evil martial spirit, he is indeed a harbinger of disaster." Just then, the clear sky erupted with a thunderous roar, and darkness abruptly enveloped the heavens. The heavy black clouds loomed ominously, as if they might collapse at any moment. While bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, danced within the swirling clouds, the resounding thunder threatening to rupture eardrums. "Everyone, evacuate immediately," a commanding voice rang out, momentarily drowning out the thunderous clamor, echoing in every ear. Tang San looked up in confusion, sensing a familiarity in the voice but unable to place it. Old Jack, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly led the villagers away, frequently glancing back at Jiang Chen with deep concern. The black clouds lowered further, the lightning growing more menacing. The villagers had never witnessed such an ominous display. Purple, black, red, and even golden bolts crackled in an eerie tableau. However, the one most affected was Tang Hao, who felt not just immense pressure but a palpable sense of threat. With a powerful intuition, he sensed that if that terrifying lightning were to strike him, he might be reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the wrath of the heavens was not directed at him, but rather at the dazed child within. Su Yuntao stumbled out, his face a mask of terror, joining the villagers at a distance. "Sir Su Yuntao, what on earth is happening?" Old Jack asked, trembling. Su Yuntao shook his head repeatedly. The scene was enough to terrify him to his core, his legs still quaking. Just moments ago, standing within the cabin beneath that roaring thunder, he had nearly knelt in fear, feeling an acute sense of impending death, escaping only by sheer will. "Sir Su Yuntao, you are the strongest. You must save Xiaochen." Old Jack implored desperately. "Silence." Su Yuntao bellowed in outrage. To enter that place again would be akin to courting death. At this moment, the villagers were engulfed in overwhelming panic, leading them to speak in disarray. He must be a forsaken individual, for now, the heavens are poised to punish him. The awakening of his martial spirit has already summoned divine wrath. We can only hope that it does not bring ruin to our sacred soul village. Even if he escapes death, he must not be allowed to remain in our midst. Otherwise, we shall inevitably fall victim to his presence. Why did Jiang Chen stand there in a daze instead of fleeing? It was because he realized that he was immobilized. The entire Holy Soul Village had transformed into a realm resembling the depths of night, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The thunderous explosions reverberated so intensely that they threatened to shatter his eardrums. He felt as though he were ensnared by the very wrath of the heavens. He could not comprehend why the mere awakening of a martial spirit would provoke such terrifying thunderbolts. It seemed as if it were the divine intent to annihilate him. Even a zombie need not evoke such cosmic wrath upon its arrival, right? At that moment, Jiang Chen sensed an unfamiliar force emanating from the zombie martial spirit behind him. This force was entirely antithetical to the essence of corpse poison, pulsating with an incredibly violent energy that made his very soul tremble. He vaguely perceived that this power was the epitome of purity and vitality, strikingly akin to the essence of the heavenly thunder. As he pondered this, the lightning above converged, coalescing into a brilliant multicolored bolt, which surged downward from the ominous vortex of dark clouds, aiming for a wooden cabin below. A collective gasp of terror escaped the crowd, who collapsed to the ground in fear. Tang Hao stood beside Tang San, his resolute countenance as stern as iron, his formidable soul power stirring restlessly, poised to whisk Tang San away at a moment's notice. Just as the multicolored thunderbolt descended, a thick golden lightning bolt erupted from within the cabin, charging to meet the incoming storm. Boom! In the sky, the two bolts collided with a cataclysmic roar, as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of splitting apart. The point of impact radiated an overwhelming brilliance, akin to a miniature sun, illuminating the entire darkened world as if it were day. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. Su Yuntao repeatedly contemplated escape, but his legs had turned to jelly, rendering him incapable of resistance under such divine might. The dual bolts of lightning, now resembling twin suns, exuded a terrifying aura. Tang Hao harbored no doubt that had he been present at that moment, he would have been reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the twin suns vanished, the multicolored lightning retreating back into the leaden clouds. While the golden lightning returned to the cabin, merging into the zombie martial spirit and disappearing from sight. Except for Tang Hao and his son, along with Su Yutao. Everyone else lay prostrate on the ground, fortunate enough to witness the dark clouds above dissipate, vanishing as mysteriously as they had appeared. Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, lingering in the aftermath of their narrow escape. Jiang Chen, old Jack shouted, trembling as he rushed forward. Though he often felt intimidated by Jiang Chen, he had long regarded him as his own grandson. How could he not be concerned? Let us go and take a look, Tang Hao suggested, placing his broad hand on Tang San's nape as they approached the wooden cabin. Su Yuntao's expression fluctuated between dread and curiosity after a moment of contemplation. He gritted his teeth and decided to follow. The immediate danger seemed to have passed, and he still had his meal utensils inside. He had to ascertain what kind of martial spirit could create such a tremendous commotion. The other villagers dared not approach, their eyes still reflecting fear as they watched from a distance. Inside the cabin, Jiang Chen's martial spirit had vanished, and he regained his mobility. Sweat drenched his back. The earlier events had been harrowing, as though he had danced on the precipice of death. The 6 black stones that had lain upon the ground were now reduced to dust, causing Su Yuntao to wear an expression of deep sorrow. He produced a notebook, exasperatedly inquiring, "Young man, what kind of martial spirit was that?" Jiang Chen fell into silence for a moment, revealing without concealment, "My martial spirit is known as the zombie." Chapter 7. Are you willing to join the martial spirit hall? Su Yuntao, who had initially felt somewhat constrained, suddenly brightened with excitement. This was indeed a novel and unprecedented martial spirit. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Are you now able to control it safely?" Jiang Chen nodded, indicating his readiness. After retracting his martial soul, he had already acquired a wealth of information within his mind, enabling him to exercise complete control over his martial soul at will. Even the once uncontrollable corpse poison was now under his meticulous command, rendering the previous incidents of toxin leakage a thing of the past. Now, release your martial soul once more, Su Yutao urged excitedly. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten the grief of his broken tool, consumed instead by an overwhelming exhilaration. This was a brand new martial soul, awakened by his own hands. Regardless of whether he could recruit Jiang Chen to the martial soul hall, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. As long as he reported Jiang Chen's zombie martial soul, the higher-ups of the martial soul hall would surely remember his merit. And it was even possible that the name of this discoverer would be inscribed in the annals, destined to be immortalized. Jiang Chen nodded, a mere thought allowing him to effortlessly unleash his martial soul. This time, no dense black mist enveloped him. The true visage of the zombie martial soul finally revealed itself to the onlookers. Clad in ancient attire, the skeletal figure towered with an imposing stature, devoid of muscle yet remarkably robust. Its black claws were as sharp as daggers, and a sinister aura swirled around it, while its gaunt visage displayed 2 menacing fangs, evoking terror and unease. Su Yutao, Tang San, Tang Hao, and old Jack gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. This was, astonishingly, a humanoid martial soul, a concept they had never encountered before. Su Yutao and Tang Hao were aware of the existence of a martial soul known as the entity martial soul, which typically manifested as a part or organ of the human body. However, the zombie martial soul before them was a complete humanoid form. Could it be an enhanced version of the entity martial soul? Legends spoke of the entity martial soul as exceedingly formidable. To what extent would Jiang Chen's martial soul be powerful? Martial soul embodiment, Jiang Chen exclaimed, as the towering zombie behind him transformed into a streak of black light, merging seamlessly with his being. His body underwent a swift metamorphosis, identical to the transformations he had experienced during his previous training. Fangs protruded from his mouth, his pupils turned entirely black, and his nails became extraordinarily sharp. Jiang Chen silently exhaled in relief. Had he transformed into a mere collection of bones like the zombie martial soul, despair would have consumed him. What abilities does your martial soul possess? Su Yuntao had already taken out his notebook, poised to record the information. Jiang Chen clenched his fists in exhilaration, proclaiming that after manifesting his martial spirit, his strength, speed, and defense had experienced a remarkable enhancement, accompanied by an intense toxicity in his soul power. Originally, his soul power possessed a formidable venom, but now, with the martial spirit awakened, the toxicity had escalated to an even more terrifying degree. It was likely that with a mere release of a trace of this toxin, he could instantaneously bring down a fully grown buffalo. Su Yuntao diligently recorded this information, expressing his approval. Excellent. You possess an entirely new and powerful martial spirit. Now, let us proceed to test your innate soul power. With palpable excitement, he retrieved a crystal ball and presented it before Jiang Chen, although he had never awakened a potent martial spirit himself. Based on the theoretical knowledge he acquired at the martial spirit hall, it was understood that the stronger the martial spirit, the higher the soul power would generally be. For instance, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit would not exist at a soul power level of 1 or 2 unless it was a variant. Jiang Chen's exhilaration was scarcely inferior to that of Su Yutao. He extended his hand to press against the crystal orb and immediately felt a tremendous suction emanating from it, causing his soul power to surge wildly towards the sphere. Much like Tang San's prior experience, the crystal orb absorbed the soul energy and instantaneously erupted in a resplendent radiance, enveloping the entire room in a captivating azure glow. Ha ha ha. Once again, innate full soul power. This is truly magnificent. I, Su Yuntao, must have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune today. Su Yuntao laughed maniacally, nearly succumbing to madness, for he had endured great hardships. At this moment, he finally glimpsed the hope of reaching the pinnacle of his life. Little one, would you care to join the formidable spirit hall? Su Yuntao inquired gently, akin to a great wolf attempting to ensnare a pure little lamb. Jiang Chen had long anticipated this moment. He smiled and replied, Lord Su Yuntao, I have no intention of joining the spirit hall at this time. I wish to study at the Nodding Soul Master Academy. This was a plan he had meticulously crafted. Despite possessing formidable skills and innate talent, he did not believe he would be blessed with the fortuitous fate of Tang San, for it is not uncommon for prodigies to meet untimely ends, aspiring to attain divinity. Remaining close to the Chosen One, Tang San undoubtedly represented the most comfortable choice. After a decade or so, he could securely attain a divine position. It would be foolish to forego such an effortless means of advancement. I suggest you reconsider, urged Su Yuntao. The Spirit Hall is presently the most powerful soul master faction on the Douluo Continent. By joining, you would receive the most exceptional training, with your innate full soul power. It is quite conceivable for you to become a titled Douluo. Su Yuntao had never yearned for anything as fervently as he did now. If he could enlist Jiang Chen into the Spirit Hall, his own status would undoubtedly experience a significant elevation. The prospects of promotion and increased wealth, along with the allure of enchanting companions, filled him with excitement. Old Jack, with his dimming eyesight, suddenly radiated an intense light. Without regard for decorum, he rushed towards Jiang Chen, slapping the top of his head and exclaimed, You foolish boy, how could you not see the benefits of joining the Spirit Hall? In a few decades, when you become a titled Douluo, our Holy Soul Village could very well be renamed Titled Douluo Village. Old Jack fumed, his expression reflecting a deep disappointment. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Throughout the years, he had never witnessed old Jack exhibit such ferocity. Su Yutao smiled benignly at Jiang Chen, awaiting his response. The titled Douluo stood as the most formidable entity in existence, and he was convinced that no child could resist such temptation. Noticing Jiang Chen's hesitation to reply, he continued, If you join the Spirit Hall, we can take you to acquire your first soul ring tomorrow, enabling you to become a true soul master. The allure of becoming a soul master was equally immense for a 6-year-old, especially since it was an immediate opportunity, unlike the abstract promise of being a titled Douluo. Faced with the enticing prospect of imminent mastery, Su Yuntao found it hard to believe that the child would remain unaffected. However, Jiang Chen stubbornly shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I still do not wish to join the Spirit Hall at this time. Su Yuntao felt a profound disappointment. It seemed that his attempt to win over Jiang Chen was futile. He cast a glance at old Jack, contemplating that perhaps the key to persuading Jiang Chen lay with him. Very well, you may return for now. Village Chief Jack, please stay. I shall issue the spirit proof for these two children. Old Jack shot a fierce glare at Jiang Chen before turning to Su Yuntao with a face as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, saying, I appreciate your assistance. Lord Su Yuntao. Chapter 8. Do not harm my father at last. Jiang Chen could leave, eagerly stepping outside to return home and delve into the study of his zombie spirit. Tang San and his father had been observing from the sidelines, and as Jiang Chen emerged, they promptly followed suit. Wait a moment, little friend, called Tang Hao, holding on to Tang San, suddenly halting Jiang Chen in his tracks. Jiang Chen turned back in confusion, only to discover that the one calling him was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. He had only observed Tang Hao from a distance before. Today marked the first time he had been so close to a titled Douluo. Tang Hao appeared as disheveled as ever, his hair resembling a bird's nest, seemingly unwashed for at least 10 days. His face bore the marks of age, and his robust physique was clad in garments riddled with patches. As the sole blacksmith in the nearby villages, one would assume he would lead a more prosperous life. Regrettably, all his earnings were squandered on alcohol. Uncle, is there something you need from me? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. Having gained the ability to control the corpse energy within him, he no longer feared Tang Hao, believing that the latter would not cruelly strike him with a hammer. You were the one who brought a fish to Little San's home the other day, weren't you? How thoughtful of you. Please, come and visit Uncle S' house today. You and Little San are of similar age and can share much with each other. Tang Hao said with a smile. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, Very well. Beside him, Tang San was taken aback. He had never witnessed his father smile throughout the years. It was astonishing that his father could smile because of that detestable Jiang Chen. Instantly, Tang San regarded Jiang Chen with the eyes of one gazing upon an anomaly, yet his heart brimmed with gratitude. For years, his father had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, leading a muddled existence. Now, however, he had found a reason to smile, thanks to Jiang Chen, which was undeniably a positive turn of events. Seeing Jiang Chen's acquiescence, Tang Hao's smile softened further, and he reached out to grasp Jiang Chen's hand. only to be firmly restrained by Tang San, with both hands gripping his father's arm tightly. Tang San exerted all his strength, employing the technique of a 1,000-pound weight in an effort to prevent Tang Hao from approaching Jiang Chen. "Father, do not come near him. He is dangerous," Tang San urgently exclaimed. He remembered how he had nearly fallen victim himself and was deeply concerned for his father. Should Jiang Chen's corpse poison infect him, it would surely result in grave illness. Furthermore, the ominous aura emanating from Jiang Chen's recently awakened zombie martial spirit was infused with a level of poison far more potent than Jiang Chen's original, elevating the threat he posed in Tang San's mind to a significant degree. Tang Hao looked down in astonishment. He was aware of Tang San's considerable strength, but he did not expect such power from a mere 6-year-old. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted Tang San, who had applied every ounce of his strength. What danger could a mere child pose? Tang Hao chuckled. Suspended in the air, Tang San was both amazed by his father's formidable strength and disheartened by his own inability to resist. After a moment's struggle, he reluctantly released his grip and fell to the ground. "Father, you do not understand. Jiang Chen is nicknamed the Plague God, and those who come near him are easily poisoned." Tang San expressed his concerns. With a playful expression, Jiang Chen's eyes, as luminous as black gemstones, twinkled mischievously as he approached and directly wrapped his arm around Tang San's shoulder. Caught off guard, Tang San stiffened, feeling as if he had been startled like a hen. "Uncle, let's go," Jiang Chen cheerfully suggested, exerting a firm grip on Tang San's shoulder, his smile radiant. Tang Hao's face broke into a grin as he nodded, leading the way ahead. "Come on, Xiao San," Jiang Chen whispered close to Tang San's ear, licking his lips. Tang San, glancing at Jiang Chen's 2 small tiger teeth peeking out near his neck, felt a chill run down his spine as memories of Jiang Chen's transformation during the martial spirit manifestation flooded his mind. He was genuinely frightened that Jiang Chen's teeth might pierce his neck, rupturing his veins and drawing forth his blood. While others on the Douluo Continent were oblivious to the concept of zombies, Tang San understood all too well. They were creatures that thrived on human blood. Summoning all his inner strength, Tang San twisted his body and swiftly broke free from Jiang Chen's grasp, darting a few steps to stand beside his father. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. Tang San was exceedingly timid. He had merely bared his teeth, yet the reaction was disproportionate. However, the lad's neck appeared rather enticing. Jiang Chen could not help but swallow hard. Having never tasted human blood before, being so close to Tang San had awakened a tantalizing temptation within him, transforming the boy's neck into a succulent chicken drumstick in his mind. Shaking his head, he suppressed that desire and hastened to catch up with Tang San and his father. He couldn't fathom why Tang Hao had suddenly invited him. It seemed rather unusual. Did Tang Hao recognize my unparalleled talent and wish for Tang San to befriend me? Jiang Chen mused internally. As he passed the crowd of onlookers, the villagers fled in terror. Previously, they would dare to approach Jiang Chen within 5 meters. But now they were reluctant to come within 50. Tang Hao was indeed audacious. Did he not fear for his life? Indeed. It seems we can no longer ask him to forge our farming tools. Yes, that's right. I should instruct my child to keep a distance from Tang San. With one hand leading Tang San and the other guiding Jiang Chen, Tang Hao made his way home. Tang San frequently glanced back, peering at Jiang Chen from behind his father's back, genuinely fearful that Jiang Chen might commit an act of impropriety and harm Tang Hao. He was even calculating how to handle corpse poison in his mind, though he had never encountered it in his past life. He had seen its description in the true scripture of 100 poisons. For those afflicted with corpse poison, if the symptoms were mild, glutinous rice could be used as an antidote. Fortunately, there was some glutinous rice at home. Tang San felt a slight relief in his heart. Upon arriving at Tang San's residence, Tang Hao smiled and said, "So, you are Xiao Chen? Please, make yourself comfortable and do not stand on ceremony." Jiang Chen sat down with a smile. Suddenly, Tang Hao recalled that he had summoned Jiang Chen over, yet he seemed to have nothing to offer as hospitality. Ahem. Tang San, come in for a moment, Tang Hao said as he walked into the inner room. Tang San hastily followed him inside. "Father, did you call for me?" he inquired. Tang Hao gestured for silence and whispered, "You can catch fish, right?" Tang San nodded, puzzled by his father's unexpected question. Although he had never caught fish before and lacked experience, he believed that, given his skills with hidden weapons, capturing such creatures would be a simple task. "You see, we have guests at home, so go catch a couple of fish for dinner," Tang Hao said, his face flushing slightly. Tang San finally grasped the situation. He cast a curious glance at his father, bewildered by the transformation in his demeanor. Despite his confusion, he found this new side of his father rather pleasant. He had never seen him so joyful before. "Perhaps I should express my gratitude to Jiang Chen," Tang San mused silently. Upon exiting the inner room, Tang San leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and threatened, "Do not harm my father. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'm a good person." Tang San cast a warning glance at Jiang Chen once more before departing. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. After all, your father is a concealed powerhouse. How audacious must I be to dare to provoke him? Isn't that akin to courting death? Chapter 9. This fish, truly fragrant. Tang San moved swiftly, and before long, he returned with 2 fish in hand. Jiang Chen was somewhat astonished. It turned out that Tang San had ventured out to catch fish. He cast a glance at the two fish in Tang San's grasp and was secretly taken aback. Each fish bore two tiny puncture wounds on its head, as if pierced by some hidden weapon. Jiang Chen mused to himself. Observing Tang San clumsily gutting the fish, Jiang Chen, filled with curiosity, approached, startling Tang San, who was already sweating profusely and entirely focused on his task. Seeing Tang San wielding a kitchen knife with all the finesse of a clumsy hoof, Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle. "Let me take over," he said, snatching the knife from Tang San's hands. With deftness, he scaled the fish, opened its belly, removed its entrails, and cleaned it thoroughly. In a matter of minutes, Jiang Chen completed the task before Tang San's astonished gaze. "Dumbfounded, are we?" Jiang Chen teased. Observing Tang San's bewildered expression, Tang San nodded, but quickly shook his head, pouting slightly, and thought to himself, "What's so impressive about this?" "Leave it to me," he replied. "You go gather the ingredients: scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, wine, and soy sauce." As Jiang Chen spoke, he grasped another fish, while Tang San remained motionless. "Do we need so many? Can't we simply boil them and eat?" Tang San expressed his astonishment. "What do you think?" "Hurry up and prepare," Jiang Chen urged, instantly recognizing that Tang San was not one to appreciate culinary delights. If he were to prepare the dish, it would likely be unpalatable even for a dog. Tang Hao stood nearby, watching the two industrious figures with keen interest. In truth, he himself was not adept at cooking, otherwise he would have taken matters into his own hands. Gathering the ingredients, Tang San looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion and inquired, "Is this method truly edible?" Jiang Chen shook his head, smiling without uttering a word. Half an hour later, Tang San stuffed a large piece of fish into his mouth, the rich aroma and the spiciness instantly invigorating him. How delightful! Tang Hao's eyes also sparkled with surprise as he gazed at Jiang Chen. "Little Chen, do come over to play more often. I shall teach you the art of ironwork. Let us create iron eggs." Jiang Chen mused internally, realizing that Tang Hao was likely yearning for his culinary skills. However, visiting frequently would be acceptable, as he had already resolved to follow Tang San and share in his fortunes, thus fostering this relationship in advance. At that moment, the voice of old Jack resonated. "Little Chen, are you there?" As Jiang Chen's ears perked up, he dashed to the door, waving at the approaching old Jack. "Grandfather, over here." Old Jack pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard, grumbling, "You rascal, why did you come here? You made me trek all the way to your house." As he drew near, his nose twitched vigorously, instantly capturing the enticing aroma of the delicious dishes. His aged eyes sparkled with delight as he brushed past Jiang Chen and stepped inside. "Heh, after a busy morning, I'm just in time to feel famished." Old Jack, quite shameless, took it upon himself to grab a bowl and serve himself some rice, settling down at the dining table before the host could even invite him. Jiang Chen also took a seat. Old Jack placed a generous piece of meat into his mouth, offering continuous praise, when he suddenly noticed the astonishment on the faces of Tang San and his father. "This fish is delightful. Do indulge. There is no need to be polite." Old Jack showed no sign of embarrassment. "Grandfather, this was prepared by me," Jiang Chen remarked. Old Jack's eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed again as he sighed. "What a pity about your ailment." Jiang Chen said, "Grandfather, the harm I caused in the past was due to the spirit within me. Now that my martial soul has awakened, I can control it freely. Therefore, you need not worry any longer." Old Jack burst into hearty laughter. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Move back tomorrow. No, come back tonight. From now on, I shall entrust the cooking to you." Upon noticing Tang Hao's envious gaze, Old Jack shot him a stern look. "Little Chen is mine. Do not harbor any improper thoughts." Tang Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. Old Jack continued, "Tang Hao, you are quite the cunning one. As soon as you saw Little Chen awaken a formidable martial soul, you rushed to bring him home. Hoping to forge a connection with the future title Douluo, are you?" Jiang Chen was drenched in cold sweat, silently feeling anxious for Old Jack. This individual was a genuine title Douluo. Did he truly wish to provoke such a formidable figure? Yet, Tang Hao appeared to be caught off guard, as if the words had struck a chord deep within him, leaving him speechless and awkward. Jiang Chen promptly intervened. "Grandfather, it was my desire to visit the Tang family." Old Jack was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. "You and Xiao San are the hopes of our village. You should indeed enjoy yourselves. However, Xiao Chen, you might want to consider joining the Spirit Hall. Remember, the Spirit Hall is..." "Uncle Tang, Grandfather, Xiao San, I have had my fill. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure." Jiang Chen rose abruptly and dashed out. "Grandfather, I shall return home to gather my things. I will move back in with you tonight." His voice echoed as he distanced himself, leaving the others in the room both amused and exasperated. Jiang Chen cannot run away. He is intimately familiar with Old Jack's incessant nature. Once he starts talking, it becomes an endless stream. He understands that it must be Su Yuntao who has persuaded Old Jack to take on the role of a mediator. Inside the room, Old Jack was voraciously consuming his meal while casting a glance at Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, I plan to send Xiao San to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes sparkled and his ears perked up. "No way." Tang Hao's response was resolute. Old Jack's anger flared. "Do you understand what it means for Xiao San to become a soul master?" A quarrel ensued in Tang San's family, resulting in old Jack storming out in a huff. Tang San felt despondent. He was utterly perplexed by his father's decision, yet he could only accept it in silence, not wanting to cause his father any sorrow. After old Jack left, Tang Hao's fury dissipated, and his expression gradually softened. Xiao San, let me see your martial soul. Jiang Chen, filled with excitement, dashed back to his home. At last, he had time to delve into the intricacies of his newly awakened martial soul. The allure of this exploration was irresistible, akin to a child who has just acquired a cherished toy, reluctant to part with it even for a fleeting moment. After a thorough investigation throughout the afternoon, the novelty began to wane. The impressive display of his zombie martial soul during its awakening had led him to believe that he could wield unparalleled power, yet he soon discovered its limitations. Additionally, ever since the awakening of his martial soul, an unsettling sensation had enveloped him. His right eyelid twitched incessantly, as if an immense weight pressed upon his heart. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. It echoed the sensation he experienced when he was targeted by the thunderous forces during his martial soul awakening. Goodness, last time it failed to strike me down, does it intend to make another attempt? Jiang Chen felt a surge of indignation toward the heavens, questioning why he should be struck down. After all, he was merely a child. The power of his zombie martial soul had evidently diminished significantly compared to its initial awakening. He pondered whether he would be able to withstand the impending thunderbolts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the mightiest individual of Saint Soul Village, Tang Hao. It seemed imperative for him to cultivate a favorable relationship with Tang Hao. Should the lightning descend again, his only refuge would be Tang Hao's abode. Chapter 10. Is there a sphere in my stomach? As dusk approached, Jiang Chen returned to old Jack's spacious courtyard. That very evening, he was treated to a sumptuous dinner, leaving old Jack beaming with delight. With great care, old Jack retrieved a cherished bottle of aged liquor he had preserved for many years, pouring a modest half-bowl for himself and a small measure for Jiang Chen. Ultimately, old Jack's face glowed crimson with intoxication as he succumbed to slumber upon the table. Jiang Chen gently placed old Jack upon the bed and tidied up before ascending to the rooftop. Nightfall was his sacred time for cultivation. Despite having awakened to an innate full soul power, he remained vigilant and dedicated to his practice. According to the teachings of Yu Shaojiang, once one's soul power reached a pivotal threshold for advancement, the absence of a soul ring would hinder progression. Continued cultivation, while not visibly enhancing soul power levels, would allow that potential to manifest upon acquiring a soul ring. As was customary, he began circulating his technique without the aid of his martial soul, his body transitioning into a state reminiscent of a zombie, which proved optimal for absorbing the essence of the moonlight. However, as he commenced his practice, he sensed something extraordinary. He discovered that he could perform internal vision. It was as though a stroke of fortune had bestowed upon him this newfound ability. Within his mental perception, the internal force of the heavenly corpse transformation, which represented the soul power of this realm, flowed through intricate meridians, ultimately converging like rivers into the sea within his dantian. Upon reaching his dantian, he was instantly astounded by the sight that greeted him. Inside his dantian resided a perfectly round object, akin to the size of a ping-pong ball, into which all the returning soul power from the meridians was being infused. The orb was peculiar, half shrouded in darkness like ink, while the other half radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an aura that felt strikingly familiar to Jiang Chen. The dark side unmistakably emanated the essence of his zombie martial soul, sharing a common origin with the internal force he had previously cultivated. The golden side, however, pulsed with the essence of golden lightning, which had never manifested before, only surfacing today upon the awakening of his martial soul, casting away the five-colored thunder. What could this object be? Why had he never sensed it before? Jiang Chen was profoundly astonished, yet confusion prevailed. With such a substantial entity residing within him, it was only logical that he should have felt its presence, yet he had never experienced any sensation of foreignness. Could this be an internal elixir? Jiang Chen could not suppress his curiosity and extended his mental energy towards the past, hoping to glean some information. However, moments later, he regretted his decision. As his mental energy made contact with the orb, an overwhelming torrent of memories surged into his mind, vast and seemingly eternal, as if spanning millennia. Such an immense influx of memories abruptly penetrated his soul, and Jiang Chen found himself unable to bear the onslaught. In the instant the agonizing pain struck his essence, he stretched out his legs and widened his eyes, collapsing into unconsciousness. The impact on his soul was beyond what an ordinary person could endure, even in his stupor. His body convulsed incessantly, and his once charming visage contorted into a near-twisted form. Ding! The host has activated the inheritance. The super zombie evolution system is being initiated. System loading in progress. Jiang Chen felt as though he had just awoken from a dream, in which he had observed the growth of a zombie from the perspective of a mere spectator. This zombie, after a millennium of blood-sucking cultivation, attained the formidable realm of a flying corpse, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, preying upon powerful cultivators, instilling terror in all who heard its name. A millennium later, the zombie reached an even more terrifying state, becoming an existence that both immortals and demons regarded with trepidation. At that moment, This zombie faced the most formidable heavenly tribulation of its life, a trial that heralded its evolution into a fearsome entity. This heavenly tribulation was renowned as the strongest in history, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble, sending shivers through all living beings. Under this cataclysmic trial, the zombie was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a corpse Dan. The Dan was pursued by the heavenly lightning, traversing dimensions and, upon reaching Earth, it turned an unfortunate young man into dust, ultimately arriving in the Douluo Continent, entering the lifeless body of a deceased infant. The morning sunlight was neither scorching nor overly bright, yet it was still quite dazzling. Jiang Chen lay on the rooftop, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. His consciousness gradually returned, and he sensed something pecking at his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered a small bird perched upon his nose, occasionally pecking at him. "Stop it," he said, swatting the bird away as he sat up. "Who am I? Where am I?" A bewildered expression crossed his face, and after a considerable moment, he began to recall his identity. Memories from his past life and the 6 years spent in the Douluo Continent surged back to him. And he remembered that his name was Jiang Chen. He recollected a night of cultivation, during which his spiritual force had touched the pearl within his dantian, leading to an inexplicable fainting spell and a strange dream. The entire dream had become hazy, yet whenever he focused, it would become vividly clear again. As he contemplated the corpse Dan that had ultimately arrived in the Douluo Continent, a jolt of realization coursed through him. There was indeed a pearl within him. Could it be that all of this was not merely a dream? Jiang Chen promptly focused his mental energy into his dantian, once again beholding the orb that quietly absorbed and emitted soul energy. The orb was divided, one half a deep black, the other a radiant gold, with arcs of lightning seemingly dancing upon the golden surface. In Jiang Chen's mind, the final segment of that dream resurfaced, where golden lightning pursued the black corpse Dan, arriving at the Douluo Continent. As if parting the clouds to reveal a clear sky, Jiang Chen's heart was illuminated with understanding. He finally grasped the reason for his arrival in the Douluo Continent, realizing that the round object within him was indeed the corpse Dan, seemingly fused with that terrifying heavenly thunder. Reflecting upon the life of that zombie still left Jiang Chen in awe. It was undeniably formidable. Birthed from the grievances of heaven and earth, feeding on blood, evading reincarnation and the depths of hell, striking with heavenly retribution, traversing the 9 heavens above and the ghostly realms below, embodying the essence of darkness and malevolence. It met its demise beneath the tribulations leading to a higher realm. Through the memories of the zombie, Jiang Chen gleaned insights into that elevated state, known as Ba, also referred to as the drought Ba. Wherever the drought Ba roamed, the land lay barren for thousands of miles, accompanied by a devastating plague capable of annihilating worlds, feared by both gods and demons alike. Upon reaching such a realm, there existed scarcely any entity that could pose a threat. Heaven could not extinguish it, nor could the earth entomb it. Just as Jiang Chen found himself lost in contemplation, a childlike voice abruptly resonated in his mind, startling him to the brink of tumbling from the rooftop. "Congratulations, host, on awakening your martial soul. The Super Zombie Evolution System is now activated, and a beginner's gift package has been bestowed upon you." Jiang Chen appeared dazed, but after a moment, he suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter, the exuberance in his voice unmistakably evident. A small black sparrow alighted upon his shoulder, seemingly sharing in his delight, though its eyes bore a vacant expression, lacking a spark of vitality. "Go on, play by yourself," Jiang Chen chuckled, for this creature was his puppet, under his command, serving as his eyes, ensuring that nothing occurring in the sacred soul village escaped his notice. What treasures lay within the novice gift package? Excitement flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 11. The deceptive novice gift package. For 6 years, he had possessed but a single cultivation technique, believing it to be his golden key. However, to his astonishment, a tremendous surprise awaited him. Following the awakening of his martial soul, a system emerged. At that moment, a system interface manifested in his mind. Host, Jiang Chen Douluo level, 10 zombie level, 112 soul rings, none items. None. The system prompted a message. Shall the novice gift package be opened? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen replied in the affirmative. Upon opening the novice gift package, he acquired the following items. 1 divine gift soul ring. This ring is generated according to the host's attributes, with its age dependent upon the host's physical strength and willpower. The longer the host endures while absorbing the soul ring, the greater its age becomes. 1 soul ring upgrade voucher. Upon use, this voucher allows the host to select a soul ring to increase its age, with the upgraded age being limited to the maximum the host can bear, restricted to level 1120. 1 bottle of Dark Blessing Elixir. Consuming this elixir can heal all of the host's current injuries, restoring him to peak condition. Gazing at the novice items within the system's inventory, Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a satisfied grin. Feeling as though he had just received a pillow when he had been yearning for sleep, he had only recently awakened his martial soul, possessing innate full soul power. With the absorption of just 1 soul ring, he could transcend into the realm of soul masters and continue his cultivation. He had thought he would have to wait until arriving at the Nodding Academy for his first soul ring, yet the delightful surprise had come so swiftly. The allure of becoming a soul master was irresistible to Jiang Chen. The prospect of acquiring wondrous skills filled him with impatience. He leapt down and glanced into old Jack's room, noting that old Jack was still soundly asleep, having indulged in excessive drink the previous night. Jiang Chen swiftly returned to his room, sitting cross-legged upon his bed, preparing to absorb his inaugural soul ring and ascend to the realm of Soul Master. He once again accessed the system interface, his focus directed towards the divine soul ring. Upon selecting the option to utilize it, a prompt emerged. After absorbing the soul ring, the host must endure the first heavenly tribulation within 3 days. It is advised that the host strives to persist until the very end during the absorption process to enhance the likelihood of overcoming the tribulation. Please confirm whether to proceed with the absorption. Jiang Chen was already parched with thirst, but upon seeing this reminder, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The heavenly tribulation? Was this some sort of jest? Images of the zombie being obliterated by the heavenly tribulation flashed through his mind, a truly terrifying sight. Furthermore, the 5-colored divine thunder that had appeared when he awakened his martial soul was likely the heavenly tribulation the system referred to. As he contemplated this, Jiang Chen felt a tightening in his core, his body trembling, and a chill swept over his heart. He recalled the life of that zombie. It seemed that it had not encountered the heavenly tribulation during its weaker stages, only facing it in the later realms. System, why must I endure the heavenly tribulation when I am so feeble? Jiang Chen's heart cried out in anguish. Unfortunately, the system could not answer his queries. It appeared to possess only the function of reminders. His delicate face scrunched up, his mood a chaotic mess, as the joy of recently acquiring the system was instantly washed away. Although he possessed the zombie's memories of overcoming the tribulation, they were, after all, someone else's experiences. He had none of his own. Why must I suffer so? I am merely a 6-year-old child. He felt utterly despondent. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching since awakening his martial soul. He had suspected something. But now it seemed he had indeed guessed correctly and would face the wrath of thunder. It took him a considerable amount of time to accept this reality. And he turned his gaze back to the novice items before him. The divine soul ring. The longer I persist, the more formidable the soul ring I shall acquire. And the stronger I become upon absorption, thus enhancing my chances of surviving the tribulation. This dark blessing potion should be a means to preserve my life during the tribulation, to be used at a critical moment, akin to gaining an extra life. As for the soul ring upgrade voucher, its effectiveness should be minimal if used after a breakthrough. It would be best to wait until reaching level 20 to maximize its potential. However, if the heavenly tribulation proved unbearable, even at the cost of waste, it would have to be utilized. Any enhancement, no matter how slight, would be beneficial. Having regained his composure, Jiang Chen had made a decision. He must face the tribulation. For otherwise, would he cease his cultivation for the rest of his life? Yet, he still needed to devise a proper plan for how to confront it. Ultimately, he resolved that with 3 months remaining before the commencement of classes at Nuoding Academy, he would first engage in cultivation for those 3 months before absorbing the soul ring. Perhaps by then, upon absorbing the soul ring, his soul power would surge several levels, thereby increasing his chances of overcoming the tribulation. After all, it was a heavenly tribulation. Who would not be fearful? He had merely been an ordinary person, and upon arriving in this world, he was just a child who had cultivated for 3 years. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Steady development was the key to survival. Contemplating this, he forcibly suppressed the impulse to immediately absorb the soul ring. He leapt from his bed, feeling somewhat dejected. Where was the promised beginner's gift pack? Now, he found himself unable to utilize any of it, and would have to wait for 3 months. Truly a frustrating situation. The oppressive feeling of the impending tribulation loomed over him, making it difficult for him to relax. I must strengthen my body, Jiang Chen resolved. Over the past few years, he had solely practiced the heavenly corpse transformation without engaging in any physical training. Now, realizing that absorbing the soul ring required a robust physique, he felt a sense of urgency. Due to the presence of the Millennium Corpse Dan within him, the soul power he had cultivated over the past 3 years had been refined into a potent poison. Simultaneously, owing to his zombie characteristics, his strength and physical resilience were abnormally high. Despite this, he still felt it insufficient. With this thought, he dashed out of the house. The sun had only just risen. The early morning was indeed the perfect time for exercise. The sense of crisis regarding the heavenly tribulation hung over him like a sharp sword. And with his life at stake, Jiang Chen could not afford to relax any further. After running for a few minutes, he sensed something amiss, given his current strength. Running felt exceedingly effortless, yielding no tangible benefits for his training. To enhance his physical resilience, he needed to engage in high-intensity workouts. Upon reaching the village entrance, his eyes lit up as he spotted an object perfectly suited for exercise. The women and men at the village entrance saw Jiang Chen approaching and promptly shouted, retreating to their homes and locking the doors tightly. Jiang Chen curled his lips, displaying a sense of indifference. He had recently returned to reside with old Jack, and he believed it would not be long before these individuals realized he had transformed. Before him lay a colossal stone mill, utilized by the sacred soul village for grinding grain. Jiang Chen, filled with exhilaration, dashed over and effortlessly lifted the stone mill, which was several times larger than his own physique. He gauged its weight to be around 700 to 800 pounds, feeling a slight heaviness. Haha, splendid. I shall use you for my training from now on. Jiang Chen clutched the massive stone millstone, swiftly departing amidst raucous laughter. Tang Hao's residence was situated at the village entrance. At that moment, Tang San had ascended the mountain for training, and it was a rare occasion for Tang Hao to rise early. He sat at the threshold of his home, cradling a bowl of porridge prepared by Tang San. Just as he took a sip, he caught sight of the diminutive figure sprinting away, clutching the enormous millstone. With a splutter, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he spat out the porridge. Chapter 12. Tang San takes aim at the rabbit. Gulps of astonishment escaped Tang Hao, his face betraying his shock. He was well aware of the millstone's weight, an astounding 800 pounds. How could Jiang Chen, that little rascal, manage to carry it away? Was he a monster? Tang Hao's astonishment was hard to quell. In their sect, the Haotian clan, physical strength was their forte, yet at the tender age of 6. 100 pounds was considered extraordinary. Never had he encountered anyone capable of sprinting with such an immense burden at such a young age. He acknowledged his son, Tang San, possessed innate strength, but in the presence of Jiang Chen, it seemed utterly insignificant. Recalling the celestial phenomenon that accompanied Jiang Chen's awakening of his martial soul the day before, Tang Hao's conviction solidified further. The Haotian hammer, their clan's martial soul, ranked among the finest on the Douluo Continent. Yet the spectacle of its awakening paled in comparison to even a fraction of Jiang Chen's. A divine martial soul, indeed, it was a divine martial soul. Only such a soul could harbor such boundless potential. Tang Hao was privy to certain secrets regarding divine martial souls, understanding that those who possessed them were endowed with terrifying innate talent. He knew of the angel family from the spirit hall, where it was said that exceptionally gifted individuals could awaken with innate soul power reaching level 20. And now, before him stood a being with a divine martial soul. How could he not be exhilarated? For years, he had languished in despair, mourning the loss of his wife and the seemingly futile quest for revenge. He had deeply felt the might of the spirit hall. Although he had once severely injured the perpetrator responsible for a Yin's death, Chen Xuanji, he bore wounds within himself that remained unhealed. With the ever-increasing power of the spirit hall, he found himself merely surviving, the hope of vanquishing them appearing increasingly dim. Though he had avenged Ain, the countless lives lost from the Haotian clan at the hands of the spirit hall demanded retribution. This vendetta could not go unanswered. After Chen Xuanji returned home gravely injured, he perished shortly thereafter, which somewhat assuaged Tang Hao's fury. Yet, the harm inflicted upon his sect remained a debt that the spirit hall must repay. The appearance of Jiang Chen instilled in him a renewed hope. As long as Jiang Chen matured, there was an undeniable possibility of toppling the spirit hall. This was the very reason he sought to forge a closer bond with Jiang Chen. Sighing, Tang Hao mused that if the young lad wished to attend school, he should be allowed to do so, as it would provide the perfect opportunity for him to accompany the boy. During this period of contemplation, Jiang Chen had already traversed the village while carrying a stone mill on his back. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, yet his face radiated sheer exhilaration. For he sensed the onset of fatigue in his body. The small figure, alongside the hefty stone mill, zipped past the village entrance. And Tang Hao finally grasped what Jiang Chen was undertaking. This boy was, astonishingly, engaging in physical training. Tang Hao found himself both amused and bewildered. As the startled villagers emerged from their homes, some sharp-eyed individuals quickly noticed the missing stone mill. "Hey, where did that stone mill go?" one exclaimed. "Indeed. I was just sitting on it, and now it's vanished in the blink of an eye." Another chimed in. "Look, there it is. It's grown legs and is running." Everyone turned in the direction indicated, and to their astonishment, they beheld 2 legs beneath the stone mill, rushing swiftly toward the village entrance. Could it be that the stone mill had come to life? They all rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own vision. As Jiang Chen drew nearer, they finally discerned the figure behind the stone mill, their mouths agape in shock, retreating in unison. "How is this even possible?" someone gasped. "That stone mill weighs 800 pounds. Even 4 or 5 strong men would struggle to lift it. Yet here was a mere 6-year-old child carrying it as he ran. He is an absolute anomaly." Another cried out in terror. "What kind of madness is this? Running around with a stone mill? I can't bear to use it after he has touched it." Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen's fearsome reputation had escalated several notches in their minds. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him. He was wholly engrossed in his vigorous training. "Hello, Tang San." As he passed by the village entrance once more, he spotted Tang San returning from his cultivation, promptly greeting him. Tang San, clutching a struggling rabbit in his hands, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Jiang Chen barreling past him, bearing the immense stone mill. It felt as if 1,000 thoughts were tumultuously racing in his mind. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to utter, "Freak." Jiang Chen did not pause. He was thoroughly enjoying his run. After completing 2 more laps, he finally came to a halt and returned the stone mill to its original place. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he experienced a profound sense of exhilaration. Throughout his recent exertion, he had refrained from utilizing his internal soul power, relying solely on his physical strength to carry the heavy stone mill for 10 laps. Now, as he ceased his activity and began to circulate his soul power, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him, his entire body tingling as if gradually strengthening. The corpse stand within his dantian rotated slowly, absorbing the soul power flowing back from his meridians while simultaneously emanating energy that nourished Jiang Chen's physique. Observing the half-black, half-golden orb, he found it peculiar, uncertain whether this amalgamation of heavenly thunder could still be deemed a corpse stand. He had previously attempted to manipulate this orb but found himself unable to do so, only passively allowing it to refine the soul power he had cultivated. Contemplating the formidable prowess of the zombie, he recognized that this orb must indeed be a remarkable treasure, regrettably beyond his control. Lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of Tang San's clumsy actions. At that moment, Tang San stood in his courtyard, clutching a struggling rabbit in his left hand while wielding a kitchen knife in his right, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Jiang Chen's daily indulgence in lavish meals, Tang San had recently come to the realization that he was severely lacking in nutrition. While he was not exactly emaciated, he was certainly not in the best shape either. Furthermore, as he learned the trade of blacksmithing from his father, his physical exertion was considerable, subsisting on porridge and plain meals. Feeling as though his body was on the verge of depletion, given his skills, capturing small animals was not particularly challenging. The gray rabbit he held was the fruit of his labor that day. Tang Hao stood nearby, arms crossed, showing no intention of assisting. A rugged man. Although capable of killing, he lacked experience in dispatching a small rabbit. After much deliberation, Tang San finally resolved to press the rabbit's head to the ground, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Tang San, what are you doing? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity as he approached. Tang San halted his actions, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, I'm trying to kill a rabbit. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. Fortunately, Tang San had yet to meet Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer a thrashing from her. Look at you. Your hands resemble feet. Allow me to take over, Jiang Chen remarked. Tang San's eyes lit up, and he eagerly handed over the rabbit and a kitchen knife, having witnessed Jiang Chen's culinary skills and knife techniques the day prior. The thought of indulging in a delightful feast made Tang San involuntarily swallow hard. What are you still standing there for? Help me secure its 4 legs, Jiang Chen commanded. Certainly. Tang San scampered to assist. Tang Hao observed the industrious duo with a sense of satisfaction. Little Chen, why not stay for lunch? Tang Hao suggested. I would love to, but I must return to prepare a meal for grandfather, Jiang Chen replied, blinking with a hint of helplessness. Tang Hao, somewhat exasperated, conceded. Then invite that old man, cough cough, your grandfather to join us. To savor Jiang Chen's cooking, let that old fellow enjoy a little privilege. Chapter 13, The Sorrow of Su Yuntao. After a hearty meal, old Jack belched contentedly, patting his somewhat round belly as he departed with satisfaction. During the meal, Tang Hao had relaxed his stance, permitting Tang San to attend the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City. This alleviated a considerable burden from his heart. He held a fondness for Tang San, who had always been obedient and sensible since childhood. Thus, he genuinely hoped Tang San could study at the Notting City Academy, ensuring a brighter future. Otherwise, what prospects could he have following his disheartened father, Tang Hao? As for Jiang Chen, he would be well suited to study at the Spirit Hall. Given their immense sincerity, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly receive the finest training there. The sole quota for work-study students from Holy Spirit Village was perfectly designated for Tang San. Consequently, their village would soon boast 2 soul masters, one of whom would eventually become a titled law. Old Jack's ambitions rang loud in his mind, as he envisioned Holy Spirit Village flourishing under his leadership, with his name as the most illustrious village chief etched in the memories of generations to come. After the meal, just as Jiang Chen intended to leave, he was called back by Tang Hao. Little Chen, I noticed you were carrying that grinding stone this morning. Were you attempting to exercise? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, it is said that a robust physique facilitates the absorption of soul rings in the future. Tang Hao concurred. Yes, I have also heard that possessing superior physical fitness offers an advantage in the absorption of soul rings. How about this? You can come and learn blacksmithing from me. Blacksmithing demands considerable physical exertion, and its training effects are not inferior to that of running. Moreover, it will provide you with companionship alongside Xiao San. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, blacksmithing appeared to be a commendable method of training. Moreover, it would afford him the opportunity to witness Tang Hao's erratic hammering technique. However, lacking a hammer martial spirit rendered the mastery of such a technique somewhat futile for him. The crux of the matter was that forging alongside Tang San could foster a closer bond between them. Although he harbored no particular fondness for Tang San in his previous life, his cautious nature led him to believe that relying on Tang San to attain divinity was the most prudent course of action. Very well, uncle, Jiang Chen acquiesced with enthusiasm. Henceforth, he would engage in morning running exercises and devote his afternoons to learning the art of blacksmithing at Tang Hao's workshop. Jiang Chen immediately resolved to spend the next 3 months in this manner, anticipating a fulfilling experience. Through several encounters, Tang San's perception of Jiang Chen had significantly improved. He found Jiang Chen to be quite amiable, particularly in regard to his culinary skills, which were exceptionally delightful. As long as Jiang Chen did not exhibit erratic behavior, Tang San considered him a commendable friend. At this moment, within the Spirit Hall, Su Yutao burst into Master Matthew's office, a report clutched in his hand, brimming with excitement. Who is this? You didn't even knock. Master Matthew's displeased voice resounded as he looked up. Ah, it's you again. You never knock when you enter. A spirit master must cultivate with focus and composure. Otherwise, you will find yourself, like me, unable to surpass the threshold of level 30. Unfazed by Master Matthew's reprimand, Su Yuntao chuckled and raised the report, his expression radiating eagerness. Master Matthew, yesterday I awakened an extraordinary genius in Holy Spirit Village. I suspect his martial spirit may be a legendary divine-grade spirit. Look, I have prepared a report. Please help me submit it to the Papal Palace swiftly. Su Yuntao's excitement flushed his face, for although he had yet to win over Jiang Chen, submitting this report to the Papal Palace would surely capture the attention of His Holiness the Pope, potentially leading to a personal visit. As the principal contributor to this discovery, Su Yuntao was confident that rewards, including promotions and raises, would be inevitable. Furthermore, the alluring Cici, who had always maintained a distant demeanor towards him, might finally agree to a relationship. Master Matthew's countenance darkened upon hearing this, and he rebuked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think divine-grade martial spirits are as common as cabbages? According to our records, only the family of the previous pope possessed a divine-grade martial spirit. You claim that such a spirit has emerged from a remote village? Have you lost your senses?" Su Yuntao, feeling cornered by Master Matthew's scolding, quickly defended himself. "Master Matthew, I swear everything I said is true. The entire village witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon of that martial spirit awakening. You can send someone to investigate if you doubt me. I have detailed the entire awakening process in this report, and His Holiness will certainly take it seriously." Seeing Su Yuntao's earnestness, Master Matthew's curiosity was piqued. He opened the lengthy report, and as he read, his expression grew increasingly solemn. After a prolonged silence, he closed the report with a heavy sigh and remarked, "Well done. You have achieved remarkable success this time. However, given the gravity of the matter, I will first send someone to Holy Spirit Village to verify the claims before submitting your report. Rest assured, if the information is accurate, your reward will be substantial." "Thank you, Master Matthew." Su Yuntao expressed his gratitude, his excitement palpable. Master Matthew set the documents aside and inquired, "By the way, I heard you were still pursuing that girl, Cici?" Su Yuntao's face flushed, and he nodded. Master Matthew sighed, "Trust my advice. That girl is not suited for you." Su Yuntao promptly retorted, "Master Matthew, please do not concern yourself with my affairs. I must go. I am meeting Cici for a meal." With that, he hurriedly exited. Master Matthew shook his head, watching Su Yuntao's retreating figure with a gaze filled with pity. He then shifted his attention back to Jiang Chen's document. As he perused its contents, his expression grew colder. Tearing the report into shreds, he discarded it into the wastebasket. "Su Yuntao, do not blame me for thwarting your future. As long as I remain, the Nodding City branch will be under my control. Jiang Chen, consider yourself unfortunate. Blame Su Yuntao for your misfortunes." Master Matthew's voice turned chilling, and a murderous intent etched across his aged face. After decades of hard work, he had finally attained the position of Grand Elder, and with the branch leader's seat vacant, he yearned to ascend. If this report were submitted, would that position still be within his reach? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door, a young girl, seemingly 17 or 18, with a strikingly tall and curvaceous figure, nearly 6 feet in height, and a radiant visage. Upon entering, she swiftly locked the door behind her. "Master Matthew," her sweet voice was intoxicating. Master Matthew's eyes brightened, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. "Cici, what brings you here? Come closer. Let me indulge you." Chapter 14. The Assassin? Gazing at Cici's alluring form, clad in revealing attire, Master Matthew's aged demeanor suddenly brightened. "Why have you come here? Didn't Su Yuntao just go looking for you?" he inquired with a smile. Cici settled onto Master Matthew's lap, snuggling against him, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. "I have no interest in that foolish boy," she playfully pouted. A surge of heat coursed through Master Matthew, yet he retained his composure and asked, "I've heard you've been getting closer to that lad?" "Not at all. I merely tease him," Cici replied, playfully punching his chest. "I've told that boy to give up on you, but he refuses to listen," Master Matthew sighed. "Darling, I'm hungry." Cici's large eyes fixated on him. Master Matthew felt a stir within, contemplating the moment. "Darling, what is wrong?" Cici asked, noticing his hesitation. Master Matthew shook his head. He could not express such embarrassing thoughts. "You should return for now. I have matters to attend to this afternoon." "All right." Cici stood, adjusting her appearance. "Darling, you promised me something." Master Matthew waved his hand with a smile. "Do not worry. I will reserve the branch leader position for you." Satisfied, Cici swayed her alluring figure towards the door, casting a flirtatious glance back at him. "Love you." Once Cici departed, Master Matthew's smile faded as he muttered, "What a naive girl. I did say I would help you secure the leader's position, but I never specified when. I shall enjoy it while I can." After closing the door behind her, Cici's charming demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. "Humph, if it weren't for your position, do you think I would entertain this repugnant old man? Utterly useless. Su Yuntao is far more pleasing to the eye. He is strong and robust. Once I become the leader, I shall give him a chance." In the hall, Su Yuntao paced anxiously until he spotted Cici descending the stairs, his eyes lighting up. "Cici, where did you just go? We had plans for lunch together." Cece approached with a cheerful smile. I was just consulting Master Matthew on a few issues. I'm not very hungry, so I'll just have a light bite. Su Yuntao admired her enchanting figure, noting the lingering blush on her cheeks. Cece, you look truly beautiful today. Silk cast a playful glance at Su Yuntao, teasingly remarking on his smooth tongue. Silk, I am about to soar to great heights. Yesterday, I awakened a divine martial soul. Su Yuntao nodded with excitement, recounting the details of his awakening and his request to Matthew for a report submission. He looked at Silk, hoping her attitude towards him would significantly improve. You truly are impressive. I shall eagerly await your good news, Silk complimented him. Her eyes sparkled with determination, secretly resolving to seize an opportunity to inquire Matthew about the situation, as she did not wish for Su Yuntao to ascend to the position of hallmaster. Confident in her allure, she believed that the old lecher Matthew would undoubtedly assist her without hesitation. After Silk and Su Yuntao departed, Matthew quietly emerged, draping himself in a black cloak as he exited through the back door of the martial soul hall. Half an hour later, he arrived at an inconspicuous little restaurant and approached the front desk attendant. Greetings. I hail from the mortal realm and wish to take a stroll in the underworld. Matthew's voice was slightly hoarse. The attendant's expression changed at once, promptly leading him inside. Matthew nodded, following the attendant into a private room. The attendant pressed a concealed button on the wall, revealing a hidden door, and they stepped inside. I wish to see your guild leader. Matthew's voice echoed in the dim underground corridor as he produced a token. The attendant, displaying a measure of respect, guided Matthew to a chamber. Please wait here. I shall notify the guild leader. Matthew seated himself with ease. This place was familiar to him, devoid of any trepidation. Half an hour later, Matthew exited the restaurant. While in the underground room, a tall middle-aged man sat quietly, his face concealed by a menacing Shura mask, a crimson aura enveloping him, exuding an overwhelming presence. On the table before him lay a dossier. To eliminate a 6-year-old child? To stage an accidental death? Send a bronze envoy to Holy Soul Village. A bronze envoy can easily handle 100 ordinary adults, let alone just a child. Wu Ming. The middle-aged man's voice resonated. Moments later, a slender youth with black hair and eyes entered. His appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor cold. His fingers were long and thin, bones protruding, suggesting latent strength. His gaze was profoundly indifferent, devoid of emotion or life. Father, the youth's voice was icy, prompting a frown from the middle-aged man. How many times must I remind you? During missions, you are an assassin. Outside of that, you must masquerade as an ordinary person and conceal your emotions. The youth remained silent, merely nodding slightly, which elicited a sense of helplessness from the middle-aged man. He tossed the dossier across the table. This is your assignment. Complete it within 3 days. Without even glancing at it, the youth caught the swiftly flying document, nodded faintly, and turned to leave. The middle-aged man watched the departing figure, his gaze filled with admiration, tenderness, and a tinge of guilt. In Tang Hao's blacksmith shop, the rhythmic clanging of hammers echoed as 2 small figures swung their tools, while Tang Hao sat nearby, occasionally offering guidance. Tang San wielded a black hammer, specially forged by Tang Hao for him, weighing a substantial 20 pounds. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, held a much larger forging hammer, one of Tang Hao's tools, weighing 100 pounds. Though this was the lightest of Tang Hao's hammers. Witnessing Jiang Chen's effortless prowess left both father and son utterly astonished. This is simply beyond human capability. Jiang Chen appeared to be tireless, continuously raising the forging hammer in his hand and striking it down with great force. Tang San's indomitable spirit was ignited, compelling him to compete with Jiang Chen to see who could endure longer. However, after 10 minutes, Tang San was drenched in sweat, nearly exhausted, while Jiang Chen merely glistened with a light sheen of perspiration. Upon witnessing Tang San's cessation, Jiang Chen also halted his forging, wiping the sweat from his brow. Following the forging techniques imparted by Tang Hao, it was evident that every part of his body was being exercised, proving to be as effective as running while carrying a stone mill. Curiosity piqued, Tang San leaned closer to Jiang Chen, prying open his hand, only to discover that Jiang Chen's palm remained as soft and unblemished as ever, devoid of any signs of wear. Truly monstrous. Tang San couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Chapter 15. The drowned boy. Time flew by, and 2 days had passed. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 stood beneath a large tree by the path outside Holy Spirit Village. His appearance was unremarkable, with the sole distinguishing feature being his cold, emotionless eyes, complemented by long, strong fingers. At that moment, he held a document in his hands, inscribed with various pieces of information. Jiang Chen, at the tender age of 6, has just awakened his martial soul, a zombie martial soul, endowed with innate full soul power. The villagers of Shenghun Village regard him as a harbinger of misfortune. Possessing extraordinary strength, he delights in morning excursions to the river to catch fish. The dossier containing this information is remarkably detailed, even featuring a likeness of Jiang Chen with an impressive degree of resemblance. This report was compiled by their organization following a day of investigation, supplemented by intelligence provided by Matthew. The assassin organization employs specialists in intelligence gathering, making it relatively easy to extract information about Jiang Chen from the villagers of Shanghan village without raising suspicion. Matthew has granted them a time frame of 3 days, and a day has already elapsed. The young assassin is prepared to initiate his actions. A zombie martial soul? What manner of martial soul is that? The youth is somewhat perplexed. As assassins, they frequently eliminate diverse targets and have their own understanding of martial souls. Yet he has never heard of such a thing as a zombie martial soul. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's innate strength, a flicker of disdain crosses his otherwise impassive face. He muses that the investigators have been excessively cautious, recording even this seemingly trivial information. A 6-year-old child, even with innate strength. How could he possibly evade the grasp of a soul master of level 19? To him, the so-called innate strength seems trivial, merely 100 pounds. Likely an exaggeration by the villagers. Alas, the investigator did not witness Jiang Chen sprinting while carrying a stone mill. Otherwise, he surely would have circled the phrase innate strength in red ink and provided a thorough explanation. In truth, the investigator shared the same skepticism as the youth. Believing the villagers' claims of innate strength to be exaggerated, yet he still documented the information. The youth's cold eyes glimmer with a hint of malice as he neatly folds the report and tucks it into his clothing. Shadow, he whispers. And suddenly a yellow soul ring materializes around him. The ring flashes, and he seems to dissolve, merging into the shadow of a nearby tree, rendering him nearly undetectable. His objective is to orchestrate Jiang Chen's untimely demise. Should Jiang Chen venture to the river to fish, it would be ideal. However, if Jiang Chen remains indoors all day, he will stealthily infiltrate Shahan village under the cover of night. Well-versed in numerous methods of assassination, he possesses the skill to facilitate Jiang Chen's unexpected death through means such as fire, venomous serpents, or a tragic fall into a well. The youth remains patient. Akin to a concealed viper poised to strike, his mind undisturbed by any turmoil. He has commenced his life of killing since the age of 6. Having long since hardened his heart, feeling no remorse even when targeting a mere child of 6. Yet, a twinge of regret lingers within him, an innate full soul power. An unparalleled genius, the hope of the entire village, such a pity. Before long, a small figure emerges from Shahan village, hastily making his way toward the grand tree. It is Tang San, who diligently ascends the mountain for training each day. His steps are light, covering 3 meters with each stride, the distance between his steps scarcely varying. Upon reaching a certain distance from Shahan village, Tang San accelerates, darting past the tree like a gust of wind. The concealed assassin recognizes that this is not his target. Yet Tang San's astonishing speed astounds him. This seemingly frail boy of merely 5 or 6 years possesses such remarkable swiftness, truly a prodigy. This velocity is nearly on par with his own strength of level 19. Had the assassin not concealed himself, he would have surely displayed shock in his usually calm eyes. Nevertheless, his training as an assassin ensures he maintains complete composure, suppressing any sign of his presence. This ability to remain undetected is essential for every assassin. Tang San swiftly passes by the tree, oblivious to any anomaly, and continues toward the distant mountain under the cold gaze of the young assassin. The youth persists in his patient vigil, like a serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At last, another small figure emerges from Shahan village, none other than Jiang Chen, who has come forth in search of sustenance. Having concluded a night of training, Jiang Chen saunters leisurely toward the river, unhurried, unlike Tang San. Though he finds comfort in training, he recognizes the necessity of relaxation. The dawn, with its awakening life and melodious birdsong, is the perfect time for one's spirits to be lifted. The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains, to capture a Tang San for breakfast. Jiang Chen hummed a melody, taking leisurely steps past the grand tree. Suddenly, his song ceased, and he halted, a look of perplexity crossing his face. His nostrils flared slightly as he sensed the presence of a living being nearby. However, after surveying his surroundings, he found no one else but himself. Jiang Chen slowly approached the shade of a tree, pacing back and forth within its cool embrace. How strange. Could it be that my senses are malfunctioning? He murmured. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation, a look of perplexity adorning his face as he departed. Regardless of whether his perception had faltered, the urgency of fishing prevailed, as he still needed to return for training later. After Jiang Chen's figure faded from view, a shadow emerged from within the tree's shade, gradually taking the form of a young man. His expression was one of uncertainty and astonishment. Jiang Chen's earlier demeanor had genuinely startled him. How could he sense his presence? Yet, it was only upon failing to pinpoint his location that Jiang Chen had left in confusion. Perhaps this was the manifestation of the undead martial spirit's abilities. The youth mused, and he began to follow in the direction Jiang Chen had taken. The target had revealed itself. It was time for him to act. A 6-year-old boy drowning in the river was a tragically commonplace occurrence. Surely, no one would suspect foul play. At this moment, Jiang Chen had stripped down, submerging himself at the riverbed. The water was deep and teeming with fish, making the task of catching them a simple endeavor for him. Just then, he faintly heard the sound of approaching footsteps, accompanied by a distinct aura of a living presence. This sensation was far more pronounced than before, and Jiang Chen realized someone was indeed making their way toward the riverbank. The shadowy assassin halted by the river's edge, beside the clothes Jiang Chen had left, surveying the surroundings of the flowing water with a keen gaze. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards the figure that stood motionless upon the water's surface. A sense of perplexity washing over him as he emerged from the depths. He scrutinized the youth before him, who regarded him with an unusual intensity. "Are you Jiang Chen?" The boy's tone was somewhat frigid. Chapter 16. Marked by us, your only fate is to await death. The youth, positioned above him, wore an expression devoid of emotion. His voice cold and questioning. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased with the attitude of the unfamiliar youth. "I am Jiang Chen. Who are you?" The boy's murderous intent began to surface as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen and declared, "I am the one who will send you to hell." Before Jiang Chen could react, the boy leapt into the river, swiftly swimming towards him. "What the hell, you lunatic!" Jiang Chen shouted in anger, turning to flee. The icy murderous aura emanating from the boy made him realize that this was no jest. If he hesitated any longer, he would be a fool. Confusion overwhelmed him. What madness possessed this boy, desiring to kill a mere 6-year-old child? Though questions lingered, he had no time to ponder in his panic. The boy swam with remarkable speed, yet Jiang Chen's speed was eclipsed by the boy's, propelled by the formidable soul power coursing through him. In the blink of an eye, the boy caught up to Jiang Chen. Being pursued for the first time filled Jiang Chen with unease, and he sensed the boy's extraordinary prowess. Beneath that murderous intent lay formidable strength. Suddenly, the boy seized Jiang Chen's body, forcefully pushing him underwater. However, the boy had gravely misjudged Jiang Chen's strength in his overconfidence. He would inevitably pay the price. As Jiang Chen struggled, water filled his lungs, but he soon realized that the boy's strength was inferior to his own. His physical power was nearly 1,000 pounds, and with the enhancement of his soul power, he could amplify it by several hundred more. In an instant, a fierce light ignited in Jiang Chen's eyes as he unleashed his strength, breaking free from the boy's grip and turning the tables, submerging the boy instead. The assassin boy was momentarily stunned, his mind swirling with shock and confusion as he found himself pinned to the bottom of the water, unable to escape. The overwhelming force from above filled him with dread. This child truly possessed innate divine strength. No, this was beyond mere divine strength. He was a born monster. At that moment, he cursed the investigator who had failed to delve deeper into such crucial intelligence, merely labeling it as innate divine strength. Was this not a grave oversight? In terms of power, even with all his soul energy, he could barely reach 1,000 pounds. Yet he sensed that this monstrous child surpassed that limit. He was no match for him. Were it not for his own formidable martial spirit, he would surely have met a humiliating end at the hands of this child today. The boy ceased his futile struggles. The soul power within him surging as a sword materialized in his left hand, striking backward with precision. Without even turning around, his movements seemed rehearsed 1,000 times, accurately piercing Jiang Chen's heart. No longer could he afford to worry about accidental death. It was now a matter of his own survival. Initially, Jiang Chen had felt a pang of sympathy for the boy, who appeared to have given up on resistance, but in the next moment, a searing pain surged through him. Looking down, he saw the sword had pierced his flesh, embedding itself in his heart. The boy surfaced, gazing at the astonished Jiang Chen with a hint of malice. "Why?" Jiang Chen glared at the boy, his voice dripping with hatred. "I am but a child. Why do you wish to kill me?" The boy's expression remained cold as he replied, "Because someone wants you dead. What a pity, a talent as strong as yours is about to perish at my hands." As he spoke, the sword vanished from his grasp, and a torrent of blood gushed from Jiang Chen's wound. "It should be you who dies." Jiang Chen's voice suddenly turned frigid, transforming before the boy's horrified gaze. His dark, abyssal eyes resembled bottomless chasms, as if they sought to consume the boy's very soul. In that moment of transformation, Jiang Chen's wounds vanished, his blackened nails became sharp and lethal, plunging into the boy's abdomen. The potent corpse poison erupted within the boy. And in an instant, he lost all capacity to resist. Aside from retaining consciousness, his body was utterly ravaged by the poison. How is this possible? The boy exclaimed in terror, sensing the rapid depletion of his vitality. Rarely had he experienced such fear in his life. This child had repeatedly shattered his understanding of reality. He had assumed this would be a simple task, that this was merely an ordinary child. But, in truth, this was nothing short of a harbinger of death. Jiang Chen remained silent as he coldly dragged the boy ashore. The child's body had already been ravaged by the poison of the dead. Yet Jiang Chen had shielded his head, for he needed to extract vital information from the boy. He was merely a 6-year-old child, who had never ventured beyond the confines of Holy Soul Village. Who could possibly wish to take his life? Until this question was resolved, he could find no peace. In the midst of the boy's fearful gaze, Jiang Chen calmly donned his clothing, his eyes coldly scrutinizing the child. The boy's heart was heavy with bitterness. Just before his impending demise, his resentment towards the investigator had reached an unbearable intensity. Typically, each assassination would involve a professional observer stationed at a distance to monitor and record the events, yet this time, deeming the task too simple, the boy had rejected the observer's presence. He had resigned himself to die silently and without a trace. "Who seeks to end my life?" Jiang Chen inquired in a chilling tone. The boy stiffly shook his head, sensing a numbness creeping into his neck. "I do not know." Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am an assassin." In that moment, Jiang Chen's heart trembled. The individual who sought to take his life was indeed a hired killer. "Tell me, who is it that wishes to see me dead? I may yet spare your life." A flicker of hope ignited in the youth's ashen eyes, only to quickly fade. he sensed that his body had been irreparably damaged, and recovery seemed all but impossible. Moreover, he was entirely oblivious to the identity of his employer. From the day he embraced the life of an assassin, he had steeled himself for death. Yet he had not anticipated that his demise would arrive so swiftly, nor that it would be at the hands of a mere child. He shook his head resolutely and replied, "I have no access to the employer's information, so do not waste your efforts." Suddenly, his expression twisted into a grimace. "Upon my demise, rest assured that even more formidable assassins will come for you. You cannot escape. Once we have you in our sights, your fate is sealed, only to await death." A surge of fury welled within Jiang Chen. He cared not for the so-called powerful assassins. If need be, he would seek refuge in the sacred soul village, allowing Tang how to crush any who dared to pursue him. However, the sensation of having his life threatened was profoundly unsettling. Furthermore, he was determined to unearth the identity of the one with such malevolent intent and repay them 100-fold. Gazing coldly at the youth sprawled on the ground before him, he remarked, "If you choose not to speak, I shall find another way to discover the truth." In the face of the boy's astonished gaze, he transformed once more, his eyes turning obsidian, sharp fangs bared as he approached the youth menacingly. "What do you intend to do?" No matter how indifferent he had once been towards life, when the tables turned, he was unable to escape the grip of his own fear. Jiang Chen fell silent once more. Under the boy's fearful gaze, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth directly into the boy's neck. Chapter 17, The Talented Young Assassin. This was his inaugural experience of biting someone. Yet there was no alternative. If he wished to uncover the identity of those who sought his life, he had to resort to such measures. His corpse poison possessed not only a potent lethal toxicity, but also the capability to transform other beings into his puppets. The previous little black sparrow was a case in point, albeit a rather rudimentary form of a corpse puppet. Although he lacked experience in biting, he was endowed with the memories of the previous generation of zombies, which granted him the ability to control his victim as long as their strength did not vastly exceed his own due to the constraints of bloodline hierarchy. His sharp teeth pierced the boy's skin, severing an artery. At that moment, Jiang Chen's soul trembled, as if awakening something within. In the past, when he had illicitly tasted the blood of domestic fowl, it had seemed delectable. Now, the copious blood gushing from the boy's neck invigorated him, as if he had been administered a stimulant. The flavor of the blood, in his perception, resembled divine nectar, brimming with unparalleled temptation. Unable to restrain himself, he greedily drank, swallowing the blood as if it were an elixir. A sensation akin to consuming an immortal's potion coursed through him, causing his blood to boil in euphoric celebration, as if he were soaring in bliss. Suddenly, amidst the ecstatic revelry of blood, Jiang Chen froze. He sensed a vast array of memories flooding into his mind, all pertaining to the boy, from childhood to the present. The boy's recollections were transmitted through the blood into Jiang Chen's consciousness. Jiang Chen gradually regained his senses, realizing he had been indulging for quite some time. At that moment, the youth before him stared wide-eyed in terror, his complexion as pale as parchment, the vitality within him gradually fading. Jiang Chen hastily released his grip. He had come perilously close to extinguishing the boy's life. Should he have bitten him to death, the result would have been a mere shell of a zombie, devoid of purpose. This was not the kind of undead he sought. Fortunately, the boy had not succumbed entirely. As long as Jiang Chen's corpse poison infiltrated his soul, he would transform into a zombie, one endowed with intelligence akin to Jiang Chen's own. If the boy's strength did not vastly exceed Jiang Chen's, he would fall completely under Jiang Chen's dominion, a control that would deepen into his very essence, rendering escape nearly impossible. Having absorbed the boy's memories, Jiang Chen discerned that the youth had spoken the truth. He genuinely did not know the identity of his employer. Jiang Chen could only place his hopes on the transformation of the youth into a zombie, believing that he might then exert control over him to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Having resolved this thought, Jiang Chen dispelled the zombie state and rose to his feet. Suddenly, sensing something, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Shahan village, where he spotted a small head peeking out from behind a large tree 100 meters away. Upon realizing that Jiang Chen had noticed him, the small head quickly ducked back behind the tree. The distance was too great for Jiang Chen to discern who it was. And just as he took a few steps forward to investigate, a small figure darted out from behind the tree and began to sprint furiously toward Shanghan village. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. That diminutive figure was one he recognized all too well. It was Tang San. A bitter smile crossed his face as he realized the magnitude of the misunderstanding, having been witnessed by Tang San in the act of drawing blood. He would undoubtedly be regarded as a fierce predator, prompting a reluctance to engage further. Shaking his head, he turned and returned to the side of the youth, awaiting silently. His heart, previously pierced, had already healed. It was notoriously difficult to vanquish a zombie unless one possessed a specific countermeasure. In the recesses of his mind, he meticulously perused the memories of the young boy and discovered that the lad had his share of misfortunes. The boy, named Jing Wuming, had once been the heir of a minor sect, yet tragedy struck when he was merely 3 years old, resulting in the annihilation of his family. He was rescued by a man named Jing Wuchang, who subsequently trained him to become an assassin. Since the age of 6, Jing Wuming had been learning the art of killing under the tutelage of his adoptive father, and now, at the tender age of 10, his soul power had already reached the impressive level of 19, marking him as a notable prodigy. What astonished Jiang Chen was the revelation that Jing Wuming possessed dual martial souls. His primary soul was that of a shadow, while the secondary was that of a sword. In the original narrative, only 3 instances of dual martial souls had been noted, so it was quite unexpected to encounter another here. However, within Jing Wuming's memories, it appeared he had never undergone the certification at the Martial Soul Hall, making it understandable that the master was unaware of his talents. Even if he had sought certification, the master would remain oblivious, as his theoretical knowledge was fundamentally derived from the statistical conveniences of the Martial Soul Hall during his tenure there. Given how long he had departed, any emergence of a dual martial soul would likely escape his notice. Previously, Jing Wuming had employed the first soul skill of his shadow martial soul, concealing himself within the shadows of a tree. It became clear to Jiang Chen then why he had been unable to locate him. This martial soul was indeed remarkable, allowing concealment wherever shadows were present. With Jing Wuming's current soul power level at 19 and an innate soul power of 8 at the time of awakening, he was already considered a genius compared to most. Upon comprehending Jing Wuming's situation, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. An innate soul power of 8 was exceedingly rare, and coupled with dual martial souls, he was merely a fraction behind Tang San. Should he succeed in guiding such a talent, he would gain a formidable ally. Furthermore, Jing Wuming's adoptive father was the leader of an assassin organization in Notting City, suggesting that Jiang Chen might one day wield influence over this formidable entity. In Jing Wuming's eyes, this assassin organization loomed as a colossal force, yet he lacked a precise understanding of its true scale. After approximately 10 minutes had elapsed, an inexplicable connection stirred within Jiang Chen's heart, a peculiar sensation emanating from Jing Wuming, forging an unseen bond between them. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy, realizing that events were progressing in a favorable direction. In his gaze, the wound on Jing Wuming's abdomen and the bite mark on his neck began to diminish at a visible pace, vanishing in the blink of an eye to reveal smooth skin beneath. Jing Wuming's eyes appeared somewhat bewildered, but after a moment, clarity returned, and he rose to his feet. He regarded Jiang Chen with a complex expression, ultimately kneeling respectfully on one knee. Master. At that moment, Jing Wuming was entirely under Jiang Chen's dominion. This obedience emanated from his very soul. Even if Jiang Chen commanded him to perish at once, he would likely not offer any resistance. I humbly request punishment for my earlier offense against you, Master, Jing Wuming expressed with utmost reverence. Rise, you are one of us now. And I have no reason to hold any grievances against you. Jiang Chen responded with a smile, assisting Jing Wuming to his feet. Jing Wuming stood up. Yet his demeanor remained respectful as he awaited Jiang Chen's instructions. He retained his own thoughts, yet within his soul blossomed an innate obedience to Jiang Chen. As if it were a fundamental aspect of his being, Jiang Chen once again took a moment to reflect. Ensuring that there were no oversights before he spoke, I assign you your first task, swiftly ascertain who seeks to take my life. Understood. Jing Wuming replied with a respectful bow. Moreover, I have gleaned from your memories that you intend to bestow soul rings upon your second martial soul? Jing Wuming was not taken aback by Jiang Chen's knowledge of his thoughts. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Do not rush to affix any soul rings to your second martial soul, Jiang Chen advised. Jing Wuming paused, seeking further clarification from his master. Jiang Chen remarked, the shadow martial soul is sufficient to sustain your cultivation. Once you reach the rank of soul Douluo or even a title Douluo, I shall bestow upon your sword the soul rings. At that juncture, the soul rings you can endure will be over 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. Jing Wuming's eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance, and he promptly knelt down, expressing with utmost reverence, thank you for your guidance, Master. However, Master, my offensive power primarily resides in my sword martial soul. Without the addition of soul rings, my strength will be significantly diminished. Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated that Jing Wuming would pose such a question, and he couldn't help but smile, saying, take a moment to truly sense the changes within your body. Chapter 18. Confrontation with Tang San. Jing Wuming attentively felt the transformations occurring within him. And after a brief moment, he could no longer contain his astonishment. Master, my soul power has surprisingly reached the 20th level, and I can perceive a significant enhancement in all aspects of my physical abilities. My strength has more than doubled compared to before. After all, he was still a youth. Even as an assassin, Jing Wuming could not help but reveal his delight. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. This is the power I bestow upon you. Not only that. Do you recall the poison I possess? Now, you too carry this venom within you. As your cultivation advances, this poison will become increasingly domineering, even without a soul rings. Your sword martial spirit will unleash astonishing prowess. Jing Wuming finally grasped Jiang Chen's intention, and his gratitude deepened. However, with such formidable power comes a significant side effect. Jiang Chen's words momentarily stunned Jing Wuming. Before long, you will discover an intense craving for blood. You must indulge in the taste of blood to alleviate this thirst. You are no longer an ordinary being. To be precise, you have transformed into a creature that requires blood to survive. Although Jiang Chen was uncertain why he could still function as a normal person, he understood that Jing Wuming was undoubtedly a true vampire, reliant on blood to sustain his existence. Jiang Chen's words left Jing Wuming astounded. A vampiric creature, what an exceedingly malevolent and terrifying notion. Although fear gripped his heart, his allegiance to Jiang Chen remained unwavering. Jiang Chen continued, in the future, you may consume either human blood or animal blood. But under no circumstances should you bite a living person without my command. He had a profound understanding of the terror that zombies could instill. Should the zombie virus erupt in this world, it would undoubtedly herald an unprecedented catastrophe. If such a calamity were to unfold, zombies would likely become the abominable creatures that all of Douluo Continent would seek to annihilate, and Jiang Chen himself would not escape unscathed until he had attained complete strength. He fervently wished to avert such a scenario, although he had yet to fathom the thirst Jiang Chen described. Jing Wuming had engraved his master's command into the very essence of his soul, vowing never to sink his teeth into another. As he gazed at Jing Wuming before him, a thought flickered through Jiang Chen's mind. Perhaps one day he could assemble an indomitable army of undead zombies in this world, a force that would instill terror in the hearts of many. Yet, this remained merely a fanciful notion. He would never resort to such a heinous act unless he found himself utterly cornered. Lost in contemplation, a smile crept upon his face. He might just be the kindest zombie in history. And upon your return, feign my demise, then discreetly investigate who seeks my death. In Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered a cold light. Those who sought to take his life must be prepared to pay the price. Jing Wuming nodded and inquired, Master, shall I take care of him? Jiang Chen shook his head, saying, No need, you merely need to uncover the truth. Return now. Jing Wuming nodded, and in a swift motion, vanished from sight. Jiang Chen could no longer concern himself with fishing. He turned back towards the sacred soul village, his head throbbing with the burden of how to explain things to Tang San. Lost in thought, he made his way back to the village, still at a loss for words. As he glanced at Tang San's home, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Tang San's head at the doorway, only to witness the door slam shut with a resounding thud. How could Tang San, possessing such a multitude of extraordinary skills, be so frightened of me, a mere zombie? Jiang Chen pondered in silence. Little did he know that Tang San was in a state of considerable anxiety himself, while he understood how to neutralize the corpse poison. He was utterly clueless about how to subdue a zombie. Moreover, he feared that if Jiang Chen were to lose control, he might inadvertently harm his father, Tang Hao. Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head and walked towards home, devoid of any inclination to exercise. Just after taking a few steps, the voice of Tang San reached him, calling him to a halt. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Tang San had already stepped out. He could clearly discern a hint of apprehension in Tang San's gaze. Jiang Chen, shall we have a private conversation? Jiang Chen nodded and inquired, Where to? Tang San gestured towards the distant mountain. Let us ascend to the summit. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. It was truly fortuitous that Tang San had taken the initiative to engage him in conversation. Atop the summit of the small mountain, Jiang Chen and Tang San stood facing each other, the mountain breeze stirring their garments, their energies coalescing in a steadfast manner, as solid as Mount Tai, exuding a distinct aura of chivalry. Tang San's delicate features were etched with seriousness, a few steel needles poised for action, ready to deliver a fatal strike to Jiang Chen at any moment. Although the Tang clan did not adhere to any particular doctrine of exorcising evil, the fundamental principle of the Xiantian treasure record stated, if one is certain of an enemy's identity and possesses the means to bring about their demise, then there is no need to hold back. The two individuals most dear to Tang San were none other than his father and old Jack. He would never allow Jiang Chen to endanger their lives. Thus, despite harboring a profound wariness towards Jiang Chen, he still chose to meet him here alone. Why did you bite that person? Tang San inquired coldly. Jiang Chen observed Tang San's restless demeanor and felt a sense of helplessness. If I were to claim that the young lad attempted to strike me first, would you believe it? Tang San slowly shook his head, regarding Jiang Chen with an expression that conveyed disbelief, as if to say, do you take me for a fool? What absurdity it would be for a young boy to wish to harm a 6-year-old without cause. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. See, I speak the truth. Yet you refuse to believe me. Tang San's expression grew increasingly frosty. If you do not clarify everything today, do not expect to leave this place. I have already stated that I do not bite indiscriminately. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. Jiang Chen grew weary of further explanations. Regarding the assassination attempt on his life, he wished not to divulge anything to Tang San, for without evidence, no amount of explanation would sway him. Observing Tang San's darkening demeanor, Jiang Chen began to descend the mountain. The best explanation lay in the passage of time, as he harbored no intention of harming old Jack. You shall not leave. Tang San exclaimed coldly, swiftly positioning himself behind Jiang Chen, a hand resting firmly on his shoulder. As Jiang Chen's soul power surged, he did not look back. With a slight shake of his shoulder, he shook off Tang San's grasp. However, after taking 2 more steps forward, Tang San made another move. This time, he employed the technique of Xuan Yu hand, striking directly upon Jiang Chen's shoulder. Tang San was determined to keep Jiang Chen here until he received a clear explanation. Aware of Jiang Chen's immense strength, he infused his palm with soul power, and indeed, Jiang Chen was caught off guard, nearly brought to his knees. Even a clay figurine would retain some semblance of spirit. How much more so for Jiang Chen? Faced with Tang San's insistence, his patience was wearing thin. He whirled around sharply, fixing a fierce gaze upon Tang San. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Until you clarify, you shall not pass. Tang San replied coldly. Given that you have already concluded I intentionally bit that boy, does it even matter if I explain? Tang San paused. Realizing that he had indeed convinced himself of Jiang Chen's malicious intent, the notion that someone wished to harm Jiang Chen was absurd. Not only would he not believe it, but even Jiang Chen himself would dismiss such a ludicrous idea had there not been any action taken against him. Observing Tang San's silence, Jiang Chen continued, "So, are you intent on killing me?" Chapter 19. Jiang Chen's torment. Tang San's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would take the conversation to such an extreme. He had indeed entertained that thought. Then let me see what you are capable of. Before his words had fully left his lips, Jiang Chen charged towards Tang San. He had long wished to gauge Tang San's abilities, and in his current foul mood, he sought a confrontation. As Jiang Chen approached with fierce momentum, Tang San summoned all his strength to activate Xuan Yu Hand in response. The Xuan Yu Hand was capable of resisting the onslaught of toxins, and he was unafraid of Jiang Chen's corpse poison. In their initial clash, Jiang Chen held a decisive advantage. The force of their collision sent Tang San flying backward. Jiang Chen remained motionless, as Tang San's strength was vastly inferior to his own. After executing 2 somersaults in the air, Tang San landed but stumbled backward a few steps before finally regaining his balance. Such formidable strength. He was inwardly astonished. Having merely observed from the sidelines, he was already aware of Jiang Chen's immense power, but experiencing it firsthand left him utterly astounded. Tang San shook his tingling palm and regarded Jiang Chen with a grave expression. "I concede that your strength is impressive, yet strength alone signifies little. For one lacking in skill, even the mightiest power is nothing more than brute force." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Chen's countenance darkened. He recalled Tang San's various techniques, the purple extreme demon eye, the Xuan Yu Hand, the ghost shadow mysterious track, each one formidable in its own right. Aside from his sheer physical strength, he realized he was indeed outmatched by Tang San in other aspects, and he had never engaged in a fight before. As he pondered this, Tang San had already closed the distance, employing the ghost shadow mysterious track to create a multitude of illusory afterimages, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily bewildered. To Tang San, Jiang Chen appeared riddled with vulnerabilities, and he seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive kick to Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, managing to block Tang San's attack in time. However, when he attempted to counterattack, Tang San's figure had already vanished. After several exchanges, Jiang Chen had endured numerous blows. Yet he sensed that Tang San was not exerting his full strength. In truth, his speed was not lacking. It simply did not possess the peculiar finesse of Tang San's movements, which were largely direct and straightforward. It was indeed remarkable that he struggled to catch up with Tang San. He roared in frustration, but alas, he could not even graze the hem of Tang San's garment. After 10 minutes, Jiang Chen was covered in footprints, and he found himself reluctant to continue fighting. Confronted by Tang San's myriad of strange techniques, he felt utterly powerless to resist. This left him feeling immensely frustrated. He was full of strength yet unable to land a hit, possessing speed yet unable to seize Tang San. Such feelings were deeply disheartening. He even began to lament his own system, observing how others wielded their extraordinary abilities with prowess, while his own seemed to require him to endure lightning strikes just to obtain gifts. Tang San eventually paused, his earlier thoughts of killing Jiang Chen fleeting and insubstantial. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's actions over the years, it appeared he had never truly initiated an attack against anyone. Was it truly the case that this youth wished to take his life? Jiang Chen, with a sense of resignation, nodded affirmatively, declaring that he would never utter a falsehood, lest heaven strike him down. "The youth, having been bitten by me, is now under my control. If you do not believe me, I shall summon him in a few days for your inspection." Suddenly recalling something, Tang San's expression shifted. He was uncertain whether Jiang Chen's zombie martial soul bore an exact resemblance to the characteristics of zombies from his previous life, thus he could not help but inquire, "Will that youth transform into a zombie after your bite?" "Indeed, however, he is already under my dominion. Without my command, he would not dare to indiscriminately bite others. This matter shall be set aside for now. Should I discover that you dare to harm Grandpa Jack, I shall not show you mercy." With that, Tang San chose to disregard Jiang Chen and made his way down the mountain alone. Jiang Chen tapped his forehead and exclaimed, "What a miserly system. Would it be too much to grant me a martial technique or a movement skill? Must I be struck by lightning?" He had believed that possessing innate full soul power coupled with a formidable zombie martial spirit would put him on par with Tang San. Yet he found himself utterly overwhelmed in their confrontation. At that moment, he was seized by a fervent desire to absorb the divine soul rings. For the acquisition of an additional skill might just turn the tide in his favor, allowing him to exact revenge on Tang San. However, after a moment's reflection, he quelled his impulse. It was unwise to act recklessly when his very life was at stake. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, realizing he had sustained no injuries. After all, Tang San had held back during their encounter and had not unleashed his full might. Even if he had, it was uncertain whether he could truly harm Jiang Chen. It was worth noting that a previous strike from Jing Wuming had pierced Jiang Chen's heart. Yet here he was, alive and kicking. With a fierce kick, he shattered a large stone, gritting his teeth in determination. Once he absorbed the soul ring, he vowed to deliver a thorough beating to Tang San, avenging his grievances. At that moment, through his connection with Jing Wuming, he learned that Jing Wuming had returned to Nanning City. Within the assassin organization there, Jing Wuming held a position akin to a junior master. and it would not take long to uncover the identity of the employer who had contracted Jiang Chen's assassination. Meanwhile, in the nodding city spirit hall, Master Matthew summoned Su Yuntao to his office. He had just received news from the assassin organization regarding Jiang Chen's demise and was eager to share it with Su Yuntao. Upon entering Matthew's office, Su Yuntao was surprised to find Cece present as well. Cece's complexion was rosy, and her sparkling eyes were utterly enchanting. With the keen sense of a wolf, he caught a whiff of a certain aroma that he could not quite place. "Master Matthew, what brings you here, Cece?" "I've been searching for you all morning," Su Yuntao inquired. Cece replied with a smile, "I was in Holy Soul Village this morning, carrying out the task assigned to me by Master Matthew, which is why you couldn't find me." "What task?" With a heavy heart, Matthew's voice resonated. "Yuntao, I must convey some very unfortunate news regarding Jiang Chen." Su Yuntao froze momentarily, then grew anxious. "Master Matthew, what has happened to Jiang Chen?" "He has died." Matthew's head hung low, his voice laden with sorrow and gravity. The revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Su Yuntao momentarily blinded, and he staggered, nearly fainting from the shock. Jiang Chen, his hopes for promotion, have vanished just like that. Su Yuntao's emotions suddenly spiraled into madness as he advanced and grasped Matthew's shoulders, shaking him forcefully while demanding, "Tell me, how did he die?" "He drowned while fishing in the river," Matthew replied. Alas, what a brilliant child he was. Such a great loss. With a sense of utter despair, Su Yuntao's hands fell limply from Matthew's shoulders as he collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. He had struggled for years in the depths of the spirit hall, awakening countless children, and now, just as he was on the verge of achieving recognition, it all seemed for naught. Cece approached, gently patting Su Yuntao's back, offering comfort. "Do not grieve too deeply. I witnessed Jiang Chen being laid to rest with my own eyes. I have faith in you. You will surely awaken even more exceptional children in the future." Su Yuntao brushed Cece's hand away and walked out in a daze. He yearned to drown his sorrows in intoxication. Chapter 20. The beginning of soul ring absorption. With a heavy heart, Jiang Chen returned home, neglecting to visit Tang Hao for forging in the afternoon. Having been beaten by Tang San earlier that morning, he found it impossible to lower himself to the level of appeasing Tang San unless an apology was offered directly by him. Deprived of the opportunity to train through forging, he decided to continue his regimen by carrying the stone mill up and down the mountain, thereby significantly intensifying his workout. Following the brutal encounter with Tang San, his yearning for strength intensified profoundly. During his training, Jing Wuming conveyed promising news through their soul connection. The target had been pinpointed to the spirit hall. Although Jing Wuming held a unique status, uncovering the identity of the person who had hired an assassin on that fateful day proved to be a formidable challenge, as he lacked the qualifications to access certain records. Nevertheless, identifying the spirit hall as the target marked a substantial advancement. The spirit hall? I have never provoked them. Why would they seek to harm me? Logically, they should be attempting to win me over, so why resort to such lethal measures? Jiang Chen found himself utterly perplexed. This behavior was uncharacteristic of the spirit hall, especially since he had yet to completely sever ties with them. Logically, one would expect the spirit hall to devise means to court him instead. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled a certain individual, Su Yuntao. He must possess some knowledge, as he was the one who awakened my martial soul. Without hesitation, he conveyed his thoughts to Jing Wuming, urging him to focus on investigating Su Yuntao. 2 days passed, and Jing Wuming once again brought forth good news, having narrowed the targets down to Matthew and Cece. Jiang Chen reflected for a moment, recalling the two inconsequential individuals from the original narrative. One was the girl pursued by Su Yuntao, and the other was an esteemed elder from the Wuhuan Temple in Nodding City. He found it utterly perplexing why these two sought to take his life. After another day had passed, Jing Wuming finally unraveled the entire situation and understood the motives behind the assassination attempt on Jiang Chen. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen summoned Jing Wuming to Shahan village to uncover the truth of the matter in detail. By the riverside, the two stood facing each other. "Master, in recent days, Su Yuntao has been drowning his sorrows in drink. I managed to extract from him that he had relayed your information to Matthew Nua, intending to pass it on to the Pope's palace. Subsequently, Matthew Nua approached our organization, hiring us to eliminate you. But why does Matthew Nua wish to kill me? And what is the connection with that CC?" Jiang Chen inquired. "I infiltrated Matthew Nua's office using my soul skill, and I lay in wait for a day and a night, at last uncovering their secret." At this juncture, a sudden flush crept upon Jing Wuming's face. Jiang Chen felt a sense of bewilderment and continued speaking. "That old man, Matthew, and that young lady, Cece, were secretly entangled in an illicit affair." At this point, Jing Wuming seemed to be lost in reminiscence, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. It had been a first-hand encounter with a living tableau of passion. He had concealed himself there, nearly losing his composure. For a young man like him, the impact of such an experience was undeniably overwhelming. Jiang Chen widened his mouth in astonishment, his expression vividly reflecting his surprise. He was well aware that Matthew Nua was over 80 years old, while Cece was merely in her 20s. The age gap between them was substantial enough to suggest a grandfather-granddaughter relationship, yet they surprisingly found themselves entwined together. Moreover, wasn't Su Yuntao persistently pursuing Cece? How could he be oblivious to such an affair? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder the duration of their relationship. "It's been over a month," came the reply. And what about Su Yutao? Is he aware of this situation? Jing Wuming shook his head, revealing that Su Yutao had been completely in the dark, unaware of the unfolding events. How intriguing, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. But why then do they wish to eliminate me? Jing Wuming gathered his thoughts and proceeded to disclose the details of the transaction between Matthew Nuo and CC to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finally realized that Matthew Nuo had murdered him in pursuit of the position of the Lord of Nodding City. Per Tao Go, he thought, shaking his head. Master, do you require me to eliminate them? Jing Wuming inquired. No need, came the reply. Jiang Chen's voice grew cold. Was it not too lenient to simply kill them? Would it not be far more satisfying to see them utterly disgraced, stripped of everything? Jing Wuming nodded thoughtfully. Come with me to the village. I wish to introduce you to someone. Jiang Chen accompanied Jing Wuming on a pilgrimage to the Soul Village, regarding whom they were to meet. Jing Wuming refrained from inquiring further, as he was merely required to obey Jiang Chen's commands. Upon reaching the village entrance, Jiang Chen instructed Jing Wuming to wait there while he ventured inside to summon Tang San. Tang San's purple extreme demon I had clearly perceived the events of that day and recognized Jing Wuming without hesitation. Moments later, Tang San, with a look of contrition, addressed Jiang Chen, saying, Jiang Chen, I apologize. I misjudged you. Observing Tang San's humble admission of guilt, some of Jiang Chen's pent-up frustration dissipated. He was not one to hold grudges, and Tang San's earlier actions were fueled by concern for his father and old Jack's safety. After the matter was clarified, Jiang Chen escorted Jing Wuming back outside. Upon your return, engage more with your peers and learn the art of social interaction. Do not remain perpetually aloof, understand? Jing Wuming paused, taken aback. Jiang Chen's words mirrored those of his adoptive father, both urging him to cultivate a more ordinary demeanor. Previously, he had been reclusive and paid little heed to his adoptive father's lessons, yet now he was bound to heed Jiang Chen's directives. Yes, master, he replied, committing Jiang Chen's counsel to memory. You need not call me master any longer. Refer to me as young master, Jiang Chen stated. Yes, young master. Now, you may return. Focus on your training. When I require your assistance, I will reach out, Jiang Chen concluded. Jing Wuming acknowledged the command and made his way back to Nodding City. Jiang Chen's days returned to tranquility. He engaged in morning runs for exercise, spent afternoons forging at Tang Hao's shop, and devoted his evenings to cultivating his skills. Ever since Tang San had offered his apologies, his demeanor towards Jiang Chen had noticeably improved, even exceeding the cordiality that had existed before their misunderstanding. Acknowledging Tang San's sincere remorse alleviated some of Jiang Chen's pent-up frustration. After all, Tang San had acted out of a desire to protect Tang Hao and old Jack. And had he been in Tang San's position, he would likely have made the same choice. As for seeking vengeance against Matthew, Jiang Chen had yet to devise a suitable plan. Nevertheless, he believed that a gentleman's retribution need not be rushed. Once he arrived in Nodding City, ample opportunities would present themselves to deal with Matthew. Time slipped by quietly in this serene existence. The villagers of Holy Soul Village had grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's eccentric behavior and had gradually lost their previous trepidation towards him. On one particular evening, over 2 months later, with the moon hanging high in the sky and a hazy twilight enveloping the earth, Jiang Chen surprisingly refrained from his usual training. As the night deepened and silence settled over the village, with all souls nestled in slumber, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, his heart racing with anticipation. Tonight, he would absorb his first soul ring and ascend to the status of a soul master. He was eager to discover how far he could push his physical and mental limits, cultivated over the past 2 months, and what kind of soul ring he would acquire. Chapter 21. Jiang Chen's ultimate challenge, the divine soul ring, once absorbed, would bestow upon him a skill of utmost necessity, and the longer he persevered, the greater the longevity of the soul ring and the more formidable the powers of the obtained soul skill. Jiang Chen's most pressing concern at present is to transcend the tribulation. He surmises that the first soul skill he is destined to acquire will likely pertain to defense. Focusing his mental energy upon the system, he opts to activate the divine soul ring, prompting the system to issue a reminder upon absorbing the soul ring. The host must undergo the first heavenly tribulation within 3 days. It is advised that the host strive to endure until the end during the absorption to enhance the likelihood of overcoming the tribulation. Please confirm whether to proceed with the absorption. This time, Jiang Chen did not falter. His heart trembled as he selected confirm. The act of absorbing the first soul ring was akin to a young man entering the bridal chamber for the first time. How could he not feel exhilarated? Moreover, he had never experienced such a moment before. At the instant he confirmed his choice, a golden orb materialized above his head, which then shattered, releasing a dense stream of golden light that flowed into the crown of his head. In that moment, his entire being radiated with a brilliant golden luminescence, resembling a golden Buddha. Accompanied by the intense golden light, a divine and oppressive aura emanated from him, enveloping his surroundings for several yards. At that very moment, Tang Hao, who had been deeply intoxicated in his slumber, suddenly awoke, careful not to disturb Tang San as he quietly stepped outside. Upon reaching the threshold, he gazed into the village chief's courtyard and noticed a faint golden light seeping through the cracks of a window in one of the rooms. The aura that had roused him was indeed emanating from that very chamber, which he recognized as Jiang Chen's room. His immense mental prowess sensed the situation, and his expression changed drastically, revealing a look of incredulity. This was undeniably the aura of a soul ring being absorbed. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations in the aura, the quality of the soul ring was certainly remarkable. Where, he pondered, did this young man acquire such a soul ring? Could it be that he is a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast? It was impossible for soul beasts to roam in the vicinity of Holy Soul Village, which implied that Jiang Chen's soul ring did not originate from hunting a soul beast. The only plausible explanation was that he had somehow manifested his first soul ring from a 100,000-year soul beast transformation. Tang Hao's wife had undergone a similar transformation, and he was well aware of these secrets. However, if it were indeed a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast, his status as a titled Douluo would have made it evident. Yet, throughout his observations, he was certain that Jiang Chen did not exhibit signs of being a soul beast transformation. This contradiction left him perplexed. From where did Jiang Chen's soul ring arise? Tang Hao stood in silence, gazing quizzically in Jiang Chen's direction. As the golden light permeated Jiang Chen's body, he felt an overwhelming warmth envelop him. Yet before he could savor the sensation, the immense energy began to erupt within him. The energy bestowed by the divine soul ring was unfathomably vast, akin to boundless, surging waves repeatedly crashing against his form. Initially, he managed to cope with it due to his formidable physique, but the impact of the energy intensified, and after an hour, his pores expelled a copious amount of impurities and toxins. This was the soul ring's energy cleansing his meridians and marrow, purging the impurities from within his body. The energy surged within him, threatening to burst forth. At that moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his face contorted, the energy visibly writhing beneath his skin. I cannot endure this any longer. With a low growl, he transformed into a zombie form, instantly alleviating the pressure within. The heavenly corpse transformation technique continued to operate tirelessly, assimilating the energy from the soul ring and rapidly augmenting his soul power. After another 2 hours, he reached his limit once more, the increasingly tremendous energy making him feel as though he might explode at any moment. Roar. Martial soul, manifest, he called out, his zombie martial soul appearing and swiftly merging with him, enhancing his physical capabilities further and slightly alleviating his internal anguish. Tang Hao had been standing at his doorstep in a daze for 3 hours, acutely aware of the surging energy, which had long surpassed the absorption threshold of a 10th-level soul master an hour prior. Yet, even after another hour, Jiang Chen's absorption showed no signs of concluding, and the energy fluctuations had reached a lethal level for a 10th-level soul master. It was likely that an ordinary 10th-level soul master would not withstand even 3 seconds under such an energy onslaught before perishing. At this point, a yellow energy circle had formed around Jiang Chen, deepening in hue with the passage of time. Although his physique had improved through the manifestation of his martial soul, the energy surging within him became increasingly terrifying. In less than an hour, he reached his limit for the 3rd time. He felt as though his entire being was on the verge of being torn apart. The agony penetrated to his very soul. As he opened his eyes slightly, he noticed that the yellow circle surrounding him had begun to shift, the deep yellow transforming towards a purple hue. Could this signify the attainment of a 1,000-year soul ring? Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. A 1,000-year soul ring far exceeded the theoretical constructs posited by Yu Xiaojiang. He had never anticipated achieving such a level. Yet, he realized, the soul ring had not yet fully transmuted into purple. He could still persevere. Jiang Chen closed his eyes once more, his entire body racked with pain to the point of convulsion. Filthy impurities mingled with copious amounts of sweat, creating a greasy, foul odor that pervaded the room. His skin had begun to ooze blood, with veins protruding densely across his body, teetering on the brink of rupture. Jiang Chen's consciousness had become hazy and indistinct. He was unaware of how long he had endured this state. Eventually, the surging energy gradually diminished and mysteriously vanished. In a state of blurred awareness, after enduring torment for over 4 hours, Jiang Chen could no longer hold on. As his nerves relaxed, he instantly fell into a deep slumber. Tang Hao, standing nearby, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Remarkably, he had waited for over 4 hours, and in just 2 or 3 more hours, dawn would break. Resuming his position on the bed, Tang Hao found himself unable to sleep for a considerable time. His formidable mental acuity sensed that Jiang Chen's attempt to absorb the spirit ring had not failed. Astonishingly, the dreadful spirit ring had been successfully assimilated. He was unaware of the age of Jiang Chen's spirit ring, yet he surmised it must be truly remarkable. If Jiang Chen survives, he is destined to achieve great renown in the Douluo Continent. Xiao Chen, old Jack called out in confusion, knocking on Jiang Chen's door. By now, the sun was already high in the sky, and according to Jiang Chen's usual habits, he should have risen by this hour. Yet, the door remained unopened. After several knocks yielded no response, old Jack pushed the door open forcefully and was immediately met with the sight of Jiang Chen, covered in blood and filth. A repugnant stench wafted from the room, far more unbearable than that of a latrine. Old Jack furrowed his brow in concern and rushed forward. Xiao Chen, what has happened to you? Ignoring the foul odor and the grime, he grasped Jiang Chen's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Jiang Chen slowly awakened, blinking his eyes open. Upon seeing old Jack shaking him, he initially appeared bewildered, but swiftly recalled that he had been absorbing a soul ring. Hey, Grandpa, did you pass gas? It reeks. Jiang Chen covered his nose, a look of distaste on his face. Old Jack, his beard bristling with indignation, retorted, You are the one who stinks. Tell me, did you fall into a latrine last night? How could you return without cleaning yourself? Do you expect me to wash your bedding? Faced with old Jack scolding, Jiang Chen could only respond with a sheepish grin. Grandpa, you can leave now. I'll bathe and wash the bedding myself later. There's no need for you to worry. Old Jack shook his head, leaning on his cane, ready to leave, but suddenly turned back. I will go to the neighboring village to secure a spot for you as a working student. Make sure to prepare a meal for me upon my return. Understood. Please hurry, Grandpa, Jiang Chen urged. As old Jack departed, Jiang Chen excitedly leaped out of bed. However, upon seeing the layers of grime clinging to him, his brows furrowed in dismay. The odor was indescribably foul, 100 times worse than that of a latrine. Had he not been so ravenous? He might have retched at the sight. The layers of muck clung to him like sludge, both repugnant and uncomfortable, with a hint of itchiness. Though he was eager to examine his soul skill, he had to set that thought aside for the moment. He grabbed his bedding and gathered soapwort for his bath and laundry, stepping out of the yard to head to the river. Residing in the heart of Holy Soul Village, he was immediately engulfed by the stench as he exited. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the foul odor throughout the village. Damn it, whose latrine exploded? How can it smell this bad? Which scoundrel has come to poison our village? Just wait until I find out. Dad, get up and have some porridge. Huh. What is that smell? It's horrendous. Jiang Chen clutched the blanket tightly, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he listened to the cacophony of curses surrounding him. Feeling rather embarrassed, with his head bowed, his body was almost entirely concealed beneath the covers as he hurriedly made his way towards the outskirts of the village. It turned out to be that rascal Jiang Chen. Could it be true that he had fallen into the cesspool? Indeed, it seemed so. Just look at him. All smeared with those unsightly, dark clumps. I cannot bear it any longer. He has been discovered. Jiang Chen's face flushed crimson as he sprinted away, feeling utterly humiliated. Even if he were to plunge into the Yellow River, he would never be able to cleanse himself of this disgrace. He pondered that, in the future, when he achieved great success, this incident in the latrine might forever remain a blemish on his life. The frustration was unbearable. What had transpired? Tang San gazed in astonishment at Jiang Chen, who was dashing away clutching a blanket, while the villagers murmured around him, their expressions equally perplexed. An hour later, Jiang Chen had finally cleansed his body and washed the blanket, yet the expansive river was now teeming with fish, their bellies turned skyward. What a waste. Though he lamented the loss, he was not overly concerned. If the waters were devoid of fish, the mountains still held promise. The mere thought of his soul abilities ignited excitement within him. He hung the blanket on a nearby branch, not bothering to don any clothing, and began to experiment with his soul techniques completely unadorned. Upon awakening, he had learned of the information regarding his first soul ability. With practiced ease, he summoned his zombie martial spirit, and a vibrant purple soul ring rose from beneath his feet, undulating around him. Indeed, it was a purple soul ring, a millennium soul ring. Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. According to Yu Xiaojiang's theory, the upper limit for a soul master's first soul ring was 423 years. He had hoped to surpass this threshold, yet he had not only achieved that but exceeded it by 2 to 3 times. This feat had been accomplished entirely through his own strength, without any external assistance. Relying solely on his zombie physique and the amplification of his martial spirit to successfully absorb a millennium soul ring. Had it not been for the looming threat of heavenly tribulation, he might not have been able to endure until the soul ring transformed into a millennium one. After all, the heavenly tribulation was a perilous force. Could he afford to be complacent? With a satisfied smile, he unleashed his first soul ability. A layer of darkness enveloped his body, resembling a liquid that congealed into a formidable and imposing armor. The armor was a glossy ebony, adorned with thick, angular spikes at the elbows, knees, and shoulders, giving him a fearsome appearance. When he struck the armor, it felt like bone yet resonated with a metallic sound. Under his command, the facial armor could either conceal everything but his eyes, nose, and mouth or be removed entirely. After spending a few moments admiring his reflection in the river, he nodded in satisfaction, a wide grin stretching across his face. If he were to describe this armor in a few words, they would be incredibly handsome. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, the armor's effects filled him with astonishment. This skill was known as the Zombie God Armor, with its primary effect being defensive in nature. Once the divine armor enveloped him, his defensive capabilities surged by 150%, an enhancement of 5 times. Furthermore, the divine armor also provided boosts to other attributes, albeit to a lesser extent than defense. Both strength and speed were amplified by 1-fold. While this was somewhat less than the defensive enhancement, it was still a remarkable improvement. Typically, a soul master of over 30 levels could only expect a 1-fold enhancement when absorbing a millennium soul ring, with the exceptional being nothing more than that. The enhancement effect of Jiang Chen's skill on these 3 abilities stands out as a premier skill when compared to the third skills of other soul masters. His strength, speed, and defense were already extraordinarily formidable, and thus, upon donning the divine armor, it would yield a terrifying effect. It is likely that after he activates this skill, few soul masters of the same rank would be able to breach his defenses. Indeed, it is a defensive skill. Jiang Chen mused that he had anticipated this even before absorbing the soul ring, as the divine soul ring is designed to manifest the most essential skills for its current bearer. However, this skill does possess some drawbacks. It cannot be sustained indefinitely and consumes a considerable amount of soul power. The skill lasts only half an hour, and upon its activation, Jiang Chen's soul power was directly reduced by 1/3. After half an hour, the skill would automatically dissipate, but it could be activated again, albeit at the cost of further soul power. Unless Jiang Chen fought without depleting much soul power, it could be said that this skill would be nearly impossible to employ a second time. Nevertheless, in light of the skill's merits, Jiang Chen chose to overlook these shortcomings. Half an hour should suffice to resolve most battles, unless he encountered someone like Tang San, who possesses numerous hidden cards. He struck the armor a few more times, producing a resonant clang. This armor sounded metallic. He wondered whether it could withstand lightning. Jiang Chen held some doubts, yet reassured himself that it must possess such capabilities. Or else why would he be granted this skill? Regardless of its efficacy, he must face the impending tribulation. He had at most 3 days to prepare. Even if he hesitated, he would have to confront it, for should he exceed the time limit, the lightning would likely descend upon him directly. Chapter 23. The lightning tribulation appears. Since successfully absorbing the soul ring, the sensation of being targeted by the heavenly tribulation had intensified significantly. If he wished to undergo it, he could summon the lightning tribulation immediately, yet he was not mentally prepared. He pondered whether he could enlist Tang Hao's assistance. After all, as a titled Douluo, resisting the tribulation meant for a mere soul master like himself should pose little difficulty, or so he thought. Just then, a notification from the system abruptly interrupted his thoughts. If assistance is sought for the tribulation, it will attract a lightning tribulation corresponding to the strength of the helper. Please consider this carefully, host. Jiang Chen's face paled in shock. He had long intended to seek Tang Hao's help. The reason he frequently visited Tang Hao's blacksmith shop over the past 2 months was indeed for this purpose. However, he never anticipated the system would suddenly impose such a restriction. Alas, it seems he must rely solely on himself. With a heavy heart, Jiang Chen sighed. He glanced at the system, which now displayed updated information about him. Host, Jiang Chen Douluo level, 13 zombie level, 112 soul ring, 1100 years soul skill, zombie god armor items, dark blessing potion. Soul ring upgrade voucher, 1120 level. The dark blessing potion is intended for healing injuries and should prove immensely beneficial when the time comes. The other item is a soul ring upgrade voucher, which can be utilized to enhance the level of the soul ring. Moreover, after absorbing the soul ring, his physical attributes had significantly improved. Should he use this upgrade voucher now, he could elevate this first soul ring by 1 or 200 years, thereby enhancing its various effects. However, this voucher can only be used at level 1120, and unless absolutely necessary, he would prefer not to squander it during the tribulation. Previously, he could not ascertain his soul power level by mere intuition, but the system clearly indicated his current level. Indeed, his diligent training had borne fruit. For after absorbing the soul ring, his soul power had immediately increased by 3 levels. Sighing, Jiang Chen contemplated his situation as he returned to Holy Soul Village. Wrapped in his blanket. At noon, old Jack returned, his mouth nearly worn out from speaking. But he finally secured a work-study student quota at Notting Academy from the neighboring villages. Jiang Chen felt deeply moved, from childhood to the present. Old Jack had treated him as if he were his own grandson. He dared not disclose the news of his impending tribulation to anyone. For if he were to fail and perish, old Jack would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Since seeking assistance was not an option, he planned to venture into the remote mountains 2 days hence to secretly undergo his tribulation. He was not concerned about old Jack's well-being in his twilight years. For Tang San would be there. His sole worry was that old Jack would fret over him after his demise. 2 days passed, and it was now the 3rd day. A day on which he must find a suitable place to face his tribulation. Over these past 2 days, he had prepared lavish meals for old Jack, bringing him such joy that he could hardly contain his smiles, praising Jiang Chen for his filial piety, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Chen's departure today might mean he would never return. At dawn, Jiang Chen met with Tang San, earnestly entrusting him with the care of old Jack, leaving Tang San in a state of shock. Under Tang San's probing inquiries, Jiang Chen refrained from revealing his own plight, knowing that it would be of no help to him. At noon, after sharing one last meal with old Jack, he tidied his room, neatly folding his bedding. Casting a lingering glance at the space, and unable to bear looking at old Jack any longer, he quietly departed the village. He had long heard of a vast forest half a day's journey south of the village, a place sparsely populated, making it the ideal location to confront his tribulation. Jiang Chen moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching his destination within 2 hours and venturing into the depths of the forest. This particular woodland was devoid of soul beasts, inhabited only by common wild animals, for its proximity to several villages posed a threat to their safety should soul beasts roam freely. Aside from the vast Stardew forest, the frozen forest, and the sunset forest, most soul beasts had been domesticated by the Heaven Do Empire, confined within various soul-hunting forests. In the event that a soul beast were to appear near a village, it would typically be reported to the city-state, where the military would intervene to either eliminate or capture the creature for transport to the soul-hunting forest. Although devoid of soul beasts, the wild animals residing within this forest were formidable and fearsome to ordinary individuals. Apart from soul masters or seasoned hunters, very few dared to traverse these woods. Jiang Chen advanced through the mountainous terrain, where undulating peaks were enveloped in dense forests. With each step he took, the surrounding trees grew increasingly towering, and the signs of human activity gradually faded away. Occasionally, the resonant roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Such a place was seldom traversed even by hunters. Jiang Chen came to a halt, gazing at a towering mountain ahead, a smile gracing his lips. This was the one. The mountain appeared to be the very heart of the forest, impervious to attention even amidst a thunderous sunny day. There was no path leading up the mountain. Yet with his formidable strength, ascending it posed little challenge for Jiang Chen. The thorny vines, adorned with sharp spikes, tore through his garments but left his skin unscathed. A mere 10 minutes later, he reached the summit. The trees atop were sparse, the soil scant, revealing vast expanses of enormous gray stones. Jiang Chen cast his gaze around and chose a relatively flat and spacious stone to sit upon. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The sun blazing at its zenith, making the large stone beneath him feel quite hot. There was no breeze to be felt, and even the birds were scarce. All flora and fauna seemed to wilt under the intensity of the sun's rays. Jiang Chen sat in a meditative posture, his mind drifting back to the earlier scene of the zombie undergoing its tribulation. That particular zombie had triggered the heavenly tribulation only after attaining considerable strength. A far cry from the feeble ordeal Jiang Chen was about to face. Nevertheless, he gleaned some valuable insights from that experience. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reined in his thoughts, a wry smile adorning his face. It seemed that aside from bracing himself, there were no alternative strategies at hand. Let it come, he encouraged himself. After all, having traversed into the Douluo Continent with his own cultivation techniques and system, it was unlikely that he would meet his demise so easily. Furthermore, he recalled the golden lightning that resided within him. Perhaps it would manifest once more to assist him in weathering the tribulation. He sat there, gradually channeling the heavenly corpse transformation technique, clearing his mind and adjusting his state of being. Half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing deep, dark orbs and 2 sharp fangs. He had transformed into his zombie state. Immediately, his zombie martial spirit was unleashed, merging seamlessly with him, enhancing his defensive capabilities and strength once again. It is upon me, he mused, lifting his gaze to the azure sky, his obsidian eyes gleaming with an eerie light. As if responding to his intent, the sensation of being locked onto by the heavenly tribulation intensified. Boom! A resounding thunder echoed across the clear skies, as a massive dark cloud materialized above Jiang Chen, ominously radiating a dreadful aura. Chapter 24. The initial taste of the pain of heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen's brows twitched uncontrollably, his heart weighed down by an immense burden, rendering him nearly breathless. The thunder rumbled ominously, sending shivers down his spine, amplifying the sense of impending danger that enveloped him 100-fold. Thunder, the embodiment of the most potent and yang energy, is particularly effective against the sinister essence of zombies, making it exceedingly difficult for even a 1,000-year-old undead to endure the tribulations of lightning. Although Jiang Chen believed himself to be no ordinary zombie, he still felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. In the tales of cultivators, they often wield artifacts or formations to withstand the tribulations. Yet he found himself relying solely on his own flesh to endure. Fortunately, he was in a desolate forest. Otherwise, he would surely attract the attention of the overly curious. The calamity cloud above Jiang Chen was not particularly large, merely enveloping the summit of a small hill. Yet, against the backdrop of a cloudless sky, it appeared exceedingly sinister. Thunder rumbled within the darkened clouds, and an overwhelming sense of trepidation filled Jiang Chen's heart, for he knew that the moment was drawing near. At last, the calamity cloud seemed to have gathered sufficient energy, and a lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, shot downward towards Jiang Chen, piercing directly through the crown of his head. He was unaware of the total number of lightning strikes that awaited him or the duration of the onslaught, thus refraining from unleashing his first soul skill. After all, he understood that the potency of the lightning would only escalate with each subsequent strike. Even before the lightning made contact, a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp, causing his hair to stand on end. Upon the lightning entering his body, his continuously rotating celestial corpse transformation technique abruptly halted, rendering him as motionless as a corpse. Previously seated, his legs shot out, and he lay rigid upon the ground. His black eyes widened in terror, his entire form ensnared by the lightning, trembling with an astonishing frequency. The pain was excruciating, a torment that pierced to the very marrow of his being. Jiang Chen felt as though his flesh and bones were mercilessly ground upon a millstone, being shattered piece by piece. The soul power within him dissipated the moment the lightning surged into his body, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Although this bolt of lightning only lingered on him for a few minutes, Jiang Chen experienced it as if a century had passed. Had he not previously endured torment from soul rings, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness by now. After a few moments, the lightning vanished, the pain gradually subsided, and a distinct sensation of numbness began to emerge. Jiang Chen sat up, his heart still gripped by trepidation. The sensation he had just experienced was utterly terrifying. Merely a single flash of lightning had inflicted upon him more anguish than he had endured during the absorption of a soul ring. The ominous storm clouds above had yet to dissipate, seemingly brewing a second bolt of thunder, and Jiang Chen's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He was oblivious to the number of impending strikes, and he feared that each subsequent bolt would be more fearsome than the last. At that moment, his garments were tattered and his hair slightly singed, exuding the acrid scent of charred fibers. After inspecting his body, he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that no vital components were missing. However, when he turned his gaze inward, he was struck with astonishment, although there were no visible injuries. A third of his robust soul power had inexplicably dissipated. How could this be? It was merely the first strike, and my soul power is nearly depleted? Although his soul power had shattered momentarily, it had dispersed throughout his body, shielding him from the onslaught of the lightning. Had it not been for the presence of his soul power, the torment he experienced would have been magnified several times over. The turbulence of lightning within the clouds intensified, and it would not be long before the second bolt was unleashed. He exerted all his effort to circulate his techniques, striving to restore his soul power. For every little bit regained was a victory. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the second bolt of lightning descended. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen unleashed his first soul skill, the stiff god armor, which enveloped his entire being in an instant. A bolt of lightning consumed 1/3 of his soul power. To refrain from utilizing this skill would indeed be foolish. At this juncture, if he did not employ it, he would find himself in dire straits when his soul power dwindled. To his astonishment, the lightning that struck down was effectively repelled by the armor, which astonishingly proved capable of blocking the electrical onslaught. Nevertheless, a significant amount of lightning still infiltrated through the gaps in the armor, as well as through his eyes, nose, and mouth. The excruciating sensation surged anew, albeit less intensely than the first time. This was primarily due to the armor's ability to obstruct the majority of the lightning, preventing it from flooding his body as it had before. At that moment, it felt as though a formidable barrier had been erected around him, with the raging lightning held at bay, entering his body only through a few overflow outlets. Though the lightning outside the armor did not dissipate, Jiang Chen experienced a considerable reduction in pressure. The tempest of thunder surging within him, akin to the soul rings he had absorbed previously, was refining his physique, expelling impurities that had been eradicated only once before. As the lightning entwined around him for several minutes, proving ineffective against Jiang Chen, it began to dissipate. However, at that critical moment, a force of attraction emanated from within him, swiftly drawing the remaining lightning inside. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He immediately turned his attention inward, only to discover that the bolts of lightning had been drawn into his inner elixir, merging with the golden half. During the first onslaught of lightning that wreaked havoc within his body, he had been oblivious to its disappearance. However, this time, he witnessed the phenomenon unfold before his very eyes. Jiang Chen was suddenly overwhelmed with anger. He had been struck by lightning twice, yet the dormant golden lightning within him remained utterly unresponsive. After enduring the brutal baptism of thunder, it seemed to relish the remaining lightning as if it were a feast, leaving Jiang Chen quite displeased. However, what could he do but silently grumble? As the third bolt began to gather, he hastily focused on restoring his soul power. Following the second strike, his remaining soul power had dwindled to less than 1/3. Approximately 10 minutes later, the third bolt descended. Although most of its ferocity was mitigated by his armor, the force of this strike was significantly stronger than the last, causing Jiang Chen immense agony. The fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts followed, each more terrifying than the last. Even the tiniest fraction that permeated his body rendered him convulsing in pain, a sensation beyond the reach of words. Strangely, despite the torment, he found himself increasingly drawn to the sensation of being struck by lightning, particularly in the minutes following the strikes, which felt oddly pleasurable. Could it be that he harbored a penchant for masochism? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh in despair. By the time the seventh bolt dissipated, his soul power had been completely drained. Yet the storm clouds above showed no sign of dispersing, and his heart grew heavier, just as misfortune seemed to compound. The armor that had shielded him vanished, leaving his body entirely exposed. It was over. He sensed impending doom. In that moment of panic, the eighth bolt thundered down mercilessly. Chapter 25, The calamity of tribulation. The meager soul power he had just managed to restore was utterly insufficient, in the moment the thunder struck. He was nearly overwhelmed by a tearing pain that threatened to send him into unconsciousness. Without the protection of his armor, the now exponentially more potent lightning ravaged his insides mercilessly. In mere moments, the bolt annihilated his meridians, causing his body to erupt with countless wounds, blood gushing from his charred flesh. His eyes bulged, and had he not been in his transformed state, they would surely have rolled back completely. His body, no longer upright, curled tightly in agony, staining the ground beneath him crimson. At that moment, Jiang Chen could not even muster a scream. All that escaped his throat were rasping gasps. It was only when the lightning within began to wane that the corpse pill activated, drawing away the residual electricity. After the lightning dissipated, the sensation was no longer one of mere tingling. The tearing pain remained intense, leaving not only his garments in tatters but rendering his body a grotesque sight to behold. Jiang Chen found it difficult even to move his fingers as he lay there, his gaze fixed upon the ominous clouds lingering in the sky. The situation had escalated to such a dire extent that he had no choice but to resort to the blessing potion within the system. In an instant, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being, as a wondrous energy nourished him. The myriad wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the damaged meridians within him were restored in the blink of an eye. The excruciating pain that had tormented him dissipated, leaving even his soul in a state of relief. Jiang Chen seemed to ascend from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, as waves of ecstasy compelled him to emit peculiar sounds. In merely a few seconds, his body had returned to its peak condition, aside from the absence of soul power. Everything else remained unchanged. While Jiang Chen remained enraptured by the intoxication of pleasure, the resounding thunder from above jolted him back to reality. The colossal bolts of lightning danced and rolled through the darkened clouds, suffusing the atmosphere with an increasingly oppressive energy. A chill coursed through Jiang Chen's heart. The eighth bolt of lightning had the capacity to annihilate his body in an instant. One could only imagine the sheer terror that the ninth would unleash. At this moment, the sole resource at his disposal was the soul ring upgrade voucher, yet he found himself utterly devoid of any soul power. What purpose would the upgrade serve? Even if granted a soul ring of 100,000 years, without soul power, he would be rendered incapable of employing any soul techniques. Regret washed over him. He pondered whether he should have utilized the upgrade voucher from the outset. Perhaps enhancing his skills might have slowed the consumption of his soul power. And he might still retain some energy now. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. He was oblivious to how many more bolts awaited him. But he surmised that this ninth bolt could very well spell his demise. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the opposite side of the mountain peak. However, the calamity-laden clouds seemed to have affixed a tracker upon him, relentlessly shadowing his swift movements. Exasperated, Jiang Chen halted. If escape was futile, what was the point of further wasting time? He sank to the ground, and in those fleeting moments, he reflected on the tapestry of his 2 lifetimes. Vivid scenes flickered through his mind, ultimately resting upon the gentle, wrinkled visage of old Jack. Should he perish here, it was likely no one would notice. Old Jack might simply presume him missing. Perhaps he would wait indefinitely at the village entrance for his return, lingering until the end of his days. The thunder resonated ominously above, granting Jiang Chen little time to wallow in sorrow, as the ninth bolt of lightning descended with a cataclysmic roar. A lightning strike as thick as a thigh enveloped him entirely. The brilliance flickered violently, debris scattering in all directions, leaving only a heap of tattered remains visible amidst the chaos. Minutes later, as the lightning dissipated, Jiang Chen's form emerged. Resembling the aftermath of a monstrous truck's passage, gruesome and unrecognizable, with only scraps of flesh clinging together in certain places, Jiang Chen's mind faltered for several minutes before he emerged from the overwhelming agony. At this moment, the ominous clouds of tribulation in the sky had dissipated. He laboriously raised his head and cast a glance at his battered body, feeling an immense bitterness. He had not succumbed to death, but what difference did it make? His leg was broken, his waist shattered. He could no longer even sit upright. A reluctant smile of despair crept onto his face. Indeed, the tribulation was terrifying. And he never imagined he would meet such a fate in the end. Just as his spirit waned, the sweet, childlike voice of the system echoed once more, "Congratulations, host, on successfully overcoming your first tribulation. You have been awarded a tribulation gift pack. Please check it." Jiang Chen's eyes, once dull and gray, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning man grasping desperately at a final straw. This grand gift might very well be the key to his recovery. He shouted inwardly, "Open, open, open." Amidst his anticipation, the recently acquired tribulation gift package unfurled, revealing several items. His excited gaze swept over them one by one. A drop of thunder calamity liquid, capable of healing any injury. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chen trembled with exhilaration. Indeed, within this package lay a substance that could restore him. He could hardly contain himself and immediately opted to utilize the precious drop of thunder calamity liquid. A droplet, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, materialized above him. Suspended in the air, the viscous liquid resembled jade nectar, exuding an astonishing fragrance. In an instant, the mountaintop burst into a riot of blooming flowers, and the vegetation surged with wild growth. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and in an instant, the agony that enveloped him vanished into thin air. The liquid descended gently, and with his mouth agape, Jiang Chen welcomed the 5-colored thunder tribulation liquid. Upon entering his mouth, the liquid exuded an exquisite fragrance, and at that moment, his body radiated a resplendent glow. Fractured bones regenerated, now more resilient than ever, his meridians restructured, becoming broader, flesh rejuvenated, even the diminutive member that had vanished reappeared. Gleaming vibrantly, the charred skin of his scalp split open, revealing newly grown skin beneath, fair and rosy, yet undeniably tenacious. Lush black hair sprouted forth, cascading down onto the stone beneath him. With a single droplet of liquid, Jiang Chen was reborn. As the divine light dissipated, he rose to his feet, shedding a layer of tattered dead skin. Standing there, he was entirely bare, and his astonishingly long hair still trailed on the ground. As he attentively sensed his body, a radiant smile broke across Jiang Chen's face. He felt the overwhelming power return, his physique seemingly more robust. The soul power within him surged, surpassing the levels he had known prior to the tribulation. He glanced at the information displayed by the system, discovering that his soul power had reached the 14th level. With a slight grimace, he reflected on the harrowing experience of surviving the heavenly tribulation, pondering the seemingly miraculous properties of the thunder tribulation liquid, which had only augmented his soul power by a modest degree. However, he soon found solace in the fact that he had reclaimed his life. Living was of utmost importance. At last, he felt inclined to peruse the items within the tribulation gift package. Martial technique, lightning fist movement technique, 3000 thunder movements chapter 26, the frustrating movement and martial techniques. Martial technique, movement technique. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with a mischievous brilliance. Apart from his formidable cultivation and brute strength, he possessed little practical combat experience. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly bested by Tang San during their last encounter. Previously, he had contemplated seeking vengeance against Tang San after absorbing the soul ring, but despite the soul skill enhancing his speed, he still might not be able to catch the agile Tang San. Hence, he refrained from challenging him again. To suffer another defeat at Tang San's hands would be utterly humiliating. Little did he expect that the wish he had thought unattainable would soon find a glimmer of hope. The system's offerings were always of exquisite quality. The technique known as 3,000 thunder movements should rival Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps. As long as he could match Tang San's agility, he was confident he could overpower him without relying on any martial arts. In his ordinary state, his strength already reached approximately 300 pounds, and if he employed his first soul skill, it could double, bringing it to over 2,000 pounds. All without even utilizing his soul power. He firmly believed that if he could keep pace with Tang San, he could make him cry out in defeat. Even without the use of soul skills. Gazing at his long hair cascading to the ground, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of frustration. After a moment's thought, he wrapped his hair around his neck several times, allowing it to drape over his chest like a black scarf. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the disheveled mountaintop, prompting him to make his exit. On the country road, Jiang Chen ran with wild abandon, his long black hair trailing behind him like a youthful spirit chasing the wind. He returned much faster than he had arrived, opting for secluded paths to avoid being seen. Upon reaching the outskirts of Sacred Soul Village, he found himself in a predicament. Though his body was merely 6 years old, he was not audacious enough to enter the village bare. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, nearly everyone had returned to their homes. Old Jack, leaning on his cane, went from door to door, inquiring if anyone had seen Jiang Chen, his aged face increasingly etched with worry. Listening to Old Jack's hoarse and feeble calls tugged at Jiang Chen's heartstrings. Seizing the cover of night, he swiftly dashed home, grabbed a pair of scissors, and hastily trimmed his hair before donning his clothes and rushing back outside. "Grandfather," he shouted, but received no reply. As he reached the village entrance, he faintly heard Old Jack's voice, along with the calls of Tang San and Tang Hao, echoing from beyond the village. Jiang Chen dashed towards the sound, eventually spotting Old Jack and the others by the riverbank. At that moment, Old Jack and Tang Hao both held oil lamps, searching along the water's edge. And Old Jack's aged voice bore a hint of distress. Tang Hao reassured him, "Village chief, do not fret. I shall wade into the water and investigate." "Indeed, Grandfather Jack. Please remain calm." Tang San quietly activated his purple extreme magic eye, but alas, the water was too deep to discern its depths. Tang Hao swiftly removed his clothing, revealing his robust and muscular physique, preparing to enter the water. Suddenly, his ears perked up as he heard Jiang Chen's call. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tang Hao donned his clothes again and announced, "Village chief, Xiao Chen is here." The trio turned to see Jiang Chen running toward them. "Grandfather." Jiang Chen raced to Old Jack's side before halting. The urgency faded from Old Jack's face, and he immediately adopted a stern expression, raising his cane to strike Jiang Chen's backside. "Where have you been, you little rascal? Just wait until I deal with you." Jiang Chen remained still, enduring Old Jack's feeble blow. His heart swelled with emotion. In Old Jack's eyes, he could still discern traces of tears, although Old Jack concealed them well. He could not deceive Jiang Chen. "You rascal, why didn't you dodge? Did I hurt you, my dear boy?" Old Jack regretted his action immediately and hurriedly reached out to pat Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt. Grandpa, I'm hungry. Shall we return home to prepare a meal?" "All right, let's go home and cook," came the reply. Jiang Chen assisted Old Jack in returning home. Old Jack turned back and said, "Tang Hao, Tang San, thank you for your hard work." Tang Hao and Tang San followed behind, feeling unburdened. "Xiao Chen, where have you been all afternoon?" Old Jack inquired once more. "Grandfather, I accidentally fell asleep on the mountain and only woke up when it got dark. Alas, truly, you have caused us all much worry. Grandfather, I am sorry." As this minor disturbance finally subsided, Jiang Chen accompanied Old Jack for dinner and then sat aside to delve into the contents of the system. Host, Jiang Chen Douluo level, 14 zombie level, 112 soul ring, 1100 years soul skill, zombie god armor items, soul ring upgrade voucher, level 1120, fist technique, lightning fist body technique. 3,000 thunder movements having traversed a trial. His soul power had already ascended to the 14th level, while his zombie level remained at 1, showing no advancement. His gaze quickly settled on the last two items, lightning fist and 3,000 thunder movements. The latter captivated him most, prompting him to examine it first. Upon selecting to view it, information regarding 3,000 thunder movements flooded his mind. 3,000 thunder movements. The body is like thunder, changing in myriad forms, capable of transforming into incredible speed. This succinct line, though brief, stirred a wave of excitement within Jiang Chen, and soon, countless scenes of dense lightning flashed through his mind. There were no instructions for steps, nor corresponding cultivation paths, only a vivid landscape of crackling thunder and lightning. Jiang Chen was bewildered. What had become of the promised agility? Where were the myriad transformations and the rapid evolution? All he could perceive was a singular, electrifying scene, which left him utterly perplexed. Refusing to succumb to despair, he repeatedly entered the realm of the 3,000 thunder movements, yet each time he was met with an intricate tapestry of lightning, resembling a spider's web. Was this multitude of lightning truly the 3,000 thunder movements? After a prolonged period of confusion, Jiang Chen finally emerged from his stupor, a bitter smile gracing his face. The system's method of agility seemed rather deceptive. With no concrete cultivation technique provided, the lightning felt as inscrutable as an ancient scripture. How was he to cultivate it? Burdened by an overwhelming sense of frustration, he could only shake his head and momentarily abandon the notion of immediately mastering the 3,000 thunder movements. His gaze shifted once more to the lightning fist, and he silently prayed that it would not present him with another incomprehensible challenge akin to the troublesome 3,000 thunder movements, or he might just lose his sanity. The lightning fist, a rather ordinary name devoid of any grandeur, nevertheless filled Jiang Chen with anticipation. As he accessed the lightning fist, the description of the technique flooded his mind. Lightning fist, its speed is akin to the flash of lightning, resplendent as the blazing sun traversing the sky, exuding an overwhelming vitality and unparalleled might. Following this, a scene depicting the cultivation of the fist technique appeared in his mind, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, this technique was not as daunting as he had feared. Within that cultivation scene, a figure radiating brilliance was practicing the fist technique, and the movements were not exceedingly complex. Is it truly as simple as this? Jiang Chen once again displayed a peculiar expression. This martial art seemed rather simplistic. Its name sounded so ordinary that he couldn't help but wonder if the system was deceiving him by providing a set of mundane techniques. Chapter 27. A fearsome martial art, a purely cultivation chapter, yet, reflecting on the other rewards bestowed by the system, which, though acquired at a painful cost, were indeed remarkable. He pondered if there might be some hidden profundity within. The excitement that had once surged within him had waned, and he had no intention of practicing this martial art immediately, for it was nighttime, and it was more prudent to focus on his cultivation techniques. After closing the door to his room, he quietly ascended to the rooftop and began to absorb the essence of the moonlight for his training. Ever since he had assimilated the soul ring, the sensation of being perpetually obstructed by a bottleneck during his cultivation had vanished, leaving him feeling utterly enlightened. The nightly practice had become his most cherished time, free from the need for rest, as he basked comfortably in the moonlight. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen concluded his 2-month-long running regimen and began to contemplate the martial arts and footwork imparted by the system in his own yard. He cast aside the enigmatic technique of the 3,000 thunderous steps and turned his attention first to the seemingly straightforward martial art. His memory served him well. After reviewing the techniques several times in his mind and practicing them a few times, he finally committed all the moves to memory. Soon, he was able to execute them flawlessly from recollection, his fist slicing through the air with tremendous force, creating a gust that invigorated the atmosphere. Old Jack, reclining in a nearby chair, clapped incessantly, cheering loudly. After performing the sequence 3 times in succession, Jiang Chen finally sensed something amiss. This martial art was far too ordinary, evoking a sensation reminiscent of the calisthenics from his past life, lacking any semblance of grandeur or might. Even the force of his strikes was merely a result of his own strength. Jiang Chen, undeterred by doubt, repeated the movements 10 times, yet still discerned no remarkable features. Confused, he pondered the caliber of this martial art. He questioned whether he had misremembered, and upon a meticulous review, he finally perceived a distinction. This time, the silhouette of the practitioner transformed under his gaze, as myriad luminous points ignited within the figure. As these points emerged, they were swiftly interconnected by radiant lines, forming a complex pathway. Simultaneously, an epiphany blossomed within Jiang Chen's mind. It dawned upon him that this was the energy circulation route, imbued with an ineffable essence. Suddenly, what appeared to be a simple technique took on an enigmatic profundity in Jiang Chen's eyes. He exited the system, yet that sensation lingered in his heart. Reflecting silently on the energy route and confirming its accuracy, he unleashed a punch into the air before him. This was the first move of the lightning fist. During prior training, he had felt nothing, akin to an ordinary swing. However, this time, the effect was instantaneous and striking. With a mere punch, arcs of electricity coiled around his fist, and an immense force surged forth. Jiang Chen suddenly felt an unfamiliar surge of power in his fist, which unexpectedly propelled him forward. In the midst of his bewilderment, the force that had been dragging him along abruptly vanished, causing him to tumble headfirst into the ground. With a resounding thud, his fair face made intimate contact with the earth. Old Jack, who had been reclining in his chair with keen interest as he watched Jiang Chen practice his punches, burst into laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. Little Chen, he chuckled, every soul master possesses their own unique skills. You will have yours in due time. What are you flailing about for now? I have yet to hear of anyone who could strengthen themselves merely by swinging their fist like that. Jiang Chen's face abruptly plunged into the earth, momentarily dazing him, and it took him a while to rise again. He fixated on his fist as if it were an unfamiliar object. It was truly bewildering. In that fleeting moment, he doubted whether this fist belonged to him at all. The fist seemed to propel him forward, and it was undeniably strange. Regaining his composure, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Could this be the power of the lightning fist? With this thought, he suddenly became invigorated, adopting a stance to attempt it once more. Old Jack shook his head, continuing to sway in his lounge chair, observing Jiang Chen's antics with amusement. What followed was a series of bizarre occurrences. Each time Jiang Chen unleashed a punch, an immense force would propel him to the ground in various awkward tumbles. When he kicked, his foot similarly betrayed him, causing him to execute an unintended split, which was quite painful. Occasionally, if he exerted too much force, he would find himself crashing against the wall uncontrollably. In no time, he was covered in dirt and dust. Yet his enthusiasm only heightened. Unlike his initial disappointment, he now felt exhilaration. This martial art was truly extraordinary. With every punch, a surge of power manifested, astonishingly swift, propelling him forward. At this moment, it seemed as though the technique was commanding him rather than the other way around. As Jiang Chen collided headfirst with the wall once more, old Jack could no longer contain himself. "You young man, stop this nonsense. You've cracked the wall. Is your head made of iron?" Jiang Chen glanced at the fissures in the wall and the numerous craters scattered across the ground, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, internally, he was brimming with excitement. If he could master this technique, his strength would surely multiply several times over. Suddenly, he recalled the 3,000 thunderclaps. If the lightning fist was so remarkable, then the 3,000 thunderclaps must be extraordinary as well. "Grandfather, I'm going out to play," Jiang Chen announced, disregarding the dust clinging to him, and dashed outside. To avoid the embarrassment of being seen in such a state while training, he resolved to practice in the secluded area by the river. There, he gazed at the lightning of the 3,000 thunderclaps for quite some time, and it indeed sparked some insights within him. With renewed vigor, he began to experiment eagerly. The lightning, agile and capricious, could extend from any angle, and when applied to his movements, it was imbued with an uncanny quality. As Jiang Chen made his initial attempt, he encountered significant hardship. He followed the instinctive sensations within him, which caused his accelerating body to abruptly execute a 90-degree turn, nearly straining his lower back without any reduction in speed. Rather than being frightened by this bizarre occurrence, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He finally grasped the profound essence of the 3,000 thunderous transformations, that under any circumstance, one could alter their trajectory of movement at astonishing angles. Jiang Chen was greatly astonished. The 3,000 thunder movements were as inexplicable as the lightning fists, almost defying the laws of science. Thus, emboldened by his audacious attempts, a series of astonishing scenes unfolded once more. He collided with trees and plunged into rivers, yet, at his current speed, he could glide over the water's surface for several meters. It was only by midday that he returned home, still yearning for more, to prepare a meal. He had begun to grasp the bizarre transformations of the 3,000 thunder movements, yet he had yet to fully comprehend the speed aspect. However, he remained unperturbed. His original speed was already commendable. Once he mastered the nuances of footwork, it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to a significantly higher level. "Tang San, wait until I've practiced for a few days. It will be the day you wail in despair," Jiang Chen mused with a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Chapter 28. A severe beating for Tang San. For over 2 months, old Jack had persistently encouraged Jiang Chen to join the spirit hall for training. But Jiang Chen resolutely declined. Consequently, old Jack had no choice but to shamelessly seek a work-study position from neighboring villages. Jiang Chen still harbored the intention of teaming up with Tang San, believing that after a decade or so, they could seize the opportunity to attain divinity. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the preservation of his own life. Would the formidable Tang Hao simply allow him to venture into the spirit hall unscathed? Jiang Chen pondered the improbability of the situation. If he were to truly join the spirit hall, even if Tang Hao did not kill him, it was likely he would be swiftly apprehended and confined to a dark room. Thus, in his eyes, joining the spirit hall was utterly impossible, unless there were no alternatives. 3 days passed, and only 1 day remained before their journey to Nanning City. On that crisp morning, Jiang Chen surmised that Tang San's training atop the mountain was nearing its conclusion, and he set forth towards the peak. With tomorrow's expedition to Nanning City imminent, Jiang Chen yearned to confront Tang San in a fair fight, seeking retribution for the humiliation he had endured previously. In the days following his tribulation, he had refrained from visiting Tang San's residence, dedicating himself entirely to mastering the enigmatic fist techniques and body movements. After 3 days of relentless practice, he had gained considerable control over the peculiar fist energy, significantly reducing the instances of tumbling over. However, the 3,000 thunder movements proved exceedingly challenging to learn. The astonishing twists and turns nearly left him injured. Nevertheless, after 3 days of effort, he had begun to see progress. With a slight reduction in speed, he could manage most directional changes. This, in his estimation, was sufficient. The 3,000 thunder movements lacked a fixed rhythm, and once one grasped the essence, one could change direction at will. This should be more than adequate to counter Tang San's elusive movements. He ascended the mountain with remarkable speed, reaching the summit in mere minutes, just in time to witness Tang San concluding his training. The last thing Tang San wished was for anyone to witness his training. Not even his father was privy to his secrets. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance stirred his discontent. The purple extreme magic eye and the Xiantian skill were his greatest secrets, and he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who threatened to expose them. However, realizing that Jiang Chen had arrived only after he had finished, Tang San's irritation began to dissipate. "What brings you here so early?" Tang San inquired warily. "You wouldn't be plotting mischief again, would you?" One could hardly blame him for his suspicions. He vividly recalled the last time Jiang Chen had stealthily ascended the mountain at dawn, nearly causing the entire summit to wither. Jiang Chen revealed a row of pearly white teeth and straightforwardly declared, "I lost to you last time and wish to challenge you once more." "Oh?" Are you certain? Tang San scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe, his expression a blend of amusement and disdain, the sheer contempt igniting a spark of irritation in Jiang Chen. This time, I intend to make you weep and wail for mercy. Tang San furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar shift in Jiang Chen today. He exuded a formidable aura, a testament to his unwavering confidence. Tang San reciprocated with a smile. Very well, let me witness how much you have progressed these past days. Just ensure you do not find yourself once again sprawled on the ground in surrender. Rest assured, you'll be satisfied. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Jiang Chen had surged forward, arriving before Tang San in the blink of an eye. Tang San shook his head, deploying his elusive shadowy phantom technique, declaring, "You cannot touch me. No matter how swift you are, if you lack adaptability, you are merely trash in my eyes." Bang! Before Tang San could finish his sentence, he felt a tremendous force strike his rear, propelling him forward. What was that? Jiang Chen tilted his head, standing there with an amused expression. Tang San, airborne, exerted force to stabilize himself, but upon landing, he staggered back several steps due to the immense force. "How could you possibly catch up to me?" he exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. He clutched his rear, where he had been forcefully kicked, still feeling a lingering burn. There is nothing impossible about it. Would you like another kick? Jiang Chen teased as he closed in on Tang San once more. Tang San, unwilling to concede, dismissed Jiang Chen's earlier success as mere luck. After all, with over 30 years of experience accumulated across 2 lifetimes, if he could not best this young brat, then all his years of training would have been in vain. Observing Jiang Chen rushing towards him, Tang San smiled confidently and activated his shadowy phantom technique again, executing a series of intricate footwork that dazzled the eyes atop the mountain. To his astonishment, he discovered Jiang Chen was shadowing him closely, appearing completely at ease. "Your footwork is flashy but utterly ineffective," Jiang Chen remarked from behind, before launching a kick that struck Tang San squarely in the rear. Tang San's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his core as he soared into the air once more. However, before he could land, Jiang Chen was already awaiting him. As Tang San descended towards him, excitement gleamed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he threw a powerful punch. "Control the crane and capture the dragon," Tang San shouted, redirecting Jiang Chen's fist to the side. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback, his feet instinctively shifting to evade. Tang San landed steadily, gazing at Jiang Chen in the distance, his heart increasingly turbulent. In terms of linear speed, he conceded that Jiang Chen surpassed him slightly. However, he possessed the elusive ghost shadow misty steps. This was a technique refined by the Tang sect over centuries, capable of evading a barrage of hidden weapons. Yet, he found himself unable to escape the pursuit of a mere 6-year-old child. During the earlier chase, he had observed closely, Jiang Chen exhibited no discernible technique, merely executing abrupt turns. No matter how intricate Tang San's steps were, Jiang Chen would always manage to pivot violently, closing the distance with astonishing efficiency. To Tang San, this was utterly unfathomable. How could a human being execute such exaggerated angular turns while moving at high speed? Wouldn't they stumble? Wouldn't their waist break? Yet, Jiang Chen accomplished it effortlessly. Little did Tang San know the hardships Jiang Chen had endured to master this technique, and he had only begun to see results. "How did you manage that?" Tang San finally could not contain his curiosity. "This is a unique technique of my own creation," Jiang Chen replied with hearty laughter. Unabashed and relishing Tang San's bewilderment, Tang San felt a surge of irritation at Jiang Chen's mirth. "Well then, allow me to see if you can evade me," he declared, charging towards Jiang Chen. Moments later, Tang San found himself despondently halting his advance. Jiang Chen was indeed quite enigmatic. His erratic movements left Tang San in a cloud of dust, unable to even graze the hem of his garment. "Now, let us engage in a contest of fists and feet. You cannot evade this," Jiang Chen chuckled. 10 minutes later, Tang San lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered, his vacant gaze reflecting a profound existential doubt. He, the most talented disciple of the Tang sect in a century, had lost to a mere 6-year-old. The most pressing concern now was how he would return home in such a state. Chapter 29. Journey to Nodding City. Although Jiang Chen had already forgiven Tang San, the bitterness from being struck by him still lingered. Having triumphed over Tang San at last, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. "I shall return home now. You should hurry back as well. Your father awaits your call for breakfast." Jiang Chen hummed a tune as he descended the mountain, leaving Tang San in a state of disarray. Half an hour later, Tang San returned home, his face still displaying an array of bruises, his eyes shadowed by dark circles. Jiang Chen had struck with remarkable ferocity. He winced as he touched his swollen lip, drawing in a sharp breath. In that intense hand-to-hand combat, he had been unable to employ his hidden weapons, having lost his advantage in speed. He was no match for Jiang Chen, who had knocked him senseless in mere moments. After the battle, he had attempted to heal his wounds through meditation, but to little avail, and reluctantly steeled himself to return home. "Father, it's time for breakfast," Tang San called out, inadvertently tugging at his lip again. Tang Hao emerged from the inner room, yawning, and immediately noticed Tang San's battered visage. "What happened to you?" he inquired, frowning. "It's nothing, just a little fall," Tang San replied, his gaze evasive. To him, losing to Jiang Chen was an incredibly humiliating affair. How could he possibly admit it? Tang Hao sipped his porridge, shaking his head. Tang San's feeble lie was too transparent for someone as seasoned as him. The injuries on his face were clearly inflicted by a fist. Did you get into a fight? Tang San remained silent. Was it Jiang Chen? Tang San continued to avert his eyes. After finishing his porridge, Tang Hao set down the bowl. Losing a fight is nothing to be ashamed of. You can always win next time. His expression turned nostalgic as he recalled his own childhood. He had been the little king of the Haotian sect, having fought with every child in his generation. He could hardly believe that his son had been bested by a peer, yet upon considering Jiang Chen, he felt a sense of acceptance. That boy was indeed extraordinary. Not only was he immensely strong, but he also possessed the first spirit ring, making it quite a challenge for Tang San to emerge victorious. Tang San was somewhat surprised by Tang Hao's response. He had expected a reprimand. Understood, father, he nodded, taking note of Tang Hao's words. He was determined to regain his honor. Next time, he would definitely employ hidden weapons and not allow Jiang Chen to get close again. He resolved internally. You need tea forged today. Tidy your clothes and take a rest. You'll return to school tomorrow, Tang Hao said as he walked into the bedroom. Intending to catch up on some sleep, watching his father's retreating figure, Tang San felt an inexplicable twinge of sadness. The following morning, Jiang Chen rose early to prepare breakfast. After eating, he and Old Jack made their way to Tang San's home, as they were to enter the city today. Old Jack had even donned a new outfit, appearing much more spirited than before. At the behest of Old Jack, Jiang Chen donned a fresh set of garments. Come on. Little three, your lazy father won't rise to see you off, Old Jack called out as he stepped inside. Tang San made a gesture for silence, picked up a piece of charcoal, and inscribed a few words upon the ground before reluctantly grabbing his bundle and stepping outside. Upon noticing the faint bruises on Tang San's face, Old Jack could not help but inquire, what happened to you, my child? Tang San cast a glance at Jiang Chen and subtly shook his head. It's nothing. I just had a little fall. You must be more careful, my boy. Old Jack admonished. Now, let us be on our way. All right. Inside, Tang Hao rushed out, gazing at the three departing figures with a tinge of reluctance. On the ground, he had written a message. Father, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself, drink less, and don't forget to have the porridge in the pot. This boy. Tang Hao chuckled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The elderly man and the two youngsters treaded the path leading to Nodding City. Bathed in the gentle warmth of the morning sun, as Tang San's sorrow of parting gradually faded, he, like Jiang Chen, brimmed with anticipation for the life that awaited them at the academy. Filled with curiosity about soul masters and the academy matters, Tang San incessantly questioned Old Jack throughout their journey. Before Jiang Chen traversed to this world, he had recently rewatched the tale of Douluo Continent. Thus he was already well acquainted with the words of Old Jack. Little San, Little Chen, we are but humble country folk. Upon arriving at the academy, it is imperative that you both dedicate yourselves to your studies, lest others look down upon us. Do you understand? Old Jack spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Understood, Grandpa. They replied in unison. Especially you, Little Chen, your talent surpasses that of Little San. You must take good care of him at the academy and ensure that he is not bullied by others. Do you comprehend? Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. With Tang San's abilities, he was the one who bullied others. Who could possibly bully him? All right, Grandpa. No one dares to bully Xiao San. Old Jack nodded in satisfaction and looked up, already catching sight of the sturdy city walls of Nodding City. We have arrived, Old Jack said with a smile. Jiang Chen and Tang San gazed in astonishment at the city before them. It was their inaugural visit to Nodding City. Matthew, you never anticipated that I would still be alive, did you? I, Jiang Chen, have come to claim my life. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. After passing through the scrutiny of the city gate guards, the trio entered the city with ease. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was located in the western part of Nodding City. After inquiring several times along the way, Old Jack finally led the two children to the entrance of the academy. Although it was merely a junior academy in a small city, Nodding Academy was impressively constructed, as evidenced by its grand entrance. The main gate spanned a width of 20 meters and stood 10 meters high, crafted from sturdy granite, while the imposing iron gate, exceeding 20 meters in width, was forged from fine iron. Through the iron bars, one could glimpse the towering trees and the faint outlines of magnificent buildings within. Above the gate, for large characters proclaimed, Nodding Academy. Jiang Chen was somewhat astonished, for he had discovered that Jing Wuming's presence lingered within Nodding Academy. Could it be that the assassin organization was concealed within the very walls of this institution? He pondered silently, yet from the memories of Jing Wuming, he found no information pertaining to such a matter. Over 2 months prior, Jing Wuming had already attained the 20th level. He should have acquired his second spirit ring by now, thus becoming a formidable soul master. This thought brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face, for perhaps life at Nodding Academy would prove to be quite intriguing. However, he was aware that Jing Wuming was within, yet Jing Wuming remained oblivious to his arrival. As Old Jack and Jiang Chen approached the entrance, they were halted by a young guard. What business do you have? This is Nodding Academy, not a place for country folk like you. The guard's gaze was rife with disdain, yet an excited glimmer flickered within his eyes. Such rustic individuals were the easiest to bully, and perhaps he could profit from this encounter. Old Jack hastily engaged in a subservient negotiation with the youth. But the guard's tone grew increasingly arrogant. Observing this familiar scene, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. When he had read about such encounters in books, they had seemed trivial after all. He was merely an observer. Yet now, witnessing the guard's contemptible demeanor firsthand ignited a surge of anger within him. Moreover, the so-called master should be arriving soon. Jiang Chen thought as he glanced backward. Chapter 30. Are you certain your theory is invincible? Jiang Chen glanced back several times, yet failed to discern any semblance of a master-esque presence. At that moment, the young gatekeeper's words became increasingly caustic. Blue silver grass possesses innate full soul power? Ha! That is laughable. A zombie martial soul? Is it merely a lifeless corpse? Ha ha ha. You've cracked me up. The youth laughed boisterously, tossing the martial soul certificates of Tang San and Jiang Chen to the ground. Saint Spirit Village? I would suggest renaming it Beggar Village. It suits your pitiful appearance perfectly. He taunted with biting mockery. He had alluded to his intentions multiple times, yet old Jack remained oblivious. He had no doubt about the authenticity of those certificates. He merely sought to profit from the situation. Upon hearing the youth insult Saint Spirit Village, old Jack's fury erupted. What did you say? His hunchback suddenly straightened, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at the young man. Saint Spirit Village was his pride. Being born there was his honor, and he could not tolerate anyone belittling it. What, do you wish to fight me? Come on, strike me. I'll provide a water tank for you to gather your courage. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? The youth sneered repeatedly, his ire ignited by old Jack's stubbornness. With that, he extended his palm, aiming to push old Jack away. Given old Jack's frail condition, such a shove would surely send him tumbling to the ground. Both Tang San and Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger simultaneously, launching into action. Yet Jiang Chen was a fraction swifter, seizing the youth's wrist first. Observing this, Tang San retreated, knowing that the youth was about to face some consequences. Due to the disparity in height, Jiang Chen yanked the youth's arm downward. The young man was abruptly pulled, nearly dislocating his shoulder, the pain excruciating. You little brat. You're courting death. The youth roared in fury. Enough. A deep, authoritative voice resonated from behind, imbued with a hint of gravitas. The youth's anger vanished instantly, replaced by a forced smile. Oh no, he exclaimed as he was sent flying back, crashing against the iron gate. Jiang Chen turned his head and immediately noticed a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s or 50s, approaching. His appearance was rather unremarkable, exuding an air of dejection. This must be the master, Jiang Chen mused to himself. The middle-aged man directly took the certificate from old Jack's hands, scrutinizing Jiang Chen and Tang San closely before stating, Elder, I shall take these two children under my wing. I will escort them inside to register. Ah, that would be a great help, old Jack replied, visibly pleased. You two must be obedient at the academy, understood? I will come back for you at the end of the term. Xiao Chen, do take good care of Xiao San. All right, understood, Jiang Chen replied, and old Jack departed with satisfaction. The middle-aged man cast a brief glance at the gatekeeper, as this was the final moment. If he were to suddenly lose his voice, it would be due to what he observed, a dark, ashen hue spreading from the young man's neck. Soon, the grim pallor enveloped the entirety of the youth's visage. The young man sat rigidly, utterly immobilized, unable to utter a sound, his eyes alone betraying an abyss of dread. What is happening? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, abruptly turning to Jiang Chen. Child, you, before he could finish, Jiang Chen stepped forward, grasping the young man's hand and extracting a minuscule amount of the necrotic poison. In a fit of anger earlier, he had infused a trace of this poison. While not lethal, it would certainly incapacitate the youth for several months. Even though he now withdrew this trace of poison, the young man's bodily functions had already sustained significant damage. A full month would be required for any semblance of recovery. As the darkness receded from the youth's face, his complexion remained as pale as parchment, and he instinctively recoiled in fear at the sight of Jiang Chen standing before him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was pulling Tang San along, gazing at Jiang Chen with astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Shall we proceed inside? He smiled at Jiang Chen, guiding Tang San onward. Jiang Chen followed closely behind, having almost conclusively identified the figure before him as Master Yu Xiaojiang. He could not say he had any fondness for this character, and his current cultivation had far surpassed the theoretical knowledge of Yu Xiaojiang. With a systematic approach to his training, why would he need to curry favor with the master? The answer was a resounding no. Since the master could not offer him assistance, there was no necessity to seek him as a mentor. Particularly, the master's timidity in matters of the heart left Jiang Chen rather displeased. You may both refer to me as master, that is how everyone addresses me, the master chuckled. And then he promptly unveiled the secret of Tang San's dual martial souls. Tang San's expression shifted in astonishment, his concealed dart poised and ready to strike. The secret of his martial soul was known only to himself and his father, with no third party privy to it. Observing Tang San's tense demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for the master. Should that concealed dart accidentally discharge, it would surely lead to an amusing predicament. The master continued, employing his extensive theoretical knowledge and the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls to substantiate the existence of Tang San's dual martial souls from various perspectives. Tang San's countenance grew serious as he suddenly retreated a few steps and knelt before the master, bowing his head 3 times. Master, I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple, he intoned respectfully. The master quickly assisted him to his feet, exclaiming, silly boy. Why must you bow when seeking a mentor? I am not your parent. Once a teacher, forever a father, Tang San replied earnestly. The master was moved and laughed heartily. Good, splendid. My judgment has proven correct. His gaze then turned towards Jiang Chen. In truth, he found Jiang Chen even more intriguing than Tang San. With innate full soul power and a zombie martial soul he had never encountered before, coupled with the earlier display of poison, each aspect piqued his profound interest. As a fervent researcher, possessing an arsenal of theoretical knowledge, he could hardly overlook such novel phenomena. You must be Jiang Chen, yes? Are you willing to become my disciple? The master inquired eagerly. Having just presented a plethora of impressive theories and immediately discerned Tang San's dual martial souls, any unseasoned child would undoubtedly be captivated by his erudition. Indeed, one had already successfully become a disciple. It was likely that the other was also on the verge of yielding. Jiang Chen shook his head. The master's theories were indeed profound, yet they were primarily suited for the majority, and Jiang Chen could hardly be considered an ordinary individual. Moreover, he possessed a system that the master would never comprehend. Was there still a necessity for apprenticeship? I apologize, master, but I do not currently intend to become your disciple. Jiang Chen declined tactfully. The master was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Pondering, could it be that this child is not as astute as he seems? Unlike the other, does he not recognize the depth of my knowledge? Jiang Chen. The teacher's erudition is vast. He can undoubtedly provide us with the finest guidance, Tang San interjected. Aware of Jiang Chen's considerable talent and wishing to prevent him from taking a misguided path in the future, Jiang Chen continued to shake his head, insisting that he truly did not require assistance, for his own cultivation sufficed. The master furrowed his brow and said, Young one, every student is expected to choose a mentor. In this academy, my knowledge is reputed to be second to none, and none dare claim the top position. While I do not take on disciples lightly, I see potential in you and wish to prevent any waste of your talent. Should you come to regret this decision in the future, it may very well be too late. He gazed at Jiang Chen with anticipation, confident that, having expressed himself so candidly, even this youthful lad should be able to discern the right choice. Jiang Chen shook his head, yet a hint of amusement graced his countenance. Master, are you certain that your theory is absolutely correct? Chapter 31. Yu Xiaojiang loses composure. The master paused, momentarily bewildered by Jiang Chen's inquiry, yet he nodded affirmatively, stating, They all proclaim my theory to be invincible. While I hesitate to boast so grandly, I am nonetheless confident that no teacher within this academy surpasses my expertise. His words radiated immense confidence, even influencing Tang San, who stood beside him. And what if your theory does not apply to me? Jiang Chen retorted. The master shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. My research encompasses a vast array of topics, supported by nearly a century's worth of case studies. The data is highly authoritative. My 10 core competencies of martial spirits cannot possibly be flawed. Very well. Let me pose a question. What is the maximum number of years a soul master can absorb their first soul ring? Jiang Chen inquired. The master, taken aback by Jiang Chen's unexpectedly astute question, found his perception of the young man shifting. Without hesitation, he replied. Based on nearly a century of case studies I have examined, each rank of soul master has a limit for absorbing soul rings. And the maximum for the first soul ring is 423 years. Then let us make a wager. If I can prove your theory incorrect, I shall not take you as my master. Agreed? Agreed. The master responded eagerly, intrigued. He was keen to witness how Jiang Chen would demonstrate the fallacy of his theory. This disciple was certainly one he intended to keep. Jiang Chen took 2 steps back and instructed, observe closely. As his words fell, a purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, gently swirling around him. How is this possible? The master exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Tang San gazed at the purple soul ring encircling Jiang Chen, feeling a profound sense of wonder. So this is what a soul ring is like. He still did not fully comprehend the significance of the purple soul ring. Otherwise, his reaction would likely have been no less intense than that of the master. Jiang Chen withdrew his soul ring and gazed at the still astonished master. He spoke calmly. Thus, I have no need to bow to you as my teacher. Moreover, not only the soul ring, but I am confident that I shall surpass what you deem to be the limits with every subsequent soul ring. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, even Tang San cast a glance at the master that held a peculiar significance. Suddenly, the master rushed forward in a frenzy, grasping Jiang Chen's shoulders and shaking him. Quickly, tell me how you accomplished this. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, observing the master's excited demeanor, as though the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Ahem, I have lost my composure, the master remarked, quickly releasing Jiang Chen's shoulder. Allow me to escort you both to the Academic Affairs Office for registration. Recalling the wager he had just made with Jiang Chen, the master realized that it would be challenging to accept this child as a disciple. Nevertheless, he was determined to understand how Jiang Chen had achieved a millennium-old first soul ring, a feat that surpassed his own arduous research of 423 years by 2 or 3 times. He genuinely wondered if Jiang Chen was even human. As the master departed, Tang San exhibited a flicker of hesitation, prompting Jiang Chen to tug at him. What are you still standing there for? You aren't having second thoughts about becoming a disciple, are you? The master's footsteps noticeably paused for a moment before he resumed his stride. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Tang San suddenly found his resolve, declaring, Once a teacher, forever a father. The master, walking ahead, revealed a smile of satisfaction. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Tang San truly exhibited a rather pedantic nature. Nonetheless, the master played a pivotal role in Tang San's development. Thus Jiang Chen harbored a desire for Tang San to become his disciple. In truth, I believe the master's theories are not flawed. It is merely that I am rather unconventional. It seems I am the only one in this world capable of achieving my level of prowess. Jiang Chen asserted with a bold demeanor. Observing Jiang Chen beside him, Tang San silently contemplated the veracity of this statement. Indeed, Jiang Chen had never conformed to normalcy throughout his life, undeniably a peculiar individual. With this thought, Tang San felt a sense of reassurance. By the way, what is the matter with your soul ring? Wasn't it said that one must slay a soul beast to obtain a soul ring? When did you go about killing a soul beast? Tang San inquired with a barrage of questions. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile, saying, "It is not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of." The master took Jiang Chen and his companion to the academic affairs office before departing. Upon inadvertently learning that Tang San's mentor was the master, several teachers in the office could not help but engage in a bout of sarcastic banter. Jiang Chen remained indifferent, detached from the affairs at hand. After completing the necessary formalities with Tang San, he set off towards the dormitory building. However, midway, he suddenly came to a halt. "Xiao San, you should head to the dormitory first. I have a matter to attend to." "What matter?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. As both he and Jiang Chen were newcomers to this place, what could Jiang Chen possibly need to address? "It's best if you don't concern yourself with it. I shall join you shortly." Tang San nodded, refraining from further questioning, and continued on his way toward the dormitory. Jiang Chen revealed a smile and, guided by an instinct deep within his heart, ventured into a small grove. He sensed that Jing Wuming was present in this very place. As he stepped inside, Jiang Chen was greeted by a series of piercing sounds, as if the air itself had been rent asunder. Not far ahead, Jing Wuming was tirelessly repeating the motion of thrusting his sword, resembling an unyielding machine. Sweat had soaked through his garments. Yet each of his strikes was executed with remarkable steadiness, the angle and height of every thrust nearly indistinguishable from the last. Jiang Chen deliberately made a sound with his footsteps. Jing Wuming abruptly turned around, his cold and piercing gaze striking Jiang Chen like two sharp swords. Upon realizing it was Jiang Chen, he instantly relaxed, a hint of surprise gracing his features as he inquired, "Young master, what brings you to Notting Academy?" "I have come here to study," Jiang Chen replied. "By the way, how did you end up here?" In Jiang Chen's presence, Jing Wuming appeared just like an ordinary youth. "Young master, you previously advised me to engage more with my peers, so I decided to come to Notting Academy." Jiang Chen suddenly realized that it was indeed a remark he had made in the past that had led to this outcome. With Jing Wuming's formidable strength, he undoubtedly ranked as the foremost among all the students at the Notting Academy, for one could graduate from the junior academy simply by acquiring the first soul ring. Jiang Chen found a place to sit and gestured for Jing Wuming to join him. "Do tell me about the recent developments concerning the Spirit Hall." Over the past 2 months, he had been engrossed in his cultivation and had neglected the affairs of the Spirit Hall, leaving him unaware of the current state of the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Out of respect for Jiang Chen, Jing Wuming hesitated to take a seat. "Sit." Jiang Chen commanded directly, prompting Jing Wuming to finally settle down. "Young master, the position of the leader of the Spirit Hall's branch in Notting City has been vacant for several months, but it is finally about to be filled." "Oh? Is it Matthew Nua?" Jing Wuming nodded. "Indeed, this matter should have been resolved long ago. However, the upper-level sub-branch had been preoccupied with other matters, which delayed the proceedings. 3 days from now, the envoy from the Spirit Hall sub-branch will arrive in Notting City to conduct the election ceremony for the branch leader. Matthew Nua has always been the most senior member in the Notting City branch, and most of the other deacons have learned under him. Thus, this election is undoubtedly his. It is unfortunate for that naive girl, who mistakenly believes she has captivated Matthew Nua, unaware that she is merely a plaything in his eyes." Jiang Chen sighed, lamenting that the truly unfortunate one was Tao Go. "By the way, you have been visiting the Masuno office regularly, haven't you?" Jing Wuming nodded, affirming that he went there daily to monitor every action of Masuno on behalf of the young master. Jiang Chen suddenly revealed a smile imbued with profound meaning. Was Matthew and Cece's performance captivating? Jing Wuming was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implication, his face flushing a deep crimson. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, "It was indeed splendid." Jiang Chen rose to his feet, gently patting Jing Wuming's shoulder, his tone imbued with earnestness as he remarked, "Young man, one must learn to exercise restraint." Chapter 32, Little Wu, a newcomer has arrived. Though Jing Wuming's visage bore the innocence of youth, his physique had already matured to that of a 15 or 16-year-old. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood and found himself at a similar height. Listening to Jiang Chen's weighty words, which seemed to carry an underlying implication, Jing Wuming instinctively lowered his gaze. Could it be that my little secret has been uncovered by the young master? He pondered silently. Observing Jing Wuming's demeanor, Jiang Chen found it somewhat amusing. After all, some actions are not prohibited, yet moderation is essential. In youth, one often lacks understanding. Do you grasp this? "I understand," Jing Wuming replied, rising to his feet. "Young master, have you decided how to deal with Matthew? Would you like me to demonstrate a throat-slitting gesture?" he asked. He was merely an assassin. knowledgeable only in the art of killing, and the only service he could offer Jiang Chen was that of taking a life. Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jing Wuming and remarked, "Why is it that all you see is murder? I already have some thoughts on how to deal with him, but I need you to assist me in keeping a close watch on his every move. Perhaps once he ascends to the position of Hall Master, it will be the moment of his torment. Rest assured, young master. Matthew almost always spends his mornings in the company of Miss CC. Any secrets he harbors are likely to be revealed during that time." "I will ensure to monitor him closely," Jing Wuming replied. Jiang Chen nodded. "Young master, you have yet to dine. Allow me to escort you to a restaurant outside for a meal." Jiang Chen gently patted his stomach, remarking that it was still empty. Thus, he would be in your debt. "Young master, please do not say such things. I am unworthy of such favor," Jing Wuming replied, astonished. "Please follow me." Jiang Chen followed Jing Wuming out of the academy. He initially considered inviting Tang San, but upon reflecting that Jing Wuming was his clandestine subordinate, he deemed it inappropriate for Tang San to have excessive contact with him, thus relinquishing the idea. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen found that it was already afternoon. Jing Wuming had been quite considerate, taking him to savor a renowned dish in Nottingham. The chef's culinary skills surpassed his own by a considerable margin, leaving him still reminiscing about the delightful flavors. Jiang Chen returned alone to Notting Academy, while Jing Wuming returned to the assassin organization. Jing Wuming now spends the majority of his time at Notting Academy, occasionally visiting the organization daily and undertaking missions from time to time. Jiang Chen carried a large bag of belongings as he made his way towards the student dormitory. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy boasts but a single dormitory building, which accommodates both male and female students. All work-study students reside in the 7th dormitory. The 7th dormitory is unique in that it does not segregate by grade, hosting students from nearly every academic year. Jiang Chen, carrying his belongings, approached the door marked with a number and finally arrived at the entrance of dormitory 7. Peering inside, he noticed that Tang San was nowhere to be found. "Is this dormitory 7? He inquired, glancing once more at the number displayed on the door. Indeed, it clearly indicated dormitory 7, yet he was perplexed as to why Tang San was absent. The once tranquil dormitory erupted into a flurry of activity following Jiang Chen's utterance. A dozen boys rose to their feet, blocking the doorway. Among them, an older boy stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Jiang Chen and asking, "Are you the new work-study student?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" The boy conversing with Jiang Chen was notably tall, towering over him by at least 2 heads. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, he immediately erupted with enthusiasm. "Indeed, this is the 7th dormitory. Xiaowu, come out and welcome the newcomer." As Jiang Chen's smile began to form in response to the affirmation, he was taken aback by the boy's call for Xiaowu. In his astonishment, a little girl emerged from the crowd, standing before all the boys. She was of similar height to Jiang Chen, her round face resembling a plump, rosy peach. A long braid cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, and she gazed at Jiang Chen with wide-eyed curiosity. "Are you also a newcomer to our dormitory?" Xiaowu exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did Tang San not relay the message he sought to these dormitory companions? "Splendid. Everyone, please step back. Come forth, newcomer. If you can vanquish me, you shall become the leader of this dormitory." Xiaowu already wore an expression brimming with eagerness. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words, unable to believe that he could not escape this challenge, especially with his opponent being Xiaowu. He gazed at the adorable girl before him. She was indeed charming, albeit a tad small. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen declared, "There is no need for a match. I concede. I am not fit to be a leader." "TSK. Another coward," came the disdainful jeers, prompting the boys who had gathered to witness the spectacle to disperse in disappointment. Jiang Chen, burdened with his belongings, was about to bypass Xiaowu in search of a bed. "No way. You are the first newcomer I've encountered since assuming leadership, and you must face me in battle." Xiaowu interjected, blocking his path with a defiant stance, hands firmly on her hips, her expression brimming with indignation. "Can I not just concede? I am utterly inept." Jiang Chen replied, exasperated, while he held a modicum of interest in sparring with Tang San. The prospect of engaging in combat with a young girl failed to ignite any enthusiasm within him. "Absolutely not. Are you even a man? You dare not accept a challenge from a mere girl?" Xiaowu resolutely refused to yield. Jiang Chen was unceremonious, pushing Xiaowu aside with a forceful shove. "You coward." Xiaowu stomped her feet in frustration. She had just assumed the role of dormitory leader and was eager to demonstrate her authority, only to encounter a spineless opponent. With a toss of her head, her long braid shot towards Jiang Chen, swiftly wrapping around his neck. "Come back here," she exclaimed, pulling with all her might. But Jiang Chen remained steadfast, continuing to advance. Initially intent on yanking him back, Xiaowu was taken aback when, with surprising strength, Jiang Chen pulled her toward him, nearly colliding with his back. Yet, her reflexes were sharp. She kicked off the ground and sprang upward, her delicate feet ensnaring Jiang Chen's neck. At that moment, both his neck and her feet were entwined, and Jiang Chen wore a wry smile, realizing there was no escape. "Very well. Let me see just how much strength this little rabbit possesses." He stood resolutely, summoning all his strength to withstand Xiaowu's onslaught. With her feet wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck, Xiaowu leaned back against him, her hands braced against the ground. She resembled a coiled spring, exerting her legs and waist in an attempt to hurl Jiang Chen backward. A victorious smile graced her face. Earlier, Tang San had fallen to her formidable technique without a hint of resistance. She was confident that none among her peers could withstand her move. However, her expression soon shifted. Chapter 33. This goose is truly delicious. Her skill relied on her body's flexibility and resilience, maximizing her strength. Yet, its greatest flaw lay in its susceptibility to overpowering force. Something that only manifested when faced with an opponent significantly stronger than herself. Otherwise, even a slight advantage in strength would leave her triumphant. Yet, she underestimated Jiang Chen. Though he had not transformed or summoned his martial soul, the sheer power of his physical form, enhanced by the soul energy within him, was beyond her imagination. With her feet clinging to his neck and her hands pressed against the ground, she exerted every ounce of strength, yet could not budge Jiang Chen. At that moment, he felt like an immovable mountain, and she, a mere rabbit, could not hope to displace such a colossal force. Xiao's face flushed crimson. But Jiang Chen stood there, unyielding. After a moment, she finally conceded, loosening her legs and tumbling down. Are you even human? She glared at Jiang Chen, embarrassment flooding her cheeks. As the dormitory leader, she had humiliated herself in front of all her subordinates. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled at her, noting her graceful waist and the delightful elasticity of her form, yet he perceived that her strength was somewhat lacking. You scoundrel! Xiao exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. For she had never before been subjected to such teasing. She felt an overwhelming urge to tear Jiang Chen apart. However, having already unleashed her most formidable attack to no avail against him, she found herself consumed by both frustration and urgency. Jiang Chen paid no further attention to Xiao and sought a bed at the farthest end of the dormitory, placing his belongings down. The dormitory was equipped with numerous beds, with most individuals opting for the ones at the front, while he chose a secluded spot at the back, distanced from others. Much like in the Holy Soul Village, he felt it impossible to engage with these children, opting instead for the tranquility that solitude offered. Just as he reclined on the bed, Xiao suddenly appeared before him, exclaiming, Hey, you're the leader of our dormitory now. Observing her pouty expression, filled with reluctance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You didn't defeat me just now, nor did I defeat you. It was a draw. Moreover, I have no inclination to be the leader. So the title is yours. Really? The irritation on Xiao Wu's face transformed into surprise. Indeed. You may return now, leader. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, another individual entered the dormitory, Tang San, who had just returned from the master's quarters. Upon stepping in, he spotted Jiang Chen and Xiao Wu. Jiang Chen, you're here. Tang San exclaimed, striding forward. Yes, I just arrived. You two know each other? Xiao Wu inquired, astonished. Tang San nodded. Yes, we're from the same village. He then produced a paper package from his belongings and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is for you. What is it? Jiang Chen asked curiously as he accepted the package and opened it. To his astonishment, he discovered a chicken leg inside. This was given to me by the teacher. I saved one for you, Tang San explained. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion as he silently reached behind him to retrieve a large cardboard box, which he presented to Tang San. What is this? Tang San inquired as he pulled out the contents, and immediately, a rich aroma wafted through the air. It was, astonishingly, a magnificent roast goose. I had lunch out today and brought this for you, Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Tang San stood there, transfixed by the sight of the roast goose, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glimmer, his heart in turmoil. Jiang Chen, with no hesitation, seized the chicken leg and began to devour it. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and eat. If you can't finish, you can share with others, he urged. Tang San nodded, given the size of the goose. He certainly could not consume it all, so he took it to the front. Xiao cast a discreet glance at Jiang Chen, licked her lips, and hurried after Tang San. Moments later, delightful sounds of enjoyment emanated from the front of the dormitory. Jiang Chen, thank you for your goose. Many voices called out to him. Jiang Chen merely smiled and nodded. Within 10 minutes, the goose had been devoured by a group of children, and the gazes directed at Jiang Chen became imbued with warmth and kindness. After a moment, Tang San approached, stating, I will be going out tomorrow. The teacher is taking me to acquire my first spirit ring. Jiang Chen replied with a slight narrowing of his eyes. So, for the next few days, could you and Xiao handle the work of the student workers? I've already spoken to Xiao Wu about it, Tang San added, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Rest assured, you can leave it to me, Jiang Chen yawned. I'm off to sleep. Tang San looked at Jiang Chen, somewhat speechless. It was only afternoon, and night was still hours away. He chose not to disturb Jiang Chen further and returned to his bed. As evening fell, Jiang Chen awoke on schedule, finding the others in the dormitory deep in meditation, cultivating their spirit power. Tang San was munching on coarse biscuits he had brought from home. Jiang Chen had some in his own pack as well, and he took out 2 pieces, eating as he stepped out of the dormitory. As darkness approached, he sought a secluded place to cultivate, for his practice was rather unique and he preferred not to be observed. After a stroll around the school, he finally arrived at a small grove, the quietest and most remote spot in the entire academy, seldom frequented by others. After searching the grove briefly, he bent his legs slightly and leapt onto a large tree, settling cross-legged on a thick branch. From here, he could unobstructedly gaze at the moon in the sky. He could have practiced in his room, but it felt constricting and irksome. He relished the freedom of being unbound, basking in the warm moonlight. In the early morning, Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory and discovered that Tang San had already left. Today marked the opening ceremony of Nodding Academy, and he did not wander aimlessly. After the ceremony concluded, he returned to the grove to practice his lightning fist and the 3,000 lightning movements. He had gained a firm grasp of the lightning fist, able to control it without frequently tripping over his own feet. When executed, it was immensely powerful, rivaling the force of his first spirit skill. Additionally, arcs of electricity manifested during its use, seemingly derived from the corpse core within him, possessing a paralyzing effect. As for the variations of the 3,000 lightning movements, Jiang Chen had become increasingly adept, though he still struggled with the aspect of speed, which frustrated him. Despite possessing the millennia of memory from a zombie, it proved of little utility, for the zombie's cultivation method was fundamentally different, primarily revolving around bloodsucking. Moreover, after reaching a profound level of cultivation, the zombie had developed terrifying innate abilities, which Jiang Chen could not hope to learn. Thus, apart from his spirit skills, his main reliance now lay with the lightning fist and the 3,000 lightning movements. Jing Wuming was currently absent from the academy, presumably surveilling that fellow Mazayuno. Jiang Chen focused in a particular direction, sensing Jing Wuming's presence there, specifically towards the spirit hall. Suddenly, a small black sparrow flew over and landed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. This low-level corpse puppet, devoid of a soul and driven only by instinct, allowed Jiang Chen to perceive his surroundings through its eyes. Go, he instructed. The little black sparrow took flight towards the spirit hall, as Jiang Chen too was curious about the activities of that old man Mazayuno. Chapter 34. Su Yutao goes mad. Thank you for your support. Third update. The little black sparrow flew swiftly, its eyes mirroring Jiang Chen's own. The various sights of Nodding City flashed rapidly in Jiang Chen's mind. Guided by his instincts, he directed the black sparrow until it landed atop a grand edifice. He sensed Jing Wuming inside. Circling the building, the black sparrow perched on a window. Wow, this is intense. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes nearly bulging out. At that moment, within the spirit hall, in the lobby on the first floor, Su Yutao wore an expression of deep conflict. CC was in Mazayuno's office, causing Su Yutao to feel a sense of dread, as if a colossal boulder were pressing against his chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Moreover, Mazayuno frequently praised CC for her beauty and capability, which seemed to carry an ulterior motive. Just moments ago, he had intended to invite CC to lunch, hoping to subtly inquire if matters were truly as he suspected. However, before he could approach her, he saw CC enter Mazayuno's office. This was precisely the source of his turmoil. One was a respected elder who had guided him when he first entered the spirit hall, while the other was a girl he had pursued for over 2 years. The age gap, 81 and 18, made the situation even more complicated. Sigh, I should check. Perhaps I'm overthinking this, Su Yutao reassured himself, ascending the stairs. Yet another voice within him echoed, what if it's true? What will I do then? As he neared Mazayuno's door, his heart raced with mounting intensity, nearly leaping into his throat. When he was just a few meters away from the door, despair washed over him. CC, who had always been cheerful before him, now seemed to be secretly enjoying herself with another, reducing him to mere nothingness. And that duplicitous Mazayuno, who appeared so kind on the surface but was secretly entangled with the girl he cherished, how could he possibly accept that? At that moment, rage surged through Su Yutao, filling his mind. He could no longer concern himself with the consequences and simply kicked forward. The iron door crumpled and flew inward under the force of his kick, a testament to the fury he felt. As the door vanished, he beheld the two intertwined figures, his eyes nearly bursting with blood. In that instant, both Mazayuno and CC were rendered speechless. With a pop, like a cork being removed from a bottle, Mazayuno pushed CC away. Su Yutao erupted into a maniacal laughter, losing control of his spirit, becoming a lone wolf, radiating a frenzied and violent aura. Mazayuno felt a shiver run down his spine. Though he was several levels above Su Yutao, they were both grand spirit masters, and Mazayuno was aging. Su Yutao, youthful and vigorous, could easily overpower him. Yutao, things are not as they seem, Mazayuno hastily exclaimed, genuinely fearing Su Yutao's wrath. Su Yutao's blood-red wolf-like eyes fixated on Mazayuno, darting briefly to the evasive gaze of CC. Then, he turned and, to Mazayuno's astonishment, dashed out, leaping from the first floor. The commotion had already attracted the attention of others within the spirit hall. As people began to ascend to investigate, they saw Su Yutao bursting forth from within, racing out of the spirit hall. Mind your own business. Continue with your duties. Mazayuno's authoritative voice rang out, immediately quelling any curiosity among the onlookers. What do we do? CC's delicate face paled, panic gripping her. She feared the news might spread, jeopardizing her future, especially with the hall master election just days away. If the higher-ups caught wind of any unsavory rumors, it would be catastrophic. She resolutely decided that she could not allow that young man to speak freely. Matthew spoke in a low voice, his concerns mirroring those of CC. At such a critical juncture, any rumor of a tarnished reputation could lead to his ultimate downfall. In that moment, a fleeting thought of eliminating Su Yutao crossed his mind. Yet he quickly suppressed it. You must seek him out and feign vulnerability before him. I know him well. That boy is infatuated with you and will surely keep your secrets. Once you ascend to the position of Hall Master, you can wield that authority to expel him from the spirit hall, and then whatever he claims will fall on deaf ears, Matthew instructed. What if he refuses to keep my secret? Cece expressed her worry. If he lacks sense, then he must not blame me for disregarding years of friendship, Matthew replied coldly. I permit you to employ any means necessary, remember, any means. If he declines, return to me immediately. Understood. I will find him at once, Cece said, hastily departing. In a dim corner of the room, a pair of eyes observed the unfolding scene, unnoticed by anyone. Matthew slammed his palm onto the desk, splashing water everywhere, and coldly declared, Su Yutao, I hope you choose to be wise and do not compel me to take action against you. Cece rushed out of the spirit hall. Under the curious gaze of her colleagues, eager to locate Su Yutao, they were baffled, unable to comprehend why Su Yutao had suddenly gone mad, and why Cece had followed suit. An elder steward, appearing to be in his 50s, wore a knowing smile. I believe I have an inkling of what transpired, he murmured. What do you know? Speak up. A group of gossiping colleagues crowded around him. The middle-aged man glanced at Matthew's office, confirming Matthew's absence before softly sharing his speculation. Surely, Master Matthew, despite his age, can still manage, right? A young man in his 20s exclaimed. And Cece, she is my goddess. Keep your voice down if you wish to live. The middle-aged man scolded, slapping the young man on the head. You are unaware that Master Matthew once held a formidable reputation in his youth. What reputation? The group inquired. Master Matthew's martial soul is that of a dog. What do you think it was? He replied. Everyone shook their heads in confusion. The middle-aged man smirked, relishing the moment. His nickname was the Hound. Oh. So now he is merely an old hound? The young man exclaimed. Shoo. Speak no further if you value your life. Chapter 35. A shift in attitude. Cece's first destination was Su Yuntao's residence. Having worked for many years at the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao had accumulated some savings and purchased a house in the heart of Notting City. Cece had visited a few times. If Su Yuntao was not home, she would have to search the entirety of the city. Su Yuntao's home was a quaint little building. Upon her arrival, Cece discovered that the gate to the courtyard had been forcefully broken open. So he is indeed here, she thought with a sense of relief. Ascending the stairs, she immediately spotted Su Yuntao, who was in a drunken frenzy. Yutao, she called out. Su Yuntao turned abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, and the overwhelming sadness reflected in his gaze made Cece's heart tremble. What do you want? Why not seek out that old dog and continue your revelry? Su Yuntao retorted, pouring himself another drink, his gaze towards Cece now indifferent. Cece rushed over, clutching his arm. Yutao, I have my reasons. Faced with such intimacy from Cece for the first time, Su Yuntao remained unmoved. His heart was already dead. Yutao, I grew up in the slums, enduring the hardships of poverty. I merely desire a better life. Cece wept. So you chose to seduce him? Su Yuntao replied coldly. He promised me the position of Hall Master, but in my heart, I still hold affection for you. Every moment spent with him brings me silent tears, feeling I have betrayed you. However, becoming Hall Master is my dream. I had no choice but to accept his vile advances. Yutao, please promise me you won't reveal this matter. I truly love you. If it weren't for the Hall Master position, I would have long accepted your pursuit. Grant me this one favor, and once I become Hall Master, I shall cast that old fellow Matthew aside, granting you the role of Chief Steward. Together, we will reign over the Spirit Hall of Notting City. Cece pleaded, her voice laced with genuine emotion. Su Yutao ceased drinking, remaining silent as Cece leaned on his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Observing her tear-streaked face, he sighed deeply. After so many years, how could he sever such a bond? His love for Cece persisted. He gently pushed her away, his voice icy. Leave now. We shall have no further connection. I will not disclose your actions. Yutao, thank you for your understanding, Cece responded, overwhelmed with emotion, her tears of joy flowing. She had not anticipated that Su Yuntao would truly acquiesce to her request. In that moment, a fragment of her heart shattered, and her love for Su Yuntao surged forth, ever more intense. Su Yuntao's expression was one of bitterness. All the years of my youth dedicated to you have culminated in a mere thank you for your understanding. I have enabled your carefree pursuits and adventures while sacrificing my own dreams. You were promised vows and sweet words, while I am left with nothing but a regretful acceptance of your choices. As he waved his hand, he said forlornly, You should leave. Yet before he could finish, Cece leaned in closer. Su Yuntao was rendered speechless, his eyes wide, as the fervent blood surged within him, threatening to drown his reason. Perhaps due to his martial soul, he had never experienced love before, rendering this encounter all the more intoxicating. With his remaining rationality, he attempted to push Cece away, knowing he should not continue down this path. But before he could muster the strength, Cece took another bold step forward. Su Yuntao's pupils dilated as he beheld her alluring face, completely succumbing to the moment. An hour later, Cece emerged, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Her radiant smile illuminated her features, dispelling the shadows that had lingered for years. At that moment, she realized her true feelings. She genuinely cherished Su Yuntao, her ambition having obscured her heart until now. Matthew, you old dog, go eat dung, she thought. After the election, it will be your turn to pay the price. At that moment, a small black bird perched on the eaves behind Cece, its gaze vacant. Suddenly, it took flight. Flapping its wings as it headed towards the Academy of Nodding City, Jiang Chen averted his gaze, letting out a sigh. Truly, Tao Gu was remarkable, able to forgive such matters. And the unfortunate CC remained oblivious to the fact that Matthew had already ensnared her. Just as he lamented, Jing Wuming returned. And upon entering the grove, he spotted Jiang Chen. Young master, I bear grave news. Su Yu now has gone mad. Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was already aware. At that moment, a small black bird flew in and perched upon Jiang Chen's shoulder, to which he gently caressed it. This is my eyes. You need not visit the spirit hall any longer. Devote more time to your cultivation, he said. Young master, do you no longer require my assistance? I can continue to aid you, Jing Wuming implored anxiously. Jiang Chen smiled gently and said, No, in my opinion, your cultivation is far more important than monitoring Matthew. I am already aware of the location of the spirit hall. I will keep watch myself from now on. Focus on your training, as you will undoubtedly be of assistance in the future. Very well. Jing Wuming did not dare to oppose Jiang Chen's command and could only acquiesce. He then added, Young master, could you perhaps grant Miss CC a chance at life? I feel she has been deceived and her plight is quite pitiful. Jiang Chen gazed at Jing Wuming in astonishment. Aren't you known for killing without a second thought? How could you feel pity for a woman? I merely think she is somewhat pitiable, Jing Wuming replied, his face reddening as he lowered his gaze. Indeed, after all, she has been your mentor for over 2 months. Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, causing Jing Wuming's cheeks to flush even more. Rest assured, she is merely a greedy and foolish woman. I promise not to harm her, Jiang Chen assured. Thank you, young master. Jing Wuming expressed his gratitude. Well then, continue your training. I shall go for a meal, Jiang Chen stated as he made his exit. After respectfully seeing Jiang Chen out, Jing Wuming began his training. Sigh, a man is like iron, and food is like steel. I feel famished after skipping just one meal, Jiang Chen lamented. He suddenly found himself envying Jing Wuming, who could forego meals and sustain himself on blood for several days, enhancing his own power in the process. However, he quickly shook his head. He too could consume blood, and though it was enticing, his previous life's values convinced him it was an immoral act. While the taste of blood might be exquisite, fine delicacies were also delightful. Given a choice, he would prefer a life of normalcy. After dining, he returned to the woods to continue his training. The enigmatic boxing style and agility astonished Jing Wuming. Yet he dared not inquire further. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days flew by. Chapter 36. The election begins within the spirit hall, in Matthew's office. He was in a state of agitation as he reviewed documents. Suddenly, he tossed his pen aside, rising in irritation. 2 days prior, Cici had reported that she had persuaded Su Yuntao, but since then, she had not entered his office again. Having not been close to Cici for 2 days left him feeling an inexplicable emptiness. He stepped out of his office and called out to Cici, who was attending to business in the lobby. Cici, please come up for a moment. Matthew's expression was devoid of emotion, neither joy nor sorrow, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. After speaking, he retreated back inside. Nearby, Su Yuntao's forehead bulged with veins as anger surged within him. Cici quickly exchanged a reassuring glance with him and whispered, I'll check and be right back. Since that day, she had discreetly taken up residence at Su Yuntao's home without anyone noticing. Once Cici entered, Matthew quickly rose, ready to take action. But Cici promptly pushed him away, complaining. Someone else came by. Who? Matthew paused, then quickly realized, frowning, the date is incorrect. Cici shot him a glare, explaining, I've been a bit overwhelmed with work, so I moved it up a few days. Matthew had no choice but to relent, sitting down with a dejected demeanor. My dear, tomorrow is the election. Have you made the necessary arrangements? Cici inquired. Matthew nodded. Rest assured, I will vigorously support your candidacy for the new hall master. No one will oppose it. I adore you. Cici flirtatiously winked. By the way, the envoy will arrive in Nodding City tomorrow afternoon. You and Su Yutao should go to greet them and arrange accommodations at the Nodding Grand Hotel, Matthew instructed. Cici, being the belle of the spirit hall, and Su Yutao, the most radiant young man amongst them, were both deemed suitable for the task. All right, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Cici replied before heading out. Once Cici departed, excitement gleamed in Matthew's eyes. Tomorrow, he would become the hall master of the Nodding City branch, a lifelong dream finally on the brink of realization. He also intended to nominate Cici as the new chief deacon, considering that she had accompanied him for several months, and he would need to work closely with her in the future. As for Su Yutao, remaining in the spirit hall would only be a nuisance. He planned to exercise his authority as hall master to facilitate Su Yuntao's early retirement. Outside the office window, a small black bird lingered, its vacant eyes blinking. Ah, the show is finally about to begin, Jiang Chen remarked, stretching his limbs. Jiang Chen, are you bullying me? Hurry up with the sweeping. I'm nearly done with this vast garden, Xiaowu exclaimed, hands on her hips in indignation. I'll sweep it immediately, just you relax. I'll handle the rest, Jiang Chen quickly waved her off. Tang San had been gone for several days now and had yet to return. What was once a task for 3 had now fallen to him and Xiaowu. With that, Xiaowu smiled, then I'll leave you to it. I'm off to rest. Jiang Chen waved his hand once more, urging her to go. Moments later, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Xiaowu had only swept a small corner, leaving a vast area untouched. and a single phrase had led him into this predicament. After completing the cleaning, he proceeded to the grove for cultivation. Before long, Jiang Chen appeared before him. "Young master, I have prepared the items you requested. Is this intended for Matthew?" Jiang Chen inquired. Jiang Chen waved his hand, assuring that soon enough, one would understand the depths of despair awaiting them. Listening to Jiang Chen's sinister laughter, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a newfound pity for Maxuno creeping in. Time passed swiftly, and by dawn, the entire spirit hall buzzed with excitement. For today marked the arrival of the high-ranking envoy. The floors, windows, and walls of the spirit hall gleamed, polished to perfection. As Maxuno and a group of stewards awaited at the entrance, the envoy was said to be residing at the Notting Grand Hotel. While Su Yutao and CC had already gone to fetch her, whispers floated through the crowd, speculating about the envoy's stunning beauty. "How do you know?" inquired a young man, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Didn't Su Yutao and CC go to meet her yesterday?" "I overheard them discussing the envoy," came the reply. "Is she more beautiful than CC?" Another chimed in. "Far more beautiful. That figure, that face," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. As they conversed, a carriage approached the spirit hall, and Su Yutao and CC emerged to greet it. The carriage came to a halt, and Su Yutao swiftly drew back the curtain. "Envoy, we have arrived," he announced. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, a shapely, radiant leg elegantly descended from the carriage, capturing everyone's gaze. Maxuno could hardly suppress his excitement. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 30s emerged, clad in a knee-length skirt and the spirit hall's uniform, her waist cinched delicately. Her curves mesmerizing enough to leave the male stewards in awe. Her beauty eclipsed even the already mature CC. With exquisite features, a round face, and golden hair neatly tied up, complemented by red-framed glasses, she exuded an air of sophistication, grace, and intellect that left the onlookers breathless. Such beauty, they marveled. And Maxuno nearly drooled. "Master Maxuno, the envoy has arrived," CC reminded him gently. "Ah, yes, esteemed envoy, greetings. I am Maxuno, the chief steward of the Notting City Spirit Hall," he said, plastering on a flattering smile. The woman nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed by the crowd's reaction. As if accustomed to such admiration. "I am Steward Zhou of the sub-hall. You may call me Steward Zhou," she introduced herself. "Steward Zhou, we have awaited your arrival," Maxuno said eagerly, leading her inside. With efficiency, she directed him to the conference hall, where an oval table awaited. After taking her seat and scanning the room, an unspoken authority emanated from her, rendering all present silent and attentive. "I am quite busy. I will attend to your matters this morning, and then depart. Let us commence," she stated. The election process was straightforward. Each individual would cast a single vote. With a nod, she declared, "Now, let the voting begin." Maxuno and CC exchanged smiles. The moment they had awaited had finally arrived. "I support Master Maxuno. I support Master Maxuno. I vote for CC. I support Steward Wang." Soon, it was Su Yuntao's turn. Without hesitation, he declared, "I support CC." At last, only Maxuno and CC remained. CC smiled, "I vote for myself." In total, there were 15 individuals present. Maxuno had secured 7 votes, CC 4, and Steward Wang only 3. Maxuno had promised CC that upon his election, he would gracefully step aside, endorsing her for the position of Hall Master. Unbeknownst to her, nearly all stewards had received directives from Maxuno. Even the participation of Steward Wang was orchestrated by him to lend an air of authenticity to the proceedings. At this moment, Maxuno rose. Smiling broadly, "I am grateful for your trust and unwavering support over the years. I shall continue to serve, bringing more contributions to the Notting Sub-Hall. I vote for myself." A wave of applause erupted, leaving CC in stunned silence. Wasn't Maxuno supposed to endorse her? Why was he voting for himself? Anger flickered across Su Yuntao's face as he stood abruptly. "I object." "Oh, do you have any objections?" Steward Zhou inquired, intrigued by the young man's boldness. Su Yutao opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. After all, revealing the embarrassing secrets of CC and Maxuno would only serve to humiliate CC further. CC's face paled as she tugged at Su Yuntao's sleeve, her eyes pleading. "Nothing," Su Yutao finally muttered, his expression darkening as he sat down. Steward Zhou nodded, sensing there were underlying issues. Yet she had no time to delve into such trivialities. She turned her gaze to Maxuno. "Master Maxuno, while your votes are currently the highest, you are not without age. Are you certain you wish to assume the role of Hall Master?" Maxuno straightened, his voice filled with vigor. "Steward Zhou, I am in excellent health and can certainly serve the Spirit Hall for another decade without issue." Steward Zhou nodded, choosing not to press further. As she had merely come to oversee the election, she promptly presented Maxuno with the Hall Master's insignia, officially appointing him as the new Hall Master. With time pressing, Steward Zhou took her leave. After bidding farewell to Steward Zhou, Maxuno basked in triumph, his features seemingly rejuvenated by years. Without returning to the conference hall, he addressed the crowd directly. "Thank you all for your support. It is an honor to be your Hall Master. From now on, you may refer to me as Hall Master. No need for formality. Furthermore, with the chief steward position now vacant, I intend to appoint CC. Do any of you have objections?" Surprise rippled through the crowd. Maxuno had not mentioned this before, and Steward Wang's expression darkened. Previously, Maxuno had promised the position to him. Yet now he was handing it to that young girl. However, he dared not protest. Maxuno was now the hall master, and any dissent would lead to dire consequences. No objections. No objections. Everyone acquiesced, though Cece remained silent, her expression troubled. Maxuno, you despicable old fool. How can you be so shameless? Su Yuntao could no longer contain his anger, erupting in a furious outburst. Maxuno's smile faltered, having intended to address Su Yuntao's grievances with caution, but was caught off guard by the sudden outburst. How should we handle Su Yuntao's public insult towards the hall master? Maxuno's voice boomed. A sycophant quickly responded. You should be stripped of his steward title and expelled from the spirit hall, never to return. Maxuno smirked coldly, nodding. Excellent, let it be executed. Su Yuntao roared in fury as he transformed, intending to confront Mithuno and seek justice for Cece. Yutao, no. Cece screamed. Mithuno, feeling anxious, quickly retreated, waving his hands and shouting, get him out of here. Before long, Su Yutao, bruised and battered, was thrown out. Cece rushed to his side, asking, Yutao, are you all right? Mithuno stepped forward, frowning. Cece, you are now a grand deacon. Why are you associating with this person who has insulted me? Mithuno. I have no regard for this grand deacon. Yunhao declared. Let us go, Cece. She shouted back, supporting Su Yutao as they departed. Meanwhile, a crowd had swiftly gathered at the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall to witness the spectacle. Mithuno's expression darkened as he watched Cece and Yutao leave. His heart ablaze with fury. He could hardly fathom that the power-hungry Cece would choose Su Yutao. The only young and beautiful spirit master had walked away, leaving Mithuno resentful, and a hint of murderous intent began to brew within him. Within the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chen wore a smile. Observing this, Jing Wuming inquired, young master, has that old fellow Mithuno become the hall master? Jiang Chen nodded. The situation unfolded as anticipated. Matthew Nua ascended to the position of the palace master. And to my astonishment, Cece relinquished her role as the grand steward for the sake of Su Yuntao. Without delay, he conveyed the circumstances to Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming, having never harbored a clear sense of right or wrong, held a certain fondness for Cece and immediately exclaimed in anger, that old scoundrel deserves to perish. Jiang Chen remarked, there is no rush. It is not so easy for him to meet his end. Do you recall the items I instructed you to prepare earlier? Find an opportunity to lure Cece out discreetly. Jing Wuming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he absorbed Jiang Chen's plan, exclaiming in admiration, young master, your strategy is truly ingenious. That Matthew No will undoubtedly wish he were dead. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's ears perked up, and he chuckled. It seems there is a commotion. Let us investigate. The sounds were emanating from the direction of the academy's rear entrance, not far from their current location. Upon exiting, they encountered a small hill and a grove of trees. As Jiang Chen and Jing Wuming exited through the back door, a furious roar reached their ears. If you dare. Just wait. I'll fetch my boss. Following this, a dismissive voice from Xiaowu echoed. Go ahead and call. Are we work-study students afraid of you? A shocked voice interjected. Isn't Boss Xiao the most formidable in our academy? How does he still have a boss? Is there someone even more powerful than him? A chorus of derision followed. You work-study students are doomed. When our boss makes a move, 100 of you wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, Wang Xing, one of the work-study students, appeared to recall something, gasping in alarm. Tang San, Sister Xiaowu, we must leave quickly. If we linger, it will be too late. Why are you so timid? Neither Tang San nor I fear them. What are you afraid of? Xiaowu retorted, visibly annoyed. Wang Sheng grew increasingly anxious. Sister Xiaowu, they speak the truth. Once that person arrives, none of us will be able to escape. What kind of strength does that person possess? Tang San and I are both level 11 soul masters. Should we truly be afraid? Xiaowu expressed her dissatisfaction. Wang Xing's face turned pale as he replied, I've heard that he has already reached the great soul master realm. The gravity of his words caused Xiaowu's expression to shift, and she urged, Tang San, we must leave at once. We certainly cannot contend with a great soul master. Haha, are you afraid now? It's too late. You might as well become my pet rabbit. A boisterous laugh rang out. The recently fled Xiao Shenyu returned, flanked by two others, Jing Wuming, of similar height, and Jiang Chen. Boss Jing, these insolent work-study students dared to offend us. Please show them some consequences, Xiao Shenyu pleaded, bowing and scraping before Jing Wuming. Earlier, his subordinates had been defeated by Tang San, and he himself had suffered a beating. In the past, he would have immediately capitulated. But now he had a powerful ally, this seemingly unassuming figure who could surely make those insufferable work-study students quail in fear, especially that little rabbit girl, whom he fantasized about holding and teasing. Xiao's expression darkened as she realized she could not discern Jing Wuming's strength, sensing an unfathomable depth. Thus, it was likely he truly was a great soul master. Although she was puzzled by Jiang Chen's association with him, avoiding confrontation was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Observing that Jing Wuming had yet to take action and appeared to be consulting the child beside him, Xiao Chenyu's confusion grew. Boss Jing, those two children have only just achieved the status of soul masters. You could resolve this with a mere wave of your hand, he urged. Jing Wuming finally turned to face him, remaining silent, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful slap. The force sent Xiao Chenyu flying, blood and teeth scattering. and upon hitting the ground, half of his face rapidly swelled as he lost consciousness. The previously raucous crowd fell silent. Xiao Qinyu's subordinates left in shock. What was Jing Wuming doing? Then, to their astonishment, Jing Wuming and the child beside him approached the group of work-study students. Jiang Chen, so you know this person. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You made me worry for nothing, Xiao Wu complained. With curiosity sparkling in her lovely eyes, she regarded Jing Wuming, pondering. This person is quite young yet has already attained the great soul master level. Is human cultivation truly this effortless? Let us depart, Jiang Chen stated. Wang Sheng, who had initially been intimidated by Jing Wuming, now cheered loudly. From now on, who dares to bully our work-study students? Under the shameful gazes of the formal students, the work-study students strutted away proudly. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San took his leave hastily, stating he needed to go to the Wuhuan Hall for Soul Master promotion certification. Jiang Chen shook his head. This time, when Tang San went to assist him, it was likely still Matthew. However, the one receiving him was no longer Su Yuntao. As for Matthew, his time to boast would not last much longer. Jiang Chen addressed Jing Wuming, instructing him to proceed according to his plan. Jing Wuming respectfully acknowledged and swiftly departed. Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng, along with a group of work-study students, were left in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Chen, how could he refer to you as young master? He is a grand soul master. Xiao Wu could not restrain her curiosity and inquired. Jiang Chen felt a sense of helplessness, as if he had inadvertently revealed his secret. I must confess, I am indeed a wealthy heir. Impossible, Tang San remarked. You, and he are from the same village. Xiao Wu clearly expressed her disbelief. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Tang San. He is aware of my background. Jiang Chen spoke without hesitation. For Tang San knew that Jing Wuming was also a zombie and would never disclose Jiang Chen's secret. Meanwhile, in Su Yuntao's home, he gently caressed the girl in his arms, CC, and expressed his gratitude. CC, you have been so kind to me. I vow to cherish you for a lifetime. CC, nestled against Su Yuntao's sturdy frame, listened to his heartbeat and responded with a radiant smile. Yuntao, I have committed many foolish acts in the past. Can you truly forgive me? Meeting you has been the greatest blessing of my life. At her words, Su Yutao embraced her even tighter, as if wishing to merge their beings entirely. Yutao, you must know that old scoundrel, Matthew Nua, harbors malicious intentions. He fears you may contend for the position of Hall Master and has deliberately sabotaged your future by ensuring the death of the child who awakened in Saint Soul Village. What? Su Yunao gasped, sitting up in shock. Are you referring to Jiang Chen? He stuttered, remembering how the news of Jiang Chen's demise had left him despondent for days. It was unforgettable. CC nodded. Yes, that child. Matthew Nua used some nefarious means to kill him and forced me to lie to you, claiming I witnessed the child's death. In truth, I was never in Saint Soul Village that day. Su Yutao was stunned, suddenly collapsing into tears. It is all my fault. If I had not submitted that report to Matthew Nua, that child would still be alive. I caused his death. CC, filled with compassion, held Su Yuntao's head and comforted him. You are not to blame. We should condemn that wicked old dog instead. He will surely face retribution. Suddenly, Su Yutao rose from the bed, swiftly dressing himself. I must visit Saint Soul Village. After all, I am responsible for Jiang Chen's death. I owe it to him to pay my respects and offer some compensation to his family. As he spoke, he gathered his savings, taking along a substantial sum of gold soul coins. I will accompany you, CC insisted, also getting up. No, you should stay home and await my return. Then please be careful on your journey and stay safe. Once outside, Su Yutao hurried towards the city gates, eschewing the use of a carriage. He was eager to reach Saint Soul Village, to confess his sins at Jiang Chen's grave, and to offer solace to Jiang Chen's grandfather, Old Jack. After bidding farewell to Su Yutao, CC was about to ascend the stairs when, in a fleeting moment, a figure leapt over the wall and landed inside. A young boy clad in black, nearly 7 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance and an aloof demeanor, stood before her. Who are you? CC asked. Taking a few cautious steps back, her soul power already mobilized to summon her martial spirit if necessary. Jing Wuming flashed a grin and said, There is no need for alarm, Miss CC. I harbor no malice. If you bear no ill will, why then do you intrude upon my home? CC retorted coldly. Jing Wuming cut to the chase. Do you wish to seek vengeance against Matthew Nua? I possess a means to make him suffer greatly. Chapter 39. Cooperation. Who are you, truly? CC's expression shifted, for this young man seemed to know of her enmity with Matthew Nua. Her soul power surged as she prepared to unleash her martial spirit. Jing Wuming quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, stepping back. My identity is of little importance. What matters is that I share a common enemy with you. I seek your collaboration. CC hesitated, still on guard. Why should I trust you? What reason do I have to join forces with you? Jing Wuming replied, Matthew Nua appears to be a good-natured elder, yet he is more ruthless than anyone. He is capable of murdering an innocent child. Do you think he would spare you or Su Yunao after your betrayal? I assure you, his revenge will come soon. And by then, it will be too late for your regrets. CC paled, stepping back in alarm. Jing Wuming's words rang true. Would Matthew Nua allow her and Su Yunao to remain unscathed? Seeing his words had taken effect, Jing Wuming stepped closer, continuing, You have grievances against him, and he will not overlook you. If you desire a peaceful life with Su Yutao, you must strike first. Collaborate with me, and we can render that old fool a pariah, forcing him to suffer immensely. Cece lifted her gaze, noticing that the boy had approached her. At that moment, she recognized the sincerity in his eyes. He genuinely seemed earnest. She conceded that she was swayed. Can you reveal your identity? How do you know my secrets? Jiang Wuming shook his head. These details are unnecessary. All you need to understand is that we both wish for his demise. Now, will you join me? Cece wrestled with her decision, torn within. Jiang Wuming, sensing her reluctance, remarked, if you choose to reject my offer, prepare to face Matthew Nua's revenge. With that, he turned as if to leave. Cece, alarmed, called out, wait, what do you need me to do? As Jiang Wuming turned back, a smirk graced his lips. The plan is intricate. Would you mind inviting me upstairs to discuss it in detail? Cece nodded, follow me. Half an hour later, Cece stared blankly at a small vial of powder on the table, her heart tumultuous. It was a ruthless scheme. If successful, Matthew Nua would undoubtedly be disgraced. A laughingstock in the Douluo Continent. Recalling all that Matthew Nua had done to her, her expression darkened with bitterness. This time, he must meet his end. With determination, Cece changed into the Spirit Hall's uniform and set forth towards the Spirit Hall. She needed to regain Matthew Nua's trust to have the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Moreover, she feared that any further delay might provoke Matthew Nua to take action against her and Su Yuntao. That afternoon, the clerks at the Spirit Hall were astonished to see Cece return to work. Matthew Nua was particularly elated. For him, it mattered not what relationship Cece had developed with Su Yuntao, as long as she remained employed at the Spirit Hall. Cece officially became a senior clerk. Su Yuntao raced to St. Soul Village, seeking out Old Jack. Upon seeing Su Yuntao, Old Jack grew anxious. 3 months prior, during his awakening, Su Yuntao had tasked him with persuading Jiang Chen to study at the Spirit Hall, a task he had failed to complete. Before Su Yuntao could speak, Old Jack stammered. Master Su Yuntao, I have not fulfilled your request. Jiang Chen absolutely refused to attend the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao paused momentarily before responding, Old Jack. That is of no consequence now. Where is Jiang Chen's grave? I wish to pay my respects. Master Su Yuntao, are you jesting? Old Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Had it not been for Su Yuntao's identity, he would have struck him with his cane. Old Jack, it is my fault. Jiang Chen's death is on my conscience. Su Yuntao said, his face filled with remorse. What? Old Jack felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and his body went limp. Su Yuntao, quick as a flash, rushed to support Old Jack. Village Chief Jack, please do not grieve. If it weren't for me, Jiang Chen would not have perished. In a moment of fury, Old Jack struggled, seizing Su Yuntao by his collar, and bellowed, explain this to me. When did Xiao Chen die, and how did it happen? At that moment, Su Yuntao was taken aback. Had Jiang Chen not drowned in the river just days after his awakening? However, there was a possibility he had been murdered. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Old Jack struck Su Yuntao with his cane and retorted, nonsense. Just days ago, I sent him to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. You dare claim he died 3 months ago? You traveled this far just to mock me? Old Jack's words left Su Yuntao bewildered, but soon enough, he grasped Old Jack's shoulders in excitement. So you mean Jiang Chen is alive? Of course. Old Jack, still fuming, replied, the entire village can attest to this. If you doubt me, you may visit the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy yourself. Finally, Su Yuntao began to comprehend that there were events unfolding that neither he nor Cece were privy to. Could it be that Matthew had not come to kill Jiang Chen but had merely deceived Cece, who in turn deceived him? This thought stirred within him. Now, tell me, what is your purpose for coming to our sacred soul village today? Old Jack's cane struck the ground with authority as he glared at Su Yuntao. The fact that Su Yuntao dared to jest about Jiang Chen's life had enraged Old Jack, who no longer cared for Su Yuntao's status. Actually, I was just here to make a joke, Su Yuntao awkwardly admitted before turning and fleeing. It was utterly embarrassing. He had created quite the blunder. If he did not run, Old Jack might very well use his cane to poke him. Having just arrived at Sacred Soul Village, Su Yuntao dashed out once more. Devoid of any lingering guilt, now brimming with excitement, he had to share this good news with Cece. Perhaps he could leverage Jiang Chen's survival to turn the tide and seek vengeance against Matthew. Jiang Chen never anticipated that Su Yuntao, upon discovering Matthew Nua's sinister plot, would make a special trip to Sacred Soul Village. He had thought that the fact of his survival could be concealed indefinitely. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, Jiang Wuming had resolved the matters at hand and returned to Jiang Chen's side. Young master, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Miss Cece will take action the day after tomorrow. That day coincides with the rest day of the Martial Soul Hall, ensuring a flawless execution. Jiang Chen leaped down from a stone, chuckling, you have done remarkably well. The day after tomorrow, let us venture to the Spirit Hall to witness a thrilling performance. Chapter 40. The performance begins. The small grove within the academy could be deemed as the exclusive domain of Jiang Chen and Jiang Wuming. Teachers seldom ventured here, and the students, fully aware that this was Jiang Wuming's territory, dared not approach. During his days at the academy, Jiang Chen scarcely returned to the dormitory, dedicating his daylight hours to training here and continuing his practice into the night. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and Su Yuntao had returned to Nodding City. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by Cece, who had just returned from work. Cece, I bring good news. Su Yuntao exclaimed joyfully as he stepped through the door. What good news? Cici inquired, taken aback, given that both of them had been expelled earlier that day. She was perplexed by his sudden elation. Haha, Jiang Chen is alive. The village chief of Shahan village told me personally that Jiang Chen is currently studying at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Really? Cici was skeptical. She vividly recalled how Mithuno had assured her of Jiang Chen's demise with utmost certainty. Indeed, just a few days ago, the village chief escorted him to Notting Academy, along with another child named Tang San. Tang San? Today, I hosted a child named Tang San who was undergoing Soul Master certification, Cici remarked. Su Yuntao paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow and asked, Have you returned to work at the Spirit Hall? Cici shook her head and proceeded to share the details about Jing Wuming's visit and the plans for revenge against Mithuno. After a brief moment, Su Yuntao burst into laughter, his amusement unrestrained. Since Mithuno had first toyed with Cici, Su Yuntao had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Mithuno's recent betrayal of Cici, in addition to expelling her, had solidified Su Yuntao's hatred. From Cici's outline of the plan, he envisioned Mithuno's grim fate. Cici, do you have any idea who that young man who came to see you is? Su Yuntao queried. Cici shook her head. No, he refused to reveal his identity. Perhaps he is someone whom Mithuno has offended over the years. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuntao mused. I am contemplating whether to submit Jiang Chen's awakening report to the higher authorities. After all, once your plan succeeds, Mithuno's position will surely be compromised. If we leverage Jiang Chen's merit, we might genuinely seize control of the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Cici considered this. Let us wait until Mithuno is dealt with. There is no need to rush, as he currently wields the greatest power, and all documents must pass through his hands. Su Yuntao nodded. Then I shall eagerly await to see how that old scoundrel meets his end. Jiang Chen initially believed that there were no significant matters requiring his vigilance. Thus he summoned back Xiao Heek without realizing the plans of Su Yuntao and Cici. Time swiftly passed, and soon another day had elapsed. Early in the morning, Cici arrived at the Spirit Hall, only to find its grand doors firmly shut, as today marked a day of rest for the Spirit Hall. Instead of entering through the main entrance, she quietly slipped in through the back door. Following closely behind her was a plump middle-aged woman, approximately 40 years of age, with a thick layer of foundation on her face and vividly painted lips that appeared somewhat frightening. Not only did this sight make ordinary men uneasy, but even Cici, as a woman, felt a wave of nausea at the sight of this middle-aged woman. This woman was a courtesan Cici had procured specifically for Ma Zayuno. Due to her advanced age and the dreadful illness she had contracted, she had been cast aside, making her an easy target for Cici's scheme. Faced with Cici's monetary temptation, the nearly starving woman could hardly refuse her request and readily agreed. She had already received a deposit of 5 gold soul coins, with another 5 promised upon completion of the task, an amount she could never have earned in a month of hard work before. After ensuring the woman was well concealed, Cici quietly awaited Ma Zayuno in his room. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the doors of the Spirit Hall swung open, and Ma Zayuno, beaming with delight, entered and casually shut the door behind him. Hearing the sound of the door, Cici poured herself a bit more hot water. Cici, I'm here. Ma Zayuno's excited voice called out as he hurried upstairs. Upon seeing Cici's enticing posture, his eyes nearly blazed with desire. As he lunged toward her, Cici signaled for him to halt and picked up the cup of water. Darling, have a drink to quench your thirst first. Ma Zayuno, having come from home, was indeed parched and promptly took the cup, drinking it all in one go, ready to proceed. Wait, let us change the location this time, shall we? Cici cooed playfully. Where to? Ma Zayuno asked, his breath already quickening. He felt an overwhelming desire igniting within him, more intense than anything he had experienced even in his youth. Let us go to the reception hall on the first floor, Cici suggested. Ma Zayuno's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. You certainly know how to have fun. I'll indulge you this once. Just think of the bustling streets outside, with people coming and going, and here we are in the hall. How thrilling. In the midst of his words, Cici had already dashed down the stairs, prompting Ma Zayuno to hastily follow. By the time he reached the ground floor, Cici had vanished. His desire surged even higher, and he felt on the brink of explosion. Cici, Cici, he called out incessantly. Suddenly, the plump woman Cici had brought forth emerged, giggling as she approached Ma Zayuno. Hidden in the shadows, Cici witnessed this scene and nearly retched. However, Ma Zayuno, in a fit of excitement, exclaimed, Cici, where did you run off to just now? With that, he embraced the overweight woman and became frenzied, realizing the situation had escalated beyond her control. Cici quietly exited through the back door and made her way to a tea house across from the Spirit Hall. Upon ascending to the upper floor, she found Su Yuntao waiting for her. Cici, was everything smooth? Su Yuntao inquired eagerly upon her arrival. Cici smiled and nodded. There were no unforeseen incidents. Let us remain here and watch the spectacle unfold. Su Yuntao gazed expectantly at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, eager for the thrilling scene that was about to transpire. In a nearby restaurant, a young boy and a 6-year-old child sat at a window on the second floor, intently fixated on the doors of the Spirit Hall. These two were none other than Jing Wuming and Jiang Chen, who had just arrived. By 10 in the morning, the streets had begun to bustle, particularly the street where the Spirit Hall was located, a prime area within Notting City, now teeming with people. Nearly everyone passing by the entrance of the spirit hall wore expressions of respect and solemnity. In the eyes of the majority, the spirit hall was a sacred place. Whether ordinary citizens or most soul masters, they regarded it as inviolable. Yet today, the dignity of the spirit hall would be utterly trampled. And perhaps it would become the laughingstock of the Douluo Continent. As the passers-by gazed upon the spirit hall with reverence, the doors were flung open from within. An elderly man, over 80 years of age, and an exceedingly overweight and unattractive woman stumbled out without regard for their surroundings. Chapter 41. The disturbance of the Pope. In less than half a minute, the bustling street fell into complete silence. Horse-drawn carriages halted, merchants ceased their sales. Pedestrians froze in their tracks, and diners forgot to chew their food, all staring wide-eyed at the absurd scene unfolding before the spirit hall. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop, as many were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the incredibility of the situation. "That's Master Ma Zayuno," someone shouted, and the entire street erupted into chaos, albeit now the topic of discussion had shifted solely to Ma Zayuno. Ma Zayuno, typically a kind and gentle elder. How could he commit such an act of indignity against the spirit hall? Some murmured in disbelief. Who knows what madness has overcome him? Perhaps he has always been this way, an animal and human guise I've seen often. I recall he is already over 80. He truly is vigorous for his age. Terrifying indeed. My eyes are going blind. I'm going to vomit. As soon as the sounds of retching began, it triggered a chain reaction. Nearly every male on the street erupted in nausea, and even the women struggled to suppress their own queasiness, their faces paling. Jiang Chen, sipping tea, inadvertently sprayed Jing Wuming with a mouthful, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Cici had executed her plan with unparalleled finesse, effectively ruining Ma Zayuno. Such a scandalous act would undoubtedly spread throughout the Tiando Empire within days, eventually reaching the entire continent. Cici, do you think we've gone a bit too far? This could severely tarnish the reputation of the spirit hall, Su Yuntao remarked, unable to contain his concern. Cici shook her head, asserting, "The spirit hall as formidable power is what truly matters. This farce won't last long." As time passed, many began to shake their heads and depart. Yet a multitude rushed in, including several informants from various factions who had already disseminated the news shortly after the incident. At that moment, a deacon from the spirit hall rushed in, distressed and calling out, "Master Ma Zayuno, what are you doing?" He approached in an attempt to intervene. However, Ma Zayuno roared, swatting the unsuspecting deacon away with a single blow. Moments later, filled with immense satisfaction, Ma Zayuno stood up, facing the street, stretching his body with vigor. "Life is truly magnificent," he exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Why has it suddenly become so noisy? Immediately, his surroundings transformed. Shifting from the grand hall of the spirit hall to the bustling street, Matthew was taken aback by the throngs of onlookers, his mind swirling with confusion, nearly overwhelming him. His aged body trembled violently, and he felt the urge to expel a mouthful of blood, which he forcefully suppressed. Am I not inside the spirit hall? How did I end up on the street? Who can enlighten me about what transpired? A torrent of questions flooded Matthew's mind as he desperately sought the familiar silhouette of CC. However, upon glimpsing the woman not far away, her eyes rolled back. On the verge of unconsciousness, his heart jolted painfully. Unable to contain himself any longer, he released a torrent of blood and collapsed. "Master Matthew." A spirit hall steward rushed forward, cradling him back into the hall and firmly shutting the door. A tremendous uproar erupted, the atmosphere among the crowd intensifying as they recounted the earlier events. "Hey, why isn't that person moving?" someone inquired. "Indeed, why is she completely still?" "Erguzi, go take a look." A gaunt man, resembling a monkey, was pushed forward. With a nonchalant grin, he approached the woman. Upon closer inspection of her condition, Erguzi's heart sank, and he cautiously probed her nostrils. "She is dead," he exclaimed in shock. The crowd erupted once more. "Goodness, she had that illness." Erguzi staggered back in horror, inadvertently tumbling down the steps. "What illness? Speak up." "It's that one. Oh my, it terrifies me." The crowd's expression shifted dramatically as they collectively recoiled. Who wouldn't fear such a disease? Except for a few healing spirit masters capable of counteracting it. There was almost no remedy available. Ordinary individuals afflicted would only await their demise, as their bodies slowly decayed, a torment surpassing any imaginable horror. "Get away from me, Erguzi." Thousands dispersed in terror, bringing this farcical scene to a close. Jiang Chen had lost all appetite for food as he followed Jing Wuming through the throngs of people towards Nodding Academy. "Cici, that woman is dead," Su Yuntao remarked. Cici sighed. "I never anticipated the outcome would be this way. I had intended for her to seek refuge in another city, yet fate had other plans. And her life was extinguished here. Nevertheless, it may be for the best. She was already teetering on the brink of death. And perhaps this is a form of liberation for her. Let us wait. This incident will soon reach the Vatican, and perhaps an enforcer will arrive," she continued. "Have you completed your report regarding your concerns for Jiang Chen? Once submitted, with your merits, you could undoubtedly ascend to the position of the new temple master." "Cici, I have never aspired to be the temple master. I might not be suited for it," Su Yuntao replied. Cici placed her delicate finger over Su Yuntao's lips. "I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. You are extraordinary. Young master, did you not personally eliminate Matthew?" Jing Wuming inquired with a hint of confusion. Jiang Chen shook his head and remarked, "Let it be. For what transpired today, he deserves to die 100 times. The spirit hall will not let him off easily." With this matter finally concluded, I could now cultivate peacefully within the academy. That afternoon, Elder Zhou from the upper sub-hall returned, accompanied by several other elders. Aside from Elder Zhou, who possessed the cultivation of a soul zone, the others had all reached the soul respect level. Upon their arrival in Notting City, they promptly detained Ma Xiaonghua. They lacked the authority to handle him, so he would be closely monitored here, awaiting the arrival of the enforcement team from the Papal Hall. As soon as Ma Xiaonghua regained consciousness, he was struck by the gravity of his situation, nearly succumbing to fear. Fortunately, among Elder Zhou's entourage was a healing soul master, who managed to save his life just in time. Naturally, CC, as the head elder of the Notting City Spirit Hall, took over Ma Xiaonhua's duties. That very evening, a confidential document was dispatched via the Spirit Hall's unique communication methods, directed towards the Papal Hall. By noon the following day, the Ma Xiaonhua incident had finally attracted the attention of the Papal Hall, inciting the Pope's fury, who immediately ordered the enforcement team to proceed to Notting City to escort Ma Xiaonhua to Spirit City for a formal apology. Chapter 42. A Divine Spirit? At this moment, within the highest governing body of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City, the Papal Hall, a woman sat regally upon the throne. Draped in an exquisite black robe adorned with golden patterns, she wore a 9-curved purple gold crown and held a scepter encrusted with countless gemstones. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage exuded an intangible aura of divine nobility, compelling all who beheld her to feel an instinctive urge to prostrate in reverence. She was Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, hailed as the most formidable leader in its history, her cultivation unfathomable. Alone within the Grand Hall, despite her imposing presence, a subtle sorrow lingered in her brow. This sorrow did not stem from the recent Ma Xiaonhua incident. While he had brought disgrace to the Spirit Hall, the matter was still easily resolvable. Yet, in the still of the night, or when alone, she could not help but reminisce about the painful memories of her past. The teacher she had once held in the highest regard had unexpectedly transformed into a beast, ruthlessly claiming her. The man she had loved most dearly had been forced to leave the Spirit Hall under her teacher's coercion, and when she finally escaped his grasp, she discovered he had fallen for another. Moreover, due to her teacher's possession, she bore a child who should never have existed in this world. Though she cherished her daughter deeply, every time she gazed upon her, memories of that beastly teacher resurfaced. And the torment of those experiences prevented her from confronting her daughter normally. Her life had been fraught with suffering, even now, as Pope. She could not forget her tragic past. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the hall, causing Bibi Dong's sorrow to dissipate, her demeanor growing more formidable. As the footsteps drew nearer, a young girl entered. She possessed long black hair and a delicate oval face, appearing merely 11 or 12 years old. Yet her figure was already well developed, with long, straight legs and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. As she moved, her waist swayed gently, exuding an alluring charm. She walked straight to Bibi Dong and halted, gazing up at the throne with utmost respect. "Teacher," she said softly, performing a slight bow. Upon seeing the girl enter, Bibi Dong's previous authority melted away, replaced by warmth. Hearing the girl's greeting, a gentle smile graced her nearly perfect features, rendering the once resplendent hall dimmer in comparison. The girl below stared at her teacher, mesmerized. "Nana, have you been adjusting well in the Spirit Hall these past few days?" Bibi Dong inquired softly. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I am getting accustomed," Hulina replied. Though a hint of discomfort flickered across her face, Bibi Dong nodded. "It is perfectly natural to feel out of place after just graduating from that environment. Henceforth, you shall cultivate by my side." "Thank you, teacher." Hulina felt a surge of emotion, aside from her brother and Yin. It was the first time someone had treated her with such kindness. Having lost her mother at a young age, Bibi Dong instilled in her a sense of maternal care and affection. Just then, a platinum bishop wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown hurried into the hall. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, tall and slender, resembling a stick. Bibi Dong frowned, exuding an air of authority. "Salaris, what brings you here in such a hurry?" Salaris, sensing the Pope's slight displeasure, anxiously handed over a document. "Your Holiness, this is information transmitted from the Notting City branch. Please review it." Bibi Dong replied, "Did I not send a small enforcement team there at noon? Has something gone awry?" Salaris quickly clarified, "Your Holiness, this document is not concerning Ma Xiaonhua, but rather about a 6-year-old child, awakened by an elder named Su Yintao in Notting City. He suspects this child possesses a divine spirit." "Oh?" Bibi Dong's interest was piqued. Hulina hastily took the document and presented it to Bibi Dong. Naturally, Bibi Dong harbored skepticism regarding the notion of a divine spirit. To her knowledge, there existed only the angel spirit on the Douluo Continent. How could such a small and remote place as Notting City possibly yield a divine spirit? Nevertheless, her curiosity compelled her to open the document. All documents arriving from across the continent were managed by the Platinum Bishops, with the highest level confidential documents directly submitted to the Pope, while lesser ones were reviewed by the bishops. Given Notting City's modest stature, it could not transmit the most confidential documents, which is why this one was first assessed by Salaris. Bibi Dong trusted that Salaris was not mistaken in his judgment. Thus, even if the child did not possess a divine spirit, their talent must be remarkable enough to have led the elder to mistakenly believe so. The spirit hall's influence spanned the continent, annually aiding countless individuals in awakening their spirits free of charge, thereby continuously absorbing talented individuals into its fold. Those with exceptional talent were always welcomed with open arms, nurtured within the spirit hall. The more extraordinary the talent, the greater the attention received. Those with astounding potential were often sent to the spirit hall's headquarters for focused cultivation, just as Hulina was currently a key focus of training. Bibi Dong gently opened the document, initially perusing it out of sheer curiosity. However, as time passed, her expression grew increasingly serious. After reading it once, she found herself compelled to read it again, her smile growing ever more pronounced. Salaris, standing respectfully below, noticed Bibi Dong's smile and quickly lowered his head. Fearing that continued observation might lead to an inadvertent breach of the Pope's dignity, Bibi Dong closed the document and handed it to Hulina, addressing Salaris. You have accomplished a significant feat. You may leave now. We shall discuss your merits later. Thank you, Your Holiness. It is my duty. Saras revealed a smile and respectfully retreated. Master, could it be that the child mentioned herein truly possesses a divine-level martial soul? Hulina could not contain her curiosity. Having observed Bibi Dong's reaction earlier, her doubts had long since festered, prompting her to inquire at this moment. You may take a look for yourself. Bibi Dong replied with a smile. If that steward named Su Yuntao did not exaggerate, it is indeed possible that this child possesses a divine-level martial soul. Hulina quickly perused the document, astonished. How could such a terrifying spectacle occur during awakening? Surely, that steward named Su Yuntao must be exaggerating. Noting her incredulity, Bibi Dong chuckled. If it were you, would you dare to craft a letter to deceive the Pope? Hulina paused, shaking her head. I would not. Thus, what is inscribed here must be true. Prepare yourself. You have just returned from that place. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for a stroll to adjust your mindset. Chapter 43, Tang San's Challenge. Master, are you referring to? Hulina queried, perplexed. We shall visit the city of Nodding tomorrow. Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Ah, all this for a mere child? Do you really need to go in person, Master? Hulina expressed her astonishment. A divine-level martial soul is no trifling matter. I need to verify it personally. If it is indeed true, I must ensure he is under my control. With no room for error, Hulina nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chen was leisurely practicing. Why was he at ease? Because he had avenged Matthew Nua and was no longer threatened by heavenly tribulations, his spirits had lifted considerably. Each day was spent researching martial techniques and agility, followed by diligent cultivation at night. He intended to spend his days at the Nodding Academy in this manner. Since yesterday, the little black sparrow had been monitoring the situation at the Martial Soul Hall. In the afternoon, Matthew Nua had been apprehended by a steward from the nearest sub-hall, awaiting the enforcement team from the Pope's hall to escort him away. Jiang Chen speculated that Matthew Nua would likely be taken to Martial Soul City for execution as a public spectacle. As he pondered the intricacies of agility techniques, Jing Wuming suddenly rushed into the grove. Young master, Jing Wuming approached Jiang Chen, hesitating as if struggling to find the right words. What is it? Jiang Chen asked, surprised. Young master, I may have to leave you, Jing Wuming said, his expression somewhat forlorn. Leave? Where to? Jing Wuming shook his head. I do not know. My adoptive father says he will send me to the assassin headquarters for hellish training, and I may be gone for several years. Jiang Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Jing Wuming was indeed an exceptional ally, and over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to Jing Wuming's presence. The prospect of separation stirred a sense of reluctance within him. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, Then go ahead. Remember to dedicate yourself to your training and never allow yourself to become complacent. Moreover, keep in mind my previous admonition. Unless absolutely necessary, do not bite indiscriminately. Jing Wuming nodded, but replied, Young master, if I depart, there will be no one by your side to assist you. Jiang Chen leapt onto a nearby stone and patted Jing Wuming's shoulder, urging him not to waste words, but to diligently cultivate his skills. I have already reached the 14th level. Do not let me surpass you in a few years. Jing Wuming nodded vigorously, his eyes unexpectedly glistening with moisture. He harbored nothing but respect and gratitude for his adoptive father, yet he felt a profound kinship with Jiang Chen on a soulful level. Throughout these past days of companionship, he realized that his once frigid demeanor had been subtly transformed. All of this was thanks to Jiang Chen. When will you depart? He inquired. This afternoon, Jing Wuming replied. Though I am uncertain of the exact location, Jiang Chen waved his hand and spoke calmly. Return now. Hasten to gather your belongings. There is no need to see me again before your departure. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, he felt a sense of emptiness. Jing Wuming was someone with whom he could freely share his innermost thoughts without reservations, and his sudden departure left a void within him. Jing Wuming took 2 steps back and unexpectedly knelt down, bowing his head several times before Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Jiang Chen assisted him to his feet. I am grateful for your mercy in sparing my life and for granting me a second chance, Jing Wuming replied earnestly. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. I must return to my cultivation, Jiang Chen said, waving his hand once more. Jing Wuming nodded, no longer lingering, and turned to depart. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, sensing that something seemed amiss. Time swiftly passed, and 2 more days slipped away. Jing Wuming had been gone for 2 days, and in Jiang Chen's perception, the distance between them grew ever wider, their connection becoming increasingly tenuous, ultimately fading into complete oblivion. Jiang Chen felt a sense of helplessness, acutely aware that the distance between himself and Jing Wuming had surpassed the limits of his current perception. Meanwhile, under his vigilant gaze, the Spirit Hall finally stirred into action. As the enforcers from Spirit City arrived in Nodding City, upon their arrival, the enforcer, exuding an aura of menace, did not pause even for a moment. Escorting Matthew Nua on their immediate return journey, the higher-ranking officials of the sub-temple also withdrew, and before departing, Elder Zhou promised that once the matter of Matthew Nua was resolved, a new ceremony for the selection of the temple master would be held in Nodding City. With this turn of events, Jiang Chen perceived that the incident concerning Matthew Nua had reached its conclusion. The affairs of the Spirit Hall no longer pertained to him, prompting him to retract the little black sparrow. At that moment, Tang San's voice unexpectedly echoed, "Jiang Chen, are you there?" "Yes, what is it?" Jiang Chen replied, observing as Tang San entered and saw him standing atop a stone. "My teacher has recovered from his injuries over the past few days. He wishes to meet with you for an in-depth conversation," Tang San stated. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Very well, regardless of the circumstances. The master is, after all, Tang San's mentor. It is only fitting to extend this courtesy to him. Moreover, the master's dedication to research is indeed worthy of admiration." Jiang Chen accompanied Tang San for a visit, spending over an hour in the master's chamber. He refrained from elaborating on how he acquired his soul rings, merely stating that his physique was significantly more robust than that of an ordinary individual. Additionally, he elucidated the distinctive traits of his martial soul, which left the master in awe, exclaiming that the zombie martial soul was undoubtedly on par with the foremost martial souls of the age. Ultimately, the master concluded that Jiang Chen's constitution far surpassed the numerous cases he had studied, enabling him to absorb a millennium soul ring beyond the theoretical limits he had established. Thus, his theories remained invincible to a certain extent, with Jiang Chen's situation being an exceedingly rare exception. As Jiang Chen and Tang San emerged from the master's dormitory, the hour for midday repast had yet to arrive, and suddenly, Tang San came to an abrupt halt. "Jiang Chen, I wish to engage in another duel with you," he declared. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Chen responded, "I would be delighted to oblige." He had long harbored the desire to spar with Tang San once more. Having acquired a soul ring, Tang San's soul power had ascended to the 13th rank, and with the addition of the blue-silver grass entanglement skill, his strength had likely seen a significant enhancement. In the secluded area behind Nodding Academy, Jiang Chen and Tang San positioned themselves 10 meters apart, ready for yet another contest. This locale was seldom frequented by anyone aside from students who occasionally indulged in brawls. "Blue-silver grass," Tang San uttered sharply, and the blue-silver grass manifested in his hands. However, it was evident that this iteration of the blue-silver grass had undergone considerable transformation since its initial awakening. The grass had thickened significantly, with leaves now resembling the width of a palm, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of serpentine mandalas. A yellow 100-year soul ring floated gracefully around Tang San, centered upon his form. "Jiang Chen, unleash your martial spirit. This time, I shall not hold back." Jiang Chen nodded, displaying a modest demeanor as he unleashed his martial soul, a violet soul ring pulsating around his form. "I shall make my move now," Tang San cautioned, as robust strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from all directions, fiercely entwining around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not evade nor did he unleash his first soul skill. He wished to personally experience the potency of Tang San's initial spirit ring. Dozens of blue-silver grasses coiled around him like venomous serpents, ensnaring him in an instant. In Jiang Chen's perception, the strength of the blue-silver grass was indeed formidable. If it were any other spirit master of Tang San's caliber, they would likely find it exceedingly difficult to escape solely based on sheer strength. The blue-silver grass was also adorned with sharp thorns, and if Jiang Chen recalled correctly, these thorns could penetrate the target's body, releasing the inherent toxins of the blue-silver grass. The effect of this initial skill's toxin was paralysis. Instantly, Jiang Chen's attire was pierced by the sharp thorns. However, his skin exhibited remarkable resilience, rendering those spikes ineffective. Indeed, the strength was commendable, yet still insufficient for my standards. A smile spread across Jiang Chen's face as he summoned his full might. At this moment, he did not employ any soul techniques. Yet bolstered by his zombie physique and martial spirit, his power was already formidable. The blue-silver grass was instantaneously forced apart, and numerous fissures began to appear along its tendrils. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, in the formal competition, the formidable Shao had utilized his soul techniques. Yet under the constraints of Tang San's blue-silver grass, he had been utterly defenseless. Conversely, Jiang Chen, without even activating his soul techniques, was on the verge of shattering the blue-silver grass. "Quite resilient," Jiang Chen remarked, before amplifying his strength once more. With a resounding crash, the blue-silver grass entwining him disintegrated into fragments, scattering in all directions. Not nearly enough. Jiang Chen ceased his banter, laughing maniacally as he charged towards Tang San. Having already experienced the might of Tang San's soul techniques, he now sought to deliver another thrashing to him. The prospect of subduing Tang San the protagonist of the original tale, filled Jiang Chen with a profound sense of accomplishment, something he had never dared to envision until awakening his zombie martial spirit and activating his system's unique abilities, which gradually inflated his confidence. Tang San possessed advantages, as did he, and his were decidedly more formidable. His initial intention of following Tang San had shifted. Perhaps having Tang San as a subordinate was a more appealing option. The failure of the blue-silver grass to ensnare Jiang Chen was anticipated by Tang San. Yet he had not expected that even Jiang Chen's soul techniques would remain unprovoked. Could it be that the disparity between us was truly so vast? He pondered inwardly. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened, his movements remained swift. As Jiang Chen approached, he acted without hesitation. For this duel, he had meticulously prepared over 1,000 pebbles concealed within his belt. Known as flying locust stones, these pebbles were commonly employed as concealed weapons in the martial world, their trajectory resembling that of locusts soaring through the air, thus earning their name. With an agile flick of his wrist, he unleashed a barrage of pebbles towards Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength far surpassed his own, Tang San's hidden weapons could unleash a power several times greater than their inherent force. Thus, Tang San was confident that this time he would not easily succumb to Jiang Chen. Upon witnessing the swarm of stones hurtling toward him, Jiang Chen inwardly acknowledged the accuracy of his assumptions. He had anticipated that, having learned from their previous encounter, Tang San would not allow him to close the distance so readily. The use of stones as concealed weapons was Tang San's way of showing restraint. Jiang Chen's fist flew swiftly, knocking down stone after stone. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially when the stones were hurled from all directions. In mere moments, he had already endured 7 or 8 strikes. If it were Tang San's fists, he would harbor no concerns, as they would inflict little pain upon him. Yet these pebbles caused him immense suffering in an instant. It is akin to comparing the damage of a fist to that of a firearm. One need not elaborate, for the distinction is crystal clear. Tang San's hidden weapon seemed to grant him the prowess of a gun, amplifying his offensive capabilities severfold. The barrage of hard pebbles crashing against Jiang Chen's body rendered him nearly incapacitated, with some stones shattering upon impact with his form. Jiang Chen could not help but be astonished by the formidable power of Tang San's hidden weapons. Indeed, the Tang sect was not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San was even more astonished than Jiang Chen at that moment. Tang San had unleashed all his strength, yet it merely inflicted pain upon Jiang Chen without causing any substantial harm. With a furious roar, Jiang Chen attempted to breach from the side. Yet the hidden weapons launched by Tang San were alarmingly swift. Under the gaze of the purple extreme demon eye, Jiang Chen found that his speed was no longer an advantage. In despair, he resorted to his first soul skill, the stiffening armor, which augmented his defense by 1.5 times, while simultaneously doubling his strength and speed. Tang San merely witnessed a flicker from Jiang Chen's purple soul ring, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen transformed. His entire form was enveloped in black armor, leaving only his eyes and nose exposed, rendering the rest almost impenetrable. The menacing visage of the armor possessed a striking visual impact, sending a tremor through Tang San's heart. Jiang Chen came to a halt. The pain inflicted by the stone moments ago diminished significantly, now merely a slight tingling sensation. Under the influence of his first soul skill, Tang San's stones posed no threat to him whatsoever. Jiang Chen erupted into hearty laughter, his figure darting forward with remarkable speed, entirely disregarding the concealed weapons. As he swiftly closed the distance to Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted repeatedly, "Stop, stop, I concede." The moment his words left his lips, Jiang Chen's fist halted mere centimeters from his face. Tang San exhaled in relief and promptly retreated, employing the ghostly shadow technique to distance himself. Jiang Chen no longer feared his concealed weapons. If he continued to resist, it would be sheer foolishness. Did he wish to endure another beating, emerging with a bruised face once more? In truth, his belt concealed other hidden weapons, such as penetrating spikes, willow leaf blades, and money darts, all of which possessed significantly greater lethality than mere pebbles. Although uncertain whether they could harm Jiang Chen, it was merely a friendly exchange, and there was no need for such severity. After retreating, Tang San did not linger. He unleashed his full speed and swiftly returned to the academy. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Tang San's unexpected concession. By the time he regained his composure, Tang San had already sprinted away. Damn it, what a significant loss. He removed his armor, his expression clouded with frustration. It was Tang San who had initially suggested the sparring session, yet in the end, it was he who conceded and fled. What does this even mean? Jiang Chen touched his face, which was marred by several large swellings, and even his eye sockets had darkened, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. Enduring such a senseless beating was indeed a grievous loss. Unbeknownst to him, his situation was relatively fortunate. Tang San had gradually increased the intensity of the hidden weapons based on his condition, ultimately unleashing his full power. Had it been any other child, countless bones would have likely fractured. At that moment, the pain coursed through his entire body, only alleviated slightly by the circulation of his martial arts. He dared not return to the dormitory, instead retreating into a small grove, unwilling to show his face until the swelling subsided. Little did he expect that just a few days later, Tang San would settle the score for the previous encounter at the mountain summit. While Jiang Chen was tending to his injuries, A group of significant figures arrived in Notting City, individuals whose presence could tremor this modest town thrice over. Yet, Jiang Chen remained oblivious, lost in his solitude and healing. The swellings on his face were unlikely to heal completely in mere days. Among the arrivals were Bibi Dong and Hulaina, accompanied by several titled Douluos, who discreetly entered the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Chapter 45. Hulaina takes action after Matthew's punishment. Cece brought Su Yuntao back to the Spirit Hall, and no one dared to voice dissent. As Bibi Dong's group entered the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao and Cece immediately sensed something amiss. No words were spoken. Yet an invisible pressure materialized, filling the vast Spirit Hall. The leading woman appeared to be around 30. Her nearly flawless visage causing Cece to feel a pang of inadequacy at just a glance. A formidable aura emanated from her, rendering no one bold enough to meet her gaze. Upon Bibi Dong revealing her identity, Su Yuntao and Cece were further unsettled. The incident involving Matthew was primarily instigated by Cece, and they had felt anxious when the enforcers arrived earlier that morning. Fortunately, the enforcers did not delve deeply into the matter, simply escorting Matthew away, which had brought them some relief. However, they were taken aback when, just a few hours later, the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, the Pope herself, chose to visit such a small locale as Notting City. Cece quickly invited Bibi Dong and her entourage into the most sacred hall of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, what brings you to the Notting City branch? Cece mustered the courage to inquire. Bibi Dong smiled gracefully, instantly alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. You need not be anxious. I'm not here to exact vengeance, but merely wish to meet the child named Jiang Chen. The tension in Su Yuntao and the other elders dissipated. Who among you is Su Yuntao? Bibi Dong's gaze swept across the assembled elders. A surge of joy filled Su Yuntao as he stepped forward, respectfully declaring, Your Holiness, I am Su Yuntao. Please recount the details of the child's awakening. Do not omit any particulars. Bibi Dong's voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a spring breeze, soothing Su Yuntao's earlier nerves as he began to narrate the extraordinary events of Jiang Chen's awakening. The elders accompanying Bibi Dong had not reviewed the relevant documents, and upon hearing Su Yuntao's account, they quickly grasped her intentions for this visit. One elder could not restrain himself from interjecting, Your Holiness. What this elder has recounted seems too fantastical to be credible. I believe he may have exaggerated. Faced with such skepticism, Su Yuntao's heart raced, prompting him to hastily explain. Your Holiness, what I have stated is entirely true. You may send someone to Holy Soul Village to verify. Do not be anxious. Bibi Dong gestured to calm him, stabilizing his emotions. Where is the child now? Your Holiness, he is currently in Notting City, studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Su Yuntao responded. Very well. Laina, accompany this elder to bring the child here. Bibi Dong instructed Hulaina, her newly accepted disciple, with a desire to nurture her abilities. Yes, Master, Hulaina replied respectfully, following Su Yuntao out. Your Holiness, do you truly believe that child possesses a divine martial soul? Another elder inquired without restraint. Whether or not that is the case, we shall soon find out, Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Ghost Elder, follow Laina discreetly to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Understood, another elder responded. As Su Yuntao and Hulaina walked along the street towards the Junior Soul Master Academy, Hulaina led the way while Su Yuntao trailed slightly behind. He had just heard this girl refer to the Pope as her master. Such a title conferred upon her an exalted status, and he dared not offend her. Despite Hulaina's beauty, which eclipsed even CCS, and her enchanting aura, Su Yuntao forced himself to focus on CCS' image to suppress any improper thoughts. Hulaina suddenly turned and smiled at Su Yuntao, asking, Are you afraid of me? Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking his head in denial. Too apprehensive to speak. You are quite amusing, Hulaina laughed, choosing not to engage further with Su Yuntao. After a while, they finally arrived at the Junior Academy. Miss Hulaina, we have arrived, Su Yuntao announced, hastening forward to present his Spirit Hall Elder's token. The doorman, upon viewing the token, respectfully opened the door, allowing both of them entry. It is afternoon. The students should all be in their dormitories, Su Yuntao remarked. Having been a former student of the academy, he was well acquainted with its layout. There were 7 student dormitories in total, and work-study students had always resided in the 7th dormitory, a tradition that had remained unchanged for many years. Su Yuntao approached the entrance of the 7th dormitory with ease and knocked on the door. Is Jiang Chen in? He inquired politely. Lord Su Yuntao, what brings you here? A chorus of excited voices greeted him, as many children gazed at him with enthusiasm. They were all work-study students from the village, nearly all of whom Su Yuntao had awakened, thus they recognized him immediately. Tang San emerged, astonished. Lord Su Yuntao, what business do you have with Jiang Chen? Although several months had passed, Su Yuntao still recognized Tang San. I need to speak with him. Do you know where he is? Su Yuntao asked, scanning the dormitory but finding no sign of Jiang Chen. Tang San nodded. He should be in the small grove near the back entrance of the academy. Thank you, Su Yuntao replied, hurrying away. Could it be that Lord Su Yuntao has not yet given up on recruiting Jiang Chen into the Spirit Hall? Tang San mused inwardly. At this moment, a throng of students had gathered at the foot of the dormitory building, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on the enchanting Hulaina standing at the entrance. She was truly exquisite. Within the entire academy, none could rival her beauty. These students, having never encountered such a stunning girl, found themselves unable to blink. Their gaze riveted upon Hulaina. Su Yuntao emerged, leading Hulaina away. In a small grove, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged atop a large stone, channeling energy to heal his injuries. While the wounds on other parts of his body were not of great concern, the state of his face was paramount. Once priding himself on being the most handsome young lad, he now bore the visage of a grotesque creature marred by unsightly blemishes, and his frustration was immeasurable. Just then, footsteps approached, prompting Jiang Chen to open his eyes with vigilance. Two figures came into view. One was the familiar Su Yuntao, and the other was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Jiang Chen acknowledged that, whether in his past life or this one, he had never encountered a girl so exquisite. It was not solely her beauty that captivated him, but also the unique aura she exuded. A sudden realization struck him. Had Su Yuntao discovered that he was still alive? While he pondered this, Su Yuntao had already approached him. Gazing at the child whose face was marred by numerous bluish-purple welts, Su Yuntao expressed her surprise, yet still managed to smile and inquire, "Little one, do you know where Jiang Chen is?" Chapter 46. The perfect woman. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then he instinctively touched the several large bumps on his face. A dawning realization washing over him. "I don't know," he replied directly. It was evident that Su Yuntao had discovered he was still alive, which boded ill for him. He recalled that Su Yuntao had once intended to relay his information to the Vatican, regardless of how Su Yuntao had come by the news of his survival. Jiang Chen knew he had to devise a means to dissuade Su Yuntao from reporting his whereabouts. "May I inquire what brings you to seek Jiang Chen?" he asked, eager to ascertain the purpose of Su Yuntao's visit. Su Yuntao's expression was one of profound disappointment. He did not respond to Jiang Chen's question, but turned to Hulaina and said, "Miss Hulaina, Jiang Chen is not here. Let us search elsewhere." Hulaina. A tempest of astonishment surged within Jiang Chen. How could Hulaina possibly appear at Notting Academy? This scenario was entirely absent from the original narrative. His gaze flickered as he pondered various possibilities. Su Yuntao had already begun to stride towards the exit, yet Hulaina remained rooted in place. Her eyes fixed intently upon Jiang Chen. "Miss Hulaina, why do you not depart?" Su Yuntao inquired, perplexed. Jiang Chen was taken aback, raising his gaze to Hulaina, only to find her enchanting fox-like eyes fixed upon him, as if attempting to penetrate his very being. "No, something is amiss with this fellow," Hulaina suddenly remarked. Jiang Chen silently cursed his misfortune. With a swift movement, he began to retreat. Although he was oblivious to how Hulaina had discerned his predicament, or how she had come to be there, he knew he had to escape, due to his association with Tang San. He had always sought to avoid entanglements with the Spirit Hall. If he did not flee now, would he merely await capture by the Spirit Hall? Hulaina's captivating eyes sparkled with determination as she pursued Jiang Chen, leaving Su Yuntao standing there, utterly bewildered. His mind struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. What on earth was happening? Jiang Chen's speed was remarkably swift, even surpassing that of Tang San by a considerable margin. However, when compared to Hulaina, he appeared significantly slower. Yet, his velocity was sufficient to astonish Hulaina. This child seemed to be no more than 6 years of age, and he did not exhibit any manifestation of his martial soul. How could his speed be so extraordinary? As she pondered, she unreservedly unleashed her martial soul. Her ears elongated and sharpened, her body adorned with a cascade of fluffy fur, and a voluminous, furry tail sprouted from her rear, rendering her even more enchanting. In that instant, her speed surged dramatically, allowing her to seize Jiang Chen by the collar of his garment, lifting him effortlessly. Jiang Chen's feet left the ground, and he kicked several times before finally coming to a halt. Hulaina's eyes emanated a soft pink glow as she gazed at Jiang Chen, inquiring, "Who are you? Why did you flee?" Her voice bore a slight rasp, and both her enchanting gaze and husky tone possessed a unique allure that ensnared the inexperienced Jiang Chen in an instant. "I am Jiang Chen," he stammered, shaking his head to regain clarity, a wave of fear washing over him. Indeed, the fox martial spirit was nothing short of terrifying in its ability to bewitch. Had he not endured the trials of absorbing soul rings and the tribulations of heavenly tribulations, his will would have been far less fortified, and he might have succumbed entirely to Hulaina's charm. Hulaina felt a renewed shock in the past. She would have never believed that a 6-year-old child could resist her allure, yet now she found it undeniably true. Su Yuntao, who had just caught up, overheard Jiang Chen's words and stood frozen momentarily. He approached Hulaina, scrutinizing the suspended Jiang Chen with keen interest. "So it is indeed you, young lad. What were you running from just now?" Su Yuntao could not help but inquire. Jiang Chen forced a bitter smile, now that he was captured. Escape was no longer an option. Confronted by a formidable 26th-level Su Yuntao, he felt a significant lack of confidence. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Hulaina, who held him captive, bore 2 yellow soul rings. Perhaps he could catch one off guard, but the other would likely prove to be a more daunting challenge. Moreover, the thought of taking a life was terrifying. While he might flee from a monk, he could never escape the temple. Murder would undoubtedly implicate the Holy Soul Village. It appeared that fleeing was futile, unless he intended to abandon the academy and forsake the village entirely. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. "Put me down," he implored Hulaina, who held him as one might a mere chick. With a chilling demeanor, she retorted, "Do not even think about running away." With that, she released Jiang Chen from her grasp. At this moment, Jiang Chen surmised that it must be Su Yuntao who had reported his information, which explained Hu Laina's presence here. It was likely that she was not the only one who had come. His heart sank considerably, wondering how he could remain by Tang San's side after attracting the attention of the spirit hall. Hu Laina retracted her martial spirit and instructed Su Yuntao, "You take him." Su Yuntao nodded, grasping Jiang Chen's hand, and said, "Come, I will escort you to meet the Pope at the spirit hall. There is no need to be anxious." In an instant, Jiang Chen's body stiffened, and the remaining fragment of his heart turned cold. To his astonishment, Bai Dong had actually arrived in Nodding City. Moreover, she had come specifically for him. Jiang Chen felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He could not fathom what Su Yuntao had inscribed that would compel the esteemed Bibi Dong to visit a mere inconsequential figure such as himself. Su Yuntao grasped Jiang Chen's arm tightly, fearful that he might bolt once more. Ahead, Hu Laina walked with an air of indifference, wholly unconcerned about the attention she garnered from the throng of onlookers. The denizens of Nodding City were largely familiar with Su Yuntao. Had it not been for his presence trailing behind the young lady, many would likely have approached her brazenly to strike up a conversation. Truly, she embodied the essence of a fox martial spirit, with an innate allure that transcended the ordinary. Jiang Chen mused silently. He observed Hu Laina ahead. Although her visage retained a youthful innocence, her figure was remarkably striking, perhaps a testament to the influence of her fox martial spirit. Suddenly, Hu Laina turned her head and inquired, "Why did you lie earlier, young man? What prompted you to flee?" Jiang Chen's mind raced rapidly as he feigned reluctance and said, "Having been beaten into a pulp by my opponent in a duel, I naturally wish for others to remain oblivious to my humiliation. If I don't flee, wouldn't that expose my predicament?" Hu Laina cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen and suddenly burst into a melodious laugh. "You? With such a trivial stature, you dare to emulate others in a duel?" Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, this girl had displayed a frigid demeanor. Yet now she beamed with a radiant smile, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. "How did you discern that I was lying?" He couldn't help but inquire. Hu Laina did not turn back. Having witnessed much, she could naturally see through it at a glance. Before long, they arrived at the spirit hall. Jiang Chen had gazed upon this hall countless times, yet this marked his first entry. He was led directly into the grand chamber, where he encountered the exalted Bibi Dong for the first time. Staring at the woman, it took him a considerable while to withdraw his gaze. At that moment, two words echoed in his mind. Flawless. Chapter 47. May I decline? Third update. If one were to inquire about the woman Jiang Chen most admired within the entirety of Douluo Continent, it would undoubtedly be Bibi Dong alongside Qianren Chue. Both of these remarkable women possessed extraordinary talents, demonstrating that female prowess could rival that of their male counterparts. He had often contemplated that had he not wished to easily ascend to divinity alongside Tang San, he would have long since joined the spirit hall. Bibi Dong waved her hand, instructing, "You may all leave for now." CC and Su Yuntao, along with the others, respectfully withdrew, leaving only Bibi Dong and her entourage. Stepping down, Bibi Dong stood a short distance opposite Jiang Chen, observing the young boy with curiosity. Jiang Chen's composure astonished her. In the face of such an overwhelming situation, a typical child might have quaked in fear. Yet, apart from initially gazing at her with a look of bewilderment, Jiang Chen exhibited not a trace of trepidation. If this child were not a fool, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. "You are Jiang Chen?" Bibi Dong inquired, scrutinizing the boy's pockmarked face with an oddly bemused expression. "I am indeed Jiang Chen. What do you seek?" He replied, his large panda-like eyes wide with curiosity. "Young man, you should be aware that this lady is the Pope of our spirit hall," someone interjected, disapproving of Jiang Chen's demeanor. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence." She then turned her attention back to Jiang Chen. "What is the matter with your face?" Jiang Chen touched his body and felt a twinge of pain from the recent altercation. Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly as she beckoned one of her companions to administer treatment. A middle-aged beauty emerged, a healing soul master of the Soul Douluo rank, who found it effortless to mend Jiang Chen's superficial injuries. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's original appearance was restored, and the astonishing speed of the healing left him in awe, as it was his first experience with a healing soul master. His fair skin, perfectly shaped nose, and bright, expressive eyes captivated those around him. Bibi Dong nodded and gently inquired, "May we see your martial spirit?" Jiang Chen, understanding the implications, decided to comply without hesitation. At this juncture, what could he possibly refuse? The towering, ghastly figure of a zombie loomed behind him. Though it lacked the grandeur of its awakening, its presence remained formidable. The onlookers were taken aback, scrutinizing Jiang Chen's martial spirit, a humanoid form they had never encountered before. Despite the existence of countless martial spirits recorded by the spirit hall over the years, none resembled Jiang Chen's. Although the aura emanating from the zombie was impressive, the observers deemed it comparable only to the top-tier martial spirits currently known on the continent, such as the Haotian Hammer or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. To claim this zombie spirit was divine would be an exaggeration. Many elders shook their heads in disapproval, believing Bibi Dong had summoned them for naught. They had witnessed the might of angelic martial spirits and deemed this peculiar zombie spirit considerably inferior. Even Hu Laina felt a pang of disappointment. She had placed her faith in Bibi Dong, convinced that Jiang Chen possessed a divine martial spirit, only to discover it was merely a top-tier spirit. the strength of which could not yet be compared to her fox spirit. The adage, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment, aptly described their sentiments. Your Holiness. This child's martial spirit is utterly incomparable to divine martial spirits, one elder remarked, visibly dissatisfied. He had been on the brink of a breakthrough, diligently cultivating his skills, only to be summoned by Bibi Dong, only to find that the much-anticipated divine martial spirit was, in fact, just a top-tier spirit. Such a martial spirit hardly warranted the presence of several Soul Douluo elders, yet Bibi Dong had summoned them all. Jiang Chen observed the expressions of disappointment on the faces of those around him, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. However, perhaps it was for the best. By declining to join the spirit hall, these individuals would not press him further. In contrast, Bibi Dong exhibited no signs of dismay. Instead, her smile grew increasingly radiant. What she perceived diverged significantly from the perceptions of others, although she felt a tinge of disappointment that Jiang Chen did not possess a divine spirit. The aura of his zombie spirit dazzled her. It exuded an unspeakable bloodthirstiness, malice, and a sense of grievance against the heavens and earth, which she found oddly familiar and alluring. Both of her spirits were exceedingly malevolent spider spirits, nearly unmatched in their wickedness throughout the Douluo Continent. Yet today, she beheld one that rivaled her own, Jiang Chen's spirit, equally sinister in nature. The more she sensed it, the more alarmed she became. For this spirit seemed to harbor terrifying secrets unknown to her. She even felt an instinctive intuition that Jiang Chen's spirit was perhaps more suited to the mysterious legacy with which she had been involved. Withdraw your spirit, Bibi Dong said softly. Jiang Chen retracted his martial soul and innocently inquired, May I take my leave? Bibi Dong paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, not so fast. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. She glanced at the elders and instructed, You may leave now. Soon, only Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Jiang Chen remained in the grand hall. What could she possibly want from me? Jiang Chen pondered, feeling perplexed by the dismissal of others. Hulaina, equally uncertain of her mentor's intentions, was abruptly taken aback in the next moment. To her astonishment, Bibi Dong approached Jiang Chen, crouched down before him, and gently stroked his hair, her smile radiating warmth and kindness. Hulaina covered her red lips with her delicate hand, her beautiful fox-like eyes wide with disbelief. Could this truly be the formidable and revered iron-blooded Pope, who held dominion over thousands? Even towards her disciple, such intimate gestures had never been witnessed before. Jiang Chen trembled. Captivated by the proximity of Bibi Dong, whose smile radiated warmth and authenticity, a beauty so profound it nearly took his breath away. I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Do you wish to study under me? The moment those words escaped her lips, Hulaina, standing nearby, was nearly overwhelmed. Stifling a gasp. Even she, who had endured rigorous trials in the death camp before emerging as Bibi Dong's disciple, felt a pang of jealousy at the sight of this child, who, upon their first encounter, had already captured Bibi Dong's favor. At that moment, Hulaina couldn't help but wonder why this child was so fortunate. Yet, it was Jiang Chen who was truly astonished. The prospect of studying under Bibi Dong implied becoming her disciple, a notion he had never dared to contemplate before. If one spoke of the resources available for cultivating soul masters, the Spirit Hall would certainly claim the top position, with no one daring to contest that claim. However, becoming Bibi Dong's disciple would irrevocably pit him against Tang San in the future. Unless Jiang Chen possessed extraordinary strength, he might end up facing a fate similar to that of Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue in the original narrative. Amidst Hulaina's astonishment and Bibi Dong's anticipation, Jiang Chen cautiously inquired, May I refuse? Chapter 48. Farewell to Nodding City, seeking recommendations, may I refuse? As the words left his mouth, Hulaina stood frozen, perplexed as she regarded Jiang Chen, wondering if he was unaware of the Spirit Hall's significance. Bibi Dong's gentle smile faltered momentarily before she inquired, Why? Jiang Chen's small face contorted with indecision as he spoke. I do not wish to leave my hometown. Is that permissible? He dared not reveal his true reasons, resorting instead to a naive excuse. Bibi Dong chuckled charmingly, her beauty radiant as she replied, As you grow stronger, you will bring honor to your homeland. It shall take pride in you. Accompany me, and you shall soon realize this dream. I truly do not want to leave, he insisted. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. A palpable aura of menace enveloping Jiang Chen. Should you refuse, I shall take your life this very moment. Jiang Chen felt an icy chill enveloping him, as though he had fallen into an abyss of frost. Beneath the oppressive aura of malevolence, an inescapable fear took root within him. He could hardly fathom the extent of Bibi Dong's cruelty, as she showed no mercy even to a mere child. What options did he possess? Even if he were to bring these individuals to the Holy Spirit Village, Tang Hao might not be able to rescue him. After all, Tang Hao's old injuries rendered him incapable of enduring protracted battles, and should a conflict erupt in the Holy Spirit Village, it would spell disaster for all involved. Furthermore, with Tang San as an additional burden, Tang Hao would undoubtedly be reluctant to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. Even if Tang Hao were to miraculously save him, it would likely entail taking him and Tang San far away, transforming the Douluo Continent into a realm unrecognizable from its former self. Straying from the original narrative, Tang San might not achieve his previous successes, and Jiang Chen's presence by his side would become devoid of significance. Jiang Chen's heart had grown utterly cold, and it seemed that he had no choice but to obediently follow Bibi Dong away. If he were to accompany Bibi Dong, he must brace himself for the impending conflict with Tang San. Tang San. In that fleeting moment, a thought of wanting to take lethal action against Tang San suddenly flickered in Jiang Chen's mind. Observing Jiang Chen's silence and his dazed expression, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and asked, "Will you choose death, or will you choose to follow me?" Jiang Chen was abruptly awakened, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Without any hesitation, he respectfully called out, "Master." Since the situation had become inevitable, there was no need for him to cling to futile resistance. Bibi Dong's cold, exquisite face blossomed like a myriad of flowers. "You shall follow me from now on." As she spoke, she took Jiang Chen's hand and walked outside. With Hulaina following closely, her expression complex. This outing had unexpectedly granted her a new junior disciple. Jiang Chen's first impression of Bibi Dong's hand was that it was soft and warm. Upon exiting, everyone outside waited in silence. Bibi Dong surveyed the surroundings and calmly announced, "Jiang Chen will henceforth be my second disciple." The elders showed little reaction, as it was quite normal for the Pope to take on disciples. However, Cici and Su Yintao were different. At the moment of Bibi Dong's declaration, they were nearly driven to madness with excitement. The thought of the Pope's disciple was something they had never dared to imagine. Su Yintao had originally hoped for a mere reward for discovering a new martial spirit. Yet this outcome far exceeded his expectations. The child he had awakened had become the Pope's disciple, a feat of unimaginable merit. Observing Su Yintao's exuberance, Bibi Dong inquired, "Su Yintao, what reward do you seek?" Suppressing his excitement, Su Yintao replied, "Your Holiness, may I take a few moments to consider?" "Of course." Su Yintao rejoiced and turned to Cici, and the two engaged in a hushed conversation. After a few minutes, Su Yintao lifted his head, respectfully addressing Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, I wish to become the master of the Notting City branch." "Is that all?" Everyone, including the elders and Bibi Dong, was taken aback by his request, which seemed rather modest. "You could choose to receive a greater reward," Bibi Dong suggested. "No need." Su Yintao replied with a carefree smile. "My talent is not high, and my innate soul power is only at level 2. It is destined that I will never become a powerful soul master. I am already quite satisfied to become the master of Notting City. I will continue to serve the Spirit Hall diligently and seek out more promising children." Bibi Dong responded with satisfaction, "Excellent. Our Spirit Hall needs loyal talents like you. I hereby declare you the master of the Notting City branch." "Thank you, Your Holiness," Su Yintao quickly replied with respect. "Now, I shall depart for Spirit City," Bibi Dong said, leading Jiang Chen outside. As they passed by Su Yintao, Jiang Chen paused. "Su Yintao, I truly thank you." Not catching Jiang Chen's meaning, Su Yintao hurriedly replied, "It is what I am meant to do." After bidding farewell to the Pope, Cici nestled against Su Yintao, her face radiating happiness as she exclaimed, "Tao Ge, you are so impressive." Inside the spacious and luxurious carriage, Bibi Dong turned to Jiang Chen and said, "We are about to head to Spirit City. Do you need to say goodbye to your family?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I have a friend from my village at the Notting Academy. I would like to ask him to convey to my grandfather that I have begun my studies at the Spirit Hall." "Very well," Bibi Dong replied, "Nana, please accompany him on this journey." Hulaina led Jiang Chen to another carriage, which set off towards the Notting City Soul Master Academy, while Bibi Dong and the others awaited outside the city gates. Inside the carriage, Hulaina observed Jiang Chen's somewhat conflicted expression and remarked with a smile, "Junior brother, it seems you are not particularly pleased about taking on a master." Jiang Chen forced a smile that was more unsightly than tears. "Not at all. I am quite pleased. I would appreciate your guidance in the future, senior sister." "Who knows who will be guiding whom?" Hulaina muttered under her breath. It seemed that Bibi Dong favored Jiang Chen even more, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon arriving at Notting Academy, Jiang Chen jumped out of the vehicle. "Senior sister, I can enter on my own." Hulaina followed suit, insisting, "No, what if you run away again? I cannot bear the wrath of our teacher." With a sense of resignation, Jiang Chen allowed her to accompany him inside. Hulaina did not ascend to the dormitory building, and Jiang Chen returned to the 7th dormitory alone. "Congratulations, Jiang Chen. Attending the Spirit Hall for your studies is indeed a commendable path. One that Grandfather Jack would have wished for," Tang San remarked. Jiang Chen refrained from revealing to him the matter of Bibi Dong taking disciples. Otherwise, Tang San would hardly be able to maintain his composure and would likely be taken aback. Meanwhile, Xiaowu cast a gaze filled with complexity upon Jiang Chen. For the Spirit Hall was the one force she despised the most. After Jiang Chen tidied up the belongings he had brought from home, he approached Tang San once more. "Tang San, if there ever comes a day when we find ourselves as mortal enemies, what would you do?" Jiang Chen asked solemnly. Tang San was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "How could that ever happen?" "I am speaking hypothetically," Jiang Chen clarified. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San replied, "If you were truly irredeemable, I would show no mercy." Jiang Chen smiled as well, hoping that such a day would never come, for he feared it would plunge you into despair. As he reached the door, Jiang Chen turned back once more, reminding me to inform my grandfather that I would certainly return to see him. Tang San waved his hand reassuringly, bidding him to go without worry, promising that he would convey the message upon returning home for the holidays. Jiang Chen departed, ultimately refraining from taking action against Tang San. It is only now that he comprehends that he has, in his heart, regarded Tang San as a friend. However, should Tang San truly show no mercy in the future? Would he still need to hold back? Jiang Chen shook his head and observed how Tang San would choose. Chapter 49. Bibi Dong was stunned. Outside the city of Notting, a luxurious convoy gradually made its way, while a small black bird soared high above, accompanying them throughout the journey. Jiang Chen leaned against the car window, gazing at the diminishing silhouette of Notting City, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he let out a faint sigh, realizing that since he had embarked on this journey, he should embrace it. Joining the Spirit Hall might not be a misfortune after all. The Spirit Hall undoubtedly promised to furnish him with the finest resources, enabling him to cultivate his strength expeditiously. He recalled his training, pondering how each absorption of a soul ring seemed to summon a tribulation. This was indeed a defiance of fate, even if he were to stand against Tang San. What was there to fear? With this thought, the gloom in his heart began to dissipate. It was now imperative to consider how to swiftly enhance his power within the Spirit Hall. Observing Jiang Chen lost in thought against the window, Hulaina prodded him gently, saying, "Little junior brother, do you find it hard to part with your hometown?" Jiang Chen averted his gaze and turned to take a seat, feeling a tinge of melancholy. "Do not be sorrowful. From now on, senior sister will be your kin," Hulaina said, gently stroking his head. Jiang Chen felt a touch of discomfort in his heart. As an adult, he found it somewhat awkward to allow a girl of merely 11 or 12 years to pat his head. Yet, he hesitated to withdraw. For Hulaina was his senior, and one never knows when they might need to rely on her in the future within the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong observed Jiang Chen's reaction with a hint of satisfaction and said with a smile, "Chenner, I have heard that you awakened with innate full spirit power. Have you acquired a spirit ring yet? If not, upon our return to Spirit City, I shall arrange for some formidable individuals to accompany you in hunting spirit beasts." Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Teacher, I have already acquired my first spirit ring." Bibi Dong, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Given your talent, it should be a century-old spirit ring, correct?" She harbored some concern. What kind of esteemed mentor could one find in a small place like Notting City? It would be dreadful if her disciple were misled and ended up absorbing a decade-old spirit ring. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "It is not a century-old soul ring." The smile on Bibi Dong's face faded, revealing a rare expression of disappointment. Hulaina looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of reluctance and sympathy. "Allow me to see your soul ring," Bibi Dong said. Jiang Chen's martial soul is commendable. Even though his first soul ring may not be as exceptional as others, under her guidance, it could potentially surpass that of other prodigies. Moreover, the age of the soul ring is not entirely immutable. It can indeed be enhanced, albeit under stringent conditions. Observing Jiang Chen's hesitation, Bibi Dong offered her reassurance. "Do not fret. Although your soul ring is 10 years old, with diligent cultivation on your part, I shall devise a way to assist you in extending its age." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would harbor such thoughts. With a wry smile, he released his soul ring. His zombie martial spirit would only manifest its soul ring upon possession. And since he had not activated his martial spirit in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had yet to witness his soul ring. Of course, soul rings could also be released independently without the manifestation of the martial spirit. Under Jiang Chen's mental invocation, a purple soul ring rose from beneath his feet, gently undulating around him. In that instant, the powerful ruler of the Spirit Hall was rendered speechless, her exquisite features frozen in astonishment. Beside her, Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief, her fingers lightly covering her lips, nearly gasping aloud. It was simply unbelievable. The first soul ring was a millennium. How could this be achieved? Bibi Dong was more knowledgeable. She understood that when a soul master with twin martial spirits reached a high level of cultivation, the second martial spirit could potentially have its first soul ring be 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Alternatively, certain external trials could elevate one's soul rings. However, Jiang Chen had surely only been at the 10th level when he absorbed the soul ring. She had never heard of anyone capable of absorbing a millennium soul ring at such a low level. Unless he was not human. "Teacher, my soul ring is indeed a millennium, not merely a decade," Jiang Chen stated, observing the once imposing figure of the Pope now displaying such a dazed demeanor. He felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh, but he restrained himself. He was still unfamiliar with Bibi Dong's temperament. He did not wish to provoke her wrath and incur her displeasure. Bibi Dong soon realized her lapse in composure and quickly regained her seriousness, aware that appearing in such a state before her disciples would tarnish her image. Yet her heart remained unsettled. This revelation was simply too unfathomable. "Chen-er, please tell your teacher how you absorbed the soul ring," she inquired. Having already contemplated his response prior to releasing the soul ring, he did not hesitate. "Teacher, I possess a naturally strong physique. Even before absorbing the soul ring, my body's strength had reached 1,000 G. The process was quite painful, yet I succeeded." "You recklessly absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring? Did the Academy's instructors not prevent you?" Bibi Dong's expression turned slightly irate. How could they allow a 6-year-old child to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring? It was utterly irresponsible. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Seeing Bibi Dong's somewhat angry demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a flicker of affection for her. "Well, I got separated and happened upon a dying soul beast. I was unaware of its age and inadvertently absorbed it in a daze. Jiang Chen's complexion flushed slightly. This fabrication was rather unimpressive. However, Bibi Dong and Hulaina were completely convinced. For what other explanation could there be? Bibi Dong drew Jiang Chen closer, scrutinizing him earnestly, and the more she gazed, the more satisfied she became. She truly felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. With innate full soul power and a physique surpassing that of his peers, he was capable of absorbing a millennium-old soul ring at the tender age of 6. Such exceptional talent was, in many respects, even more formidable than her own twin martial souls. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she revealed a beautifully crafted ring adorned with a golden edge. "This is a gift from your teacher," she stated. Jiang Chen, intrigued, took it in his hands, pondering whether this was a soul guide akin to Tang San's 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. It is an advanced soul guide containing a space of 30 cubic meters, from which one can retrieve items simply by communicating through thought and soul power. Bibi Dong chuckled. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered, unable to conceal his excitement. Without hesitation, he adorned his right index finger with the ring and began to experiment with it. After several attempts, he quickly mastered the technique and placed some of his garments within. "Thank you, teacher," Jiang Chen expressed sincerely. "Your diligent cultivation in the future will be my reward," Bibi Dong replied, gently caressing Jiang Chen's head. Nearby, Hulaina looked on with envy. The ring was truly exquisite, and she yearned for one of her own. Bibi Dong cast a glance her way, then smilingly produced a necklace. "Nana, this is for you. It possesses the same function as Chinner's." Hulaina beheld the necklace, which shimmered like crystal, her delight palpable as she eagerly accepted it. "Thank you, teacher," she said, thoroughly satisfied. She favored the sparkling necklace over Jiang Chen's golden ringed adornment. "Both of you are my disciples. You must look out for one another. Understood?" "Understood," they both replied. "Nana, let Chinner stay with you now that he has arrived at the spirit hall. Help him acclimate, and ensure he is not bullied by others." "Of course, teacher. I'll take good care of my junior brother." Chapter 50. Arrival at Spirit City. Jiang Chen found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. Was he really expected to cohabitate with Hulaina? After all, he was hardly a mere child. "Teacher, may I reside independently?" he inquired cautiously. Bibi Dong chuckled. "You are still young. It would be beneficial for you to stay with your sister Laina for her to look after you." However, Hulaina, noticing Jiang Chen's apprehensive demeanor, couldn't help but find it amusing. She pulled him close and embraced him, teasing, "Do you truly fear that your senior sister might devour you?" Amidst her playful laughter, an intangible charm radiated from her, causing Jiang Chen's cheeks to flush as he hastily extricated himself. "I genuinely fear that you, this vixen, might consume me," he mused inwardly. Unfortunately, no matter how fervently he protested, Bibi Dong and Hulaina remained adamant, which left him quite distressed. The journey to Notting City lasted 2 days, and their return to Wuhuan City was slightly slower, taking 3 days in total. While Wuhuan City may not compare in size to the capitals of the 2 great empires, its architectural grandeur was utterly breathtaking. The city walls alone captivated Jiang Chen, standing over 80 meters high and more than 30 meters thick. They were constructed entirely from solid granite. Upon entering Wuhuan City, Hulaina began to enlighten Jiang Chen about its features. The entire city was hexagonal, boasting 6 gates, with soul masters patrolling the walls at all times. The streets within the city were exceedingly wide, with sparse pedestrian traffic, and even the few shops catered to the needs of soul masters. Once inside the city, Jiang Chen leaned out of the carriage window and observed that Wuhuan City was built around a hill. Atop this hill were 2 striking edifices. One, situated halfway up, was particularly grand. Through Hulaina's explanations, he learned that this resplendent structure was the Hall of the Pope, where the Pope resided. As disciples of the Pope, both he and Hulaina also dwelled within. The smaller building at the summit, gleaming white as jade, was the Douluo Hall, the spiritual sanctuary of soul masters. Only the deceased titled Douluos were permitted to reside within, rendering it effectively a tomb for them. Even the Pope held no authority to step inside. He could only pay homage at the entrance. The soul masters on the streets exhibited an air of profound reverence, and Jiang Chen sensed an extraordinary atmosphere, perhaps due to the presence of the Douluo Hall, which represented the faith of soul masters. Hulaina continued, "Little Chen, within the Hall of the Pope, there is also an elder hall where the elders reside. They are all formidable titled Douluos. Some of the elders have quite peculiar temperaments, so you must refrain from wandering inside. Understood?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Understood." Yet, in his heart, he pondered, the grand elder must be Qian Douluo. I wonder if he resides within the elder hall? And what of Qian Renxue? Is she still in the spirit hall? If so, she would likely be residing in the elder hall as well. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Hulaina and Jiang Chen disembarked from the carriage, while Bai Bidong instructed Hulaina to procure some daily necessities for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was clad in remarkably shabby attire, still donning the uniform of Notting Academy, which bore numerous rips, courtesy of Tang San's blue silver grass. Even the garments within his spatial ring appeared exceedingly worn, some adorned with several patches, remnants of clothing purchased long ago by old Jack. He could not bring himself to discard them, for in a foreign land, these garments held sentimental value. Upon emerging from the changing room, he appeared transformed. Despite his youth, his striking features were now unmistakable. The previously tattered clothing had concealed his allure, But once clad in resplendent robes, even the discerning Hulaina was taken aback. Quite impressive, she remarked, nodding in approval, generously purchasing over a dozen outfits for Jiang Chen. Once they exited the clothing store, Hulaina assessed him briefly, shook her head, and then proceeded to drag him to a hair salon. Jiang Chen, filled with helplessness, felt akin to a marionette, entirely at the mercy of Hulaina's whims. After 2 hours, Hulaina finally nodded in satisfaction, her gaze upon Jiang Chen reminiscent of an artist admiring her own masterpiece. Jiang Chen smiled wryly, realizing that with such a perfectionist senior sister by his side, his future days would not be easy. At this moment, he had transformed completely. His tousled black hair danced in the air, while his eyes sparkled like black jewels. Although his face was small, it bore a hint of definition, and he was adorned in luxurious attire. In just 2 hours, he appeared as though he had become an entirely different person. Hulaina nodded repeatedly, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as she pulled Jiang Chen along and said, "From now on, you should dress like this. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen nodded helplessly, relieved that Hulaina had not dressed him in women's clothing. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. "Let us proceed," Hulaina urged, pulling Jiang Chen up the mountain. A staircase, 30 meters wide, extended from the papal hall halfway up the mountain, resembling a celestial ladder when viewed from below. The area was heavily guarded, with each sentinel exuding an aura of formidable strength that left Jiang Chen feeling as if they were unfathomable. These guards were familiar with Hulaina, and they did not impede their passage. As the two ascended the stone steps, both being soul masters, fatigue was of no concern. "Sister, does our spirit hall have an academy?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Our spirit hall's academy is the most powerful on the entire continent. Every champion of the high-level Soul Master Academy competition across all realms has hailed from our academy. In time, I too shall be attending for further studies." "And what of me? How will my teacher arrange my training?" Jiang Chen asked. After a moment of contemplation, Hulaina responded, "Once I depart, you will likely continue learning under our teacher, for you have yet to meet the admission requirements of the Spirit Hall Academy." "What requirements?" Jiang Chen asked, curiosity piqued. After all, being the most prestigious academy, the admission criteria would surely be stringent. "Before the age of 13, one must attain a level above 20, she explained. Jiang Chen was somewhat astonished. The admission criteria were surprisingly akin to those of Shrek Academy. Such standards are quite demanding, aren't they? Surely they can attract students. "Indeed," Hulaina replied with a smile, as the Wuhuan Hall Academy, being the most formidable institution, manages to recruit a plethora of talented individuals each year. "Even I, your senior sister, would not dare to claim the title of the most gifted upon my arrival at Wuhuan Hall Academy. I have faith in you. After a few years of cultivation under our master, you too shall undoubtedly gain admission to Wuhuan Hall Academy." After a brief interlude, they finally ascended the staircase and entered the magnificent Pope's Hall. Within the hall, there existed multiple areas: the Grand Assembly Chamber, the Pope's private quarters. Deeper still lay the Elder Hall, alongside numerous training facilities. "Senior sister, where will we reside?" Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed, noticing that Hulaina had not introduced her living arrangements. "As disciples of our master, we shall, of course, reside within the Pope's private quarters," Hulaina replied with a smile. Moments later, upon beholding the enchanting pink room, akin to a dream, Jiang Chen found himself utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 51. Qian Ruxiue, with some altered settings, do not be surprised, observing Jiang Chen, who stood bewildered at the door. Hulaina promptly pulled him into the room. The interior was adorned with pink decor, featuring a large pink bed, a sofa, and curtains, all complemented by an abundance of roses. A fragrant aroma lingered in the air, reminiscent of Hulaina's own scent. "Senior sister, where shall I sleep?" Jiang Chen stammered, still in shock. Hulaina pointed to the large pink bed and declared, "You shall sleep inside, while I shall take the outer side." "Is that so?" "But I am a male," Jiang Chen protested, instinctively tightening his clothes. Hulaina cast him a sidelong glance, then suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Chen, exhaling softly. "You are so small. Do you truly fear that I might devour you?" The warmth of her breath brushed against his face, causing Jiang Chen to turn away. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, mentally cursing her flirtatious demeanor. However, the thought that he would not need to sleep at night brought him some solace. He would find a spacious area to cultivate and merely rest briefly during the day. "Little junior brother, you are quite amusing," Hulaina giggled. Jiang Chen was horrified to discover that the gaze directed at him was akin to that of a person observing a mere toy. An ominous premonition surged within him. His instincts proved accurate, for in the subsequent days, he endured relentless torment from Hulaina, a tale for another time. Hulaina, dismissing Jiang Chen, removed her outer garments. "I haven't tea-bathed in days. I'm going to indulge myself now, but you mustn't peek. If you do, I shall not be human." Jiang Chen could only feel speechless, listening to the melodic tunes emanating from the bathroom. He found himself at a loss for activities and suddenly decided to wander through the Papal Palace. The Papal Palace was adorned with numerous small palaces, pavilions, and flowing streams, each corner resembling the next. As he meandered, he soon became lost. The path that once seemed familiar now appeared increasingly distant, and ultimately, he could not ascertain his location. Remembering Hulaina's mention of the Elder Hall, where an eccentric elder resided, a wave of anxiety washed over him. What if this peculiar elder possessed a twisted psyche? The thought sent shivers down his spine. He hesitated to dwell on this notion and hastily summoned the little black sparrow. The little black sparrow, resting outside the city gates, swiftly flew toward the papal palace at his call. Just then, a series of rhythmic sounds reached Jiang Chen's ears, startling him. Were people cultivating? He quickly realized that within the papal palace were indeed numerous training grounds, making it entirely plausible for someone to be practicing at that moment. Initially, he intended to remain in place until the little black sparrow arrived to depart, but upon hearing a somewhat juvenile female voice, an irresistible urge beckoned him. Go and take a look. While spying on others during their cultivation was a grave taboo, the thought took root within him, spiraling out of control. The individual cultivating was likely one he admired greatly. Acting on impulse, he could not resist moving toward the source of the sound. After passing through an archway, he entered a training arena, quietly observing a girl engaged in the cultivation of her soul skills. The girl appeared to be of similar age to Hulayina, her sleek golden hair cascading to her earlobes, her skin as fair as snow. Her exquisitely delicate features seemed even more beautiful than Hulayina's, though her budding physique paled in comparison. Clad in a form-fitting golden outfit, Jiang Chen was astonished to see that she bore 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, comprising 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring. This girl, seemingly only a year older than Hulayina, had already surpassed the threshold of level 30, while he knew Hulayina was merely 11. With her cultivation still below that level, from the girl's back, her garment tore open, revealing a pair of pure white wings that unfurled gracefully. Behind her, a massive ethereal figure manifested, obscuring its face, yet unlike the girl, the wings of the apparition were composed of 3 pairs, 6 in total. Indeed, it was she. The 6-winged angel martial soul, Qianrenxue. Jiang Chen's heart raced with unease. Who? The girl shouted, turning her head to catch sight of Jiang Chen standing at the edge of the training arena. Upon recognizing him as an unfamiliar boy, anger flickered in her golden eyes. With a powerful flap of her wings, she shot toward Jiang Chen. Her first soul ring glimmered, and a brilliant golden light coalesced around her right fist, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle, suffused with a formidable sacred aura that seemed capable of purifying all. Realizing the impending threat posed by Qianrenxue, Jiang Chen understood that remaining would be sheer folly. The overwhelming force radiating from her fist sent chills through him, and the vast disparity in their levels left him apprehensive. His poison would likely have no effect on her. As he bolted toward the archway, Qianrenxue's eyes flared with golden light. Her second soul ring illuminating as a pair of illusory wings appeared beside her pristine ones, rendering her figure somewhat ethereal and her speed considerably accelerated. Feeling the intense energy surge behind him and glancing at the doorway a few meters away, Jiang Chen realized escape was futile. Gritting his teeth, he unexpectedly veered to the right. Qianrenxue, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the boy who had been running ahead, was momentarily taken aback. She had not intended to harm him seriously, but his abrupt change in direction caught her off guard. Qianrenxue halted, the radiance from her fist dissipating as she turned to face Jiang Chen, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" Initially, she had presumed Jiang Chen to be merely an ordinary child, intending only to frighten him, but now she sensed that this boy was far from simple. Jiang Chen, however, was unaware that Qianrenxue merely intended to frighten him. Observing the icy demeanor on her face, he felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. His eyes darted around, and with an air of feigned innocence, he implored, "Sister, where am I? I seem to have lost my way and cannot find an exit. Could you kindly guide me on which direction to take?" Jiang Chen's acting is remarkably commendable. His adorable visage and pitiable expression are sufficient to evoke a nurturing instinct within many maternal figures. Yet, he inadvertently reveals a flaw. Just moments ago, he skillfully evaded the pursuit of Qianrenxue with composure, but now, he seems to undergo a transformation, becoming an innocuous child. Had it been someone else, Jiang Chen might have successfully deceived them, however. He stands before none other than Qianrenxue, the astute and meticulous Qianrenxue, whose keen observation renders every one of Jiang Chen's expressions and movements transparent to her discerning gaze. Once more, the golden light radiates from Qianrenxue's clenched fist, resembling flames of gold that emanate an aura of foreboding, causing Jiang Chen's heart to race. As far as I am aware, there is no child of your stature within the Pope's Hall. Who exactly are you? How did you gain entry? Speak, or you shall meet your demise. With the finality of her words, Qianrenxue ignites with golden light, advancing step by step towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, unable to restrain his retreat, and finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I am a newly accepted disciple of the Pope." Qianrenxue paused for a moment, then coldly laughed. Well, since you are her disciple, that makes you even more unforgivable." In an instant, her speed surged, rapidly closing the distance to Jiang Chen. My goodness, how could this be happening? Jiang Chen took to his heels. Chapter 52, once again transformed into a pig's head. Why does Qianrenxue seem to go mad at the mere mention of the Pope? Jiang Chen was aware of the strained relationship between Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. Yet he couldn't fathom it had deteriorated to this extent. He glanced back and saw Qianrenxue hurtling towards him, her face contorted with fury, her fist aglow with golden light. That radiance evoked memories of his encounter with the heavenly thunder, leaving him to doubt his ability to withstand Qianrenxue's strike. The oppressive aura behind him grew ever closer, sending shivers down his spine, as if his entire being were ablaze with unbearable pain. Without hesitation, he pivoted, narrowly evading the collision with Qian Rinchue's fist. She was momentarily taken aback. The boy had miraculously dodged her attack once more. In truth, the force behind her punch was not particularly formidable. The resplendent golden light was merely a fade. Yet, it seemed to have sufficiently frightened the child. Intriguing. Let me observe what makes your disciple so extraordinary, Qian Rinchue mused as the brilliance in her eyes intensified, nearly blinding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had evaded several attacks and maneuvered closer to the archway, yet Qian Rinchue had already discerned his intentions. Jiang Chen sadly discovered that he was once again obstructed. Moreover, he noticed that Qian Rinchue's speed seemed to be increasing, as if her flying skills were becoming more adept. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Jiang Chen was caught off guard and struck on the shoulder by Qian Rinchue's fist, causing him to stagger and roll several times on the ground. He let out a muffled groan, realizing that Qian Rinchue's soul technique had the effect of corroding soul power, invading his body and swiftly eroding his vitality while inflicting immense pain. Qian Rinchue paused, concerned that she might have harmed Jiang Chen. In her moment of distraction, Jiang Chen swiftly regained his footing and dashed towards the exit. This brat is resorting to trickery, Qian Rinchue concluded in her heart, and her anger flared. You shall not escape. With a powerful flap of her wings, she accelerated beyond her previous speed, her fists glowing with intensified golden light. Believing that her earlier attack had not caused any harm to Jiang Chen, she unhesitatingly amplified her strength, vowing to teach him a lesson. While also seeking to vent her emotions towards Bibi Dong, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to Qian Rinchue's subtle intentions. When he noticed her accelerating speed and the increasingly formidable fluctuations of energy, a chill coursed through him. The force that had previously invaded his body had already inflicted considerable suffering, and should she land a few more blows, it would likely obliterate his soul power entirely. What have I done to deserve this relentless pursuit? He bellowed as he turned back. Yet, Qian Rinchue remained silent, her fists unyielding, amidst Jiang Chen's cries of anguish. He was struck several more times. Infuriatingly, Qian Rinchue had chosen to focus her attacks on his face, targeting his handsome features with merciless precision. The soul power within Jiang Chen dissipated rapidly, and the pain etched on his face was unbearable, igniting a surge of fury within him. Was Qian Rinchue truly such a tyrannical individual? His heart brimmed with profound disappointment. In the throes of anger, he ceased to evade and turned to unleash a punch towards Qian Rinchue's fist. The lightning fist. An arc of electricity crackled around his punch, exuding an impressive aura. Qian Rinchue, taken aback, instinctively exerted even more force. With a resounding bang, both were propelled backward. Deeply astonished, Qian Rinchue recognized that although she had not yet unleashed her full strength, the force exerted was beyond the capacity of an ordinary soul master to withstand. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen's power to be so formidable, capable of sending her flying, even leaving her fist tingling. Truly, he was deserving of her high regard as her disciple. Yet, the greater her admiration, the more she yearned to teach him a lesson. She harbored a long-standing disdain for Bibi Dong's aloof demeanor, and now, facing the disciple of her rival, how could she refrain from delivering a blow? Throughout her life, she had yearned for that woman's attention and affection, but all she received were disdainful glares, leaving her bewildered. She needed to vent her frustrations, to demonstrate her prowess. To see if that woman would exhibit any emotion besides contempt, perhaps even anger at the sight of her disciple being struck. Poor Jiang Chen remained blissfully unaware that he had become Qian Rinchue's outlet for rage, destined for merciless torment. After throwing a punch, Jiang Chen continued to flee, traversing nearly the entirety of the expansive training ground. Qian Rinchue guarded the entrance with unwavering vigilance, and the surrounding walls loomed over 10 meters high, instilling despair within him. Just as he prepared to unleash his martial soul, Qian Rinchue hurled another punch in his direction. Jiang Chen's speed surged suddenly, multiplying several times. Yet he could not alter his trajectory in time and collided directly with the robust wall. This wall, forged from an unknown stone, was as unyielding as iron, nearly causing Jiang Chen to suffer a concussion. Qian Rinchue halted, gazing at the dazed Jiang Chen clutching his forehead, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. How could his speed have escalated so dramatically? Why did he recklessly crash into the wall? Did he believe he could break through to escape? That wall was indestructible. Even to her, countless questions swirled in her mind as she observed the pitiable sight of Jiang Chen on the ground, and at last, she ceased her pursuit. Similarly, Jiang Chen was bewildered. Moments ago, under Qian Rinchue's relentless pressure, a vision of the 3,000 lightning strikes flickered in his mind, causing his speed to inexplicably soar, resulting in an intimate encounter with the wall. Damn this troublesome technique. He stood up, gingerly holding his forehead. Had he been sufficiently beaten? Could he leave now? He simmered with frustration, lamenting his inability to best Qian Rinchue. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to pin her down and teach her a lesson. Qian Rinchue, observing Jiang Chen's now swollen visage, could not contain a chuckle, her stunning face lighting up with a radiant smile. Had it been any other time, Jiang Chen would have admired her beauty, yet in this moment, her laughter felt utterly detestable. Realizing her unseemly reaction, Qian Rinchue quickly composed herself, adopting a frosty demeanor once more. Return and inform your master. If she seeks vengeance, let her come find me personally. With a heart full of pent-up ire, Jiang Chen departed, guided by the keen sight of the little black bird. swiftly discerning the way back to the Pope's palace. He had come to realize that it was indeed Bibi Dong's influence that had led to his chastisement at the hands of Qian Rinxue. What does your mother-daughter feud have to do with me? He pondered, feeling a sense of injustice. While he could not match Qian Rinxue in a direct confrontation, in a life-or-death struggle, the outcome was uncertain. He was aware of his lethal poison. However, within the confines of the Pope's palace, he dared not contemplate ending Qian Rinxue's life. How could he return in this state? His face resembled a swollen pig's head. Worse than after his encounter with Tang San. Moreover, the flow of his soul power to his face was pitifully inadequate for recovery. He lingered outside the palace, reluctant to enter, mortified at having been beaten to a pulp upon his arrival. Little junior brother, where are you? Hulaina emerged from the palace and immediately spotted Jiang Chen, who was attempting to evade detection not far away. You are my little junior brother? She inquired incredulously, her surprise evident. Jiang Chen's condition had utterly diverged from his original appearance, making it entirely reasonable for Hulaina to be unable to recognize him. However, upon noticing his attire, she instantly confirmed his identity. An overwhelming fury surged within her. After all, she had merely stepped away for a bath, and Jiang Chen had been mercilessly beaten in her absence. How could she explain this to her teacher? Previously, Bibi Dong had explicitly instructed her to look after Jiang Chen and ensure that he was not bullied. Yet now, having just arrived at the spirit hall, Jiang Chen had suffered such an ordeal. How could she contain her wrath? Tell me, who has done this to you? I shall seek retribution on your behalf, she exclaimed, trembling with indignation. Sister, I was actually stung by a hornet, Jiang Chen replied, his voice laced with guilt. Although Qian Rinxue had urged him to return and report to the teacher, he felt utterly lacking in the courage to do so. Having been aimlessly wandering about only to be beaten up, he could only resign himself to his misfortune. Really? Hulaina asked skeptically. Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed. The hornets were rather large, and a whole swarm pursued me. His face was swollen, leaving Hulaina unable to discern the truth from his expression. Very well. Let me assist you in healing your wounds. Hulaina gently placed her soft palm against Jiang Chen's face, gradually channeling her soul power to mend the injuries he had sustained. To her astonishment, however, she sensed an exceptionally tenacious force beneath his skin. Given her current level of soul power refinement, it would be challenging to dissipate that force in a short span of time. This hornet is likely a type of soul beast, Hulaina deduced. She then took Jiang Chen by the hand and led him further inside, saying, Let us seek out the teacher. She will undoubtedly possess a solution. Jiang Chen smiled wryly, aware that Bibi Dong would likely discern at a glance who had reduced him to such a state. Hulaina led Jiang Chen directly to Bibi Dong's study. Bibi Dong appeared to have just emerged from a refreshing bath, her golden hair cascading freely, clad in loose, lightweight attire that dispensed with the noble and imposing robes of the Pope. Her mature and alluring figure could no longer be concealed, laid bare before her two disciples. Observing Bibi Dong's striking silhouette, Hulaina gazed on with envy. Although her own figure was quite remarkable, in comparison to Bibi Dong, she felt like a mere novice. Teacher, she called out. Bibi Dong, engrossed in reviewing a pile of accumulated documents, lifted her gaze and immediately spotted Hulaina and Jiang Chen. Chinner, what has happened to you? She inquired, hastening towards him and bending down to caress his face gently. Teacher, my junior brother claims he was stung by a wasp, Hulaina interjected, her heart fluttering with trepidation, fearful that Bibi Dong might place blame upon her. Jiang Chen's injury was a consequence of her failure to adequately protect him as the senior sister. Should Bibi Dong choose to impose punishment upon her, she would harbor no grievances. Jiang Chen averted his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of Bibi Dong before him, aware that she had undoubtedly recognized him. Did you go to the elder hall? Bibi Dong inquired softly. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Could you please share with me the details of what transpired? Jiang Chen did not hold back. He recounted everything that had transpired, ultimately reiterating the words of Qian Rinxue. It was excessively arrogant, utterly oppressive. Junior brother, take me there. I shall avenge you, Hulaina declared, her face alight with fury as she attempted to drag Jiang Chen outside. Jiang Chen grasped her firmly. Senior sister, stop. That elder sister has already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign. Hulaina's expression shifted, and she gritted her teeth. What of the Soul Sovereign? They cannot strike at will. We are not to be trifled with. Enough, Nana, this matter does not concern you. Please remain calm. I shall tend to Chen's injuries, Bibi Dong stated. As Jiang Chen concluded his words, he continued to observe Bibi Dong, who remained remarkably composed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Bibi Dong's soul power surged into Jiang Chen's skin, swiftly expelling the lingering soul power left by Qian Rinxue. With her formidable title Douluo cultivation, dispelling such energy was effortlessly within her capabilities. After a brief moment, she retracted her hand and produced a vial of ointment, commencing to apply it to Jiang Chen. This ointment was remarkably effective, penetrating his skin and alleviating the pain almost instantaneously, while the swelling diminished significantly, bringing him a refreshing sensation. After completing the application, Bibi Dong rose, assuring him that he should be back to his normal state by the next day. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Chen expressed gratefully, acknowledging that without Bibi Dong's assistance, his recovery would have taken a considerable amount of time. Teacher, you must advocate for our junior brother, Hulaina urged. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at her, retorting, "Do you expect the title Douluo like me to bully a soul master?" Hulaina opened her mouth in response, but no words came forth. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of determination as she turned to Jiang Chen, saying, "Junior brother Xiao Qing, take me with you tomorrow. I shall seek justice for you." With Bibi Dong unable to intervene, it was left to her as a senior sister to take action. If she remained indifferent, it was likely that both Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong would be disappointed in her. Jiang Chen, filled with emotion, replied, "Senior sister, it is unnecessary. I have merely sustained some superficial injuries." She did not exert herself too harshly. "Nana, you need not involve yourself in this matter. You must refrain from entering," commanded Bibi Dong. "Understood, master." Hulaina could only acquiesce. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen and continued, "As for you, my dear Chen, that girl is merely 11 years old yet possesses a cultivation level of 38. It is not unjust for you to have been bested by her. Tomorrow, you shall return there once more." Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. Although he was aware of Qian Rinshue's extraordinary talent, the fact that she was nearing the soul sect at merely 11 years of age was simply unfathomable. Hulaina was equally taken aback, acutely sensing the disparity between herself and that girl. Bibi Dong continued, "Your martial soul belongs to the assault type. As an assault type soul master, it is inevitable that you will face strikes. For the time being, focus on learning how to withstand blows. Remember, you must attend daily, and upon your return, I shall tend to your injuries." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Being instructed to seek out fights daily, what sort of training method was this? If it were any other soul master, he might have been able to accept it, but the issue lay with Qian Rinshue. Her extraordinary talent had already propelled her to level 38, a staggering disparity of over 20 levels. In a spar, he would only be subjected to humiliation. "Teacher, might I have my senior sister accompany me for practice?" Jiang Chen suggested. "Indeed, teacher, I am willing." Hulaina chimed in, "That individual is far too ruthless. They have reduced our junior brother to this state." Bibi Dong shook her head and remarked, "Nana, you are a control-type soul master. It would not be suitable for you to spar with Chiner. That girl would be a better match." She then turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen. "Do you understand?" Noticing the increasingly solemn expression on Bibi Dong's face, Jiang Chen could only nod in resignation. To grow stronger, one must first learn to endure punishment, a profound truth indeed. "Chiner, you may return for now," Bibi Dong instructed. After Jiang Chen's departure, Bibi Dong turned to Hulaina and said, "Nana, in a few days, you will be heading to the Spirit Hall Academy. I have a task for you. Over the next few days, impart to Chiner the principles of survival, so that he may learn how to endure in the death camp." Hulaina was taken aback and exclaimed, "Master, do you intend to send junior brother into that place?" Chapter 54. The Death Camp. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged. "My disciple is destined for greatness, both in strength and temperament. Just like you, although you possess remarkable talent. If you cannot pass the trials of the death camp, I would not accept you as my disciple." The mere thought of the place filled Hulaina with dread. It had been her nightmare, and despite some time having passed, she still occasionally awoke in terror from dreams of it. "But he is only 6 years old. I was 8 when I entered, and I had my brother to look after me. At his age, he might not survive 3 days in there." Bibi Dong resolutely replied, "Whether he survives depends on you. During these days, you can share some experiences with him to help prepare him mentally." Hulaina understood that she could not change Bibi Dong's mind and reluctantly agreed. Once Hulaina departed, Bibi Dong revealed a complex expression. "That place is the ultimate crucible for forging one's character. As her disciple, Jiang Chen must enter. Without the heart of a true warrior, how could one ever become a genuine powerhouse?" Even Hulaina had endured 3 years there, emerging by stepping over the bodies of others. Though she cherished Jiang Chen, if he possessed only the talent for cultivation without the requisite temperament, she would not hesitate to abandon him in the future. Thus, she arranged for Hulaina to impart her knowledge and encouraged Jiang Chen to learn some combat experience from Qian Rinshue. Jiang Chen wore a gloomy expression. Being sent to spar with Qian Rinshue felt more like a punishment than a form of training. However, he could not refuse Bibi Dong's orders. After some contemplation, he realized that Qian Rinshue had not truly intended to harm him, which alleviated some of his frustration. He decided to accept the challenge, at most. It would be slightly uncomfortable, but he could also use the opportunity to refine his Sanqian Leidong technique. Upon his return, he could benefit from Bibi Dong's gentle application of medicine, which seemed a fair exchange. With this thought, Jiang Chen's discontent vanished. He recalled the time Qian Rinshue had pursued him, and the sudden surge of speed he had experienced ignited a spark of realization in his eyes. "I must have gained new insights into Sanqian Leidong during that moment," he mused, choosing to remain outside to experiment rather than returning. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he could not replicate that earlier scenario. Disappointment washed over him, and he found himself regretting not letting Qian Rinshue chase him a bit longer. "Well, perhaps I shall request another pursuit tomorrow. Maybe with a few more attempts, I can capture that sensation." Upon returning to his room, he found Hulaina had already come back. Noticing his disheveled appearance, she expressed her disdain and promptly pushed him into the bathroom. "You shall not set foot in bed tonight unless you are clean." Her threatening voice echoed through the bathroom, leaving Jiang Chen both amused and exasperated, as he had no intention of going to bed just yet. After a thorough wash, he emerged to find Hulaina had prepared dinner. As the meals were delivered by servants 3 times a day, he was not surprised, having been informed by Hulaina previously. The delectable dishes were a testament to her culinary skills, which Jiang Chen praised enthusiastically. Is my teacher sending me to a death camp? What kind of place is that? He inquired, astonished. Hulaina set down her chopsticks, her expression serious. This is a training ground for prodigies under the spirit hall. It can be said that anyone who emerges alive from there will be regarded as a highly valued talent by the spirit hall. However, surviving is no easy feat. Given your current strength, you would likely be eliminated in an instant. Isn't the Spirit Hall Academy also a place for nurturing prodigies? Why is there a death camp? Jiang Chen questioned, puzzled. Hulaina shook her head. It is different. The primary focus of the death camp is to cultivate the temperament of prodigies. Those who emerge from there are invariably decisive and resilient, each one worth 3 of those who train in the academy. Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity, senior sister. Did you also kill many people during your time inside? Hulaina nodded. I spent 3 years there, facing death 9 times. And I ended up taking the lives of 20 peers. In my cohort, only 3 of us ultimately succeeded, and I was one of them. Thus, entering that place truly is a matter of life and death, especially considering how young you are now. A look of concern graced her face. She held a fondness for this junior brother and did not wish to witness Jiang Chen meet his demise. Jiang Chen was unfazed, for he had never feared anyone of his own age. Observing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Hulaina couldn't help but exclaim, Aren't you afraid? I am terrified. Fearful that I might unintentionally eliminate everyone inside. Jiang Chen replied with a playful grin. Hulaina rolled her eyes. If you enter with such a mindset, I assure you, you will not survive beyond 3 days. Jiang Chen reined in his smile and said, Then, senior sister, why not impart a morsel of your wisdom to me? Hulaina replied, My experience can be distilled into a single phrase, trust no one, and always maintain a vigilant heart. Jiang Chen silently etched this in his heart. Although he possessed confidence in his abilities, he remained far from arrogant, having witnessed numerous instances of failure from overconfidence. After finishing their meal, Hulaina began to meditate in silent contemplation. Xiao Chen, to become a formidable warrior, diligence is indispensable. Come, let us cultivate together, she urged, already seated on the bed. As she crossed her legs, the delicate, soft fabric of her pants bunched up, revealing her fair calves, with hints of alluring curves subtly discernible, exuding an enchanting aura more potent than ever before. Ahem, senior sister, I prefer to train in spacious surroundings, Jiang Chen remarked before swiftly escaping to the balcony. Their room was situated on the 2nd floor, and stepping onto the balcony led directly to the rooftop of another building. Jiang Chen took a seat and cast a glance at the balcony not far away, letting out a long sigh of relief. Truly, she possessed an innate allure that captivated all ages. Even he, a mere child, found it difficult to resist. He understood that Hulaina did not intend to be this way, it was simply her nature. Hulaina stepped outside and stood beside Jiang Chen. Her expression one of curiosity as she remarked, It is the first time I have encountered someone who is accustomed to cultivating in the open. As Jiang Chen turned around, his appearance startled Hulaina. 2 pristine fangs protruded, and his eyes were as dark as ink, while his sharp nails glimmered with a cold light. Senior sister, I assure you, I am not afraid of you. My martial spirit thrives under the moonlight. Curiously, Hulaina approached, reaching out to touch Jiang Chen's fangs, exclaiming in surprise. So it's true. Little Chen, those teeth aren't meant for biting, are they? Indeed, they are meant for biting, and they harbor potent venom, he replied. Hulaina instinctively stepped back, recalling Jiang Chen's earlier mention of his martial spirit's toxic nature, now realizing it was released through his fangs. Then I shall not disturb your training any further. Remember to return and rest when you tire, she said before leaping onto the balcony. Returning to her bed to continue her cultivation. In the dead of night, Jiang Chen was roused by the urge to relieve himself. However, upon returning, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Chapter 55. Senior sister's experiment. The room was dimly lit, yet Jiang Chen's eyes could discern shapes in the darkness. Hulaina had concluded her training and lay asleep on the bed, curled up with her legs drawn close. The sight was striking. With the pink shorts she wore having a hole through which a fluffy tail protruded, winding between her legs and resting in her embrace. Her brows were furrowed, and her body trembled slightly, seemingly trapped in a terrifying nightmare. A wave of sympathy washed over Jiang Chen. He speculated that Hulaina had recently emerged from that death camp and was still haunted by its brutal experiences. Was the death camp truly that horrifying? A somber weight settled in his heart. He had never taken a life, but from the moment he arrived in this world, he understood that survival often necessitated such actions. Thus, when he heard of the brutality of the death camp, he remained largely indifferent, unless faced with an insurmountable foe or total annihilation. It seemed improbable that he could be killed. Choosing not to awaken Hulaina, he resolved his matters and returned to his training outside. He believed that with time, her nightmares would gradually dissipate. As dawn broke, Jiang Chen returned to find Hulaina already awake. Little Chen, you're remarkable. You trained the entire night, she remarked with envy. Meditation and training consume mental energy. Those with stronger mental fortitude can endure longer sessions, while those with less must rest after shorter periods. Jiang Chen, at just 6 years old, was a rare sight capable of training all night long. My martial spirit is suited for moonlit cultivation, so I do not feel fatigued while training, Jiang Chen explained. I am aware of this. It is called martial spirit mimetic training, which greatly enhances the efficacy of cultivation. Hulaina expressed, filled with admiration. Junior brother, you will undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual in the future. Oh, it's nothing much. My goal is to reach level 100. Hulaina shot him a sideways glance. Level 100? The teacher has said that it is merely a legend, one that has not been realized in over a millennium. Jiang Chen touched his nose, acknowledging that reaching the 100th level was indeed a formidable challenge. Even gifted individuals faced near-fatal trials when receiving divine legacies. Without such divine inheritance, the task became exponentially more arduous. Even the prodigious Tang San, without having undergone any divine transmission, had managed to forge his cultivation to the 99th level, creating a remarkable feat. Yet, he ultimately found himself stagnating at that pinnacle. Despite the daunting nature of the endeavor, Jiang Chen was acutely aware that his advantage lay in possessing a unique system, which might enable him to create his own miracle. As he pondered these thoughts, Hulaina unexpectedly leaned in closer, her alluring visage nearly brushing against Jiang Chen's face. Little junior brother, do you think your senior sister is beautiful? Jiang Chen retreated a few steps, awkwardly nodding. You are indeed beautiful, senior sister. But why do you seem unaffected by my allure? He asked. Well, to be honest, my willpower is quite strong. Is that so? Hulaina's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, then could you assist me in my cultivation? Of course, Jiang Chen answered readily. How shall I aid your practice? It's quite simple. From now on, I will use you daily to test whether my charm has increased. Hulaina giggled, as if her scheme had succeeded. Immediately, she transformed her martial spirit and struck a seductive pose. Oh my! Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically, and he dashed out of the room, only to be yanked back by Hulaina. Senior sister, please. Jiang Chen's cry echoed. At lunchtime, Jiang Chen appeared lethargic, resembling someone recovering from a severe illness. Hulaina was utterly unreasonable, using him as a subject for her experiments to discover how to maximize her allure. Although Jiang Chen's physical form is merely that of a 6-year-old, his soul has endured profound torment. If this continues, he fears it may adversely affect his future physical and mental development. Fortunately, Hulaina is set to depart for the Wuhuan Temple Academy in a few days. This thought brings a semblance of relief to his countenance. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Many have been ensnared by sister's charms, utterly unable to extricate themselves. Yet you consistently manage to break free with ease. I begin to wonder if you might not be a girl after all. As she spoke, Hulaina's gaze descended toward Jiang Chen, her expression brimming with eagerness. In fact, he could discern a flicker of conquest in her eyes. A tremor coursed through Jiang Chen's heart as he hastily abandoned his bowl and chopsticks, racing out in fear that a dreadful event might transpire should he delay any further. What if Hulaina sought to verify his identity? I shall seek out my sister for training, he called back. Hulaina scoffed, curling her lips in disdain. I refuse to believe anyone can withstand my allure. This time, Jiang Chen did not lose his way and successfully arrived once more at the martial arts arena. The arena was empty. Qian Rinxue was not present. Perhaps she had gone to eat, Jiang Chen mused, noting that it was still midday. With Qian Rinxue absent, he settled down in a small pavilion at the edge of the arena. After reflecting on Qian Rinxue's subtle intentions from the previous day, he found himself less irked. In truth, Qian Rinxue was rather pitiable, yearning for her mother's affection, yet having grown up largely ignored by Bibi Dong, who exhibited an exceedingly indifferent demeanor. It was only natural for Qian Rinxue to harbor resentment. As this thought crossed his mind, an idea suddenly struck Jiang Chen. Perhaps he could leverage his identity to bridge the chasm between mother and daughter, preventing the tragic resolution that only comes after one has perished. In his past life, reading about such regrets had nearly brought him to tears. Now, an opportunity to remedy that regret lay before him, and he was eager to seize it. However, careful planning was essential, with the greatest challenge being Bibi Dong. If only she would take the initiative, the situation would be considerably simplified. Untangling Bibi Dong's emotional knots would not be an easy feat after pondering without arriving at a solution. Jiang Chen temporarily abandoned the endeavor and reclined. It was unwise to engage in vigorous activity immediately after a meal. A rest would be more prudent, allowing him to recuperate from Hulaina's torment. Not long after lying down, he drifted into a light slumber. Half an hour later, Qian Rinxue entered, her brow furrowing as she surveyed the empty arena. She had waited here all morning without sight of Bibi Dong, her dissatisfaction growing. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she spotted Jiang Chen reclining in the pavilion. Moving with grace, she quickly approached him. At that moment, Jiang Chen's injuries had healed, and he lay there with his mouth agape, a glistening thread of saliva trickling from the corner of his lips, cascading down his cheek and pooling on the ground below. Chapter 56. Qian Rinxue in tears. Jiang Chen's body gently rose and fell, occasionally smacking his lips, a sight that was undeniably endearing. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Rinxue felt a pang of guilt. Such a charming child, yet she had unleashed her frustrations upon him the day prior. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to offer an apology to Jiang Chen, he suddenly opened his eyes. Startled to find Qian Rinxue standing before him, he quickly sat up, fearing that she might strike without warning. To his relief, he noticed that as he retreated a few steps, Qian Ruxue merely stood there, showing no intention of aggression. Her expression was no longer as frigid as the previous day, but rather composed. Isn't your teacher coming to your aid? Jiang Chen shook his head. The teacher had assured him that she was a titled Douluo and would not bully him. Not bully me? Qian Ruxue replied, settling down with a somewhat sarcastic expression. How could she utter such words? She would rather treat her own disciples kindly than spare me a glance. As she spoke, Qian Ruxue's eyes began to redden. Are you all right? Jiang Chen approached her. I'm fine, Qian Ruxue said, her turbulent emotions dissipating, returning to a state of tranquility. I apologize for striking you yesterday when I was in a foul mood. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Qian Ruxue to offer him an apology. He shook his head and grinned, saying, I'm perfectly fine. I'm in excellent health. See, I don't look like a pig's head anymore, do I? As he spoke, he playfully flared his nostrils, making a silly face. A soft chuckle emerged from Qian Ruxue's previously serene visage, a smile lighting up her features. This simple exchange drew them closer. Little one, what is your name? She inquired. My name is Jiang Chen. And you, elder sister? He replied. I am called Qian Ruxue. She answered. Elder sister, what is your relationship with my teacher? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Her expression soured at the mention of Bibi Dong. I refer to her as elder sister, she stated. It seems she is quite concerned about you, Jiang Chen remarked suddenly. Qian Ruxue paused for a moment, then responded with a cold laugh. Does she truly care for me? Jiang Chen fully harnessed the advantages of his youthful innocence, nodding earnestly. Indeed. She had been calling out for Xiaoshui in her sleep. I surmised that must have been you. Qian Ruxue was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Chen's serious expression, which did not betray a hint of deceit. An inexplicable surge of excitement welled up within her as she seized Jiang Chen's shoulders and shook him, exclaiming, Is what you said truly the case? Jiang Chen asserted with conviction, Indeed, she came to Nodding City to fetch me, and on the journey back, every time she fell asleep, she would call your name. In truth, Jiang Chen had not spoken falsely. Bai Dong had indeed uttered Qian Ruxue's name in her slumber, albeit not as frequently as suggested. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative response, Qian Ruxue felt as though something within her heart had shattered, unleashing a torrent of long-suppressed emotions that surged through every corner of her being, causing tears to spill uncontrollably from her eyes. I must go find her. With that, she rose urgently, ready to depart. Jiang Chen, with remarkable agility, grasped her hand. If Qian Ruxue were to approach her teacher now, it would likely culminate in a heated argument, followed by an extended period of silence. Qian Ruxue, puzzled, looked down at Jiang Chen. Sister, I believe it would be unwise for you to seek out my teacher, Jiang Chen advised. Why? Qian Ruxue retorted, her desire to confront Bibi Dong for clarity intensifying. Let us sit down and discuss this, Jiang Chen urged, gently guiding Qian Ruxue into a seat. At this moment, Qian Ruxue felt a semblance of calm wash over her. Sister, from your previous remarks, I surmise that my teacher is rather indifferent towards you, is she not? Qian Ruxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen's keen intellect, able to deduce such a conclusion from her frustrated words. She nodded, replying, Indeed, she is my mother. Yet she has never shown me an ounce of care throughout my life, nor has she ever smiled at me. Each encounter is met with a frigid demeanor, and at times, I can perceive disdain in her gaze. I am her daughter. Why does she treat me so? Is her heart made of stone? As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably, revealing her vulnerability in that moment, shattering the facade of strength she had maintained. Her delicate frame trembled as her voice faltered into sobs. In the presence of such a young child as Jiang Chen, she felt no need to mask her emotions, allowing herself to express her anguish freely. With a face full of sympathy, Jiang Chen handed over several tissues, gently patting Qian Ruxue's hand in comfort. Sister, please do not be sad. As she poured out the grievances that had accumulated over the years, Qian Ruxue felt a profound lightness in both body and spirit, gradually ceasing her tears. Thank you. She accepted the tissues and wiped her tears away. Sister, there is a reason I do not want you to seek out my teacher immediately. What reason? Qian Ruxue asked, her expression one of surprise as she pressed for more information. In her dreams, she calls out your name, which indicates that deep down, she loves you dearly. At this point, Jiang Chen glanced at Qian Ruxue and noticed her growing excitement. However, your teacher is often cold towards you, suggesting that she wishes to suppress her affection, burying it deep within her heart. Is there any mother in this world who does not love her daughter? Perhaps she has her own unavoidable hardships. What hardships? Qian Ruxue inquired again, unconsciously tightening her grip on Jiang Chen's hand, completely captivated by his words. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I am not yet aware of the burdens you bear, but I have come across a tale that bears striking similarities to your situation. Would you care to listen? Qian Ruxue eagerly nodded in agreement. Once, there was a single mother with two sons who shared a bond of love and led a blissful life. However, one day, tragedy struck when the younger son drowned. The mother was engulfed in sorrow and sought the counsel of a fortune teller, who deceitfully informed her that her fate was too formidable, having inadvertently caused the death of her own child. To prevent the demise of her remaining son, she was advised to conceal her affection. Consequently, the mother grew distant from her son, neglecting him entirely from that moment on. Yet, In her solitude, she wept silently, praying daily for forgiveness and her son's safety. Although the son could not comprehend the sudden coldness of his mother, he remained inherently optimistic and dutifully filial. Ultimately, he succeeded in unlocking the emotional barriers of his mother, and the family was reunited in happiness once more. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he noticed that Qian Rinxue was already in tears and helplessly handed her a few tissues. Though I am unaware of the reasons behind your teacher's indifference, she must have her own burdens. If you confront her directly, it is possible that her demeanor towards you will become even harsher, concealing her affection for you. Much like the mother in the story. What should I do then? Qian Rinxue asked, her voice trembling with sorrow. Jiang Chen revealed a smile, reassuringly saying, "Leave it to me. I will surely uncover the teacher's hidden turmoil and find a way to resolve it, allowing you and your mother to open your hearts." Chapter 57. How wonderful is Shuer Jiang Chen. Thank you. Qian Rinxue, moved, embraced Jiang Chen tightly. Jiang Chen's face withdrew from that soft spot, instantly turning crimson. Sister, you may call me Xiaochen, he said. Observing the rosy hue on Jiang Chen's cheeks, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but smile. You can call me Sister Shuer as well. All right, Sister Shuer. Now, Xiaochen, I entrust this matter to you. Rest assured, Sister Shuer, I shall certainly assist you. Yet, despite his words, Jiang Chen felt a lingering uncertainty, primarily due to the deep-seated emotional turmoil within Bai Bai Dong, which would not be easily resolved. However, if that rift were ever mended, even if Qian Rinxue later discovered that her father was killed by Bai Bai Dong, with Jiang Chen by her side to guide her, she would likely find it easier to accept upon learning of Bai Bai Dong's tragic past. Gently caressing Jiang Chen's face, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Does it still hurt from when I struck you yesterday?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "It no longer hurts, sister. Today, I still wish to be at your mercy." Qian Rinxue was taken aback and quickly reached out to touch Jiang Chen's forehead. "I hope I haven't rendered you foolish. The instructor mentioned that in a few days, I would be sent to the death camp to learn how to endure punishment from you. Did you not notice yesterday? Under your relentless pressure, I ultimately unleashed my potential, and my speed increased dramatically." Recalling the image of Jiang Chen colliding with the wall yesterday, Qian Rinxue could not help but burst into a fit of laughter. Having just confided her innermost thoughts to Jiang Chen, and with his promise to assist her in unraveling Bibi Dong's emotional turmoil, Qian Rinxue had inadvertently come to regard Jiang Chen as her closest confidant. "Sister will soon depart from the spirit hall to fulfill a distant mission. Since you wish to be punished, I shall indulge you for a few days, but do refrain from crying out in pain," Qian Rinxue said with a smile. "Men never cry out in pain. Come, sister, ravage me fiercely." Jiang Chen laughed as he dashed towards the training ground, with the knot in her heart untied. Qian Rinxue resembled any other girl, her face aglow with joy. She stepped onto the training field and summoned her angelic spirit. "Xiaochen, how would you like your sister to torment you?" Qian Rinxue inquired playfully. "Just like yesterday. Apply the utmost pressure, as long as you avoid striking my face." Jiang Chen replied, "That's simple enough. However, you run so swiftly, I presume your spirit must be a beast-type spirit specializing in agility?" Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "No." He then directly unleashed his martial spirit, transforming into a zombie form, enveloped by a purple soul ring. Qian Rinxue's mouth fell agape in astonishment, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Xiaochen, how did you acquire this Millennium Soul Ring?" She couldn't help but inquire. Observing Qian Rinxue's astonished expression, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of accomplishment within him. With a smile, he recounted the words he had shared with Bibi Dong that day. After a moment, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, "You are even more formidable than my sister." When she awakened, she already possessed a soul power of level 20. In pursuit of absorbing a more powerful soul ring, I refrained from rushing my breakthrough and spent 2 years refining my body. Yet, my first 2 soul rings still fall far short of the millennium. Jiang Chen was equally astonished. So, it was at the tender age of 8 that Qian Rinxue began to absorb soul rings, and in merely 3 years, she ascended to the 38th level. What an extraordinary being. Your martial spirit is quite remarkable. Its manifestation exudes a chilling allure. As you mature, you will undoubtedly captivate many young hearts. Qian Rinxue approached Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him closely. "Very well, let us commence. The death camp is an exceedingly perilous place. Thus I shall not relent in my training of you, dear brother." Jiang Chen nodded and dispelled his martial soul state. For his primary focus was on refining the 3000 lightning movement technique, rendering the manifestation of his martial soul unnecessary. It felt as though yesterday had returned. As the two engaged in a chase once more, however, their relationship had transformed. Qian Rinxue refrained from directing her fists toward Jiang Chen's face. Possessing the formidable strength of a soul master at level 38 and wielding an angelic martial soul, she excelled in speed. During her pursuit of Jiang Chen the previous day, she had only exerted a fraction of her full velocity. She did not hold back against Jiang Chen, and her powerful strikes elicited grimaces of pain from him. Jiang Chen was indeed not mistaken. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Qian Rinxue, the 3000 thunderbolts manifested their effects several times, allowing him to gradually perceive the profound mysteries within. It was only when Jiang Chen was utterly exhausted that Qian Rinxue would relent, permitting them a brief respite before resuming their training. Although she claimed to assist Jiang Chen in his cultivation, Qian Rinxue exhibited an enthusiasm that surpassed his own. rendering his experience a paradox of torment and delight. As dusk approached, the two found solace in a pavilion, resting together. Much like Cinderella, who hastily departed from the prince before her magic could fade, inadvertently leaving behind a single glass slipper, Qian Rinxue propped her chin in her hand. Attentively listening to Jiang Chen's tale, her spirit deeply captivated. As Jiang Chen glanced at the sky, darkness was swiftly descending. Sister Shui, I must take my leave. We shall continue the tale tomorrow. Enraptured in the narrative, Qian Rushue's eyebrows knitted in protest. No, you cannot depart without concluding the story. Did the prince find Cinderella? Did her wicked stepmother and stepsisters face their just deserts? Please, finish the tale for me. Tomorrow, my senior awaits my return for dinner. Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. That will not suffice. If you do not finish today, do not expect me to train with you tomorrow, Qian Rushue threatened. Nearly twisting Jiang Chen's ear. Having grown up beside Qian Douluo, she had known little of childhood joy. How could she possibly bear to resist such a captivating story? Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, patiently recounted tales for another half hour, ultimately eliciting a satisfied smile from Qian Rinxue. She then gazed at him with eager anticipation, asking, Do you have any other stories, Xiaochen? Indeed, I have more. Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, The Little Match Girl, and the tale of Su Xian and the Serpent. I shall regale you with them tomorrow. Qian Rinxue glanced at the sky and replied, Very well, you must come early tomorrow. I will, Jiang Chen assured her. However, before he could finish his sentence, she had already dashed out. He couldn't help but marvel at how this little girl's mind brimmed with such enchanting stories. Qian Rinxue lingered on the delightful tales Jiang Chen had just shared, savoring the lingering sweetness of the narratives. As Jiang Chen made his way halfway, he spotted the anxious Hu Laina, who was pacing back and forth in distress. Senior sister, Jiang Chen called out, hastening towards her. I'm hungry. He lamented pitifully upon reaching Hu Laina. Unmoved by his woeful expression, she promptly seized his ear. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? If you hadn't returned soon, I would have been compelled to seek out our teacher, Hu Laina admonished fiercely, feeling the sting in his ear. Jiang Chen could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself how much better Snow Air was. Chapter 58, The Tempering of Willpower, Part 4. Though Hu Laina's demeanor was somewhat fierce, Jiang Chen could still sense the depth of her concern. She quickly released her grip and inquired, Are you all right? Did I hurt you? Jiang Chen shook his head, assuring that he felt no pain. Let us dine. The food is nearly cold. Hu Laina treated him as if he were her own younger brother, bestowing upon Jiang Chen a sense of care and protection. This sentiment was something he had never experienced in either his past or present life. Contemplating Hu Laina's tragic fate that awaited her, he felt a sudden pang of sympathy. Tang San, that oblivious lad, perhaps he should take some action to prevent Hu Laina from falling for him in the future. After their dinner, Hu Laina led him to meet Bibi Dong. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's unblemished face, Bibi Dong was taken aback. According to her expectations, Qian Rinxue should have unleashed her wrath upon Jiang Chen after discovering her absence. Yet, Jiang Chen appeared perfectly well, with no significant injuries elsewhere. Did that sister not strike you today? Bibi Dong inquired. She did, but later she tended to my wounds, Jiang Chen replied. Bibi Dong's astonishment deepened. She did not express her anger or utter any words. Jiang Chen shook his head, stating that she had apologized, acknowledging that her actions the previous day had been excessive. Upon learning of his intentions, she readily agreed to accompany him for an afternoon of training. Bibi Dong ceased her inquiries, leaving Jiang Chen unaware of her thoughts. Nana, you have only 3 days before you depart for the Spirit Hall Academy. Make sure to spend quality time with Qiner during these final days. Of course, teacher. Hu Laina replied, feeling an unexpected pang of reluctance towards both Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen. Previously, apart from her brother, she had no one else close to her. Yet now she had gained 2 more, a teacher and a junior. Very well, you may return now, and remember to practice your soul power this evening. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Chen took a shower and promptly went out to train, feeling unable to linger beside Hu Laina for even a moment. However, his behavior did not go unnoticed by Hu Laina, intensifying her desire for conquest, not in the romantic sense, but rather to ensnare Jiang Chen within the allure of her enchantment. In the early morning, Jiang Chen returned rather early and fortuitously witnessed Hu Laina retracting her foxtail. He was immensely curious about the transformation of beast martial souls. As they inherently undergo beastification, and certain martial souls could even cause the soul master's body to sprout additional features, such as elongated ears or a tail. Jiang Chen was perplexed as to why Hu Laina would manifest her martial spirit while sleeping. Perhaps it was due to a sense of comfort, or perhaps her past, steeped in a harsh environment, had ingrained this habit in her. Hu Laina possessed an exquisite figure, with a delicate waist that could be grasped with a single hand and a remarkable curve that arched between her back and hips. In the fleeting moment when her foxtail retracted, Jiang Chen inadvertently beheld sights he ought not to have seen. Oblivious to his presence, Hu Laina donned her outer garments. Perceiving the 6-year-old Jiang Chen is nothing more than a Navi child, far from being a man. After finishing breakfast, Hu Laina, already on high alert, seized Jiang Chen as he attempted to sneak away, resuming her merciless experiments. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue arrived at the training grounds. Having reminded Jiang Chen the previous day to come early, Assisting Jiang Chen had become a secondary goal. Her primary desire was to hear more touching love stories like the ones from yesterday. However, after waiting for an hour without his arrival, Qian Rinxue's brows furrowed in concern, prompting her to rise and venture outside. Since Jiang Chen had not shown up, she decided to investigate personally, suspecting he might still be asleep. If that were the case, she would not hesitate to give him a few sharp spanks. He was soon to be sent to the concentration camp, and such laziness warranted punishment. Knowing the location of the Pope's quarters and realizing that Bibi Dong was preoccupied with affairs of the spirit hall at that time, Qian Rinxue entered without hesitation. After wandering through the quarters for a while, she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's pleas for mercy, faint yet distinct. Not sleeping in? It seemed he was being bullied. With this thought, her pace quickened. In her heart, Jiang Chen had taken on the status of a younger brother. She would not allow anyone to mistreat him. If they did, she would not show mercy. Following the sound, she approached the small building where Jiang Chen resided, and soon she clearly heard his voice. However, she quickly broke free from the enchantment of the moment. As a woman, the allure had diminished in its effect on her, compounded by the disparity of power. Hulaina's charm posed no threat to her. While she was aware that Bibi Dong had a disciple with a fox martial spirit, she had never encountered one before. And she never anticipated witnessing Hulaina's enchanting abilities under such circumstances. Her delicate face flushed with anger. This vixen was using her charms to torment little Chen. How shameless. How could a mere child withstand such allure? He might have already fallen victim to her malice. With indignation surging within her, soul power surged forth as she sprang up. Leaping to the second floor in one swift motion, she kicked open the door, and the scene within unfolded before her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Chen was compelled to sit on the sofa, while Hulaina stood before him, her large tail swaying incessantly. Her two soul rings occasionally glowing as she performed enticing gestures. In moments of distraction, Jiang Chen would occasionally find himself lost in thought, only to quickly regain his composure. Witnessing this scene, Qian Rinxue could no longer contain herself. Her chest felt like it might burst from fury. You vixen, I shall end your life. Enraged, Qian Rinxue unleashed her martial soul, activating her first soul skill, Angel Strike, as her golden fist surged toward Hulaina. Upon the door being forcefully kicked open, Hulaina had already noticed the intrusion of an unfamiliar girl who had shattered her door. Yet, before she could express her anger, the girl had already made her move. The three soul rings surrounding her sent a chill of dread through Hulaina, leading her to deduce that this was the girl accompanying Jiang Chen in his training. Hulaina swiftly activated two of her skills, her fluffy tail emanating a crimson glow as she maximized her allure. Even Qian Rinxue momentarily succumbed to its effects. But just as she was about to strike, Hulaina vanished from her path. Realizing that her charm had little effect on Qian Rinxue, Hulaina felt a sinking sensation in her heart, prompting her to draw a shimmering dagger. Enough! Jiang Chen rose and shouted. The two women, upon seeing his furious countenance, exchanged a fierce glance before retracting their martial souls. Qian Rinxue hurried to Jiang Chen's side and inquired with concern, Xiao Chen, are you all right? She then turned her gaze to Hulaina, exclaiming in anger, is this how you treat your junior? He is still just a child. He was unwilling to witness the two women in conflict. Sister Shui, I am fine. I was merely preparing for the concentration camp. Seeing your sister is honing my willpower. You misunderstood. Is that so? Qian Rinxue paused, her expression shifting to one of skepticism. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed. Why were you shouting so loudly just now? Jiang Chen's face flushed as he remarked, I have already reached my limits. Only by transcending them can one grow stronger. As my senior sister said, those with formidable willpower are impervious to the deceptions of others and face challenges with greater courage. Qian Rinxue's cheeks reddened, and she found herself believing Jiang Chen's words. It seemed she had misjudged Hulaina. I apologize. I was unaware you were training Xiao Chen, she said, her expression filled with remorse. Hulaina, feeling a bit awkward, replied, it's quite all right. Your concern for him is commendable. Shuer, you should head back now. I will visit you this afternoon, Jiang Chen urged, gently nudging Qian Rinxue. She stood up, conceding, all right, but you must come early this afternoon. Turning to Hulaina, she added, I entrust Xiao Chen's willpower training to you. Do not hold back. Feel free to be a bit tough on him. With that, she made no further delay and hastily departed, feeling embarrassed for having misunderstood the situation and for the altercation that ensued. Chapter 59. Parting the training of Jiang Chen is a tapestry woven with both pain and joy. In the morning, he is ensnared by the enchanting allure of Hulaina's multifaceted charms. In the afternoon, he engages in rigorous combat training with Qian Rinxue. Time slips by swiftly, and after 3 days, Hulaina quietly organizes her personal belongings and departs the papal hall alongside Jiang Chen. At the foot of the mountain, Hulaina bids a reluctant farewell to Jiang Chen, while Bibi Dong does not come to see him off. Xiao Chen, each training session at the camp varies. The advice I can impart to you remains the same. Never place your trust in anyone too readily and maintain a vigilant disposition at all times, Hulaina reiterates. I understand. Senior sister, you have repeated this to me countless times, Jiang Chen replies with a hint of exasperation. You must return alive. I shall be waiting for you at the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Jiang Chen hurriedly assisted Hulaina into the carriage. Hurry, I must return to my cultivation. Do not worry. I shall certainly live well. As the carriage set in motion, Hulaina departed. The Wuhuan Temple Academy was also located within this Wuhuan city. Yet once one entered the academy, it was nearly forbidden to leave before the vacation period arrived. Watching the carriage vanish, Jiang Chen felt an unexpected pang of reluctance for this exceptional senior sister. It had taken Hu Laina 3 years to emerge from the concentration camp. And perhaps by the time he emerged from there, several years would have already passed. Returning to the empty room, the girl who had tormented him for days was no longer present, leaving his heart feeling strangely hollow. Shaking his head, he forced himself to dismiss thoughts of Hu Laina's departure and left the room, heading towards Qian Rinxue. Over the past 3 days, the dynamic between him and Qian Rinxue had evolved from a mere chase to an intense battle. He had grasped the profound essence of the 3,000 thunder movements. His speed now incomparable to before. With the enhancement of his first soul skill, Qian Rinxue candidly remarked that Jiang Chen's current speed was already exceptional, even among soul masters of over level 20. During their combat, Qian Rinxue initially suppressed her own strength to the level of a soul master, only to find herself thoroughly dominated by Jiang Chen. Since then, she no longer underestimated him, adjusting her power to the level of a great soul master. With her immense soul power and 2 soul skills, she finally managed to subdue Jiang Chen. Yet, she remained profoundly astonished. Her innate talent was extraordinarily exceptional, not only reflected in her cultivation speed but also in her combat prowess, making her one of the top-tier existences among her peers. However, facing Jiang Chen with her great soul master strength, she could merely exert pressure on him. She realized that no matter how she attacked, it was challenging to inflict any substantial damage on him. Nevertheless, her aim was not to harm Jiang Chen but to provide him with ample practical experience. And being able to restrain him was sufficient. Prior to this, Jiang Chen's combat experience was scant, having only sparred with Tang San on 2 occasions. Although he had cultivated the lightning fist, only through first-hand experience could he truly unleash its power, transforming various knowledge into his own strength. In the midst of Qian Rinxue's astonished gaze, he grew stronger with each confrontation, with his speed, power, reaction ability, and combat awareness all significantly enhanced. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Rinxue had gradually increased her soul power output, nearing the strength of a soul venerable. It was not until Jiang Chen's soul power was depleted that they finally ceased their battle. Xiao Chen, you are truly remarkable. In the pavilion, Qian Rinxue wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, her expression one of awe. At that moment, her garments were drenched in perspiration, and her already form-fitting light training attire could no longer conceal her budding figure, with certain contours becoming strikingly evident before Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen's cheeks flushed, and his gaze was somewhat evasive. He expressed his gratitude to Sister Schwerer for her companionship during the past few days of training, feeling that his strength had grown several folds compared to before. Qian Rinxue approached him, playfully pinching Jiang Chen's cheek. You little rascal are truly extraordinary. When I was at the Soul Master level, my combat prowess couldn't even match yours. By the time you near the 20th level, you might even be able to contend with the Soul Sovereign. Gazing at the proximity of Qian Rinxue, inhaling the fragrant aroma radiating from her body in the heat, Jiang Chen felt a bit dizzy. Sister is leaving tomorrow, Qian Rinxue suddenly said with a hint of sadness. Jiang Chen refrained from inquiring about where Qian Rinxue was headed, surmising that she was likely embarking on a covert mission to usurp power in the Heavendo Empire. When will you return? He could not help but ask. Despite his knowledge of the narrative, Qian Rinxue shook her head, indicating uncertainty. It could be a few years, or perhaps even a decade. And what if I miss you? Jiang Chen blurted out, unable to contain his feelings. Qian Rinxue fell silent, grappling with her own reluctance to part from this endearing younger brother. Yet, the mission she was destined to undertake was imperative. After a prolonged pause, she finally replied, once you have grown stronger, consult your teacher. If she permits you to seek me out, then we shall reunite. Jiang Chen nodded emphatically, declaring that he would soon grow stronger. Qian Rinxue smiled as she embraced Jiang Chen, affirming that no matter what, he would always be her brother. Jiang Chen lay nestled in the soft embrace of the 1,000-zhang deep snow, and in this final moment, he did not shy away. Did you not mention yesterday that there was another tale akin to that of Liang Shanbo and Romeo? Please recount this story to your sister. Jiang Chen nodded and began to recount the poignant love story that has moved countless hearts to tears. In the end, the graves of Liang Shanbo and Romeo cracked open, releasing 2 colorful butterflies. Their profound love touched the heavens, transforming them into 2 butterflies, eternally united and never to be separated again. Qian Rinxue's exquisite visage bore a smile, yet tears flowed incessantly down her cheeks. Jiang Chen felt helpless. He had already exhausted his supply of tissues for Qian Rinxue. However, as the story unfolded, Qian Rinxue's tears showed no sign of ceasing. The profound emotional resonance of such a poignant love tale wielded immense power over these young girls. Women are inherently emotional beings, and even the typically strong-willed Qian Rinxue possessed a tender side. The tale of Jiang Chen undoubtedly ignited within her a yearning for the future. She envisioned herself, much like the protagonist of those enchanting stories, sharing a lifelong bond with her beloved. Little Chen, do you think that one day, I too shall encounter someone I cherish? Jiang Chen nodded vigorously, affirming, Sister, you will undoubtedly live happily with the one you love. Qian Rinxue gently stroked Jiang Chen's hair, saying, Thank you, Xiao Chen, for the joyful moments you've given me. I will never forget you, nor your stories. Yes, Schwer, I shall not forget you either. When do you leave tomorrow? Allow me to see you off, he offered. Qian Rinxue shook her head, replying, there's no need for you to see me off. This journey is a covert mission. It must remain undisclosed. Very well, Jiang Chen said as he released himself from Qian Rinxue's embrace, his gaze meticulously scanning every inch of her. As though he wished to etch her image into his memory forever. Qian Rinxue looked at Jiang Chen with affection, hoping to retain his likeness in her heart. Chapter 60. The teacher has lost her mind as night fell. Jiang Chen ultimately bid farewell to Qian Rinxue. He realized that, be it in his past life or the present, he had developed a fondness for Qian Rinxue, a girl who appeared strong yet harbored a fragile heart. He understood that after a few years of external training, Qian Rinxue would grow increasingly resilient, both in strength and character. If he wished to bring happiness to her, he must become formidable himself. The departure of both sisters left him somewhat melancholic. Yet the thought of soon entering the death camp compelled him to muster his spirits for training. A man may have emotions, but he must always be cognizant of his most pressing needs. That night, Bibi Dong did not summon him. Meanwhile, in Bibi Dong's study, Qian Rinxue stood before her with a complex expression. I shall depart tomorrow, she stated. Bibi Dong merely nodded, not looking at her. I am aware. Bishop Salas will be transferred to the Holy Temple in Tiando City. You may contact him with any needs. Any plans I have will be conveyed through him. After delivering her words, she resumed her perusal of documents, ignoring Qian Rinxue. You may leave, Bibi Dong said, her eyes never lifting from her work. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth, summoning her courage. Then I shall take my leave, mother. Take care. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly. It had been many years since she had expected to hear that title again. She looked up abruptly, meeting Qian Rinxue's hopeful gaze. Yet, her expression grew cold. A hint of murderous intent emanating from her. Remember, do not utter those two words in my presence again. I have work to attend to, if there is nothing else. You may go, Bibi Dong said with an icy demeanor, devoid of any emotion in her gaze. Disappointment was etched on Qian Rinxue's face, recalling Jiang Chen's words. She suppressed her urge to seek answers and turned to leave. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly looked back, noticing Bibi Dong's unusual demeanor. Bibi Dong's face was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, her mouth opened as if to speak, yet no words emerged. A flicker of joy surged within Qian Rinxue, and she dashed out. Xiao Chen was right. Mother must have her own unspoken struggles. Xiao Chen, everything depends on you. Bibi Dong seemed to lose all strength, collapsing into her chair as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Who could have imagined that this iron-willed pope possessed such a vulnerable side? When Qian Rinxue had departed moments earlier, an unexpected sense of reluctance washed over her. She had believed she could maintain a heart of stone. Yet the utterance of mother by Qian Rinxue pierced her heart. She had always told herself that Qian Rinxue was merely the offspring of that beast, unrelated to her. And indeed, she had never shown Qian Rinxue any care. However, what mother, after enduring the unimaginable pain of carrying a child for 10 months, could be devoid of maternal love? Only her deep-seated hatred had suppressed that love to the depths of her heart, surfacing only during the quiet of night. When humanity's frailty emerged, leading to tears of anguish. As Qian Rinxue passed Jiang Chen's residence, she couldn't help but glance inside, immediately spotting Jiang Chen meditating atop the roof. Gazing at his youthful yet upright figure, she felt a pang of longing. Though their time together had been brief, Jiang Chen had left an indelible mark on her heart. She had already said her goodbyes to him earlier in the afternoon, wishing to avoid further sadness for both. After casting one last lingering look at his back, she slipped away quietly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, entrenched in his training, wore a bittersweet smile. Since Qian Rinxue had chosen not to meet again, there was no need for another sorrowful farewell. If all went as expected, he too would soon be sent by his teacher, Bibi Dong, to that death camp. The following day, he did not seek out Qian Rinxue. Perhaps she had already departed quietly. Apart from meals and brief rests, he trained diligently in the Pope's training grounds. According to Qian Rinxue, with his current cultivation at level 14, his true combat prowess was already exceptional among the great soul masters. Unbeknownst to Qian Rinxue, Jiang Chen possessed another formidable card, his poison. Prior to absorbing the soul ring for his breakthrough, his corpse poison had rendered the level 19 Jing Wuming powerless, obliterating his body in an instant, showcasing the terrifying nature of his toxin. He speculated that, against his poison, few at the great soul master level could withstand it, save for those with poison-resistant martial souls or supportive soul masters with detoxification abilities. However, the true extent of this would only be revealed through experience. Without the companionship of Hu Laina and Qian Rinxue, Jiang Chen found training rather monotonous, yet he knew he must persist. That evening, shortly after finishing dinner, he was summoned by Bibi Dong. Jiang Chen felt a sense of perplexity. Could it be that the teacher was about to reveal the secrets of the death camp? Following the maid, he soon realized that they were not headed toward the study, which only deepened his confusion. Sister, where are you taking me? He inquired. The Pope resides in the bedroom, the maid replied respectfully. Moments later, Jiang Chen arrived at Bibi Dong's chamber, where the maid respectfully closed the door and withdrew. Bibi Dong's bedroom was vast, several times larger than Hu Laina's room. Unlike the youthful ambience of Hu Laina's quarters, Bibi Dong's room exuded an air of mature elegance. This was Jiang Chen's first visit to this place, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. At that moment, Bibi Dong was seated at the edge of her plush bed, holding something in her hand. Upon seeing the other party, Jiang Chen sensed a hint of unease. It appeared that something was amiss with Bibi Dong. For reasons unknown, a wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Chen, igniting an overwhelming urge to flee from the scene. Suddenly, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze towards Jiang Chen, her eyes tinged with red, as if she had recently shed tears. Jiang Chen was astonished. Even the iron-blooded Pope could shed tears. Why were they wept? For whom were they shed? Could it be for Qian Rinxue? As he pondered these questions in his heart, a gentle and melodious voice resonated, belonging to Bibi Dong. You have arrived, come over here. Her face bore a soft smile, which instantly brought a sense of calm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen approached Bibi Dong, and it was only then that he realized she was holding a delicate white floral dress. The garment was quite small, seemingly suited for a girl of 5 or 6 years old. A thought flickered again in his mind. Bibi Dong was behaving unusually today. She gently pulled Jiang Chen closer and said softly, Xiao Xue, this is a dress your mother bought for you. Do you like it? Jiang Chen's heart raced violently, and the panic within him was magnified infinitely. Chapter 61. The Holy Sun. Bibi Dong astonishingly mistook him for Qian Rinxue, holding a beautifully fitting dress in her hands. She began to measure the dress against Jiang Chen, her satisfaction evident. Teacher, I am Xiao Chen, your disciple. Jiang Chen hurriedly reminded her. However, it seemed as if Bibi Dong had not heard his words at all. Come, let Mama dress you up and see how lovely you look, she said. Reaching out to unfasten Jiang Chen's clothing, Jiang Chen was utterly alarmed. The only thought racing through his mind was that Bibi Dong had lost her sanity. In the brief moment he was dazed, she had already undone one of his buttons. Jiang Chen awoke, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward the door. However, the vast expanse of Bibi Dong's chamber stretched over 20 meters to the entrance. Before he could cover half the distance, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, rendering him immobile, unable even to twitch a finger. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Bibi Dong's mere presence was sufficient to thwart his escape. With graceful poise, Bibi Dong approached, playfully brushing her finger against the tip of Jiang Chen's nose. How mischievous, she remarked, as her palm surged with soul power, swiftly striking him several times. Instantly, the immense pressure vanished, yet Jiang Chen found himself unable to move, both his body and the soul power within him rendered inaccessible. Bibi Dong then led him back to the bedside and swiftly removed his garments. At this moment, Jiang Chen truly felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if he were on the verge of tears without the capacity to express them. If his soul were that of a mere 6-year-old child, the situation would be far less troubling. Alas, that is not the case. At this juncture, he found himself utterly incapable of even moving a finger to shield his dignity. Bibi Dong, however, remained oblivious to the pleading look in his eyes as she eagerly took up her skirt to drape it over him. Suddenly, she paused, her brow furrowing slightly, and remarked, You are so dirty. Let us have your mother take you for a bath. At this moment, Jiang Chen found himself rendered speechless. Otherwise, he would have truly wished to sing a melancholic tune for himself. Bibi Dong, devoid of compassion, led him into the bathroom and meticulously assisted him in cleansing himself within the bath. In the afternoon, as Jiang Chen practiced, he was drenched in sweat, and his body indeed felt somewhat unclean. In a sudden surge of anxiety, Jiang Chen felt his heart race, fearing that certain components might be abruptly and mercilessly severed. Fortunately, Bibi Dong had yet to descend into such madness. It was evident that she had bathed, as a fragrant aura enveloped her, exuding an air of maturity. Beneath her loose nightgown lay an unobstructed view. This is unbearable. As Bibi Dong led Jiang Chen out, his face bore no expression, his gaze hollow, as if his soul had been stripped away. He was adorned in a fitted white floral dress, a peculiar privilege afforded to children. Yet, he would rather forego such treatment. He lamented inwardly. Bibi Dong was not finished. She brought him to the vanity and began to meticulously adorn him. After a while, Jiang Chen's hair, which was not particularly short, was fashioned into 2 playful pigtails, his lips painted a soft pink, and a hint of blush graced his cheeks. His already exquisite features, enhanced by Bibi Dong's touch, could easily rival those of many true girls. As the night grew late, Bibi Dong gently suggested, Let us sleep together tonight. Regrettably, Jiang Chen could not respond. At that moment, he had become nothing more than a substitute for Qian Rinxue in Bibi Dong's eyes. All the affection she had withheld from Qian Rinxue was now bestowed upon him. Perhaps it was precisely due to his fabricated identity that Bibi Dong found the courage to act in such a manner. He surmised that she must have experienced some sudden emotional upheaval, prompting her to draw him close. Yet, these were merely Jiang Chen's conjectures. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the depths of the ocean, and how could he ever ascertain the truth? That night, Bibi Dong embraced him as she drifted into slumber, but how could Jiang Chen possibly find rest? He gazed at her serene face, adorned with a gentle smile as she slept, her long lashes glistening with a hint of dew. In that moment, a wave of emotion surged within him. It became clear that Bibi Dong indeed harbored feelings for Qian Rinxue. It was simply that her resentment overshadowed her love, compelling her to suppress these sentiments for so long. Now, as she allowed her emotions to surface, the smile upon her face radiated pure happiness. Jiang Chen understood that perhaps after this incident, Bibi Dong would revert to her former self, remaining cold and indifferent towards Qian Rinxue. He had never been forcibly possessed, and thus could not fathom the anguish Bibi Dong must have endured. However, from an outsider's perspective, Qian Rinxue was innocent and should not have to suffer such cruelty throughout her life. This realization intensified his desire to resolve the issues surrounding Qian Rinxue and her mother. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to make an attempt. Throughout the night, Jiang Chen kept his eyes wide open, unable to find solace in sleep. Until the early hours of dawn when exhaustion finally overcame him, and he sank into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that it was nearly noon, and Bibi Dong was no longer in the room. Jiang Chen swiftly rose to his feet, meticulously examining his body to ensure that no parts were missing, and finally exhaled in relief. He deftly removed his skirt, donned his own attire, unfastened the small braid atop his head, and then hurried into the bathroom to wash away the vibrant makeup from his face. After completing these tasks, a sense of tranquility washed over him. Casting one last glance at the room that had tormented him throughout the night, Jiang Chen departed hastily. He returned directly to his own residence, where Bibi Dong had not dispatched anyone to seek him out. After a day of distracted cultivation, in the evening, Bibi Dong sent a maid to him once more. With a heart filled with trepidation, Jiang Chen followed the maid, pondering whether Bibi Dong would revisit the events of the previous day. Fortunately, this time, the maid led him directly to the study. Within the study, Bibi Dong was engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon Jiang Chen's entrance, she slightly raised her head. "You have arrived." "Yes, master. Did you summon me for something?" Bibi Dong appeared to have forgotten the occurrences of the previous night, rising to stand before Jiang Chen. "The registration for the death camp is nearing its conclusion. You shall depart tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to escort you." "Understood," Jiang Chen replied. Bibi Dong knelt down, adjusting Jiang Chen's attire, and gently remarked, "You are my most anticipated disciple. Your talent surpasses that of Nana. I hope you emerge from there alive, becoming the brightest new star of our spirit hall." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Rest assured, teacher, I shall certainly return. I shall not dwell on farewells. Tomorrow, I too shall refrain from seeing you off, for there will be someone to escort you on your departure. Here, I make you a promise. If you demonstrate commendable conduct in the future, I shall endeavor to advocate for your ascendance to the position of Saint Sun within the spirit hall. You must also strive diligently and not let your teacher down." A tremor coursed through Jiang Chen's heart. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong harbored such lofty expectations for him. The position of a holy son is one that stands on equal footing with that of the holy maiden, and the successor to the pope is traditionally chosen from either the holy son or the holy maiden. Chapter 62. Death Camp. "Thank you, teacher. I shall certainly strive to meet your expectations," Jiang Chen expressed gratefully. He was not a person who sought fame and fortune, but rather yearned for formidable strength, believing that with power, he could more easily achieve greatness. Additionally, the teacher had already conferred with the chief instructor of the camp during the training period. Jiang Chen would have the opportunity to seek assistance from him, but this would be limited to a single occasion, for that was the extent of the help his teacher could provide. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion. Bibi Dong's arrangement undoubtedly provided him with an additional safeguard, granting him an advantage over others. Bibi Dong gazed at Jiang Chen, her enchanting visage suddenly taking on a look of complexity. "Xiao Chen, the events of last night must not be mentioned to anyone. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly, understanding that this was a secret between him and his teacher, one that would remain undisclosed to any third party. He felt a sense of trepidation. If he were to utter a word of dissent at this moment, it was likely that Bai Dong would immediately resort to lethal measures. "Well then, return now. Your teacher eagerly anticipates your performance." Jiang Chen returned to his residence, not with fear, but rather with a sense of anticipation for the impending life in the concentration camp. Initially, when he first took Bai Dong as his mentor, he was awed by her formidable strength. Now, he willingly embraced this path. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, a stern-looking middle-aged man was already waiting downstairs at Jiang Chen's building. Jiang Chen had little to pack, merely a few personal belongings. The pink room still lingered with the fragrance of Hulaina, and Jiang Chen's gaze faintly recalled the scenes of their arduous training here just days prior. After casting a lingering glance, he closed the door and approached the stern middle-aged man. The man remained silent and strode directly outside, prompting Jiang Chen to hastily follow. They exited the Pope's palace, yet Bibi Dong did not make an appearance. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, just before entering the vehicle, Jiang Chen turned to glance upward. At the entrance of the Pope's palace, midway up the mountain, stood a woman clad in a golden papal robe, adorned with a crown. Jiang Chen vigorously waved his hand and then climbed into the carriage. As he watched the vehicle depart, a smile graced Bibi Dong's face, causing the guards on either side of the steps to lower their heads in deference, unwilling to offend. The carriage moved swiftly, drawn by a soul beast akin to a horse, renowned for its greater speed and endurance. Before long, Jiang Chen realized that the carriage had exited the Spirit Soul City, racing towards an unknown destination. Feeling a sudden onset of boredom, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the stoic middle-aged man driving the carriage. "Sir, where is the concentration camp?" he inquired. "Sir, what is your level of cultivation?" he continued. "Sir, how much longer until we arrive?" To Jiang Chen's bewilderment, the middle-aged man remained as silent as a puppet, his expression unchanged since their departure. Remarkably, he had not uttered a single word from the moment they set off until now. With no other recourse, Jiang Chen reluctantly sealed his lips and immersed himself in cultivation. Although the effects of his daytime training paled in comparison to those of the night, it was better than nothing. Even the smallest of mosquitoes are still meat. As the carriage journeyed onward, Jiang Chen encountered neither a single town nor even a humble village. The path was desolate and devoid of life. However, the concentration camp should not be far from Seoul City, for after just a day's travel, the pace of the carriage began to slow. Jiang Chen parted the curtain of the carriage, and before him emerged a black fortress, perhaps not quite a fortress, as it was significantly smaller than any city he had previously encountered. Even the outer walls rose only about 20 meters high, yet as the carriage drew nearer, the oppressive aura of the dark walls began to weigh heavily upon him. Upon approaching, he noticed that the city gate bore no name. However, both atop the walls and at the entrance stood numerous formidable soldiers clad in black armor. These warriors radiated an aura of lethal intent, and the hundreds of cold, piercing gazes directed at Jiang Chen instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. He surmised that these soldiers were undoubtedly powerful soul masters. The middle-aged driver presented a token, allowing them to enter the city without hindrance. Within the city, various shops lined the streets alongside establishments for dining and leisure, yet the overall atmosphere was notably desolate, as there were far too few people present. Jiang Chen observed that, whether on the streets or within the shops, apart from the proprietors, there were predominantly children or adolescents, each emanating varying degrees of soul power fluctuations. Upon noticing the approaching carriage and Jiang Chen aboard, their faces lit up with curiosity. These individuals, much like yourself, are participants of the training camp and will inevitably become your rivals in the future. The middle-aged driver finally broke the silence. Where do these individuals hail from? Jiang Chen inquired eagerly, seizing the opportunity to extract further information now that the driver had begun to speak. The middle-aged man continued. Some are from the affiliated families of the Spirit Hall, others come from the Spirit Hall Academy. And there are also those who are orphans taken in by the Spirit Hall. As the conversation unfolded, the carriage had arrived at the heart of the city, where a vast square awaited. The middle-aged man halted and instructed Jiang Chen, alight from the carriage. Jiang Chen alighted from the carriage, curiously surveying his surroundings. A middle-aged man produced a bag from his person and tossed it to Jiang Chen. My task is complete. I hope we shall meet again one day. With that, he departed in his cart, leaving Jiang Chen in astonishment. Is this truly all? Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback, as he was completely unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. That middle-aged man had simply fled. He opened the bag that had been handed to him and discovered it was filled with shimmering gold soul coins. Jiang Chen weighed the amount, estimating it to be at least several hundred. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, storing it within the confines of his ring space. With such a substantial sum, it should suffice for quite some time. Just as he was lost in thought, a tall, slender young man hurried towards him. Young one, have you come here to participate in the training as well? Jiang Chen nodded, for he was entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding him. Perhaps he could glean some information from this young man. The youth retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and remarked, since you have just arrived, you are likely unaware of many of the rules here. You can purchase a guide to the camp from me, which will facilitate your swift acclimatization to this environment. How much? Jiang Chen inquired. The youth extended 5 fingers and chuckled, not much, merely 5 golden soul coins. Jiang Chen turned and walked away. The small booklet appeared to contain only a few pages, presumably lacking substantial content, yet this young man audaciously demanded 5 golden soul coins, truly an exorbitant request. 4, 3, 1. Jiang Chen did not even glance back. The young man clearly thought him an easy target due to his youthfulness, attempting to swindle him. The young man's expression shifted, and ultimately he left in frustration, truly a cunning little rascal. Within the city, there are numerous shops, and Jiang Chen intended to find a place to dine while inquiring further. Along the way, he observed that the children he encountered were all between 8 and 12 years old, and he failed to find anyone of his own age. Author's note, a brief message. Easily read in a minute. This morning, I received notification from the editor that my book will be launched tomorrow at noon. I had anticipated a release at the end of the month, so this early announcement took me by surprise. Firstly, I am deeply moved by the unwavering support from many readers, as well as the encouragement I have received. My writing skills are somewhat lacking, and my reactions are a bit slow. Consequently, my typing speed is rather pitiful, taking about 2 hours to compose a chapter. However, I strive to maintain a schedule of 3 updates per day, inspired by the support I receive from so many. An early launch has its advantages. The better the subscription performance, the more motivated I feel to write. A little less sleep and a few more strands of hair lost are inconsequential. What matters is producing more content. I've heard that bald individuals possess great strength. After all, as a struggling author devoid of a romantic partner and other diversions, save for work, my time is wholly devoted to writing, filling each day to the brim. I extend my gratitude to all readers, for your recommendations and support have shown me that my efforts yield rewards. Throughout this journey, you have provided me with immense encouragement. My income from the service industry is meager, barely sufficient to cover rent and meals in a bustling city like Shenzhen. Writing has instilled hope within me. I yearn to traverse this path further and transform my meager existence, preferably finding a partner before going bald. I often hear fellow authors lamenting that writing is a dead end. Yet I remain resolute, determined to forge ahead. After the launch, subscriptions will require a recharge of book coins for reading, The vouchers provided by the bookstore do not count. Hence, those who have yet to download QQ Reading should do so. A mere 10 cents can grant an initial subscription. Foregoing a packet of spicy snacks can yield dozens of chapters. Note, the initial subscription refers to the highest number of subscriptions within 24 hours after the update. Having once been a student, I too have experienced financial hardship and the days spent reading pirated novels. Therefore, I do not expect every reader to subscribe legitimately. For those capable, please continue to support me. If you find yourself unable to do so, I sincerely hope you can provide an initial subscription tomorrow, please. I implore you. Now, regarding the update rules post-launch, if the initial subscriptions exceed 500, there will be 3 updates daily. If they exceed 1,000, there will be 4 updates daily. I dare not hope for higher numbers, as they seem unattainable. Additionally, when I am in good spirits, I will add extra updates beyond the established schedule. Beyond that, I shall remain modest about future aspirations. Currently, I do not have any stored manuscripts, but I will summon the spirit of my student days when I spend all-nighters at internet cafes playing games. Tonight, I shall push myself to write more to ensure a strong debut tomorrow. It seems I have become somewhat verbose. This message has taken me quite some time to compose. Let us leave it at that for now, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at noon. Chapter 63, The Burglary. The children exchanged glances, each filled with a hint of hostility. However, upon noticing Jiang Chen, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, which quickly transformed into pity. In such a place, a child as small as Jiang Chen was essentially courting disaster. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Jiang Chen entered a noodle shop. The proprietor appeared to be a simple-hearted middle-aged man. After the noodles were served, Jiang Chen inquired, "Sir, I am new here and am unfamiliar with the customs. Could you kindly enlighten me?" The owner paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "The rules here are quite straightforward. Fighting is permitted, but killing is strictly forbidden. As for the accommodations, you may occupy any uninhabited houses. When the training commences, a bell will sound to summon everyone." Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. In just a few terse sentences, that young man had the audacity to demand 5 gold soul coins. Truly outrageous. "Thank you." Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. The shopkeeper advised, "Young one, the training in this concentration camp is no laughing matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. I strongly suggest you return home. If you are truly intent on coming here, wait a few years until your cultivation has strengthened." "All right, I understand," Jiang Chen replied, beginning to slurp his noodles. Observing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident he had not heeded his words. The shopkeeper shook his head and walked away. Over the years, he had witnessed countless youthful faces, many of whom had perished in the brutal training. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Jiang Chen stepped outside and began to wander through the city. He noticed that many houses bore signs indicating they were occupied, while those without such signs stood vacant. Ultimately, he chose a small building approximately 500 meters from the square and hung a sign outside. Since the training had yet to commence, he decided to settle there for the time being. However, before he could even warm his seat, visitors arrived at his door. 3 boys, all around 10 years of age, barged directly into Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Chen had a vague recollection of the trio. Upon his arrival, they had been loitering not far from the square. The 3 displayed an air of arrogance, with the leader, a slightly portly youth, fixing his gaze on Jiang Chen. His eyes glimmered as he proclaimed, "Kid, this is no place for you. If you wish to avoid a fatal outcome, I suggest you swiftly return home. Of course, leave behind that bag of money you carry." Realizing their intent to rob him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer internally. It was evident that none of them had reached the rank of a great soul master, making their attempt at robbery a grave miscalculation. Upon witnessing the sudden smirk on Jiang Chen's face, the chubby leader momentarily faltered before retorting, "We are all soul masters, kid. You probably haven't even reached the realm of a soul master yet. Do you dare to resist?" Jiang Chen approached, his smile suddenly radiant. "Indeed, I wish to resist." The moment he finished speaking, a fist crackling with electric arcs struck the slightly plump boy in the abdomen. A muffled thud echoed, and the boy was sent flying 10 meters away, rendered unconscious. "Big brother." The expressions of the other 2 boys shifted dramatically, revealing their astonishment. "You seek death." In unison, they transformed in fury, both manifesting beast martial spirits, one a tiger, the other a leopard, each adorned with a yellow 100-year soul ring, indicative of their prowess as assault-type soul masters. Truly, the martial soul hall was formidable. Within this concentration camp, encountering individuals with 100-year soul rings was commonplace. Without hesitation, the 2 boys charged at Jiang Chen with menacing expressions. As they approached, their fists looming larger, Jiang Chen did not even release his martial soul. Instead, he met them with a single punch. As a soul master of equal rank, he had never feared anyone, having already bested Qian Rinxue. How could he possibly falter against these 2 youths? Crack! The boy with the tiger martial soul was sent hurtling backward, his grimace frozen in shock, suddenly letting out a pained howl. The other fared no better, receiving a devastating blow to the face from Jiang Chen, nearly collapsing his features. "My hand, it's broken." The tiger boy cried out in agony, while the leopard boy, his jaw dislocated and several teeth lost, found his martial spirit retracting in fear, rendered speechless by terror. "Begone!" Jiang Chen barked coldly, his visage transformed into a fierce countenance as he unleashed a roar. Faced with the terrifying figure of Jiang Chen, resembling a malevolent deity, the two boys were struck with profound dread, hastily dragging their unconscious leader away as they fled. Jiang Chen resumed his human form and curled his lips in disdain. The two individuals had even resorted to using their soul techniques, yet they could not withstand a single punch from him. They were truly feeble. A group of enforcers passed by, noticing the three individuals who had fled in disarray, yet they displayed no reaction. Here, fighting was not prohibited. As long as no lives were lost, they would refrain from intervening. During dinner that evening, Jiang Chen took a stroll around the city, apart from a few guarded locations. He had essentially explored every corner. He estimated that there were approximately 100 youths in the city, all possessing the rank of soul masters. However, he had yet to encounter a great soul master. The youths regarded him with expressions of pity, mockery, and disdain. After all, could a 6-year-old child pose any threat to them? His presence in this place was merely an invitation to demise. As he passed a building of milky white hue, he once again encountered the three boys who had intruded upon his abode earlier that afternoon. The trio emerged from within, and upon spotting Jiang Chen standing at the entrance, their faces paled simultaneously, and they fled with the haste of frightened animals. Jiang Chen did not pursue further, rather, he was intrigued by the fact that the injuries of the three individuals had remarkably healed. Upon entering the milky white structure, he discovered a considerable number of young boys and girls within, most of whom bore wounds. After they settled their payments, healing soul masters would attend to their ailments. Jiang Chen glanced around and noticed several healing soul masters present. Some were 2-ring healing soul masters, while others were 3-ring healing soul venerables. There were even a few who had yet to reveal their prowess, leaving Jiang Chen unable to discern their levels of cultivation. He shook his head and stepped outside. Upon returning to his residence, he discovered that his ring had accumulated a plethora of items. There were ample provisions, drinking water, and various survival tools, ropes, hooks, tents, fire starters, daggers, and short swords. Previously, Hulaina had briefly mentioned that her training included wilderness survival, making these tools indispensable. Jiang Chen also observed numerous shops dedicated to selling these tools, prompting him to acquire a selection. The mere existence of these establishments within the city suggests their utility. Indeed, these items may prove indispensable. Many of the city's youth have begun to form alliances, deliberating on how to navigate the days ahead together, united in both fortune and adversity. Jiang Chen gleaned some information from the discussions of a few youths. Tomorrow marked the commencement of formal training. His heart began to brim with anticipation. Chapter 64. Forming a team at dawn. As the first light of day began to break, Jiang Chen awoke from his meditation. After finding a quaint establishment to savor a warm breakfast, he made his way to the central square of the city, patiently awaiting the gathering. He arrived not too early, as numerous young boys and girls were already congregating in the square. As the initial rays of sunlight pierced through the city, a resounding chime echoed, reverberating through every corner of the town. In an instant, countless youthful figures surged from various streets towards the square. Within a mere 5 minutes, all participants had convened in the central square. It was only then that Jiang Chen realized the number of trainees had surpassed his previous estimations from the day before. He estimated that at least 130 individuals were present, and he sensed several potent auras, unmistakably more formidable than those of the others. A Grand Soul Master. Indeed, there are Grand Soul Masters among us, Jiang Chen mused. After all, it was only natural for a gathering of such prodigious talents to include a few Grand Soul Masters. Goodness, there's even one so small, someone exclaimed, nearly causing Jiang Chen to stumble. However, before he could retort, he found himself jostled away into the throng. Jiang Chen wore an expression of innocence, eager to exclaim, "Brother, it is you who walks with your head held high." Indeed, nearly everyone kept their gaze elevated, pressing forward in a determined throng. Amidst the throng, Jiang Chen found himself unceremoniously swept along, surrounded by youths towering above him. He narrowly escaped being trampled multiple times. At the forefront of the square, upon a raised platform, stood a composed middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age. Behind him, a row of individuals, some middle-aged, others youthful, stood with an air of reverence. As Jiang Chen drifted along with the crowd, he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura that evoked an uncanny feeling within him. An inexplicable allure. His expression grew odd. This sensation felt vaguely familiar, akin to the pull of blood, yet he was certain it was not blood, but rather something uniquely extraordinary. Before he could discern the source of this phenomenon, the middle-aged man spoke, compelling Jiang Chen to suppress his curiosity. With a downward motion of his hands, an overwhelming force emanated from the man, descending upon the gathering like a colossal mountain. The immense pressure rendered the youths breathless, shrouding the arena in an instantaneous silence. His gaze swept across the crowd, and those who met his eyes were unable to withstand the weight of his presence. Bowing their heads in submission, "I shall grant you half a minute to arrange yourselves in 2 lines, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than the crowd sprang into action. Jiang Chen, initially unaware of the middle-aged man's presence, felt someone behind him nudge him forward, propelling him to the front row, right at the center, directly beneath the imposing figure. Jiang Chen gazed curiously at the middle-aged man, whose appearance was unremarkable and bore an expression of cold indifference, much like the uncle who had escorted him. Half a minute passed, and the line had formed. "I am your chief instructor, Long Shan," His voice was deep yet resonant, as if each word could send a tremor through the hearts of all present. The previously silent assembly erupted into murmurs of astonishment, a mix of fear and disbelief. Good heavens, he is the most ruthless of the 3 chief instructors. I never expected it to be him this year. The previous cohort had also been under his command, resulting in the near obliteration of over 100 participants. With only 3 surviving, other instructors had fared much better, managing to pass a small fraction of their charges. Mom, I want to go home, they lamented. Having heard that last year's calamity was merely an accident, Jiang Chen's ears subtly twitched as he listened to the evaluations of the instructor from the surrounding crowd. Long Shan remained indifferent to the cadets' discussions and, after a brief 2 minutes, finally spoke. Now, those who wish to leave may do so. This is your final opportunity to depart. If you choose to stay, your fate will be singular. Either you succeed or you perish. Many faces turned pale at his words, and some individuals quietly exited the ranks, departing in silence. Once those individuals had left, Long Shan continued, "Excellent, only 10 have chosen to leave. Your bravery has surpassed my expectations. Now, we shall proceed with roll call." As his words fell, a young woman stepped forward behind him. She possessed an alluring figure, her waist delicate and seemingly boneless, swaying with a remarkable grace as she moved. Dressed in a tight-fitting azure outfit that accentuated her ample form, she caught the attention of many young men, who found themselves blushing in response. "I am one of your deputy instructors. You may call me Ching. Now, when your name is called, please respond." Her voice was melodious, and her smile slightly seductive, evoking a sensation in Jiang Chen akin to that of a serpent. Miao Renfeng, present. She swiftly called names, and soon it was Jiang Chen's turn. Jiang Chen, present. The sound of his youthful voice immediately drew the gaze of many, including Ching, who had been looking down but now curiously lifted her head to observe him. Upon realizing he was merely a small child, a look of intrigue crossed her face. Yet she did not linger long and continued with the roll call. At the moment he responded, Jiang Chen noticed that the chief instructor Long Shan was looking in his direction, his gaze resting upon him for a brief moment. It seemed this was the instructor his teacher had mentioned, the one from whom he could seek assistance. Jiang Chen mused inwardly. A total of 138 had registered, with 10 departing, leaving 128 remaining. The youngest was 6 years old, and the oldest, 11. Once everyone was accounted for, Ching closed the attendance book and swayed back into the ranks of the deputy instructors. The sight of her in that tight outfit caused many young men to gawk, some even embarrassingly bleeding from their noses. Long Shan stepped forward once more and proclaimed, "This training is expected to last a maximum of 3 years, including myself. There are 7 instructors for you. Allow me to remind you, regardless of any grievances you may hold, upon returning to the city, killing is strictly prohibited. The first training session will commence in half an hour. I can unequivocally assure you that relying solely on your individual strength to pass this trial will result in a 99% failure rate, potentially leading to death. Therefore, I permit you to form teams. You now have the freedom to move about. We will depart in half an hour." The crowd erupted into a flurry of activity, the prospect of such a brutal training on the very first day shocking them despite their prior knowledge of Long Shan's notorious reputation. Many quickly realized the gravity of the situation and began to band together, seeking powerful allies. The square was soon filled with the sounds of introductions as individuals showcased their abilities in search of formidable companions. Jiang Chen continuously navigated through the throngs of people, in search of that captivating sensation that had piqued his interest. At long last, as he emerged from the crowd, he beheld a small assembly not far ahead. This group comprised 7 individuals, with a strikingly beautiful young girl ensconced at the center, surrounded as if she were the sun among a constellation of stars. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for it was this young maiden who bestowed upon him a peculiar sensation, and she was, indeed, a grand soul master. Chapter 65. A rejection. The young lady possessed an elegant stature, standing at least 160 centimeters tall. Even when Jiang Chen stood upright, he still fell short of her bosom. To his astonishment, among the several Grand Soul Master presences he had sensed earlier, 2 were now within proximity. One belonged to the captivating maiden, while the other emanated from one of the 6 companions surrounding her. This individual was a tall youth with flowing gray hair and a reasonably handsome visage, his gaze toward the maiden brimming with adoration. The 2 were engaged in conversation, and the maiden occasionally covered her mouth in a light-hearted laugh, her youthful charm captivating the attention of numerous young men in the vicinity. Behind Jiang Chen, murmurs erupted. "Brother, stop staring. That beauty is one of the 5 great kings of this cohort, an elite from the Wuhuan Temple Academy, the prize jewel of the Zhao family, Zhao Yue. She has already attained the rank of Grand Soul Master. Do you really think she would take notice of you?" One voice, tinged with astonishment, interjected. "But we are all of similar age. How could she have cultivated so swiftly? What are the 5 great kings? She is a paragon of excellence. Can we be compared to her? You might have arrived a bit late, thus lacking knowledge of the prominent figures in our cohort. Within our class, there are 5 Grand Soul Masters collectively referred to as the 5 Great Kings, and Zhao Yue is one of them. The youth conversing with her is also among the 5 Great Kings, named Lin Feng. And what are the other 3? The remaining 3 are all males, each more formidable than the last, and they are not present here. You will encounter them in due time." A smile graced Jiang Chen's lips at the mention of being referred to as one of the 5 great kings. How amusing. He took a step forward towards Zhao Yue. Since the chief instructor had suggested forming a team, it indicated that overcoming the challenges ahead would indeed be arduous. Thus, he felt it prudent not to act independently. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about what it was that captivated him so about this young lady. Jiang Chen approached the group of individuals, and due to his diminutive stature, he helplessly tilted his head upward and inquired, "Are you still in need of members? May I join your ranks?" Upon hearing this youthful voice, the 7 individuals looked down in astonishment, realizing it was Jiang Chen, who was gazing up at them. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. They had not expected such a young recruit. "Damn it," one murmured, recalling the earlier mention by instructor Qingqing of a 6-year-old participant, initially thought to be a mistake. To their astonishment, it was indeed true. Is he here to train, or merely courting disaster? The remarks from the group were rather unkind, prompting Jiang Chen to furrow his brow and ask again, "Do you still need more members?" Lin Feng, one of the 5 great kings, scoffed derisively and barked, "Get lost." The ridicule from the others soon followed. "Kid, you should head home and drink a few more bottles of milk. Do you think we want a liability like you? We have no energy to protect you. You should seek another team. Now go on. Don't be a hindrance here." Jiang Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the young girl's visage. He believed that a girl's heart is often tender, perhaps she might be inclined to leave a favorable impression on him. Zhao Yue possessed a delicate, oval face, exuding an aura of cool elegance. At that moment, her expression lacked the laughter she had shared with Lin Feng earlier. Her eyes, indifferent, regarded Jiang Chen without uttering a word. Go away, the youth urged dismissively. Indeed, it felt as though he had pressed a warm cheek against a cold backside, prompting Jiang Chen to depart with a hint of displeasure. Casting a glance back, he observed Zhao Yue once more engaged in lively conversation with Lin Feng. Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of frustration as he realized that these individuals regarded him with disdain, dismissing him due to his youth. Had it not been for the fear of drawing everyone's attention, he would have unleashed his martial soul long ago. Hulaina had previously cautioned him to refrain from displaying his soul rings in public, as it might incite others' wariness, marking him as a target to be eliminated. While he harbored no fear of these people, the thought of over 100 individuals fixating on him compelled him to remain vigilant against their schemes, which was indeed a bothersome predicament. Time passed, and Jiang Chen approached several seemingly decent teams, only to face rejection each time. Reluctantly, he found a spot on the periphery to sit alone, his solitary figure evoking a sense of pity. It was disheartening for him to realize that despite his youth and charm, not a single team was willing to extend a modicum of kindness. A lone wolf he may be, but he resolved that when the time came, he would single-handedly overcome them all and relish the expressions on their faces. On the platform, Instructor Qingqing noticed Jiang Chen's solitary silhouette and felt a pang of sympathy. She approached Long Shan and said, "Boss Long, look at that child. He is merely 6 years old. He shouldn't have reached the realm of soul masters yet. I wonder how he ended up here. Should we arrange for a team to take him in?" Long Shan shook his head. "No need. That boy's background is extraordinary. Being sent here at such a young age likely indicates he possesses innate full soul power." Qingqing gasped in disbelief, her alluring lips parting in shock. "In all the years since our camp was established, we haven't seen anyone with innate full soul power for quite some time. If that's the case, such a promising talent, shouldn't we?" Long Shan raised his hand to interrupt her. "That is not your concern. Even if he were to perish here, we bear no responsibility." Reluctantly, Qingqing retracted her words, her heart swelling with pity for Jiang Chen. After all, aside from him, the youngest child in the group was already 8 years old. What did it matter if he possessed innate full soul power? Age dictates temperament. At 6, he likely could not even discern many things. Half an hour later, Long Shan spoke again. "Now, follow me and run forward. No use of martial souls is permitted. Anyone who secretly employs their martial soul or falls behind will be dealt with by the whip." As his words echoed, another deputy instructor emerged, a woman in her 30s. Her physique robust and imposing. A radiant light enveloped her right hand, conjuring a long black whip, and a wicked smile graced her face. With a swift flick, the whip cracked against the hard ground of the plaza, creating countless fissures. "Fear not, dear ones, my sister will be very gentle in administering your discipline." The voluptuous woman chuckled, her laughter resonating through the air. The young recruits gasped collectively, turning on their heels and hastily pursuing the already departing Long Shan. He stood atop a swiftly moving flatbed cart, arms crossed, facing the youthful crowd behind him. From the rear of the line, the sound of the whip echoed intermittently, followed by cries of pain and distress. Those struck would leap forward in agony, clutching their sore backsides. As Jiang Chen observed others darting past him, clutching their behinds, his expression shifted, prompting him to quicken his pace. Everyone raced forward, terrified that they would be the next to feel the sting of the whip. Instructor Qingqing, running alongside the middle of the group, glanced at Jiang Chen with surprise, initially believing he would lag behind. After all, no matter how exceptional his cultivation talent, he was merely a 6-year-old child. How could his physical prowess rival that of the other youths? Jiang Chen felt a twinge of melancholy as he noticed the alluring female instructor to his right gazing at him with keen interest. Chapter 66, Arrival at the Destination. He could not help but touch his own face, wondering if he was truly handsome enough to captivate someone at first glance. Unable to resist, he stole another glance at the instructor, only to find her smiling at him and giving a slight nod. Suddenly, she moved closer and slipped something into his hand. Jiang Chen held in his hand a dagger, glimmering with an ethereal blue light. This was a dagger laced with deadly poison, intended for self-defense. A soft voice emerged from the alluring female instructor beside him. As Jiang Chen contemplated, he stored the item within his ring, unable to refuse the instructor's gift. Thank you. Qing remained silent, yet she persistently trailed beside Jiang Chen. Her earlier actions had been subtle. Aside from a few instructors who noticed, no other students were aware. This was all she could do, hoping that this young lad would not perish so easily. Under the relentless drive forward, the pace of the group began to wane in less than half an hour. Many felt the sting of numerous lashes upon their backsides, as if they might bleed. Miraculously, the whip left no mark upon their garments, yet it seared the skin, producing a fiery discomfort, regardless of the group's accelerating or decelerating speed. Jiang Chen maintained his position in the middle, exuding an air of ease even as others gasped for breath. Only Qing and Long Shan in the vehicle observed this scene, their regard for Jiang Chen rising dramatically. Qing was unaware of Jiang Chen's true prowess, and Long Shan was similarly uninformed. He only knew Jiang Chen had been sent by the Pope, suggesting a significant connection. The Pope had instructed him to care for Jiang Chen and to submit a report on his progress after each training session to the Papal Hall. Initially, Long Shan had presumed Jiang Chen was merely leveraging connections for an advantage, but witnessing his performance altered that perception, sparking a flicker of interest within him. Leading the way were the 5 formidable soul masters known as the 5 heavenly kings. Compared to the rest, these 5 appeared relatively untroubled. With only beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, they closely trailed Long Shan, having distanced themselves significantly from the main body of the group. Seemingly engaged in a silent competition. Among them, Lin Feng and Zhao Yue had formed an alliance, occasionally sharing laughter as they advanced, displaying a demeanor of utmost ease. However, when their gazes drifted backward, they were met only with disdain. Jiang Chen possessed exceptional eyesight, keenly observing the postures of the 5 individuals ahead. Despite their evident fatigue, they feigned a facade of ease. He curled his lip in disdain. Having only run for an hour, they were already nearing their limits, truly pitiful. He recalled the days when he could carry an 800-pound millstone throughout an entire morning without even tapping into his soul power. In contrast, these individuals not only appeared physically drained but were also on the verge of depleting their internal soul energy. What once was a tightly knit group had now stretched considerably, with Jiang Chen maintaining his position in the middle, feeling as though he were merely strolling. As he pondered, a delicate voice broke through his thoughts. Aren't you tired? Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile and said, I used to run frequently. At this pace, I could sustain it all day. You are truly impressive. Qing couldn't help but exclaim. From Jiang Chen's steady breathing and speech, she discerned that he was being truthful. By the way, since you are not fatigued, why not run ahead? Jiang Chen spoke with a hint of disdain. The 5 individuals ahead are utterly exhausted, yet they stubbornly cling to their pride, refusing to ease their pace and run together with everyone else for a more leisurely experience. Such hypocrisy. If I were to approach them, I would likely be slain by their envious glares. He chuckled. Ah, you little rascal, your words are quite amusing. I find it delightful. Jiang Chen felt a sense of bewilderment, pondering why he had remained a solitary figure throughout his previous life until his very last breath, yet in this new existence, he found himself surrounded by an abundance of admirers. It seemed as if an array of enchanting women regarded him as a cherished treasure, just moments after their introduction. A sultry female instructor, with whom he had exchanged scarcely a few words, audaciously confessed her affection for him. Thud. Jiang Chen's ears twitched as he turned to observe yet another individual collapsing, unceremoniously tossed onto the wagon trailing behind by the other instructors. By this point, over a dozen had fainted, predominantly young women, who were already at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. The relentless whip had pushed them beyond their limits, awakening latent potential within them until they could no longer endure. Eventually, the female instructor ceased her lashings, for those trailing behind were teetering on the brink of collapse, ready to succumb at any moment, rendering her whip ineffective. After approximately 2 hours of relentless running, a forest materialized before the eyes of the weary group. We've arrived, Qing remarked with a smile. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Long Shan finally halted. The 5 young individuals in front nearly crumpled to the ground. Yet they maintained their composure, their faces ashen with fatigue. Long Shan surveyed the surroundings and spoke slowly. We shall rest for 2 hours. After that, I will brief you on the objectives of this training. Before he could finish his sentence, many could no longer bear the strain, disregarding the dust beneath them as they collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Chen gazed at Qing and inquired, Sister Qing, what shall we train next? Qing playfully tapped Jiang Chen's head and replied with a delightful laugh. Little brother, you are rather charming, but I cannot reveal it to you just yet. As she spoke, she swayed her body and made her way towards Long Shan. Jiang Chen gazed at the perfectly rounded figure, his cheeks flushed as he averted his gaze. He understood why the young men around him were so flustered. The attire, aside from its verdant hue, was almost non-existent, and had he been a few years older, he might have been unable to suppress a nosebleed. Glancing back, he noticed several young men behind him awkwardly tending to their noses. He sighed, seeking refuge in a shaded area where he settled down, retrieving provisions and fresh water from his ring to nourish himself. With noon approaching and after 2 hours of vigorous activity, coupled with the uncertainty of the training ahead, he needed to maintain his peak condition. The soul energy within him circulated, swiftly replenishing his expended stamina. The other trainees had gathered with their partners, commencing their own recovery. Those who had fainted had been revived by the instructor and were now under the care of a healing instructor, who was assisting them in regaining their strength. Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn to the forest not far away, completely enclosed by towering iron bars, with teams of soul masters patrolling outside. His immediate thought was that within lay soul beasts. The iron bars and the presence of the soul masters were evidently intended to prevent the soul beasts from escaping. Could it be that our training involves entering this place? He speculated. Although he was already a level 14 soul master, he had never encountered a soul beast before. And the thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. Chapter 67. Through the jungle 2 hours passed swiftly, yet many individuals had not fully recovered their soul power. Although a significant portion had regained their strength. Everyone, rise. Longshan commanded, his voice reverberating through the air. All stood quickly, forming an orderly line. Was the previous run exhausting? Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Longshan's imposing gaze swept across the assembly, and not a single young soul dared to voice dissent. Not even the previously unconscious youths. Excellent. It appears you are all prepared to confront death, possessing hearts eager for strength. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Only those who have faced death and endured trials are worthy of strength. Now, I shall present you with the opportunity to become formidable, traverse the forest behind me. The crowd stirred little, as most had surmised that the forthcoming training would be connected to the forest. This forest is characterized by its intricate terrain, specially designed for your training, housing numerous century-old soul beasts. Your task is to enter through the gate behind me and emerge from the opposite gate within 3 days to complete the challenge. The first 5 to succeed will have the privilege of having their next soul ring hunted by the instructor. Others, should they wish to advance, must form teams with fellow students to hunt soul beasts. The ranking from this assessment will contribute to your overall points, which will ultimately influence the regard in which you are held by the Spirit Hall upon graduation. Should you fail to exit within 3 days, your score for this assessment will be 0. Now, you may commence your journey. I shall await you on the other side, anticipating a performance that will astound me. Longshan stepped aside, and the students exchanged glances, unsure who would lead, until, in a spontaneous surge, they all flocked toward the gate of the forest. Jiang Chen found himself at the rear of the group, unperturbed by his solitary position. The fact that the instructor had allotted 3 days for their endeavor suggested that traversing this forest would not be a trivial task. Observing the previous pace of his companions, he felt no trepidation even if they were to run for an additional day. The instructor had mentioned the presence of numerous century-old soul beasts within, which could range from 100 years to as much as 999 years in age. It was no wonder that the instructor had recommended teamwork. Otherwise, should each individual venture forth alone, the potential losses could be devastating. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment and concluded that it would be more advantageous to let those individuals forge ahead, engaging in battle, while he leisurely followed behind to savor the fruits of victory. Once everyone had surged into the forest, Jiang Chen sauntered toward the entrance. Wait a moment, little brother. Xingxing suddenly called out, trotting over with her long, slender legs. Jiang Chen gazed at her with a look of perplexity. If you encounter an insurmountable danger within, seek a place to hide. We shall conduct a search 3 days hence, and we will rescue you. Thank you, sister. I understand, Jiang Chen replied, tilting his head, reluctant to meet her gaze, for his height barely reached her thigh. All right, go on. Once you emerge, I shall treat you to a meal, Xingxing said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and darted into the depths of the jungle, vanishing from sight. Xingxing, why are you so kind to that boy? Could it be that he is your illegitimate child? Teased the voluptuous woman wielding a whip. Sister, I am not married yet. I merely find him somewhat endearing and cannot bear the thought of his demise, Xingxing explained. Yet, in her heart, another thought lingered, with innate full soul power. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the Spirit Hall, perhaps even an elder. By the time you recognize his talent and seek to befriend him, it will be too late. That boy is indeed quite charming, around the same age as my son. I wonder whose child he is. To be sent here at such a tender age, the whip-wielding woman remarked with a hint of regret. All right, let us move to the other side and wait, Longshan suggested. Hey, Long Boss, these little brats won't be out anytime soon. You promised us a feast last time, remember? A male instructor chuckled. Not a problem. Tonight's expenses are on me, he assured. As Jiang Chen stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a rich scent of the forest. Towering trees soared to heights of several dozen meters, while clusters of shrubs adorned the ground, complemented by the distant roars of soul beasts. A look of curiosity illuminated his face as he surveyed his surroundings. The others had ventured further ahead, and only faint shouts could be heard echoing from the distance. Following the footsteps of the group, Jiang Chen pursued them with remarkable agility, effortlessly weaving through the gaps in the underbrush without encountering the slightest hindrance. After advancing several hundred meters, he stumbled upon the imposing figure of a colossal creature lying on the ground. It was a magnificent tiger, its fur a striking blend of yellow and white, having met its demise at the hands of hunters. Above its lifeless body, a yellow soul ring floated serenely, revealing its identity as a soul beast. Intrigued, Jiang Chen circled the great tiger a few times. It bore a striking resemblance to those he had encountered in his past life, albeit significantly larger in size. Channeling his soul power, a faint black mist emerged from his hand, and he gestured towards the yellow soul ring, which was drawn to him, orbiting around his form but unable to penetrate him. This was the process of absorbing soul rings from slain soul beasts. With this understanding, Jiang Chen lost interest and resumed his forward journey. Along the way, he encountered several more soul beast carcasses. These 100-year-old soul beasts appeared to have been easily dispatched by the youthful hunters, indicating their relatively low age. However, remnants of torn clothing scattered across the ground suggested that some had sustained injuries. The 128 participants in the training were all battle soul masters. Moving swiftly as they advanced, Jiang Chen hastened to catch up, finally emerging from the thicket to find himself before a mighty river. Its turbulent waters stretching 30 to 40 meters wide, effectively blocking everyone's path. Jiang Chen glanced around, yet found no place to cross the river. At that moment, 3 small boats were advancing upon the great river. Each boat carried 4 individuals, vigorously rowing with their oars, nearing the center of the river. Jiang Chen speculated that these 12 individuals must have been the fastest to reach the riverbank, seizing the opportunity to board the small boat and depart. The individuals left on the shore were cursing, with many expressing regret for not having run faster, lamenting the loss of their chance to secure a boat. The 12 on the vessel occasionally glanced back, exuberantly shouting in delight, releasing their pent-up exhilaration. Meanwhile, the more than 100 individuals left behind, lacking boats, were inevitably at a disadvantage, having lost the upper hand. What astonished Jiang Chen, however, was that the 5 great kings were not on the boat. They remained on the shore, quietly observing. Something was amiss. Jiang Chen's instincts heightened in alertness. Just then, the small boat, now in the middle of the river, began to shake violently, causing the dozen passengers to scream in terror. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, countless palm-sized gray monstrous fish leapt into the air, viciously attacking the 12 individuals. Soul rings illuminated as various soul techniques were unleashed, annihilating swathes of the monstrous fish, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming, obscuring even the view of those on the shore. When the fish finally vanished, the 12 individuals, along with the boat, had completely disappeared, leaving only a frothy crimson splash in their wake. Chapter 68. The narrow bridge. Everyone gasped in horror. Had the 12 truly vanished just like that? What manner of monstrous fish were those? Many were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, nearly wetting themselves. It was utterly horrifying. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of death, the reality of facing it instilled an unavoidable fear. Initially, they had advanced confidently as a group, easily dispatching soul beasts, believing the training to be manageable. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow, chilling their hearts to the core. The familiar faces, who had just run alongside them, were now devoured, leaving behind no trace. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood the meaning behind Hu Laiana's words. One must always remain vigilant. The more than 100 individuals had previously traversed easily, dispatching soul beasts without concern, but had let their guard down by the river, ultimately paying the price with their lives. Perhaps this was the purpose of the instructor's training, to instill a sense of constant vigilance, albeit at the grave cost of life, which was an unbearably heavy burden for these youths, scarcely 10 years of age. This fish possesses low cultivation, merely a decade of soul beasts. However, their numbers are staggering. Zhao Yue suddenly remarked from within the crowd. Upon her utterance, the others seemed to find a pillar of support. Miss Yue, do you have any means of crossing the river? Zhao Yue exuded an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being, esteemed among the 5 great kings, prompting the crowd to believe she should lend assistance in this critical moment. Yet, her expression remained indifferent, her gaze tinged with pity as she responded. How to cross the river is a matter for you to contemplate, not mine. Some among the crowd bristled at her apparent aloofness. Do you not need to cross as well? Zhao Yue ignored their protests, addressing a nearby youth. Let us depart. The youth, grinning, replied, Miss Yue, I must beg your pardon. With that, 2 black wings burst forth from his back, each spanning 2 meters when unfurled. He grasped Zhao Yue's hand, flapping his wings a few times before soaring swiftly towards the opposite bank. The crowd was left in stunned silence. There was indeed a flying soul master among Zhao Yue's ranks. Such an advantage rendered the competition utterly unfair. Lin Feng, do you think you could allow us to? Lin Feng's cold gaze swept over the crowd, silencing them instantly. We shall take our leave first. The top 5 spots shall be ours without reservation. Laughter erupted among a few individuals in the crowd, as various shapes of wings manifested upon them, indicating they too were flying soul masters. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, these few soared into the sky, racing towards the far side. Hey, I'm your teammate. How could you just leave like that? Someone shouted in anger. Such voices echoed throughout the crowd. Those flying soul masters had previously formed teams, yet now abandoned their companions to escape on their own. The competition was undeniably lopsided. Whoever encountered danger could simply take flight, who could compete with those possessing flying soul abilities. As frustration and resentment brewed among many, streams of light suddenly surged forth, targeting the airborne soul masters. Soon after, cries of agony echoed as several of those who had not yet reached the midpoint lost control, plunging into the river. The monstrous fish reappeared, encircling them, churning the water into a bloody frenzy, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers. In Gong, the crowd turned their gazes towards a youth with a chilling demeanor. And some contemplated intervening, but were met with his icy glare, silencing any further dissent. Jiang Chen, filled with curiosity, glanced at the youth who was one of the 5 great kings. He wielded a massive black bow, 2 yellow century-old soul rings encircling his form. The arrows that had just been unleashed were his doing. What a ruthless and vicious young man he was. Jiang Chen felt a surge of vigilance within him. Having slain several individuals without so much as a change in expression, one could only wonder how many lives he had taken to reach such a chilling demeanor. Currently, aside from the Flying Soul Master and Zhao Yue's team, there were no other aerial combatants. Seemingly wary of Zhao Yue and Lin Feng's prowess, Gong Yin refrained from attacking the Flying Soul Master within Zhao Yue's ranks. This was for the best. Gong Yin's lethal precision had at least rendered the competition somewhat fairer. Whispers circulated among the crowd, tinged with a hint of excitement. Before long, the Flying Soul Master who had accompanied Zhao Yue returned, bringing with him another teammate. Everyone. We must devise a plan, someone spoke up. What other options do we have? Unless we venture upstream or downstream to find a crossing. As the crowd deliberated, a thunderous sound erupted from the forest behind them, followed by the crashing of a colossal tree. Soon after, several youths emerged from the foliage, waving their hands. Come help us. We can use this tree to form a bridge across the river. Many eyes sparkled with hope as they rushed to assist. The tree was not particularly thick but spanned an astonishing length of over 50 meters. Its wood remarkably sturdy. With collective effort, they managed to position the tree above the water. Much to their relief, it did not provoke an attack from the monstrous fish. However, the trunk hovered less than a meter above the water's surface, causing hesitation among the crowd. After all, they had witnessed the fish leap from the water, and none wished to be the first to traverse the precarious bridge. I shall go, declared one youth, stepping forward with a gleaming large blade in hand. Having been the one to organize the tree felling, he was also one of the 5 great kings, known as unchanged. With the sole spirit of the swift blade and formidable strength, under the eager gazes of the onlookers, he stepped onto the makeshift bridge, unleashing his full speed as he dashed towards the opposite shore. The monstrous fish launched itself once more, but the youth's swiftness allowed him to evade their grasp effortlessly. In mere moments, Wantanchi reached the far bank, awaiting his companions. It can be done, the crowd gasped in unison, their spirits lifted. As long as one possessed sufficient speed, evasion of the fish was entirely feasible. In an instant, a throng of people surged forward, eager to be first upon the bridge. Within moments, several more crossed, though some unfortunate souls, lacking speed, met their doom at the jaws of the fish. The tree, battered by the relentless assaults of the fish, was on the verge of splintering, clearly nearing its breaking point. We should fell more trees, someone called out. It won't take long. As for those slower soul masters, they could only shake their heads in resignation and seek a crossing upstream or downstream. Zhao Yue's team and Wantanchi's group had successfully crossed the river and vanished into the distance, continuing their journey. The tree that spanned the water was now severely gnawed upon by the fish, leaving only a trunk the size of an arm, ready to snap at any moment. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. While others could not pass, he certainly could. With his speed and weight, he was confident that ascending would pose no challenge. Chapter 69. Betrayed at that moment, most had rushed off to chop wood, and Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, swiftly making his way toward the solitary log bridge. By now, over a dozen individuals had crossed the river, and he needed to follow closely behind them. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Jiang Chen stepped onto the log bridge and rapidly dashed toward the opposite bank. Goodness, when did this little brat catch up? Is he out of his mind? Charging forward like that? Wait, look at his speed. My heavens, he is even faster than one of the 5 great kings, Wantanchi. Am I seeing things? Indeed. Many were left astounded. How could a 6-year-old child possess such swiftness, especially without even unleashing his martial spirit? Just as they marveled, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as a luminous arrow was loosed. Gong Yin had struck again. His gaze was as cold and lethal as a viper. Feeling threatened by Jiang Chen's speed, his instinct was to eliminate threats at their inception, his favored course of action. However, his target was not Jiang Chen himself, but rather the most vulnerable section of the tree, not thinned by fish. The arrow, moving far faster than Jiang Chen, accurately struck that frail point. Crack! The tree splintered under the force of the shot and was subsequently swept away by the raging river. My heavens, he has done for. Someone exclaimed in shock from the riverbank, drawing the attention of even those who were busy chopping wood. Jiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of anger rising within him. He recognized the arrow. It was undoubtedly a technique employed by one of the so-called 5 great kings. What a malevolent scheme. He had merely accelerated slightly, yet he had provoked the ruthless onslaught of his opponent's arrows. I will slay you. Jiang Chen roared internally. His speed did not diminish, rather, it intensified. The trees beneath his feet had vanished, yet he continued to advance with remarkable swiftness. A gentle tap of his toes upon the water's surface propelled him forward over a considerable distance, with the ability to traverse the terrain effortlessly. His countenance darkened like the depths of a stormy sea, as he experienced an unprecedented surge of murderous intent towards another. My heavens, he can run on water. His velocity is increasing. On the riverbank, countless spectators gaped in astonishment, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a ghost. The expression of Gong Yin grew even more somber, his icy gaze radiating lethal intent. The two soul rings adorning him finally glimmered to life, and two formidable arrows were unleashed without hesitation. This strange child must not be allowed to escape. At that moment, a sense of impending danger washed over Jiang Chen, causing his heart to race. He might indeed be struck by those arrows. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his martial soul, and the dazzling purple soul ring illuminated his presence, enveloping him in a menacing black armor instantaneously. The arrows seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly tracking him despite his evasive maneuvers. In that instant, two arrows converged, striking the area between his shoulder blades. The first arrow possessed remarkable penetrative power, piercing through his armor but halted by his skin. The second arrow followed swiftly through the hole created by the first, its penetrative capability waning, failing to pierce Jiang Chen's flesh, yet its tip exploded violently. With a resounding bang, akin to a miniature bomb detonating behind him, Jiang Chen's speed surged dramatically, propelling him onto the riverbank in an instant. Jiang Chen abruptly turned, his black eyes emanating an aura of malevolence, and his mouth, lined with sharp fangs, gaped wide as he unleashed a terrifying roar. Even from across the river, the onlookers could feel the overwhelming and sinister resentment and instinctive fear rising within them, causing their feet to retreat involuntarily. Gong Yin remained rooted in place, a flicker of trepidation flashing through his typically cold gaze, only to be replaced by an even deeper chill. What manner of monster is he? How can he embody such wickedness? A millennium soul ring, how could it manifest in the form of a mere 6-year-old child? This being is undoubtedly akin to the 5 great kings, or perhaps even more fearsome. We must not provoke him. As he listened to the panicked cries behind him, Gong Yin's expression grew more malevolent, struggling to suppress the flicker of fear within as he locked eyes with Jiang Chen's terrifying glare. After a few furious roars, Jiang Chen momentarily vented some of his rage. Yet a greater fury simmered deep within. He withdrew his martial soul and coldly regarded the opposite bank. Before long, several trees were laid across the river, carefully avoiding Jiang Chen's vicinity. The students, gripped by fear, hastily crossed to the other side, eager to join their peers in the forest, all except Gong Yin, who remained steadfast on the riverbank, showing no intention of crossing. Jiang Chen ceased his weight and turned away, yet within his heart, he fervently vowed that Gong Yin must perish. This forest would serve as his final resting place. Furthermore, he resolved to execute his vengeance before the eyes of all, with overwhelming force. After a prolonged wait, Gong Yin finally turned and leapt into the depths of the forest, stealthily making his way upstream along the great river. Those who had ventured upstream to investigate had not returned. Perhaps there existed a crossing point further along the river. Jiang Chen did not conceal himself amidst the thicket, waiting idly for an opportunity. A person destined for demise was hardly worth his time. Now that his martial spirit had been unveiled, he felt no restraint. Those who dared to strike against him would inevitably face his wrath. He moved swiftly, and before long, he encountered several corpses of spirit beasts, alongside the lifeless bodies of several young maidens, devoid of any breath of life. In Jiang Chen's heart, there was no turmoil. Having chosen to come here, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death. Strength comes at a price. Soon, he caught up with the group that had just crossed the river. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, a palpable fear gripped the hearts of these individuals, prompting them to step aside. A few exchanged furtive glances, yet ultimately refrained from taking action, allowing Jiang Chen to pass unhindered. I have reached level 19, yet in the presence of this individual, an inexplicable dread envelopes me. His prowess undoubtedly rivals that of the 5 great kings. Perhaps the 5 great kings should now be redefined as the 6 great kings. No, have you all forgotten? Gong Yin has already provoked this man, and one of them must surely perish. I have long harbored disdain for that despicable Gong Yin. It would be best if he met his end at the hands of this young man. I highly doubt it. Jiang Chen pressed onward, pursuing the footsteps of the 2 leading teams. Above him, a small black bird trailed closely in the sky. Unfortunately, the forest was too dense. Otherwise, Jiang Chen could have relied on the little black sparrow to find the swiftest route. He could sense the life force of the soul beasts, and whenever one approached, he deftly evaded its presence. After all, this journey was not intended for battling soul beasts but rather for expeditiously navigating through the forest. After 2 hours of progress, a marshland emerged before him. Chapter 70, The Black Marsh. Across this marsh lay another expanse of thick forest, yet the distance was over 100 meters. Jiang Chen approached the swamp, meticulously attuning himself to the surroundings. Beneath the dark, murky mud lay numerous life energies, motionless and poised, awaiting their unsuspecting prey. The intensity of these life forces was akin to that of the soul beasts he had encountered in the dense forest behind him, suggesting an age of cultivation of around 1 to 200 years. He astutely noticed a fragment of fabric lingering on the surface of the black mire, indicating that it was highly probable someone had met their demise in this very spot. Aside from the sludge, other areas of the swamp displayed seemingly tranquil water surfaces, though the water appeared somewhat turbid, leaving its depth a mystery. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he caught a fleeting glimpse beneath the water's surface, a creature of considerable girth, resembling a massive black serpent, its length exceeding 10 meters. This seemingly tranquil marshland concealed countless perils within its depths. He glanced to either side, observing the marsh stretch endlessly into the horizon. With a thought, the little black sparrow took flight, ultimately revealing a distant passageway that beckoned through the vast expanse. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. The path ahead was fraught with various obstacles. Yet taking a safer route would require an expenditure of time several times greater. Had the instructors not considered the presence of flying soul masters? If a flying soul master were present, traversing such terrain would pose no difficulty, allowing them to significantly outpace their peers. Should he take the risk? Jiang Chen pondered. Zhao Yue's team had undoubtedly already soared past, while Wan Tianqi's group likely opted for the sides. If he chose to venture toward the periphery, he would surely fall far behind Zhao Yue. Furthermore, he contemplated a pressing issue. Did the instructor's 3-day estimate account for the majority of the students' capabilities? Or was it based on the prowess of the 5 great soul masters? If it was calculated based on the majority, then Zhao Yue's task completion time might well be considerably less than 3 days. This realization filled Jiang Chen with a sense of urgency. However, beneath the swamp lay numerous soul beasts. Within a mere 10 meters of him, there were already several century-old soul beasts. The multitude of hidden creatures over a distance of hundreds of meters was beyond imagination. Even a soul master of high rank would likely avoid this area if they were aware of the abundance of century-old soul beasts. The strange fish he encountered in the river had not reached the age of 100 years, so he had been untroubled by them. But the swamp was teeming with century-old beasts. Should he confront them or steer clear? The sounds of shouting and footsteps gradually approached from the forest behind him, signaling that the group of students had caught up. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen understood that crossing this swamp was crucial to surpassing Zhao Yue. If there were more areas like this swamp ahead, would he have to continuously take longer detours? Suddenly, bushes rustled as dozens of young men and women emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, they hesitated momentarily before cautiously approaching him. Jiang Chen could sense that with the emergence of this group of trainees, the creatures within the swamp gradually increased in number, stealthily gliding towards the periphery, their cold, eerie gazes emerging from beneath the murky waters. A spark of inspiration ignited within Jiang Chen. Perhaps he could afford to wait a while longer, utilizing this group to draw forth more soul beasts from the depths of the swamp. When the moment came for him to surge forward, the pressure might indeed be significantly alleviated. The students exhibited expressions of curiosity, and a few young ladies endeavored to approach the edge, eager to investigate the mysterious swamp. Do not venture too close if you wish to remain unharmed, Jiang Chen cautioned, his tone somewhat frigid. Upon hearing his words, the young ladies swiftly retreated. Is there a monster lurking beneath? One of them inquired cautiously. Jiang Chen nodded, remarking that within lay numerous century-old soul beasts, awaiting your demise. The faces of several young maidens paled as they retreated a few steps, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon the ominous black marsh. The monstrous fish from the river, with their 10-year lifespan, had already instilled fear. Now, the prospect of facing a horde of century-old soul beasts seemed insurmountable. How can we possibly cross? One maiden continued to inquire. Jiang Chen gestured to both sides, indicating that passage was possible, albeit significantly longer. I don't believe it. A youth stepped forth from the crowd, casting a skeptical gaze upon Jiang Chen. He was one of the few closest to becoming a grand soul master and felt a twinge of displeasure upon witnessing the most beautiful girl seeking Jiang Chen's counsel. Since you claim there is a horde of century-old soul beasts within, and that both paths are traversable, why do you remain here instead of departing? As Jiang Chen remained silent, the youth grew increasingly self-assured. Approaching the edge of the swamp, he declared, from my perspective, there are no soul beasts here. This fellow must be attempting to deceive us into taking one of the paths while he seeks a way to cross the swamp himself. The youth's words carried a semblance of logic, prompting nods of agreement from other boys and girls, their gazes toward Jiang Chen tinged with suspicion. Consequently, more youths advanced toward the swamp. The earlier youth leaned over the murky water's edge, peering into the half-mud, half-water abyss, and chuckled. Look, if there were soul beasts, why aren't they devouring me? No sooner had his words left his lips than several massive shadows erupted forth. With gaping, fearsome jaws lined with a labyrinth of teeth, they swiftly severed the youth's head, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. These were no ordinary creatures, they were colossal crocodiles, with others vying to rip apart the remnants of the boy's body, tearing it asunder with a mere tug, leaving repugnant remains scattered about. The previously confident youths now collapsed in terror, shrieking as they scrambled backward in fright. A chorus of girls emitted piercing screams, their faces twisted in fear, no longer retaining their beauty. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Jiang Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him, yet he steeled himself to maintain composure. The crocodiles did not surge onto the shore. After feasting on the boy's remains, they retreated beneath the swamp once more. Now was the moment. Jiang Chen's eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance as his martial soul manifested. The soul ring shimmered, and his divine armor enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he accomplished all of this, elevating his speed to its zenith as he raced toward the swamp. Had he lost his sanity? This thought crossed the minds of many. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen's form transformed into an ephemeral shadow as he leapt high into the air, plunging deep into the swamp. Sinking over 10 meters, with a delicate touch of his toes upon a lily pad, he propelled himself forward, though slightly slower than on solid ground. He still moved with remarkable swiftness. At the edge of the swamp, the dark mud churned violently as numerous massive crocodiles surged toward Jiang Chen in pursuit. Suddenly, Jiang Chen made a sharp turn. 5 meters ahead of him, a colossal serpent, as thick as a water bucket, surged from the water's surface, its gaping maw hurtling towards him. The serpent, nearly 20 meters in length, emanated a terrifying aura that sent the young boys and girls on the shore retreating in fear. Jiang Chen could sense the hidden life force below, allowing him to evade danger in advance. As he advanced to the heart of the swamp, 5 enormous serpents were relentlessly pursuing him. Fortunately, Jiang Chen maintained a slight edge in speed, even though more and more soul beasts trailed behind. They posed no threat to him. In just over 10 seconds, he traversed the swamp of more than 100 meters, plunging into the forest, closely followed by a multitude of colorful serpents. Was this truly human? The onlookers stood in a daze, gazing in the direction Jiang Chen had departed. Chapter 71. Kill. Fourth update. Once grounded, Jiang Chen's speed surged, swiftly shaking off the menacing serpents. Upon halting, he indeed discovered traces of a path carved by human hands. Without a doubt, these were the marks left by Zhao Youyue's team. At this juncture, dusk was approaching, and Jiang Chen followed the footprints until he arrived at a mountainous region. Here, the trees were considerably sparser, and Jiang Chen finally spotted Zhao Youyue's group. This was a continuous expanse of mountains, and to proceed further, one must traverse the hills. In the distance, faint flickers of firelight emanated from a cave, where several figures loitered at the entrance. Jiang Chen turned to glance at the forest behind him and decided that it would be wiser to spend the night in the mountainous terrain ahead. The peak of that mountain presented an excellent option. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen lifted his foot and began his ascent. Who goes there? A sharp voice rang out. Jiang Chen paid no heed to these individuals and slowly made his way up the mountain. Eagle, go take a look. A figure swiftly emerged from the cave, blocking Jiang Chen's path. Aha, so it's that 6-year-old brat. I never expected him to arrive here. The youth before Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He was the sole master endowed with a flying martial spirit. Is it true? Wait for me. I wish to see as well. Boss, it's nothing. You continue to enjoy yourself, he chuckled. Before long, more individuals appeared before Jiang Chen, aside from Zhao Yue and Lin Feng. The entire quintet was now in his presence. Kid, tell me, how did you manage to reach this place? One of the youths inquired with keen interest. Jiang Chen chose to disregard them and attempted to pass through, only to be obstructed once more. If you don't speak, you shall not pass, one of them declared. The boss is enjoying a feast inside, and we may not even get a taste of the broth. Why not have some fun with this lad? A splendid idea. A bit of amusement wouldn't hurt. Just look at this fellow. His skin is so tender and delicate. As he spoke, the man reached out, intending to pinch Jiang Chen's face. Seeking death. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, having already been filled with pent-up rage from a daytime ambush. He could no longer contain the fury ignited by these provocateurs. His black claws elongated silently, and 2 sharp fangs protruded. In an instant, Jiang Chen darted past the group of men. Damn it, something just bit me. One of them exclaimed. Me too. The skin of the 5 men was swiftly lacerated by Jiang Chen's claws, and a potent toxin was injected, wreaking havoc upon their bodies at an astonishing pace. Dark tendrils began to creep across their faces as they collapsed to the ground, convulsing and casting terrified glances at Jiang Chen. In that moment, they fully comprehended the terror embodied by the child before them. One of them, with great difficulty, raised a hand, pleading for mercy from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood there with an expression of indifference, observing the 5 individuals as they gradually succumbed to the torment of the potent toxin. In this, his inaugural experience with taking a life, he discovered an unexpected absence of fear. Instead, he felt a peculiar sense of apathy. The venom he had administered was merely lethal, ensuring their demise without the transformation into the undead. Suddenly, a panicked cry echoed from the nearby cave, and Jiang Chen recognized it as the voice of Zhao Yue. He pondered that once Zhao Yue and Lin Feng discovered the fate of these 5, they would inevitably identify him as the perpetrator. Resolute in his course of action, Jiang Chen made his way towards the cave. The entrance was illuminated only by a faint flicker of firelight, but as he ventured deeper, the interior gradually became more illuminated. As Jiang Chen stepped into the cavern, he was momentarily taken aback. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a compromising situation. Not far ahead of him, Zhao Yue lay helpless on the ground, her garments in disarray, while Lin Feng's robust form loomed ominously closer to her. The cave bore the marks of a recent struggle, indicating that these 2 had engaged in a fierce confrontation moments prior. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Zhao Yue had been defeated and was currently afflicted by some form of poison, rendering her defenseless. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. In the realm of Douluo Continent, it was quite customary for soul masters to mature early due to their martial spirits, with many individuals settling down at the tender ages of 13 or 14. However, he did not anticipate that Lin Feng, at merely 11 years of age, would already exhibit such proclivities. The sudden appearance of Jiang Chen startled both individuals. Zhao Youyue's face momentarily brightened with joy, only to swiftly transform into disappointment. Kid, who permitted you to enter? Lin Feng's face was a tempest of anger. Eagle, Firewolf, get in here. Yet, no matter how vociferously he called out, there was nary a response from outside. There's no need to shout. They have already met their demise, Jiang Chen taunted. Lin Feng's expression darkened, his belief in this assertion solidifying with each passing moment. Who did it? He inquired, his gaze fixed coldly upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen refrained from unnecessary words. Directly channeling his martial spirit, a violet soul ring illuminated around him, enveloping his body in a menacing suit of armor. The dark, shadowy armor obscured even his visage, with certain parts adorned with razor-sharp black spikes. How is this possible? Lin Feng and Zhao Yue gasped in unison, their voices tinged with shock. Lin Feng instinctively took several steps back, while Zhao Yue's frail countenance betrayed her astonishment. Earlier, you told me to roll away. How do you feel now? Surprised? Jiang Chen advanced relentlessly. In a flurry, Lin Feng unleashed his martial spirit, 2 yellow soul rings manifesting around him, with no time to don his attire. His gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. His martial spirit was the shadow leopard, and upon its manifestation, his body was adorned with leopard patterns, his hands transformed into claws. With nails that shot forth like daggers, his physique elongated and empowered. Did you kill them? At that moment, Lin Feng's heart surged with dread. Realizing that his 5 subordinates, 1 at level 19, 1 at 18, and 3 at 16, had perished silently at Jiang Chen's hands. The terror embodied by this child was unequivocal. I admit my demeanor towards you earlier was inappropriate. I apologize. Lin Feng's attitude shifted dramatically, offering a heartfelt apology to Jiang Chen. I can send her to you, he began, but faltered, awkwardly recognizing that Jiang Chen was merely 6 years old. Let us fight. Your only fate is death. Jiang Chen's cold gaze bore into Lin Feng. Rage ignited within him. He sought someone to unleash his fury upon. Lin Feng's smile abruptly froze, gradually vanishing. And he uttered not another word. His first soul ring flared to life, and he lunged toward Jiang Chen like a phantom. His initial skill was one of acceleration. And with this enhancement, his already remarkable speed was astonishing. He would assert that no other student within this encampment could surpass him. In an instant, he conjured several phantoms around Jiang Chen, a chilling voice echoing. You underestimate me. The price of arrogance is your life. Bang. A figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against the cave wall, and with a gasp, blood was expelled. Jiang Chen retracted his fist and approached Lin Feng with measured steps, his gaze laced with mockery. Your self-assumed speed is utterly feeble before me. With a roar, Lin Feng launched himself upward, the second soul ring on his body illuminating for a brief moment. His claw-like appendages glimmered with a dazzling radiance as they sliced toward Jiang Chen. The intense brilliance compelled Zhao Yue, lurking in the shadows, to close her eyes, though the astonishment within her heart remained unassuaged. Could he truly be just a 6-year-old child? Chapter 72. Thank you for saving me with a fierce roar. Jiang Chen responded in kind, a chilling black aura emanating from within him, swirling ominously around his form. This presence sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. Jiang Chen's relatively small hand clenched into a fist, encased in armor, as a terrifying force converged, striking towards Lin Feng's claws. With a resounding clang, akin to a metal collision, sparks erupted at the point of their clash. 3 of Lin Feng's sharp claws shattered instantly, while 2 pierced through Jiang Chen's armored defenses, yet could not breach his skin. Under the impact of such force, Lin Feng felt as though the bones in his arm were on the verge of fracturing. Jiang Chen afforded Lin Feng no respite to process his shock. Before the pain could subside, another fist was unleashed. Lin Feng's pupils reflected sheer terror. Jiang Chen's strike, neither swift nor slow, bore an overwhelming force that compelled him to raise his fist in defense. The deafening sound of impact resonated incessantly, leaving Lin Feng with no means of escape. One of his arms had already succumbed, shattered, with stark white bone piercing through the flesh, a scene of harrowing brutality. Crack, crack. Jiang Chen came to a halt, and the pent-up frustration within him finally found some release. Lin Feng lay on the ground, his arms shattered, blood ceaselessly flowing from his wounds, trembling and howling in anguish. He was merely an 11-year-old boy, despite possessing a maturity beyond that of his peers. He could not withstand such torment. You are a devil, not a human. Lin Feng trembled as he gazed at the approaching Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen approached Lin Feng, the armor receding to reveal his visage. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your subordinates who dared to provoke me. His nails grazed the opponent's throat. Resisting the temptation of blood, rising to his feet, Jiang Chen made his way towards Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue collapsed onto the ground. Although her form could not rival that of Hu Laina, she was undeniably enchanting. Her alabaster skin shimmered under the flickering firelight, evoking a dreamlike quality that stirred a sense of tenderness within. At this moment, with the opportunity to gaze upon her, Jiang Chen's heartbeat quickened. Noticing Jiang Chen's scrutiny of her body, Zhao Yue felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks flushing with a deep crimson hue, radiating an air of innocent allure. Could you, dear younger brother, assist your sister by retrieving her garments? She feels utterly weak. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Zhao Yue seemed like an entirely different person compared to her demeanor during the day. The arrogance, indifference, and disdain had all vanished, replaced by a gentle voice, a coaxing tone, and a shy demeanor that made him question whether he had mistaken her identity. When I expressed my desire to join your team earlier, you responded with cold indifference. Why should I assist you? Jiang Chen remarked with a cold smile. Zhao Yue's blushing face momentarily froze, and she quickly replied, Little brother, you misunderstand me. I, too, have my own hardships. As a fragile woman, how could I possibly survive in this brutal concentration camp without putting on a brave front? Please, Lend me your assistance. You saved my sister, and she will heed your every word from now on. Zhao Yue attempted to sit up, only to collapse weakly back down. Writhing in pain, Jiang Chen picked up the discarded clothing from the ground and tossed it onto Zhao Yue, yet there remained subtle, alluring contours that proudly revealed themselves. Could you perhaps cover me a little? Zhao Yue whispered, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Chen approached, crouched down, and gently covered Zhao Yue with her garments. He intended to first comprehend what it was about Zhao Yue that captivated him, and only then contemplate how to deal with this woman. Suddenly, a sharp dagger emerged from Zhao Yue's hand, piercing through Jiang Chen's clothing and embedding itself within. This was no longer the feeble girl he had perceived. She abruptly sat up, grasping Jiang Chen's shoulder, her lips brushing against his ear. Sister, thank you. Thank you for saving me. As she spoke, she exerted force once more, only to find the dagger unable to penetrate further. Her expression shifted as she withdrew the dagger and thrust it again. Clang. This time, it felt as though the blade struck metal, failing to pierce the flesh. To her astonishment, she realized Jiang Chen's eyes had transformed into an inky blackness, two sharp fangs sending a chill through her. Sister, I was merely jesting with you. She managed to force out a smile, attempting to rise and retreat. Her heart raced as she pondered why the dagger could not pierce Jiang Chen's body. The thought of his formidable strength, capable of vanquishing Lin Feng, instilled a profound sense of dread within her. With a low growl, Jiang Chen lunged forward, not allowing Zhao Yue a moment to rise before he brought her crashing to the ground. His monstrous mouth gaped wide, instilling a profound fear within Zhao Yue. No, she cried out in panic. In the next instant, she felt a sharp pain in her neck as Jiang Chen pressed against her, his insatiable thirst drawing her lifeblood toward him. A wave of terror surged through Zhao Yue. This child was drinking her blood. Was this still human? Her heart raced, nearly shattering with fear. She summoned her spiritual energy to resist, only to find herself ensnared, as if poisoned, rendered immobile, forced to witness her own blood flowing into the mouth of this demonic child. As her life essence drained away, Zhao Yue felt her body grow cold. Yet her mind sharpened, amplifying her dread. What had she done wrong? She only wished to eliminate a mere 6-year-old child. Was this not the lesson her father had taught her since childhood? Tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving her utterly bewildered. At last, Jiang Chen paused, releasing Zhao Yue. The velvety texture of her skin, the exquisite taste of her blood, sweeter than Jing Wuming's by several folds, tempted him to indulge further. Had she not held some potential value, he might have succumbed to the urge to drain her entirely. Observing Zhao Yue lying there in a daze, Jiang Chen recognized her inferiority in strength. It was likely she would become his second subordinate. In this concentration camp, having an aide was indeed advantageous, provided she proved to be of worth. Otherwise, he would prefer to forego such a subordinate. He lifted his garment to inspect his abdomen. Zhao Yue's initial strike had pierced his skin, yet it failed to delve deeper. After revealing his undead form, the dagger could harm him no longer. At this moment, the wound had healed, leaving no trace behind. His mind had also absorbed Zhao Yue's memories, leading him to formulate a hypothesis regarding the source of his attraction to her. The legacy of her family's martial soul. The moon might be the reason for his fascination. Only experimentation would reveal the truth. Moments later, a smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. He sensed a newfound spiritual connection with Zhao Yue, one that was growing increasingly intricate. Before long, Zhao Yue rose to her knees before him, her countenance a blend of utmost reverence and palpable fear. Please, master, forgive Yue's transgressions. Jiang Chen turned around, picked up her clothes, and tossed them over. Put on your clothes first. Zhao Yue's fair face flushed crimson as she hurriedly turned away. Jiang Chen's feigned serious expression was tinged with a hint of redness, and he found himself unexpectedly relieved, grateful that he was still but a child. Otherwise, in such a situation, he feared he would be quite embarrassed. Chapter 73. The unique sensation. Before long, Zhao Yue had donned her attire and turned back, casting a curious glance at Jiang Chen. Master, she called softly. Jiang Chen turned around and calmly said, from now on, you shall follow me. Zhao Yue respectfully replied, Yue will forever accompany my master. Being addressed as master by a beautiful young girl stirred something unusual within Jiang Chen. In front of others, you may call me Xiao Chen, he added. Understood, master. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Lin Feng and realized that he was utterly lifeless. He then turned and made his way outside, with Zhao Yue hastily following suit. Upon reaching the exterior, Zhao Yue discovered the corpses of the 5 individuals, each bearing identical signs of death, their skin a deep shade of black. A sight both chilling and macabre. Such remains, it seemed, would likely deter any soul beast from daring to consume them. Jiang Chen remained silently making his way towards the summit. Master, it has turned dark now. Should we continue our journey? Surely we have been the fastest thus far. Zhao Yue ventured to inquire, mustering her courage. At this moment, she was still unfamiliar with Jiang Chen's temperament. Apart from a profound sense of fear and obedience towards him at a spiritual level, her understanding of Jiang Chen was limited to his formidable display in the cave. In her heart, she only knew that her master was vastly superior to her, possessing both extraordinary strength and prodigious talent. Jiang Chen remarked, No. We shall spend the night at the mountain summit. Zhao Yue, increasingly intrigued, pondered why they would choose to stay at the peak instead of taking refuge in a cave. Jiang Chen paid no heed to Zhao Yue's curiosity, walking while contemplating the information about her. The Zhao family, to which Zhao Yue belonged, was a prominent clan closely affiliated with the Spirit Hall, possessing considerable strength. Zhao Yue was the cherished jewel of the Zhao family, recognized as the most talented individual of her generation. At the tender age of 11, she had already attained the rank of a 24th level soul master, which inevitably led to her somewhat arrogant disposition, looking down upon those with lesser talents. However, despite her fierce temperament, Zhao Yue still lacked experience. She was unaware that the 5 individuals had long been aligned with Lin Feng and had nearly suffered humiliation. It was only upon reaching the mountain summit that Jiang Chen came to a halt. "Master, thank you for saving me," Zhao Yue expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Chen gazed up at her, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "You previously expressed your gratitude with a dagger." Zhao Yue's face flushed with trepidation, and she hastily knelt down, pleading for her master's punishment. "Rise, for had I wished to punish you, I would have done so long ago," Jiang Chen replied. "Thank you, Master. Now, release your martial spirit for me to observe," Jiang Chen commanded. Zhao Yue nodded, summoning her martial spirit with her thoughts. Above her head appeared a luminous full moon, its silvery light cascading down, enveloping her in an ethereal glow that rendered her even more elegant and noble. Imbued with a sense of otherworldly grace, 2 yellow soul rings revolved around her form. As Zhao Yue unveiled her martial spirit, the peculiar sensation within Jiang Chen intensified. "Master, my first soul skill is called Moonlight as Water, a control skill that diminishes the speed of all within the embrace of my martial spirit by 20%. My second skill is Moonlight Slash, a potent offensive technique." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Show me your first soul skill." "All right." Zhao Yue's first yellow soul ring illuminated, and the surrounding moonlight seemed to take on a different hue, imbued with a viscous quality. However, Jiang Chen's experience was quite distinct under Zhao Yue's skill. He did not perceive the reduction in speed she had mentioned. Upon further introspection, he discovered that his speed had actually increased by 20% while under the influence of her ability. When he shared this revelation with Zhao Yue, she too was filled with perplexity, as she had never encountered such a phenomenon before. "Well, it does have some effect," Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Initially, he had contemplated that if Zhao Yue proved to be of no benefit by remaining by his side, it might be better to eliminate her. Yet, what puzzled him was that the source of his strange sensation did not stem from her skill. Could it be that a possibility had occurred to him? With a thought, he summoned his zombie martial soul, and immediately, the peculiar feeling intensified remarkably. He sensed a profound attraction emanating from Zhao Yue's martial soul towards him. Zhao Yue appeared momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, I suddenly feel an inexplicable urge to be near you." As she spoke, her delicate face flushed slightly. Though her master was still a mere child, he was nonetheless male and, after all, her master. What Zhao Yue articulated mirrored Jiang Chen's own peculiar sensation. As their martial souls were simultaneously unleashed, he found himself overwhelmed by an irresistible desire to draw closer to her. "Very well, come to me," he beckoned. Zhao Yue nodded and moved towards Jiang Chen. Suddenly, both felt an enigmatic connection, as if they had grasped an ineffable truth. Zhao Yue's form became increasingly ethereal, approaching a state of transparency. Jiang Chen spread his arms wide, an endless expanse of dark energy emanating from him, enveloping a radius of several meters. Zhao Yue's speed suddenly intensified as she collided into Jiang Chen's embrace, merging with him. Howl! Suddenly, Jiang Chen let out a thunderous roar, his body rapidly ascending in height, causing his garments to tear apart. The swirling black mist surrounding him surged outward, extending to a radius of 10 meters. This dark vapor, akin to thick ink, rolled incessantly, obscuring any sight of what lay within. At this moment, Jiang Chen, at the center of the black mist, had ceased his transformation. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, through the rips in his clothing, his robust physique was revealed, and his fingernails had elongated, sharper than before. His handsome visage bore an otherworldly allure, with faint traces of his former appearance still discernible. In Jiang Chen's perception, Zhao Yue seemed to manifest as an energy force within him, allowing them to sense each other's thoughts, though the body was entirely under Jiang Chen's command. This, indeed, was the martial soul fusion technique. Both Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue simultaneously grasped the unique characteristics of this fusion. Enveloped in such a dense black fog, where visibility was utterly compromised, their foes were rendered blind, while Jiang Chen's vision remained unimpeded, and his various abilities were significantly enhanced. Moreover, this black mist harbored potent malevolence, capable of inducing chaos in the mind, amplifying the desire for slaughter to an uncontrollable extent, leading even allies to become targets. Enemies trapped within the fog would experience a 50% reduction in their resistance to toxins, their blood boiling. And those of lesser cultivation might even see their blood escape from their bodies, transforming into energy for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen released the state of the martial soul fusion skill and nodded slightly. This martial soul fusion skill was quite commendable, yet its true efficacy required further experimentation. At that moment, Zhao Yue detached herself from Jiang Chen, her cheeks flushed. During their recent union, she had sensed the immense power within him. Martial soul fusion techniques were exceedingly rare, and she never imagined she would encounter someone capable of fusing with her. It was only then that Jiang Chen finally felt a sense of satisfaction towards Zhao Yue. Chapter 74, The Final Challenge. Master, what is your current cultivation level? Zhao Yue inquired with curiosity. 14th level, Jiang Chen replied. He had ascended to the 14th level during his last tribulation, and it had been less than a month since then. However, after absorbing a significant portion of Zhao Youyue's blood, he sensed a further enhancement in his cultivation, drawing him closer to a breakthrough. Zhao Youyue's sensual red lips parted in astonishment. Master, you are truly remarkable. Just average, Jiang Chen said, as he found a clean spot to sit down. Let us cultivate. The night is the most opportune time for practice. Zhao Yue sat beside Jiang Chen in a meditative posture, though she dared not draw too close, as she still felt a measure of trepidation towards her master. Jiang Chen paid no further attention to Zhao Yue. After commanding the little black sparrow to remain vigilant of its surroundings, he immersed himself in his cultivation practice. Zhao Yue gazed at Jiang Chen's countenance for a considerable time before finally closing her eyes to commence her meditation. It was not until dawn, when the first light of day broke, that they both awakened. Zhao Yue, filled with delight, exclaimed, Master, I have cultivated for a significantly longer duration than before. In the past, I would become fatigued after 3 or 4 hours of continuous practice, yet this time I have managed to cultivate throughout the entire night. Her excitement was palpable, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks. This is the ability I have bestowed upon you. Cultivating beneath the moonlight will not lead to exhaustion. Jiang Chen replied, Thank you, Master, Zhao Yue said as she knelt down. She had always yearned for strength and held a deep admiration for those who wielded power. Jiang Chen bestowed upon her the opportunity to grow stronger. How could she not feel gratitude? Get up. We must be on our way. This first place must be mine. Jiang Chen glanced back. Those behind them were likely closing in. Yes, I shall heed my master's command. Zhao Yue rose and followed closely behind Jiang Chen. The two began their arduous journey over mountains and through valleys. To Zhao Youyue's astonishment, Jiang Chen's peculiar agility allowed him to traverse the rugged terrain as if it were mere flat ground, encountering no hindrances whatsoever. As Jiang Chen unveiled more of his enigmatic abilities, Zhao Youyue's admiration for him deepened. Master, why do you frequently change direction? After several hours of travel, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Because of soul beasts, Jiang Chen replied. Soul beasts? But we have yet to encounter any, she expressed her confusion. Jiang Chen did not respond to her. This time, upon sensing the soul beast, he did not retreat. Instead, he continued to draw closer. After a brief distance, Zhao Yue was nearly startled into exclamation. Master, I perceive a formidable life force. Is that the soul beast? Jiang Chen nodded and said, after being bitten by me. You have been infected with my corpse poison, which has granted you this ability. The capacity to sense the life force around you is one of the powers of a zombie, along with several others that you will come to understand in due course. He patiently elaborated. Thank you, Master. Zhao Yue expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises Jiang Chen had bestowed upon her. Indeed. Let us circumvent it and continue our journey. The range of mountains stretched endlessly, and the duo did not emerge until noon. After traversing for 4 to 5 consecutive hours, Zhao Yue found herself nearly unable to proceed, as Jiang Chen's pace was remarkably swift. While he effortlessly navigated treacherous terrains, she had to tread with utmost caution. Jiang Chen discerned her exhaustion and decided to pause, seeking a shaded spot to rest together. Zhao Youyue's body was nearly drenched in perspiration as she hastily retrieved her water pouch, gulping down the liquid voraciously. Once she quenched her thirst, a sense of unease washed over her, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Master, I apologize. I was so parched, I should have offered it to you first. With that, she extended the water pouch towards Jiang Chen. There's no need. I am not thirsty, Jiang Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. Zhao Yue retracted the pouch and proceeded to produce her prepared rations. After Jiang Chen shook his head in refusal, she began to consume the food herself. However, after just a few bites, she felt an overwhelming wave of nausea and expelled the contents, her face contorting in discomfort. This is utterly unpalatable? Has it gone bad? She grimaced, staring at the provisions in her hands. It is not the food that has spoiled. It is your transformation into a zombie that renders you unable to consume ordinary sustenance, Jiang Chen elucidated. Zhao Yue was momentarily taken aback before pleading. What should I do? Master, I am so hungry. Come, I shall take you to find something to eat, Jiang Chen stated, rising to his feet. Having nearly drained Zhao Youyue's blood the previous night, he was still satiated, but he needed to help her adapt swiftly to her new identity as a zombie. Zhao Yue followed eagerly, uncertain of what her master would provide, yet feeling a flicker of anticipation in her heart. Moments later, amidst Zhao Youyue's anxious wait, Jiang Chen returned holding a small tiger, tossing it before her. Master, I cannot roast meat, she lamented. I did not ask you to roast it, simply drink its blood. Jiang Chen instructed. Zhao Yue was taken aback. Jiang Chen's promise of food was merely an invitation to drink blood? Recalling the scene from the previous night when he had consumed her blood, she finally grasped the truth. For a zombie, sustenance was blood. Jiang Chen paid no heed to her astonishment as a dagger materialized in his hand, swiftly slicing open the throat of the small tiger. Zhao Yue gazed at the spurting blood, swallowing hard. The crimson liquid held a potent allure for her. In an instant, she involuntarily transformed. Her exquisite features now adorned with 2 pristine fangs protruding from her lips, lending her otherwise frosty demeanor and endearingly Navi charm. Retract your fangs and come here. Drain it dry, Jiang Chen commanded. Although Zhao Yue's mind resisted, her body responded instinctively, moving forward to seal the gushing wound with her mouth, gulping down the blood eagerly. She continued to suckle for several minutes until the small tiger was left emaciated, discarded carelessly by Jiang Chen. With a burp, Zhao Yue could not suppress her fullness. Her face splattered with blood, coupled with her dazed expression, creating a rather amusing sight. "Are you satisfied?" Jiang Chen inquired. She nodded in affirmation. "If you are full." "Let us proceed," he said, striding ahead. The little black sparrow, which had ventured ahead, returned to him, signaling that they were nearing their destination. "In the future, without my permission, you are not to bite anyone or any soul beast, understood?" Jiang Chen turned back to issue the edict. He possessed the ability to control the zombies he had bitten, but Zhao Yue did not. Should a horde of zombies arise, it would pose a tremendous threat not only to other factions but also to the spirit hall. His intent was clear. If zombies were to exist, he would be the one to create and tightly control them. As the two continued on their path, they finally reached the final barrier. Before them lay a vast canyon, its sheer cliffs towering thousands of meters high on either side. Through the little black sparrow's vision, Jiang Chen discerned that crossing this gorge would lead them to the exit. Yet, an eerie phenomenon loomed in the canyon's midsection, where a pink mist enveloped an expanse of several hundred meters. "Let us proceed. We should be the first to arrive here," Jiang Chen declared as he advanced, with Zhao Yue closely following. Entering the canyon, he maintained his vigilance. The vastness of the gorge left them exposed. If a soul beast appeared, evasion would be futile, and they would have to fight. Zhao Yue trailed behind, her moon martial soul hovering protectively, her entire being transformed into a zombie state. This new identity intrigued her. In her transformed state, her speed, strength, defense, and vitality experienced a significant boost. Jiang Chen had also informed her of a formidable corpse poison coursing through her veins. She had never imagined that in a single night she could acquire such abilities. Though it required relinquishing some human habits, she deemed the transformation worthwhile, even immensely profitable. Thus, her gratitude towards Jiang Chen deepened. Fortunately, as they traversed the canyon's midpoint, no soul beasts were encountered. Yet, they were greeted by the strange pink mist. "Stay close behind me," Jiang Chen said gravely. While he could see in the darkness, the contents of the mist eluded his sight. However, within his sensory range, no soul beasts were detected. Zhao Yue obediently nodded. Her curiosity piqued as Jiang Chen produced a rope, tying it around their waists, maintaining a distance of 3 meters between them. "Let us move. If anything arises, you must inform me, understood?" Jiang Chen instructed. Zhao Yue nodded again, and the two cautiously stepped into the pink mist. Upon entry, Jiang Chen was met with a faint, delightful fragrance that instantly uplifted his spirits, prompting him to inhale deeply. And Zhao Yue mirrored his reaction. "Master, it smells wonderful in here," she exclaimed. "Yes, stay close to me," he replied. Jiang Chen discovered that within the crimson mist, he could barely perceive Zhao Yue behind him. Only by drawing close could they acknowledge each other's presence. After advancing for 20 meters, he sensed an unsettling anomaly, as a desire inexplicably began to burgeon within him, rapidly gaining strength. Perhaps due to inhaling an excess of mist, this desire surged forth with overwhelming intensity, assailing his mind. In the moment he teetered on the brink of losing his rationality, he felt that Zhao Yue behind him was similarly affected, letting out a soft moan as if she had succumbed to some kind of state. In the hazy depths of his consciousness, Jiang Chen found himself seated upon the lofty papal throne within the spirit hall, appearing exactly as he had in the state of spirit fusion the previous night. "Little brother Chen," two melodious voices called out, drawing his attention. To his sides, two enchanting young women emerged, Qian Renque and Hu Laina. Both were clad provocatively, their exquisite faces slightly raised as they slowly approached him. With delicate white wings fluttering and fluffy tails swaying gently, they drew nearer. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Jiang Chen was jolted awake, a shiver coursing through him. The scene he had just witnessed felt strikingly vivid, nearly ensnaring him entirely. Fortunately, his will had been tempered by Hu Laina's trials, allowing him to break free at the last moment. But what of Zhao Yue? Jiang Chen tugged at the rope around his waist and was relieved to find Zhao Yue still behind him. However, his expression quickly turned peculiar as he heard her emitting strange sounds and calling his name. He swiftly pulled the rope and moved back, only to discover Zhao Yue lying on the ground. "Awaken!" Jiang Chen shook her a few times, but to no avail. She seemed trapped in a delusion akin to the one he had experienced earlier, unable to extricate herself. With no other option, he flushed with embarrassment, adjusted her clothing, and lifted her into his arms. Perhaps, to liberate Zhao Yue from her illusion, he must first escape this dreadful place. Zhao Yue felt remarkably light, to Jiang Chen. Her weight was negligible. Cradling her, he began to sprint furiously. To his bemusement, Zhao Yue's hands flailed wildly, and her body writhed incessantly. Master, I want." He was baffled by her yearning, as they had only known each other for a single night and half a day. The crimson mist extended over 100 meters, and upon breaking free, Jiang Chen unceremoniously tossed Zhao Yue aside. Ouch! Zhao Yue landed hard on the ground, letting out a cry of pain as her eyes gradually regained clarity. "Master, how did I end up on the ground?" she inquired, momentarily bewildered, only to be flooded by memories of her delusion. In that instant, realization dawned upon her. She had indeed been ensnared in an illusion. Her cheeks flushed with remarkable speed, burning like fire, and she could not bring herself to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. I actually fantasized about my master, Zhao Yue thought, her embarrassment intensifying. The fact that Jiang Chen had surely witnessed her shameful demeanor made her wish she could vanish into the ground at that very moment. Jiang Chen felt somewhat awkward and wished to avoid the subject. He promptly remarked, "The exit should be just ahead. Let us proceed to complete our task." Zhao Yue gently nodded, her voice barely a whisper. However, after taking a few steps, she sensed something amiss and paused to inspect her trousers with a look of confusion. "What is it?" Jiang Chen queried, turning back to see that a significant portion of Zhao Yue's pants was damp, seemingly from an unknown source of water. He found this rather perplexing, as the canyon was quite arid, and there appeared to be no standing water on the ground. Noticing her discomfort, he reluctantly retrieved a simple tint and tossed it to her. "Change your clothes quickly, otherwise, the others will catch up." Zhao Yue's neck flushed crimson, and she remained silent as she hastily entered the tent. Her speed was remarkable, as if the thought of being pursued genuinely frightened her. And it wasn't long before she emerged in a fresh outfit. "Let us go. This time." Jiang Chen merely uttered a single statement before resuming his stride toward the grand entrance several hundred meters away. Zhao Yue hurried to keep pace with him, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Chen, her eyes flickering as though she were lost in thought. The pink mist ahead signified the final barrier. Once they traversed it, no further obstacles would impede their path. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance. The towering iron gate was tightly locked, and numerous patrols of soul masters were stationed outside. Adjacent to the iron gate, an elderly man with white hair reclined on a lounge chair, his small eyes partially closed. "Old man, could you please open the door?" Jiang Chen called out. The old man, puzzled, opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, finally noticing Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue within the gate. "How is it possible for anyone to pass through so quickly? This cannot be." The old man exclaimed in disbelief, muttering to himself as he rose to unlock the gate. "You just passed through that mist?" Jiang Chen gazed at the elderly man before him, whose small eyes and long, wispy beard lent his visage an uncanny resemblance to that of a rodent, exuding an unmistakable air of lewdness. "Indeed," Jiang Chen replied. Chapter 76, Ambush. The old man's gaze shifted to Zhao Yue, and upon noticing her rosy cheeks, a sly grin spread across his face. "My dear girl, that must feel delightful," he chuckled, his entire being radiating an unsettling aura. Zhao Yue grasped the implications of his words and shot him a furious glare, unperturbed by her murderous intent. The old man turned his attention back to Jiang Chen, clicking his tongue in realization. "Ah, now I understand how you could advance so swiftly. It is thanks to this naive little brat. But of course, if one knows nothing, how could one possibly fall into despair?" Observing the old man lost in his own world, Jiang Chen felt a mix of exasperation and curiosity. "Old man, do we not rank first? That is not my concern. I am merely a gatekeeper," the old man replied with a chuckle before suddenly turning and bellowing, "Dragon lad, your student has emerged." His voice resonated like a thunderous wave, carrying across the distance. Moments later, several figures burst forth from the enormous tent situated hundreds of meters away. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and recognized none other than the chief instructor of Longshan and several other deputy instructors. Sighing, he muttered, "I must get to work." Before making his way inside, the instructors swiftly moved, reaching Jiang Chen and his companion in just a few breaths. "Little brother, is that really you?" exclaimed Instructor Qingqing with delight. Jiang Chen nodded gently, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. Longshan remained as solemn as ever, observing Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "Is it you who brought him out?" He directed his gaze towards Zhao Yue. Shaking her head, Zhao Yue replied, "No. It was he who led me out. He was first, and I was second." Longshan's expression betrayed a clear skepticism. Qingqing interjected from the side. "There is indeed a possibility. The old fellow's pink memories is not so easily navigated." Her words resonated with the others, suggesting that Zhao Yue had relied on Jiang Chen to successfully traverse the final trial of desire. Longshan nodded in acknowledgement. The rules permitted teamwork. And even if Zhao Yue had guided Jiang Chen throughout, he could not contest it. However, due to Jiang Chen's unique status, he had posed the earlier question. After all, he still needed to prepare a report for the Pope. Jiang Chen first, Zhao Yue second, he declared as he turned away. Immediately, a deputy instructor produced a notebook to record the results. "Commander Long, may I enter again?" Jiang Chen suddenly inquired. "Enter again? What do you intend to do?" Longshan questioned, perplexed, while the others also turned their curious gazes towards him. "Having secured first place, what is your purpose in re-entering?" Jiang Chen did not conceal his intentions. His voice turned cold as he declared, "I wish to kill someone." "Kill someone?" The gazes of those present shifted to an odd curiosity. Had someone inside provoked this young lad to utter such words? The students were accustomed to battling among themselves and found such occurrences unremarkable, yet the notion that someone would dare to provoke a 6-year-old was perplexing. Who could be so bizarre? Was this child truly so gifted that he incited jealousy? This thought flickered through their minds. Considering that Jiang Chen was the first to emerge, they became increasingly convinced of their speculation. Perhaps Jiang Chen possessed not only talent but also formidable strength. "Whom do you wish to kill?" Longshan inquired. "Gong Yin." Jiang Chen replied candidly. "Little brother, have you lost your mind?" Qingqing was the first to exclaim. She intended to rely on Jiang Chen to realize her dreams of advancement and wealth, and she could not allow him to engage in such perilous endeavors. Zhao Yue, listening nearby, felt a twinge of alarm, yet she was not overly concerned. After all, Jiang Chen had effortlessly slain Lin Feng. What was a mere Gong Yin in comparison? Jiang Chen remained silent, gazing intently at Dragon Mountain. Surprisingly, to the astonishment of all the instructors, he consented. Dragon, aren't you merely sending him to his demise? Qingqing exclaimed anxiously. Do not worry, Sister Qingqing. With Sister Yue by my side, everything will be fine, he reassured her before leading Zhao Yue inside. Qingqing exhaled slightly. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Dragon Mountain, anticipating an explanation. The others, too, were curious about the reason behind Dragon Mountain's decision. His explanation was succinct. I wish to assess his talent, and he will not perish. With that, he followed them inside, confident that Jiang Chen would seek his assistance in a moment of peril. Finally, Qingqing felt a sense of relief and accompanied them in. The elderly man with white hair moved a recliner into place, settling down before the pink mist, awaiting the student's emergence. Jiang Chen approached silently, finding a ledge by the cliff to sit down with Zhao Yue. Yue, what is the strength of that Gong Yin? Zhao Yue replied, Master. Gong Yin is also 11 years old this year, with slightly inferior aptitude compared to me, being merely a level 22 soul master. His martial spirit is a black longbow. His first soul skill enhances penetration, while his second soul skill is the explosive arrow. He is an orphan without any significant background, having been raised by the spirit hall since childhood. Master, why do you wish to eliminate Gong Yin? Because he has schemed against me, Jiang Chen recounted the circumstances. Zhao Yue's beautiful eyes revealed a fierce intent. How dare he offend you, Master? He truly deserves death. Please, allow me to handle him. Jiang Chen shook his head, saying, No, let us both strike together and test our fusion technique. Zhao Yue paused for a moment, then quickly understood, nodding enthusiastically. Hey, kid, quite impressive. At such a young age, you already have such a beautiful maid. The voice of the lecherous old man suddenly echoed from a short distance away. Jiang Chen chose to disregard the old man, yet the latter found himself lost in his own revelry. Do you see these pink mists? I conjured them. I call it pink memories. You, my young friend, may not yet grasp the delight contained within. Countless youths from every generation of the concentration camp have surreptitiously sought me out, yearning to immerse themselves in that endlessly enchanting illusion. Should you ever find yourself infatuated with someone unattainable, do come to me. My fees are quite reasonable. Perverted old man. Silence yourself. You have no shame in targeting such a young child. Are you even human? As soon as Qingqing approached, she overheard the old man attempting to entice Jiang Chen, prompting her to admonish him loudly. The old man chuckled a few times, falling silent, seemingly wary of Qingqing. Little brother, do you have confidence? Qingqing inquired as she stepped closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said, Sister, you may call me Xiao Chen. I am absolutely certain that Gong Yin must perish. Very well, then I shall observe your performance, she replied, taking a seat on the platform. The few individuals from Longshan did not approach, leaning against the nearby precipice. Ah, another little one has arrived, the lecherous old man remarked, his gaze piercing through the pink mist as if he could see straight through it. Jiang Chen also sensed the presence, albeit faintly due to the distance. 10 minutes later, a flushed young lad burst forth. Instantly, all the instructors, including the lecherous old man, directed their gazes towards the boy's groin. Indeed, this lad displayed commendable willpower, remarked the lecherous old man. The instructors exhibited expressions of satisfaction and beckoned the young man over. Chapter 77. The terrifying martial soul fusion technique. The one who emerged was none other than the swift-blade Wan Tianqi, who had closely followed Zhao Yue across the river. It appeared he had ultimately abandoned his teammates to pursue the path alone. Wan Tianqi dashed forth, only to be momentarily taken aback by the throng of onlookers. Upon spotting Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue not far away, a profound sense of disappointment washed over his face. He had, after all, been slower than Zhao Yue's. And who was that child? When he had crossed the river, Jiang Chen had concealed himself among the crowd, and later, during the marsh segment, he had taken an alternate route, thus remaining oblivious to Jiang Chen's prowess. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly appear here filled him with astonishment. Wan Tianqi hastened to the instructor's side, claiming third place in this assessment. Ah, another has arrived, the lecherous old man remarked, glancing once again into the mist. Within less than 10 minutes, another figure surged forth, surpassing Wan Tianqi's earlier speed. Not bad, the old man commented, eyeing the boy's trousers with scrutiny. The one who emerged was precisely the target of Jiang Chen's ire. Gong Yin, the individual who had shot arrows at him from behind. Upon his arrival, Gong Yin was similarly taken aback by the multitude before him, but quickly caught sight of a figure darting from the side, obstructing his retreat. He immediately turned, and upon recognizing the person behind him, his expression shifted dramatically, retreating warily towards the instructors. The swiftness of Jiang Chen instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him, while the formidable defensive prowess exhibited by Jiang Chen left him utterly astounded. Despite unleashing 2 soul techniques in rapid succession, he had failed to inflict any harm upon Jiang Chen. Uncertain of the extent of Jiang Chen's capabilities, his prudent nature dissuaded him from engaging in a direct confrontation. Jiang Chen, unrestrained and fearless, summoned his martial spirit, revealing a violet soul ring as he bellowed, You Zhao Yue had already followed closely behind Jiang Chen when he leapt into action, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Upon hearing his roar, she comprehended his intent. As she ran, her martial spirit was unleashed. Despite the daylight, her figure became shrouded in an ethereal glow under her lunar martial spirit, merging seamlessly into Jiang Chen's embrace. Just as Gong Yin began to retreat in trepidation, Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue executed their martial spirit fusion technique. An endless swirl of inky mist enveloped the area for several meters, engulfing Gong Yin. A martial spirit fusion technique, Qing exclaimed in astonishment. The other onlookers, witnessing the billowing black fog, were equally astounded. As instructors who had trained countless gifted youths, they were acutely aware of the rarity of martial spirit fusion techniques. In all the years of their camp, only one had been witnessed before, Hu Laina and Xie Yu's enchanting display. Yet, astonishingly, another had emerged this year. And this fusion technique bore resemblance to Hu Laina's, being a technique of area effect. What struck them even more was the purple soul ring adorning Jiang Chen. While they had encountered martial spirit fusion techniques before, they had never seen a soul ring of a millennium in age. At that moment, all the instructors stood transfixed, including the recently arrived Wanquanchi. Qing's mouth fell agape as she murmured, "He must not perish." Suddenly, she clutched Long Shan and shook him vigorously, momentarily forgetting her reverence for him. "He won't die," Long Shan instinctively replied. Despite their formidable prowess, their vision failed to penetrate the dense black fog, which roiled like a voracious demon, growling ominously. Inside the murky abyss, Gong Yin's complexion paled, and his heart raced as he recognized the gravity of the situation. The martial spirit fusion technique instilled sheer terror within him. The presence of Zhao Yue alone had already rendered him wary. But now with Jiang Chen joining forces and unleashing a fusion technique, his apprehension escalated. Such a technique was exponentially more potent than the sum of its parts. "You little brat, all the instructors are watching. How dare you commit violence in public?" Gong Yin shouted, his voice a mask for his fear. Within the black mist, countless resentful thoughts surged towards him, plunging his mind into chaos and robbing him of his sense of direction. The overwhelming darkness instilled a profound dread. He could not even see his own hand when placed before his eyes, illustrating the fog's impenetrable density, though the darkness did not completely muffle sound. The echoes that reached the outside world were significantly diminished, allowing all to hear Gong Yin's panicked cries. The voice of Jiang Chen resonated from all directions. Instructor Long previously stated that killing is prohibited within the city. However, he did not specify that it is forbidden outside the city. Moreover, I have just sought his approval, and he has consented to my intention to eliminate you. Bowing Yin's complexion began to pale, his martial spirit, a great bow, gripped tightly in his hands. Yet, the omnipresent voice of Jiang Chen rendered him paralyzed, leaving him with no means to retaliate. He ran frantically, but it felt as though he were merely treading water, unable to escape the terrifying black mist that enveloped him. What filled him with dread was the relentless surge of malevolent thoughts crashing against his mind, gradually giving rise to a burgeoning desire for bloodshed, blurring his own consciousness. Additionally, the blood within him boiled as if drawn by some unseen force, compelling him to break free. His skin flushed crimson, and beads of blood began to seep from his pores. Even his eyes were marred by thick veins of blood that oozed from their sockets. In mere minutes, before Jiang Chen had even struck, he found himself on the brink of collapse. "Ah!" Bowing Yin cried out in madness, unable to endure the torment of fear any longer. The soul rings upon his body ignited one after another, and arrows shot forth in chaotic disarray, scattering in all directions. Jiang Chen effortlessly evaded Gong Yin's aimless barrage, continuing to taunt him. "It is futile. As long as you remain within the range of my abilities, you shall never strike me." Gong Yin screamed in madness, his nerves teetering on the brink of collapse. "I realize my mistakes. Spare me, I implore you. Grant me my life, and I shall serve you loyally." He clutched his head in agony, kneeling down, the last remnants of his consciousness clinging on desperately. Jiang Chen approached Gong Yin, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. His mind was on the brink of collapse, and at that moment, Gong Yin was devoid of any power to resist. "Grant me a swift end," he uttered in a broken voice. Jiang Chen remained silent, his sharp nails slicing through Gong Yin's skin. The boiling blood within Gong Yin finally found an outlet, erupting wildly from the wound. The blood did not touch the ground. Instead, it hung suspended in the air, swiftly converging towards Jiang Chen and seeping into his skin. As the blood permeated him, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. An insatiable thirst for blood surging within him, prompting an uncontrollable howl towards the heavens. All the instructors outside wore grave expressions, astonished by the martial soul fusion technique exhibited by Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue. Such malevolence, such intense resentment, Dragon Mountain murmured. Chapter 78. 3 years later, though they could not discern the happenings inside, they understood that Gong Yin was likely doomed. This martial soul fusion technique appeared even more sinister and domineering than that of Hu Laina and Xie Yu. Qing was utterly dazed, unable to fathom the terrifying talent and power of Jiang Chen. At that moment, the dense black fog dissipated, revealing the figures of Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue. Despite having just performed the martial soul fusion technique, they bore no signs of weakness. On the contrary, they appeared invigorated. Not far from them lay a rigid corpse, its emaciated face contorted in a grotesque manner, with both eyeballs having exploded. Zhao Yue hesitated to gaze upon the horrifying corpse, astonished that their martial soul fusion technique had so effortlessly claimed the life of a grand soul master. Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue stepped aside, standing in silence. Wantanchi, his face awash with fear, hurriedly retreated. Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue were truly formidable, and he vowed never to provoke these two during his 3 years in the concentration camp. Longshan no longer underestimated Jiang Chen. He now recognized him as a prodigious talent, not merely a beneficiary of the Pope's influence in the death camp. It was no wonder the Pope sought Jiang Chen's assistance. Such genius is precious and worthy of nurturing. Not only once, but he would gladly welcome several opportunities to aid him. However, the more gifted the student, the more rigorous the training. Aside from ensuring Jiang Chen's survival, he was compelled to facilitate his maximum progress within the death camp. Before long, another youth emerged. But the old man and the instructors shook their heads in disappointment. The boy's willpower evidently fell short of their expectations. A map was conspicuously drawn on the boy's trousers, indicating that he had succumbed entirely to the illusion, unable to resist temptation. Nonetheless, he managed to break free from the red mist, albeit barely, which was commendable. This was the last of the 5 great kings, who upon emerging, bellowed, Gong Yin, come and face me. Ultimately, upon learning from Wantanchi that the cadaver was Gong Yin, his reaction was even more exaggerated than Wantanchi's. As he gazed at Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue in terror, as evening approached, another wave of youths arrived in the mist, yet none succeeded in escaping. The old man dissipated the mist, revealing a multitude of youths sprawled on the ground, writhing in a trance, ensnared by the illusion. A group of instructors approached, awakening each individual from their stupor. Jiang Chen keenly observed that the young maidens bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yue from that time. He finally comprehended the significance of it all. Zhao Yue's cheeks flushed crimson once more upon realizing that Jiang Chen was regarding her with an unusual gaze. She wished fervently to retreat into the crevices of the mountain behind her. At this point, merely 2 days had elapsed out of the 3 allotted, and a considerable number of students remained ensnared within the forest. Those who had emerged, including Jiang Chen and his companions, were led outside. As another day passed, only a solitary 8-year-old boy managed to break free from the illusion, securing 5th place. All others who failed to escape were relegated to 6th. Those who did not reach the final challenge within the 3-day time frame were deemed failures, receiving a score of 0. Ultimately, the instructors mobilized and, within half a day, thoroughly searched the entire forest, rescuing all the students trapped within. By the time all instructors and students returned to the city, night had fallen. No further tasks were assigned, allowing the students to rest freely. As Jiang Chen's subordinate, Zhao Yue moved into his small residence. Her peculiar behavior caught the attention of many. However, when they learned of Zhao Yue and Jiang Chen's use of their martial soul fusion technique to vanquish Gong Yin, fear swept through them. They had all witnessed that corpse, its condition horrifying. They could scarcely believe it was indeed Gong Yin's remains. Yue, pray tell, what sort of training might we expect next? Jiang Chen inquired. Zhao Yue, respectfully seated before him, replied, Master, I have just inquired about our upcoming training. It appears we may soon engage in exercises at the arena of carnage. This arena, located within the city, is a place of slaughter, where our opponents are notorious criminals. Historically, a significant number of students have met their demise within its confines. Each student is required to participate in a killing every month. Although the adversaries are fellow spirit masters of the same realm, these criminals are seasoned fighters with merciless tactics, often instilling fear in students even before combat begins. Moreover, starting tomorrow, many training venues within the city will gradually open, and our combat training will be guided by instructors, enabling us to rapidly grow stronger. Jiang Chen nodded, realizing why the Spirit Hall would host such a deadly concentration camp, and why so many individuals would enroll each year. Training under the duress of death could undoubtedly expedite one's progress. Most importantly, it is essential to cultivate a resilient spirit in these trainees from a young age. Those who emerge from this place are not to be compared with delicate blooms nurtured in greenhouses. They will undoubtedly attract the Spirit Hall's keen attention, with limitless prospects ahead. Yue, I perceive that your combat experience is rather lacking. Henceforth, you must intensify your training in this regard. Do you understand? Yes, Zhao Yue replied, nodding obediently like a little bird. Master, may I pose a question? During their time together, she had come to realize that Jiang Chen was quite approachable and not at all irritable, which alleviated some of her initial trepidation. Ask away. Which family do you hail from? I have no family, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Ah? Zhao Yue exclaimed in surprise, having assumed, given Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent, that he must belong to a prominent family. It seemed that her master was, after all, one of the orphans taken in by the Spirit Hall. She mused silently. Jiang Chen was oblivious to Zhao Yue's thoughts as he waved his hand, saying, It is getting late. You should return to your room to cultivate. After sending Zhao Yue away, Jiang Chen settled into a meditative position on the balcony, preparing to enter his training. Spending 3 years here, by the end of this period, his cultivation should approach that of a soul sovereign, and after breaking through to the 20th level, he would likely face another tribulation. The heavenly tribulation loomed with peril for him, yet once surmounted, the rewards bestowed by the system would be exceedingly generous. 3 years later, outside the Black City, a group of young men and women stood, their faces alight with excitement. Today marked their graduation from the death camp. Each of them felt a sense of rebirth. 3 years of grueling training had granted them immense transformations, both in strength and character. This cohort boasted the highest number of survivors, with over 50 individuals having successfully passed, destined to become elites of the Spirit Hall, provided they remained alive. Little Chen, make sure to visit your sister often, Qingqing said with a smile, gently ruffling a boy's hair. Understood. You should head back now. There's no need to see me off, Jiang Chen replied somewhat helplessly. He had grown significantly taller. Yet in the presence of the statuesque Qingqing, he still felt diminutive, and being patted on the head was beyond his control. Chapter 79. The return, then I shall take my leave, Qingqing said with a smile, planting a quick kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek, which evoked envious gazes from the other boys. Qingqing, the instructor, was the dream goddess of all male students, her alluring figure and exquisite features having captivated countless youths, who squandered their money on the lecherous old men in hopes of experiencing ecstasy with her in the illusionary realm. However, the illusion was but a mirage, akin to a dream. Once awakened, only regret remained. Jiang Chen gazed at Qingqing's retreating figure with a bittersweet smile, feeling an inexplicable restlessness within. The allure of Qingqing was simply overwhelming, to the point where even he found it difficult to withstand. As he beheld the captivating silhouette enveloped in her form-fitting attire, he forced himself to avert his gaze. How could this be? I am but 9 years old, he thought to himself, chuckling ruefully. It seemed he had matured prematurely. Hormones coursing through him, causing his body to react in ways that were not typical for one of his age. At this moment, at the age of 9, he stood approximately 1.60 meters, only half a head shorter than the girl beside him, Zhao Yue. Noticing Jiang Chen's lingering gaze on Qingqing, Zhao Yue felt a twinge of jealousy. She straightened her posture, only to sorrowfully realize that she could not compare to instructor Qingqing, and the disparity was indeed substantial. She observed Jiang Chen's face, which had become remarkably more handsome than it had been 3 years prior, her eyes briefly reflecting a hint of infatuation. Meanwhile, several families of the students had arrived, coming to collect their prodigies. Some youths, burdened with their belongings, set out together. These were orphans fostered by the Wuhuan Temple, their bonds forged in the shared experience of residing in Wuhuan City. Master, please allow me to accompany you back in my family's carriage, Zhao Yue proposed. No need. Someone will likely come to fetch me, Jiang Chen replied, uncertain if the stern uncle would still arrive. If not, he would have to walk back. Suddenly, Zhao Yue's expression brightened with excitement as she stood on her tiptoes, waving her hand and calling out, Third uncle, I am here. Jiang Chen raised his gaze and beheld a handsome young man in his 30s, skillfully maneuvering a horse-drawn carriage towards them at a brisk pace. The young man halted before Zhao Yue, leaped from the vehicle, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Little Yaya, it's been years since we last met. And you've grown so much, nearly taller than your third uncle, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. A look of fondness, unfamiliar to Jiang Chen, appeared on Zhao Yue's face as she suddenly turned to him and said, Master Chen, this is my third uncle. Since you also reside in Wuhuan City, why not accompany us in my uncle's carriage back home? No, thank you. I shall wait a little longer, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. He reasoned that if he were to leave with Zhao Yue, it would be in vain should that elder gentleman arrive afterward. Only then did the young man notice Jiang Chen standing beside Zhao Yue, his gaze reflecting a hint of curiosity. Although Jiang Chen was somewhat shorter than Zhao Yue, his remarkably handsome visage always compelled one to steal an extra glance. Yeah, this is him. He has been my companion during these 3 years in the concentration camp, Zhao Yue elucidated. The young man smiled and said, Little brother, my dear Yaya, has tea caused you any trouble, has she? Jiang Chen shook his head gently and, with a kind smile, replied, Not at all. She usually takes care of me. May I inquire which family you belong to, young sir? I have no family. Then allow me to accompany you part of the way. It is, after all, on my route, the young man said, his smile now lacking the earlier radiance, and his tone tinged with a hint of formality. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Someone is likely to come for me, Jiang Chen politely declined. Very well, yeah. Let us return home, the young man said, turning to Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue had no choice but to follow her uncle onto the carriage, and she called back. Xiao Chen, we shall meet again at the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Jiang Chen waved his hand and smiled. Go ahead, we shall meet again soon. As the carriage departed, the young man turned back and asked, Yeah, do you have feelings for that lad? Third uncle, what are you saying? Zhao Yue retorted, her face flushing with embarrassment. The young man sighed, fully aware of Zhao Yue's emotions. Whom you fancy is none of my concern. That lad is quite handsome, yet he lacks a noble lineage. Our family's old relics are not easily swayed. Third uncle, in truth, his talent surpasses mine, Zhao Yue quickly interjected. Well then, that simplifies matters. I shall support you. The young man replied with a smile. Suddenly, the carriage came to a sudden halt. What's wrong, third uncle? Zhao Yue inquired, leaning her head out. The young man paid her no mind, instead beaming at an approaching carriage. Commander G, greetings. He called out as the other carriage drew near. The occupant, however, remained silent, his expression unchanged, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Third uncle, who is that, displaying such arrogance? Zhao Yue exclaimed, astonished. Shoo, that is a person of great importance. The Grand Commander of the Pope's Imperial Guard. I once had the fortune to see him from afar, he explained. Zhao Yue's face reflected shock. How could such a prominent figure be here? She quickly parted the rear curtain of the carriage to peer outside. To her astonishment, Commander Ji abruptly halted his carriage, bringing it to a stop before Jiang Chen. Both Xiao Yue and her uncle wore expressions of disbelief, staring in awe. The carriage swung around, revealing the same stern-faced, middle-aged man who had previously escorted Jiang Chen. "Get in," he commanded succinctly. "Uncle, you finally arrived. I thought I would have to walk back," Jiang Chen quipped as he climbed into the carriage. "Drive." The carriage accelerated, and Jiang Chen finally set forth on his journey homeward. Jiang Chen did not notice Xiao Yue, who was parked at the side, and departed directly. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, the young man patted Xiao Yue's shoulder and remarked, Yeah. It seems your companion's identity is quite extraordinary. You should maintain a good relationship with him in the future." "Yes, I will, third uncle," she replied. "Thank you, uncle, for coming such a long way to pick me up," Jiang Chen said. "My surname is Ji. I am the commander of the Pope's Guard. You may address me as Commander Ji from now on," the middle-aged man replied. "Uncle, that feels rather formal. How about I call you Old Ji instead? We are familiar enough now." Commander Ji's lips twitched, and he felt a strong urge to give Jiang Chen a good thrashing, yet he suppressed this wild thought. After a long pause, he finally said, "You were quite impressive." However, he soon fell silent again. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, closed his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Memories of the past 3 years in the concentration camp flooded his mind, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. During these 3 years, under the relentless pressure of death and the grueling hours of cultivation, his abilities surged to the 29th level, with only one more step required to transcend to Soul Sovereign. His remarkable progress could be attributed to Long Shan's stringent expectations, which were several times more demanding than those placed upon other trainees. In the early days of his first year in the camp, he had already broken through to the 20th level, utilizing a system reward of a soul ring upgrade voucher to enhance his first soul ring to a 5,000-year limit. This voucher could only elevate the soul ring to the threshold of his physical capacity. Subsequently, he sought Long Shan's assistance to hunt a 5,000-year soul beast, successfully achieving a breakthrough to the 21st level. Later, he ventured outside the city alone to a secluded area, where he endured his second heavenly tribulation. To his disappointment, the rewards from this tribulation consisted of merely a drop of thunder tribulation liquid, half of which he had already consumed, leaving him with just a half drop remaining. At this juncture, his attributes within the system had significantly improved. Host, Jiang Chen Douluo level, 29 zombie level, 212 soul rings. First ring 5,000 years. Second ring 5,000 years soul skills. First soul skill, zombie god armor. Second soul skill, corpse poison array items. Half a drop of thunder tribulation liquid. The range of his second skill, the corpse poison array, extends up to 10 meters, creating a toxic formation filled with corpse poison. While the poison within the array is not as potent as the one within Jiang Chen's body, it does not cause immediate death. However, the longer one remains within, the deeper the poisoning becomes, severely diminishing their combat capabilities, ultimately leaving them at Jiang Chen's mercy. Crucially, he can manipulate the size of the poison array and summon it anywhere within the range of his mental prowess. Naturally, a smaller array means a more concentrated and formidable toxin. Over these 3 years of cultivation in the concentration camp, he had not returned to Holy Soul Village. Even if he had the opportunity to return now, he would not dare to do so. At this moment, Tang Hao might be in Nodding City, covertly following Tang San. If he returned and was discovered by Tang Hao, it would likely result in his immediate demise. Although he now stood in opposition to the Tang family, he did not wish to eradicate Tang San through the spirit hall. Rather, he aspired to render the father and son despondent through his own strength, ensuring they would no longer entertain thoughts of revenge. He was confident in his ability to achieve this, bolstered by the system, his innate talent, and the fact that he had reached the 29th level at the age of 9, while Tang San only achieved this at 12. His cultivation had already surpassed Tang San by 3 years, and he believed he would continue to stay ahead. Over the years, he had written numerous letters to Old Jack. Although he refrained from disclosing his cultivation level, Old Jack had been overjoyed to learn of his training in Spirit City. The carriage moved swiftly, and by the afternoon of the following day, they arrived at Spirit City. Although not as grand as Heavendo City, Spirit City was still considerable in size, with the vicinity near the Pope's Hall being somewhat tranquil, while other areas thrived with vibrancy. The Spirit Hall Academy, along with many prominent families such as the Zhao family that were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, were all situated within Spirit City. Additionally, several sects aligned with the Spirit Hall had established branches in the city. Upon returning to the foot of Pope Mountain, Captain Ji led Jiang Chen up the mountain. Although the guards found Jiang Chen somewhat unfamiliar, they did not dare to obstruct his passage, discreetly memorizing his appearance to avoid any future confrontations. After all, being personally escorted by the Grand Captain was a privilege beyond their reach. Upon bringing Jiang Chen to the entrance of the Pope's Hall, Captain Ji departed without uttering a single word. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. Old Ji resembled a wooden figure, and despite his status as a disciple of the Pope, he received scant warmth from him. To Jiang Chen's surprise, his teacher, Bibi Dong, was absent from the entrance of the papal hall to greet him. Could it be that she was still unaware of my return? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and proceeded to his abode. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he planned to pay a visit to Bibi Dong. The papal hall was enveloped in silence. And soon he found himself back in the very room he had occupied 3 years prior. It was still the same chamber, imbued with familiar scents. Notably the lingering fragrance of Hulaina. Reflecting on the time spent there 3 years ago, he regarded it as a cherished memory. Nevertheless, upon his return, he resolved to change rooms, sensing that his resistance to temptation, once fortified by Hulaina's influence, was beginning to wane. He dared not imagine the dreadful consequences of sharing space with the exuberant Hulaina once more. The room appeared deserted. Save for a few intimate garments that adorned the pink bed, likely left behind by Hulaina during her visits over the years. In the past, he had felt indifferent. But now, gazing at those casually discarded items, he found his gaze inexplicably entranced. Hulaina had left an indelible impression on him. The sight of these belongings stirred memories of her enticing demeanor from years gone by. No. He vigorously shook his head, casting aside those unruly thoughts, and rushed into the bathroom, desperate for a cold shower to regain his composure. The sound of rushing water mingled with Jiang Chen's melodic voice. "May I dance for you once more? I am the white fox you set free centuries ago. Behold the fluttering of my garments." At the threshold of the room, Hulaina, having just returned from her meeting with Bibi Dong, stood frozen in place upon hearing Jiang Chen's poignant song, which seemed to weave a tragic love story before her eyes. As Jiang Chen's melody faded, Hulaina found herself unable to contain her tears. In the bathroom, Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Engrossed in singing a beloved song from his past life, he had failed to perceive someone nearing. It was only when he paused that he noticed a presence in the room. Could it be that his senior sister had returned? He mused. For aside from him and Hulaina, no one else should be present. Just as he was pondering this, the bathroom door swung open abruptly, and Hulaina's excited voice rang out. "Xiao Chen, you're back." Before Hulaina could finish her sentence, she froze, momentarily dazed. For the handsome youth before her was no longer the adorable little junior she remembered. They locked eyes for several seconds, the atmosphere thick with tension. With a clatter, the soap slipped from Jiang Chen's grasp, shattering the awkward silence. The bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and without uttering a word, Hulaina fled the room. Her face flushed like a ripe apple. What a mortifying situation. Her mind had lingered on the image of Jiang Chen as a 6-year-old. What reservations could she possibly have regarding a mere child? In her excitement, she had barged in, intending to surprise him, only to discover a fully grown young man instead. Jiang Chen forced a smile as he picked up the locust pod and swiftly washed it clean before stepping outside. He had not anticipated Hulaina's unexpected return, and her silent intrusion startled him. Hulaina's appearance had not changed much since their last encounter, but her figure had become even more astonishing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but draw a comparison. At this moment, Hulaina was hardly inferior to the alluringly mature Qingqing. Chapter 81. Sparring with Hulaina. The room was devoid of any presence, clearly indicating that Hulaina had already dashed out. Jiang Chen, ruffling his damp hair, felt a sense of exasperation, never anticipating that upon his return, he would be subjected to Hulaina's scrutinizing gaze. After approximately 10 minutes, Hulaina finally reappeared. By this time, her complexion had returned to normal, and upon seeing Jiang Chen seated on the sofa, she exhibited no signs of heightened emotion. "You're back," she remarked, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Jiang Chen felt a touch of awkwardness. However, he keenly discerned the flicker of unease in Hulaina's eyes, indicating that her heart was not as tranquil as she appeared. "Ah, senior sister, it has been a long time," Jiang Chen remarked as he rose to his feet. His strikingly handsome visage and upright stature instantly captivated Hulaina's attention. Unable to restrain her admiration, Hulaina exclaimed, "I never expected you to grow so much in these few years. You have transformed from that little brat into quite the handsome young man." As Hulaina's smile began to blossom, Jiang Chen reciprocated, "Senior sister, you have become even more beautiful and enchanting." With that smile, the earlier awkwardness dissipated, and the familiar camaraderie between them was rekindled. "You've grown so tall in these 3 years, you nearly surpass me," Hulaina teased, playfully pinching Jiang Chen's cheek as she stepped closer to measure his height against her own. Jiang Chen now stood only a mere half a head shorter than her. Inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from Hulaina, which almost brushed against him, Jiang Chen hurriedly retreated, inadvertently tumbling onto the sofa. Hulaina chuckled softly, casting a playful glance at Jiang Chen. "Little junior brother, who would have thought that after all these years, you remain just as you were back then? You make me want to test my charm on you once more." "Please, don't," Jiang Chen swiftly interjected, a tinge of fear creeping into his heart regarding Hulaina. He dreaded the possibility of an awkward situation arising. He evaded her presence and stood up, heading towards the door. "Having returned for some time now, I ought to pay a visit to the master. This lad has grown increasingly timid. He once allowed me to torment him fiercely, yet now he doesn't even dare to approach me. He must surely be harboring secrets." Hulaina mused, amusement dancing in her eyes as she promptly followed him. The master was currently occupied with official duties in her study, Hulaina reminded him. Soon, they found themselves at Bibi Dong's study, gently knocking before entering. Bibi Dong looked up, her eyes momentarily brightening, and she rose to greet them. "You're back," she said with a smile as she stepped forward. "Master, I have returned," Jiang Chen replied, gazing at the enchanting figure of the Pope before him, filled with a sense of nostalgia. The significant progress he had made over the past 3 years was undeniably linked to Bibidong's decision to send him to the harsh training camp. There, he learned the value of perseverance, and the grueling training he endured forged his resilient spirit. Bibidong remained as stunning as ever, though 3 years had passed. She showed no signs of aging, still possessing the appearance of someone around 30. Dressed in casual attire, she exuded a blend of maturity and an elegant nobility, devoid of the Pope's formal grandeur. "It's wonderful to have you back," she said, affectionately ruffling Jiang Chen's hair, her expression radiating satisfaction. She had always been aware of Jiang Chen's training progress, and his performance over the years had truly astonished her. She could hardly believe that such a young child could achieve this level of excellence, far surpassing the performance of Hulaina in her earlier days. "Please have a seat while I attend to some matters," she said, before returning to her position to resume her official duties. Jiang Chen and Hulaina took a seat nearby, patiently awaiting the proceedings. After a brief interval, Bibidong rose to her feet, donning the majestic robe of a pope, regaining her authoritative demeanor. "Come now, Chen, allow your teacher to witness the progress you have made over the years. Soon, you shall engage in a match with your senior sister." Jiang Chen smiled wryly as he caught up with Hulaina, noticing the expression on Jiang Chen's face. Hulaina could not help but nudge him lightly, whispering, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" "Senior sister, you must show some mercy later," Jiang Chen replied. Hulaina gently patted Jiang Chen and assured him, "Rest assured, senior sister will take good care of you." Jiang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He was still unaware of the exact rank that Hulaina had attained. Moreover, Hulaina was a soul master of the alluring control type. Could he withstand her abilities? Before long, the three of them arrived at an expansive training ground, where a towering arena stood at the center. "Go on up," Bibidong instructed. Jiang Chen and Hulaina ascended the arena, standing 10 meters apart. "Chen, unleash your full potential to impress the teacher," Bibidong remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Understood, teacher," he replied. "Now, release your martial souls." As Hulaina summoned her martial soul, it melded seamlessly with her being, manifesting fox ears and a bushy tail, exuding an irresistible allure. "Hulaina, martial soul, Fox, level 39 control system soul master, I seek your guidance." Upon concluding her introduction, both she and Bibidong turned their expectant gazes toward Jiang Chen. With the embodiment of his zombie martial soul, Jiang Chen's black eyes gleamed, long fangs bared and sharp claws on display, transforming his previously handsome demeanor into something otherworldly, suffused with an ominous aura. Bibidong's eyes sparkled with delight, nodding in satisfaction at the palpable energy emanating from him, as well as the 2 purple soul rings encircling him. From the reports delivered from Longshan, she had learned that Jiang Chen's second soul ring had already reached the remarkable age of 5,000 years, truly astonishing. She speculated that he might possess the potential to strive for a 10,000-year soul ring by the time he reached his third. "Jiang Chen, martial soul, zombie. Level 29 attack system grand soul master, I seek your guidance." Though she was aware of Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent, Hulaina was taken aback by the fact that he had reached level 29 in merely 3 years. He needed only one more level to ascend to the rank of soul master, akin to her own status. Suppressing her astonishment, she spoke, "Sister will not hold back. Do as you see fit." With that, her first soul ring ignited, as the pressure from Jiang Chen's exceptional abilities weighed heavily upon her. If she could not subdue him despite a 10-level advantage, she feared her teacher would be left disappointed. Jiang Chen's expression subtly shifted. He was all too familiar with the first 2 skills of Hulaina, having been tormented by her for countless nights. Even now, a lingering dread haunted him. As Hulaina's large tail began to emit a crimson glow, Jiang Chen felt his resistance to her enchanting allure plummet. For a fleeting moment, he found himself entranced, perceiving Hulaina as increasingly captivating. Realizing he could not afford to delay, he activated his second spirit ring just as Hulaina's skills began to take effect. A purple poison array materialized beneath her feet, encompassing a 10-meter radius around her. Wisps of violet mist rose from the array, causing Hulaina's expression to shift dramatically. In the instant the poison array formed, Hulaina sprang into action, yet it was too late. The toxin had already infiltrated her body through her skin and respiratory passages. This venom swiftly eroded her soul power and strength. As she ran, her second and third spirit rings flared to life. Hulaina's third spirit ring was a purple 1,000-year soul ring, approximately 2,000 years old, slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's 2 rings, yet the skills it contained, being of the control type, were formidable. Upon witnessing Hulaina ensnared, Jiang Chen chuckled softly, swiftly closing the distance towards her, intent on retaliating against the sister who had so often tormented him. His speed was remarkable, yet before he could take more than a few steps, Hulaina's skills from her 2 spirit rings were unleashed upon him. Momentarily disoriented, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared in an illusion. Within this phantasm, Hulaina approached him, her garments partially disarrayed, exuding an irresistible allure that was dangerously seductive, accompanied by her sultry voice whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Gazing at Hulaina as she glided towards him, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming desire to succumb, yearning to reach the shores of ecstasy together. The poison array slipped from his control, and Hulaina finally escaped, yet her condition was dire. Though the toxins within Jiang Chen's poison formation were not particularly fierce, they were exceptionally enigmatic and troublesome, continually undermining her soul power and physical form. Gritting her teeth, she produced a dagger, but after a moment's contemplation, she substituted it with a hammer and charged towards Jiang Chen. Having already been poisoned, she could no longer maintain a strategy of distant control. Prolonging the encounter would undoubtedly allow Jiang Chen to regain consciousness, while she would inevitably succumb to the effects of the poison. If she could merely render Jiang Chen unconscious, victory in this contest would be hers. The strength within Hulaina was swiftly waning, her complexion taking on a purplish hue as she swiftly approached Jiang Chen, raising the hammer to strike at his head. "Senior sister, how ruthless you are. Are you not afraid of rendering your junior brother foolish?" Jiang Chen's dazed eyes instantly cleared, and with a sly smile directed at Hulaina, he raised his hand to seize the one holding the hammer. Hulaina was taken aback. "Why, you have not fallen into my illusion?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sister, you are so enchanting that I truly find it difficult to leave this illusion. However, I am aware that I am within a mirage. How could a mere illusion of you ever surpass your genuine allure? Thus, I chose to emerge." Hulaina, feeling a surge of frustration, was taken aback by Jiang Chen's cunning, pretending to be bewitched while waiting for her to approach. She exerted force with her right hand, attempting to free herself from Jiang Chen's grip, which felt as unyielding as iron claws, yet to no avail. "Cease this, Nana. You have lost," Bibi Dong interjected. Jiang Chen released Hulaina, who appeared somewhat dejected. As a control-type soul master, being captured by an assault-type soul master left her with no chance of recovery. "Sister, allow me to help you with the detoxification," Jiang Chen offered. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when Hulaina collapsed. Quick as a flash, he caught her. The softness of her delicate form nestled against him, but Jiang Chen felt no improper thoughts. He grasped her hand and began to extract the toxins from her body. Although Hulaina had not been ensnared in the poison formation for long and the toxins within her were minimal, prolonged exposure had nonetheless diminished her body's ability to resist. If the poison was not resolved promptly, it could threaten her life. As the toxins were purged, Hulaina's complexion improved significantly, and her soul power began to circulate swiftly, restoring her vitality. Jiang Chen felt a tinge of distress. He was not a healing soul master. Otherwise, he could have provided Hulaina with some relief. "Senior sister, are you feeling all right?" he inquired. "I apologize," he continued, but Hulaina interrupted him. "Do not blame yourself. It is I who am inept, unable to control you despite being 10 levels your senior." Jiang Chen quickly comforted her, saying, "In truth, I was ensnared in your illusion just moments ago. It was only upon your arrival before me that I awakened. Indeed, senior sister, your illusion is quite formidable." "Is that so?" Hulaina's previously dim expression brightened. "You are correct, Xiaochen. Your illusion is remarkably strong within the realm of control skills. However, your willpower is somewhat more formidable, enabling you to swiftly break free from my grasp. Remember this lesson for the future. An adversary may very well turn the tables and ensnare you." Bibi Dong approached, expressing, "My dear students, I apologize for any disappointment." Hulaina lowered her head in response. "It is of no consequence. You have demonstrated remarkable talent. Here, take this pill." Bibi Dong produced a pill and administered it to Hulaina. This is crafted from rare medicinal herbs. Although the preparation may be rudimentary, its efficacy is commendable, particularly for replenishing vitality. After consuming the pill, Hulaina's complexion improved significantly as she rose from Jiang Chen's embrace. Bibi Dong observed the young couple standing together. Feeling immense satisfaction, both disciples exhibited cultivation prowess that rivaled her own in her youth. Especially Jiang Chen, who, aside from lacking one martial soul, surpassed her in nearly every other aspect. Perhaps, in a few years, it would be prudent to consider appointing Jiang Chen as the saint's son. As for Hulaina, should she continue to excel, Bibi Dong would also contemplate elevating her to the status of the new saintess. With two such exceptional disciples, once they attained the rank of title Douluo, their lineage could become a celebrated tale within their sect. Indeed, Xiaochen, you have matured. It would be wise for you to reside separately from your senior sister. Laina, please arrange a room for him. Certainly, teacher, Hulaina responded with a nod. Let us cherish this rare occasion of our reunion as master and disciples by sharing a meal together, Bibi Dong proposed with a smile. This was Jiang Chen's first dinner with Bibi Dong, and the three of them felt an undeniable sense of warmth. Having been away from home for so many years, he once again experienced the comforting sensation of belonging. Xiaochen, your efforts over the years have not gone unnoticed by me. Once you attain the rank of soul master, I shall reward you with a piece of soul bone, Bibi Dong remarked. Jiang Chen was taken aback and hastily set down his chopsticks. Teacher, this is far too precious. Bai Dong shook her head. Do not refuse. This is what you rightfully deserve. I have also rewarded your senior sister with one. Focus solely on your cultivation. I will take care of the rest. Jiang Chen felt a surge of gratitude and promptly nodded, expressing his thanks to his teacher. This was a soul bone, and he never anticipated that Bibi Dong would reward him with one so swiftly. It was a testament to the immense wealth and power of the spirit hall. Once he absorbed the soul bone, he would gain an additional soul skill, thereby enhancing his strength further. After dinner, Jiang Chen and Hulaina returned to their quarters. Hulaina opened the door to an adjacent vacant room and said, Little Chen, you shall reside next to me from now on. This way, senior sister can engage with you more frequently. What shall we discuss? Jiang Chen asked, his heart racing with trepidation. Hulaina snorted in discontent, replying, "Of course. We will discuss cultivation. You leave me no dignity at all, making me suffer a humiliating defeat before our teacher, if I do not properly torment you in the future. I shall not be called Hulaina." It was over. Jiang Chen's heart began to race. He sensed that the days of being used as a guinea pig by Hulaina were about to return. Chapter 83. The mysterious elder. A surge of panic coursed through Jiang Chen as he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Yet, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, Hulaina had already entered through his balcony. Their rooms were adjacent, and the distance between the balconies was minimal, allowing Hulaina to effortlessly leap over. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of your senior sister?" she teased, playfully shoving Jiang Chen onto the sofa. Her hands braced against the couch as she executed a playful maneuver. "You were quite formidable on the arena just now, unfazed even by my illusions. Why the sudden change?" Jiang Chen tilted his head, evading the allure of Hulaina, whose captivating aura had intensified remarkably over the years. A mere gesture, a few words, could amplify her charm to its zenith. "You can't possibly be a man, can you?" Hulaina extended her delicate finger, gently grasping Jiang Chen's chin, turning his face towards her. "Ah, I can't bear it," Jiang Chen exclaimed in distress. In an instant, Hulaina clumsily fled from Jiang Chen's balcony, leaping back into her own room and burrowing beneath the covers. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, for she had unexpectedly noticed Jiang Chen's response. After a brief moment, she sat up, murmuring to herself, "This doesn't make sense. I have enchanted countless men before, none have reacted like him. It's not our first encounter, why should I feel apprehensive? Is it merely because he is my junior?" Nevertheless, it at least indicated that my allure holds sway over him. "That cheeky boy, should you dare to offend me again, I shall make you rue the day." Jiang Chen took quite some time to suppress his anger, unable to help but smile wryly. He never anticipated that Hulaina would continue to be so reckless towards him. He genuinely feared that one day she might bring calamity upon herself. That evening, he retreated to the rooftop to cultivate, and Hulaina did not disturb him again. The following morning, Jiang Chen exited his room and made his way to the place where he had previously met Qian Ruxue. It had been 3 years since he last saw her, and he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Upon arriving at the vast training ground, he found it eerily empty, devoid of any presence. This appeared to be Qian Ruxue's private sanctuary for cultivation, as not even a servant ventured into this space. Recalling the days spent with Qian Ruxue here brought a smile to Jiang Chen's lips. Those were truly cherished memories. Although she had regarded him as a younger brother back then, he had never viewed her as a sister. He pondered what her reaction would be when she saw the handsome man he would become in a few years. He felt a sense of anticipation, eager for the day when he would mature and become powerful enough to seek her out. Lost in thought, he stepped into the training ground and began practicing his martial arts. His lightning fist had become significantly more formidable than before, each strike infused with immense power. The arcs of electricity growing more potent, capable of easily incapacitating an opponent. He discovered that these electric arcs originated from the corpse Dan within him. The lightning that had descended during his tribulation had ultimately been absorbed into the corpse Dan, and now, when unleashed through the lightning fist, it posed no harm to him. Zombies fear heavenly thunder, yet his corpse Dan contained the essence of it. He could not explain this peculiar phenomenon, ultimately attributing it to the mysterious system, perhaps connected to the so-called super-evolution. As he practiced his fist techniques, his thoughts drifted back 3 years to the moments he and Qian Ruxue had spent chasing each other in this very place. His speed gradually increased, as if Qian Ruxue were still pursuing him from behind. What Jiang Chen was unaware of was that atop the towering wall, an elderly man with hair as white as snow was seated, his gaze fixed intently upon him. The old man observed Jiang Chen's relentless martial technique, noting its formidable power, and the uncanny agility displayed by the youth, which he found utterly astonishing. "This is a self-created soul skill." The old man was taken aback, nearly exclaiming aloud. A self-created soul skill is one that is developed independently of soul rings or soul bones, born from one's own comprehension and wielding the terrifying might derived solely from the soul power within. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he scrutinized the young lad practicing in the training ground, his mind awash with tumultuous waves of awe. The soul skill this child had invented seemed imbued with unfathomable strength, a phenomenon he had neither heard of nor witnessed before, possessing a cultivation level of remarkable height. Few in the realm could rival his prowess. Thus, he discerned the profound intricacies within Jiang Chen's punches and movements, yet he found himself utterly perplexed. Even the chaotic cloak hammer technique of the Houten insect was somewhat familiar to him, but the boy's martial art and agility eluded his understanding, igniting a curiosity within him that longed to unravel the mystery. He had previously been bested by a formidable adversary from the Houten insect, the chaotic cloak hammer technique having played a significant role in that defeat, leaving a lasting impression on his memory. Who, exactly, is this prodigious youth? How did he come to be in the vicinity where his granddaughter trains? Even at his own pinnacle of level 99, he struggled to formulate a respectable soul skill. How had this boy achieved such a feat? Unbeknownst to him, the elder had developed a profound interest in Jiang Chen. At last, after completing a series of punches, Jiang Chen ceased his practice. A round of applause erupted, prompting him to look up, whereupon he beheld the old man perched upon the wall. His pupils constricted sharply, akin to the tip of a needle, his expression grave, and a sense of wariness enveloped him. The old man's applause signified that he had been observing for some time, and Jiang Chen had been entirely unaware. Who exactly was this elder? Could he be one of those peculiar elders spoken of by Hu Laina? Just as Jiang Chen grappled with his suspicions, the elder rose to his feet, defying the laws of gravity as he floated effortlessly toward Jiang Chen. Descending slowly as if unbound by the pull of the earth, Jiang Chen was taken aback, his body instinctively retreating. The old man's abilities truly astonished him. To soar through the air, what level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such a feat? If this venerable elder did not possess a flying-type soul bone, then his cultivation must be extraordinarily formidable. Jiang Chen was certain that he was a revered figure from the Elder Hall. Upon encountering such an elder, a flicker of unease crossed his mind, yet the thought of his own identity brought him a semblance of tranquility. The old man was tall and imposing, with a mane of silvery hair. Although his face bore the marks of age, the wrinkles were notably few. Upon landing, he revealed a gentle smile and approached Jiang Chen with measured steps. "Young brother, who might you be? How is it that you find yourself here?" he inquired kindly. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen revealed his identity, declaring himself a disciple of the Pope. He mentioned a friend he had met here before, expressing a sense of nostalgia and a desire to reconnect. Acknowledging the impropriety of intruding upon someone else's space, he decided to disclose his relationship with Qian Ruxue. The old man's expression shifted slightly upon learning that Jiang Chen was a disciple of the Pope. However, Jiang Chen's subsequent words stirred something within him, prompting an involuntary inquiry. "Do you know Shui?" Chapter 84. I hold affection for Sister Shui. Jiang Chen nodded and replied, "I know her. We are still good friends." A subtle sense of relief washed over him, as with Bibi Dong and Qian Ruxue as his protective talismans. He believed the old man would not pose a threat to him. The elder's smile grew even warmer. "I did not expect you to be a friend of Shui. I am her grandfather. If you do not mind, you may call me grandfather as well." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback before calling out, "Grandfather." Qian Ruxue's grandfather. Was he not his own grandfather as well? Moreover, this remarkable figure was the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. A limit Douluo at the pinnacle of level 99. Jiang Chen had often envisioned what Qian Douluo must look like. Yet he had never anticipated encountering him under such circumstances today. Qian Douluo regarded Jiang Chen with admiration, nodding as he said, "Very well. Let us take a seat over there and converse." "Certainly," Jiang Chen replied, following Qian Douluo to a pavilion where they settled down. "I have heard that the Pope took on an apprentice 3 years ago, subsequently sending them to a training camp. You must have just returned recently, correct?" Qian Douluo inquired. "Yes, grandfather," Jiang Chen answered obediently. How could he not be obedient? He was contemplating winning over the granddaughter, and if he could first secure the grandfather's favor, the endeavor would become considerably easier. "You were merely 6 years old when you first arrived at the Spirit Hall. How did you come to know Shui?" "My relationship with Sister Shui began with a misunderstanding. That day, I lost my way," he recounted with a chuckle. "Who would have thought you were quite the mischievous one? Shui didn't hurt you too badly, did she?" Qian Douluo laughed. "Oh, it hurt quite a bit. My face was swollen for days. However, after Sister Shui suppressed her cultivation to the Great Soul Master level, I managed to turn the tables," Jiang Chen replied, a hint of pride in his tone, fully embodying the spirit of a youth before Qian Douluo. "Oh, you were able to injure Shui under the same cultivation level? What is your martial soul?" Qian Douluo couldn't help but ask. Although he believed Jiang Chen possessed extraordinary comprehension, martial soul talent did not necessarily equate to strength. The combat prowess of their angel martial souls was undoubtedly among the very best. It was surprising that Qian Ruxue, after suppressing her level, would be bested by this young man. At last, Jiang Chen awaited this moment, stepping back a few paces to release his martial soul. The zombie martial soul manifested, and 2 purple soul rings appeared around him. Jiang Chen was determined to showcase his excellence, aiming to leave the old man utterly astonished. He harbored no fear that Qian Douluo would take his life. After all, whatever he said pertained to the future of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolia's animosity was directed towards Bibi Dong, not him. How could that possibly happen? Suddenly, Qian Douluo rose to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could someone at the Great Soul Master level possess 2,000-year soul rings? "Grandfather, I painstakingly absorbed these 2 soul rings," Jiang Chen replied. In his current zombie state, he appeared somewhat fearsome, exuding an ominous aura, yet Qian Douluo overlooked this. He pondered the extraordinary talent required to absorb these 2 purple soul rings. Reflecting upon their angel clan, not even their ancestor, who had ascended to divinity, had achieved such a feat. To absorb 2,000-year soul rings solely based on innate talent without receiving a legacy, was that not monstrous? Qian Douluo, possessing a formidable mental fortitude, quickly regained his composure and gestured for Jiang Chen to sit down. "Young brother, how old are you this year?" "Grandfather, please call me Xiao Chen. I am 9 years old now. Upon awakening, I possessed innate full soul power, and I am currently a level 29 Great Soul Master. Soon to break through to Soul Ancestor," Jiang Chen stated. Qian Douluo was once again astounded. Jiang Chen's cultivation speed was hardly inferior to that of Qian Ruxue. "Excellent. Our Spirit Hall's future relies on you," Qian Douluo responded with a hearty laugh. "Grandfather, where has Sister Shui gone? I miss her dearly." Qian Douluo gently patted Jiang Chen's head, responding kindly, "She has ventured far away to undergo training. It may be quite some time before you see her again." Jiang Chen wore a look of regret, his voice tinged with sorrow as he remarked, Sister Shuej is so beautiful, I hold great affection for her. Unfortunately, it seems I shall not be able to see her for quite some time. He aimed to cultivate an illusion of innocent candor, where the speaker's intent was unintentional. Yet the listener's perception was astute, subtly guiding Qian Daolia's thoughts in that direction. When Jiang Chen first met Qian Rushiwei, he was merely 6 years old. Qian Daoluo assumed that Jiang Chen was referring to the innocent affection typical of children. However, he could not help but entertain that notion for a moment. With Jiang Chen's extraordinary talents, perhaps he truly was worthy of his granddaughter. Jiang Chen burst into a radiant smile. All he needed was to plant this seed in Qian Daolia's heart. As he continued to exhibit increasingly remarkable prowess, this seed would gradually take root and blossom. Qian Daoluo, a seasoned old man, could hardly fathom that he had been outwitted by a mere 9-year-old child. By the way, little Chen, I noticed that the set of martial arts and footwork you practiced earlier, were they all of your own creation? Qian Daoluo finally inquired, voicing his initial curiosity. Indeed, Grandpa. Jiang Chen replied without a hint of embarrassment. Although Qian Daoluo had already harbored such a suspicion, he could not help but feel astonished once more. With such extraordinary talent and comprehension, this child might very well surpass him in future achievements. If fate allowed, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the spirit hall. Grandpa wishes to learn from you. Could you teach me? Qian Daoluo chuckled, mustering the audacity to ask. He understood better than anyone the preciousness of self-created soul techniques. Yet the enigmatic nature of Jiang Chen's earlier martial arts and footwork left him yearning for more. Grandpa, I'm afraid that may not be possible, Jiang Chen replied, hesitating. A look of disappointment washed over Qian Daolia's face. He realized that today marked the most tumultuous emotional day he had experienced in years. Indeed, how could such a precious self-created soul technique be easily imparted? It was likely a directive from his own mentor. However, Jiang Chen's next words nearly sent Qian Daoluo into a fit of rage, causing him to almost leap to his feet. Grandpa, it's not that I refuse to teach you. I'm merely concerned that your comprehension may not suffice. At that moment, Qian Daoluo felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses upon this impudent lad. To suggest that his understanding was inadequate was tantamount to branding him as foolish. Here he stood, a limit Douluo at level 99, belittled by a 9-year-old child. Jiang Chen found himself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had never anticipated that Qian Daoluo would attempt to master the lightning fist and the 3,000 thunder movements. Such techniques could not be simply learned through observation. Understanding was paramount. This was a lesson he could not impart to Qian Daoluo. Observing the elderly man's expression, which resembled one who had ingested something foul, Jiang Chen felt he had inadvertently bruised the old man's pride. Thus, he suggested, Grandfather, if you doubt me, perhaps I could demonstrate a few more times? Maybe, through watching. You might grasp it. Qian Daolia's frown dissipated, replaced by hearty laughter. You clever boy, go ahead and practice. I shall watch attentively. He brimmed with confidence. Believing that as one of the most esteemed soul masters in the Douluo Continent, he could not possibly fail to comprehend a technique conceived by a mere child. Yet, soon thereafter, his face was met with resounding slaps, his self-esteem suffering a grievous blow. He truly could not master the extraordinary techniques of fist and movement. Despite moving closer to Jiang Chen and mimicking each gesture, he remained unable to fathom their essence. Jiang Chen had lost count of how many times he had practiced. As noon approached, he was compelled to pause. Grandfather, I must return for lunch, he said. At that moment, Qian Daoluo seemed entranced upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. He immediately objected. No, you must stay here until I have comprehended your martial techniques. Jiang Chen tapped his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. If Qian Daoluo were to grasp the essence of the martial arts technique, it seemed he would never escape from this place in his lifetime. Grandfather, my senior sister has invited me to go shopping this afternoon. You have already memorized the moves of the technique. My presence here serves little purpose. Why not take your time to ponder it yourself? I shall return tomorrow morning. Qian Daoluo, already engrossed in contemplation, waved his hand and said, Go on. Hurry up and leave me be. Jiang Chen found himself in a state of bemusement, fearing that the elder might have a change of heart, and promptly dashed outside. Chapter 85, The Fiery One on the Brink of Expulsion of Blood. The current strongest member of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daoluo, encountered Jiang Chen for the first time. And their rapport was rather amicable. Jiang Chen's ambitions extend beyond merely securing Qian Rinshui's favor. He also seeks the position of the Holy Sun. With the support of Qian Daoluo, who could dare oppose him when he is officially conferred as the Holy Sun, aside from Bibi Dong? Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Hu Laiyin awaiting for him, ready for their meal. Despite the awkwardness of the previous day's events, it seemed she had already forgotten. However, Jiang Chen discerned a peculiar glimmer in her gaze, a look akin to that which one might direct towards a peer. Perhaps, since the incident yesterday, Hu Laiyin no longer regarded him as a mere child. At least, in certain respects, this was true. Yet, recalling Hu Laiyin flustered retreat after witnessing his reaction, a thought struck Jiang Chen. If he exhibited a similar, or even more intense, demeanor the next time she teased him, perhaps it would compel her to relent. During dinner the prior evening, Bibi Dong had suggested that Hu Laiyin take Jiang Chen out for a stroll in order to elevate his spirits, advising him to prepare himself for the commencement of classes at the Spirit Hall Academy. Thus, after lunch, Hu Laiyin pulled Jiang Chen outside. Sister, you can't possibly expect me to accompany you on a shopping spree? Jiang Chen protested somewhat unwillingly. His mindset was quite stable, having returned from the death camp unscathed. He felt no need for adjustment. Although he had been single in his past life, he had played the role of a backup for many. And the prospect of accompanying a girl on a shopping expedition filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, Hulaina firmly dragged him along. Casting a glance over her shoulder as she playfully rebuked him, "What are you saying? This is a chance for you to unwind. It's not about me wanting to shop." Not a chance, Jiang Chen mused inwardly but chose silence, resigning himself to spend the remainder of the day with Hulaina. After a while, Jiang Chen sensed something amiss. Hulaina paid no heed to the bustling array of shops, instead leading him purposefully onward. "Sister, where are you taking me?" he inquired. Hulaina turned back with a smile, saying, "I'm introducing you to two older brothers. With their protection at the Spirit Hall Academy, no one will dare to provoke you again." Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart, already aware of whom Hulaina was referring to. After a brief moment, the two arrived at a tranquil residential area, halting before a modest building. Without uttering a word or knocking, Hulaina entered directly, exhibiting an air of familiarity. Jiang Chen followed closely behind Hulaina as they entered the grand hall on the first floor, where he encountered two remarkably poised young men. Both appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. One bore a striking resemblance to Hulaina, standing tall at approximately 1.80 m, with neatly arranged black hair that stood upright like steel needles. His expression was tranquil, and merely by sitting there, an invisible aura of conviction emanated from him. The other young man was equally tall, yet his features were rather ordinary. His long, fiery red hair cascaded down his back, and even his irises were a dark crimson. Like the first, he too radiated an intangible charisma. Upon entering, Hulaina joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, Yin, you are all here. How wonderful." The black-haired youth was none other than Hulaina's elder brother, Xiaoyu. His previously calm demeanor transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing Hulaina. His gaze imbued with a touch of fondness. He promptly rose to his feet and embraced Hulaina gently. The youth with the fiery red hair, known as Yin, immediately stood up at the sight of Hulaina, his eyes ablaze with fervor. However, Hulaina did not embrace him, instead greeting him with a cheerful smile. As Jiang Chen entered, he immediately captured the attention of the two youths. "Nana, who is this?" Xiaoyu inquired. Hulaina promptly pulled Jiang Chen over, saying, "Brother, this is my little junior brother. He was merely 6 years old when he went to the concentration camp. And I cannot believe how much he has grown since his return. Little Chen, this is my elder brother Xiaoyu, and this is Yin," Hulaina introduced. "Greetings. Elder brother Xiaoyu and elder brother Yin," Jiang Chen greeted politely. "To have gone to a concentration camp at the tender age of 6 and to return alive is quite impressive," Xiaoyu praised. "Elder brother Xiaoyu, you flatter me. It is entirely thanks to the care of the instructors that I was able to come back from there," Jiang Chen humbly replied. Yin interjected, "That is true. As a disciple of the Pope, it is not surprising that he received special attention while there." His tone carried a hint of jealousy, and Jiang Chen detected a glimmer of wariness in Yan's gaze. Jiang Chen was exceedingly sensitive, and Yan's reactions were not lost on him. He was well aware that Yan harbored a deep affection for Hulaina, coupled with a rather narrow-minded disposition. However, Hulaina regarded him merely as an elder brother. "Yan, what are you saying? Xiao Chen has emerged through his own merit. He is the top student of this cohort," Hulaina retorted with evident displeasure. Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. After all, Jiang Chen was merely 9 years old, while the other students were around 13 or 14. How could Jiang Chen possibly outshine them despite the 4 or 5-year age gap? Yin, however, held a different perspective. He believed that Jiang Chen, being the son of the Pope, might have received preferential treatment, despite the strictness of the instructors. Perhaps Jiang Chen's first place was merely a concession from the teachers. Nonetheless, noticing Hulaina's dissatisfaction, he quickly donned a smile and apologized to Jiang Chen. "My apologies, Xiao Chen. I misspoke earlier." "It's all right," Jiang Chen replied. "Let us not stand idly. Let us sit and converse," Xiaoyu suggested with a chuckle. "Oh, what's the point of sitting? Xiao Chen and I came out today to shop, and we are just waiting for you too. Let us go," Hulaina urged. "I think I shall pass," Xiaoyu said with a wry smile, as he was somewhat apprehensive about shopping with his sister. "Come now, Xiaoyu. It's a rare occasion for Laina to venture out, especially with a guest. We cannot neglect our duties, can we?" Yin coaxed. "Very well then." Hulaina had previously stated that she was accompanying Jiang Chen to unwind, yet now it seemed that 3 young men were merely indulging her shopping whims. However, Hulaina did not forget about Jiang Chen, dragging him along to purchase several outfits and even styling his hair. In her words, Jiang Chen's attire was far too plain, and standing beside him would diminish her own elegance. Watching the exuberant Hulaina bounce ahead, Jiang Chen felt a tinge of fatigue, helplessly trailing behind. Suddenly, Yin lagged a few steps, positioning himself before Jiang Chen. "Xiao Chen, I heard from Laina that you live together?" Yin inquired nonchalantly, but the wariness in his eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Chen's handsome appearance incited a tinge of jealousy, especially as he was a disciple of the Pope, potentially becoming a rival in love. Jiang Chen discerned the thoughts of this individual with ease. Yin feigned indifference, yet internally, he was in a state of extreme anxiety. Indeed, When I first entered the spirit hall, I shared a room with my senior sister and even slept on the same bed. Upon my return yesterday, my senior sister was exceedingly warm and spent the night with me, expressing how comfortable it was to share a bed. Yin's faint smile vanished in an instant. His countenance contorted in discomfort, as if he had just consumed something dreadful, nearly causing him to spit blood. Chapter 86, Rampage. Brother Yin, what troubles you? Your complexion appears quite poor. Are you unwell? Jiang Chen inquired with concern. Yin took several deep breaths, striving to calm himself, and forced a smile. I am fine. Did you engage in any activities last night? Jiang Chen pretended to ponder for a moment, his face suddenly flushing with a rosy hue. Then, bashfully, he remarked. Senior sister played a game with me last night. She sat on me, yet I did not feel uncomfortable. In fact, it was quite pleasant. Brother Yin, could you enlighten me on why I experienced such comfort? Moreover, senior sister mentioned that she would frequently engage in this game with me in the future. As his words fell, Jiang Chen could observe Yan's visage rapidly suffused with color, the muscles in his face twitching incessantly. His dark crimson eyes seemed on the verge of bursting, and his fiery red hair stood on end, rendering him an alarming sight. Unconcealed malice surged forth from within him, bearing down upon Jiang Chen like an oppressive force. Jiang Chen let out a strange cry and hurried to the front, embracing Hu Laina's arm. Both Hu Laina and Xiaoyu turned in surprise, only to be met with the fierce aura emanating from Yin. Yin, what has happened to you? Hu Laina and Xiaoyu inquired in astonishment. Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, who was tightly holding Hu Laina. After all these years, he had never even touched Hu Laina's delicate hand. Jiang Chen, feeling aggrieved, said, Senior sister, just now, Brother Yin inquired about what we usually do together. I mentioned that we played games, and then Brother Yin became furious with me. Hu Laina, perplexed, asked, what games have we played? Jiang Chen leaned close to Hu Laina's ear and softly murmured, I told him that you frequently use me for your experiments and often tease me. Instantly, Hu Laina's face flushed with embarrassment, and she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Chen, twisting her hand around his waist several times. Jiang Chen's revelation of these matters was not merely to embarrass her, was it? Not far away, Yin observed the intimate exchange between the two, and his gaze fell upon Hu Laina's bashful expression, almost igniting a fiery wrath within him. What Jiang Chen had just said was likely true. He had harbored feelings for Hu Laina for many years, and she should have been aware of his affections. Yet, she silently surrendered her body to a mere child who had yet to fully mature. Had she considered his feelings at all? In this world, only he was worthy of Hu Laina. She must belong to him. However, the reality was painfully cruel. Yin roared skyward, his entire being vibrating with intense energy, causing passers-by to flee in terror. Yin, calm down. Let's discuss this rationally, Xiaoyu urged urgently. Yin paid no heed to Xiaoyu, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Chen before storming off. You all head back. I will check on Yin, Xiaoyu announced before pursuing him. Witnessing Yin's overwhelming reaction, Hu Laina finally began to doubt, asking, could it be that Yin has misunderstood something? Jiang Chen did not respond to her inquiry, but instead posed a question. It seems that Brother Yin has a fondness for you. Are you aware of this? Hu Laina nodded, acknowledging, I am aware. He has harbored feelings for me for several years now, yet I have always regarded him as an elder brother, and he has never even touched my hand. I wish to decline his affections, but I have been at a loss for words on how to express it. You need not find the words, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. Why is that? Because he just inquired if I live with you, to which I affirmed. And I may have mentioned that we have already consummated our relationship. Hu Laina stared at Jiang Chen in astonishment, rendered utterly speechless. Moments later, her delicate face flushed crimson. Yet it was overshadowed by an aura of fury as she reached out to firmly pinch the flesh at Jiang Chen's waist. Jiang Chen's muscles tensed, his skin instantly becoming as hard as gold and iron, leaving Hu Laina at a loss. You have tarnished my senior sister's reputation, Hu Laina glared at Jiang Chen, her face flushed with anger. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Senior sister, I am doing this for your own good. Your allure is so profound that even if you were to directly decline him, he may not easily relinquish his pursuit. The bond we share will surely dissuade him, and such matters are unlikely to be disseminated unless he harbors no concern for public ridicule. Hu Laina paused momentarily, contemplating Jiang Chen's argument, only to be abruptly struck by a surge of realization. Her beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously as she retorted fiercely, repeat that. Who exactly is sharing such a bond with you? That would be you. Jiang Chen summoned his courage to respond before swiftly turning to make his escape. An unusual sensation surged within Hu Laina, quickly overshadowed by a wave of indignation. How dare this little rascal dare to tease her? It had always been she who playfully mocked Jiang Chen. Was he now attempting to turn the tables? Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued him. Yet, her speed paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's. And by the time she breathlessly returned to the dormitory, he was already leaning nonchalantly against the door, arms crossed. You insufferable brat. Did the instructor send you to the training camp for diligent cultivation, only for you to indulge in such nonsense? Hu Laina's ire remained unabated. Jiang Chen hurriedly reassured, Sister, please do not be upset. Since the situation has already unfolded, we ought to contemplate the brighter side. Brother Yin will surely come to terms with it in due time. Is that not a positive outcome? Hu Laina's expression softened, yet she confessed, I fear that we may not even remain friends in the future. How could that be? Jiang Chen responded with a smile. As long as he possesses a magnanimous heart, he will undoubtedly forgive you. However, he secretly added to himself. It would be surprising if he forgave you. That fellow is hardly Su Yuntao. In a moment of turmoil, Hulaina felt conflicted. Although she did not harbor feelings for Yin, she was reluctant to forfeit this friendship. After all, they were both orphans raised by the Spirit Hall. Having grown up together and endured 3 years of shared trials in the camp, such a bond of friendship cannot be easily discarded. Do not dwell on it. Let us have our meal, Jiang Chen comforted. Hulaina appeared to accept Jiang Chen's approach and fell silent, yet her face still bore the weight of unspoken worries. Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to Hulaina, trusting that she would eventually come to her senses. The following morning, before the sun had risen, Jiang Chen arrived at the training ground. To his astonishment, he found Qian Dalu had already come, seated in the center of the arena, his body somewhat damp. Observing Qian Dalu's bewildered expression, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that this old man had spent the entire night drenched in mist? Such dedication was truly remarkable. Grandfather, how's your practice with the fist technique coming along? Only then did Qian Dalu notice Jiang Chen standing before him, and his weathered face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Chen, please demonstrate it a few more times. Your grandfather still cannot comprehend it. With a sigh, Jiang Chen began to practice on the side. He realized that Qian Dalu might truly lack the innate understanding required to grasp the essence of the lightning fist. It seemed unlikely that he would ever achieve it. He hoped that the elder would come to recognize his limitations and withdraw after a few more days. Indeed, as the days passed, Qian Dalu grew increasingly despondent, losing the ambition he once displayed. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, he ultimately decided to abandon his pursuit. Before he left, he shared his address with Jiang Chen, inviting him to visit should any issues arise in the future. Chapter 87. Yan's frantic revenge time resumed its tranquil course. And 5 days had elapsed since their excursion. During this period, Jiang Chen devoted his days to practicing his martial arts and honing his agility, while spending the nights immersed in meditation. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the urgency of life in the concentration camp, he felt a sense of restlessness within. Hulaina seemed to have forgotten the incident where Jiang Chen had acted on his own accord as her shield. She would occasionally share playful banter with him, yet she refrained from attempting to bewitch him again. Perhaps she recognized that Jiang Chen had matured and, as her junior disciple, it was inappropriate to continue such behavior. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. Without Hulaina's incessant torment, he felt no need to keep his nerves taut or endure the strain within himself. On this particular day, as noon approached, Hulaina returned from outside, her demeanor radiating joy. Senior sister, what delightful news do you bring? Jiang Chen inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at her cheerful countenance. Xiao Chen, I visited my brother today. For the past few days, Brother Yin has been ignoring me. But I finally gathered the courage to clarify things with him. Hulaina replied, her happiness evident. What was his reaction? Jiang Chen asked, intrigued. Having grown up together, how could he possibly be angry with me over this? Once I explained everything, he assured me that I would always be his beloved little sister. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar. How could Yin be so accommodating? The girl he cherished had been taken by another, yet he could forgive such a transgression? Jiang Chen recalled the original narrative, where Yin, consumed by jealousy over Hulaina's affection for Tang San, had plotted against him. Such a disposition surely would not easily forgive Hulaina. Initially, Jiang Chen merely intended to persuade Yin to relinquish his feelings for Hulaina, yet now, not only had Yin moved on, but he had also reconciled with her. This struck Jiang Chen as rather strange. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, did you expose the words I deceived him with that day? Hulaina shook her head, replying, no, I feared that if he uncovered the truth, he might still harbor feelings for me. Thus, I allowed him to maintain his misunderstanding. After all, he will regard me as a sister from now on, which alleviates a significant burden I have carried for years. Xiao Chen, I truly thank you for assisting me so greatly. I am your junior, one of your closest companions. If I do not aid you, who will? Jiang Chen responded with a smile. By the way, there is another matter. Both my brother and Yin were accepted as disciples by the elders of the Elder Hall yesterday. They will soon relocate to the Elder Hall, making them our neighbors. To commemorate this joyful occasion, they have invited you and me to dinner tonight. Will you attend? Of course, I shall definitely go. When someone invites you for a meal, one should not refuse, Jiang Chen eagerly replied. In truth, his concerns still lay with Yin. When he had deceived Yin that day, he understood that Yin might genuinely forsake Hulaina, yet he also feared that Yin might harbor resentment towards him. Regardless of the outcome, it seemed favorable. Should Yin indeed cultivate ill will against him afterward, he would have no qualms in responding in kind. Thus, this dinner invitation provided Jiang Chen with an opportunity to gauge Yan's true disposition towards him. That evening, Jiang Chen and Hulaina arrived as promised, joining Xiaoyu and Yin for a sumptuous banquet. As Hulaina had predicted, throughout the meal, Yin maintained a demeanor of joviality, exhibiting no trace of the fury he had directed at Jiang Chen previously, seemingly having truly moved past that unpleasantness. In the end, Yin sincerely apologized to Jiang Chen, who accepted it with a cheerful demeanor. Seeing the reconciliation between Jiang Chen and Yin brought immense joy to Xiaoyu and Hulaina. However, although Jiang Chen appeared to smile outwardly, his inner thoughts had grown cold. His perspective on matters was distinct. He was acutely sensitive to resentment and malevolence, particularly when aimed at him. Despite Yan's earnest apology, Jiang Chen could sense the overwhelming resentment simmering beneath the surface, fiercely suppressed. This is a remarkable individual, Jiang Chen mused inwardly. To harbor such immense resentment while maintaining a facade of composure was a feat beyond the capabilities of most. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Chen's status that Yin chose to stifle his animosity, refraining from seeking retribution. Indeed, even though Yin had now become a disciple of an elder, should it come to light that he had slain a disciple of the Pope, he would find it difficult to escape a dire fate. Having confirmed Yin as an adversary, Jiang Chen resolved to proceed without restraint. Allowing such a person to remain nearby was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a comprehensive plan for dealing with Yin. Otherwise, given Hualaina's long-standing brother-sister bond with him, if she were to discover that he had taken Yan's life, the repercussions would be dire. In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded Jiang Chen's mind, only to be systematically dismissed. To eliminate Yin, he could not allow Hualaina to learn of his involvement. At present, he lacked formidable subordinates within the spirit hall, complicating matters. You haven't uttered a word this entire time. What occupies your thoughts so intently? Hualaina inquired, gently patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. As Jiang Chen raised his head, he discovered that the two had already returned to their dormitory. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter for now. He dared not harm Yin within the confines of the Spirit Master City, just as Yin would refrain from striking against him. The city was filled with formidable experts, and should any trace of their conflict be uncovered, escape would be nearly impossible. Therefore, Jiang Chen understood that as long as he remained within the Spirit Master City, he was safe, and Yin would not dare to make a move against him. He decided to set the matter aside for the moment, knowing that he could deal with Yin when the opportunity arose. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days had gone by. One noon, while Jiang Chen was indulging in a nap, Hualaina seemed to have some business to attend to and left the Pope's chamber, heading towards the Elder Hall. Moments later, she arrived at a courtyard where Yin was already waiting for her. You've arrived? Yin greeted with a gentle smile. Yes, brother Yin. What is it that you wish to discuss? Hualaina inquired, puzzled. Let us speak inside, Yin suggested as he opened the door and stepped in. This was his residence within the Elder Hall, and although he had studied under a different master than Xiaoyu, they still resided in the same courtyard. Hualaina walked directly to the hall and took a seat. Where is my brother? She asked, confused. Your brother had to step out for a moment but will return shortly. Here, have a cup of tea, Yin said warmly, pouring her a cup. Thank you. The tea was warm and fragrant. Hualaina accepted it and drank it down. Observing her graceful movements as she drank, Yin felt a rush of excitement. Particularly drawn to her alluring figure. Hualaina was about to be his. Xiaoyu had been sent away and would not return until evening. Furthermore, Hualaina would soon fall into a deep slumber, and when she awoke, she would be none the wiser. Since you have already given yourself to another, why should I not take my chance? My love for you runs deep, Yin thought, his heart racing with anticipation. Suddenly, the cup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Before Hualaina could comprehend what was happening, she had already lost consciousness. Yin's face flushed with excitement, his heart pounding as he lifted Hualaina and carried her towards the bedroom. In the depths of his heart, Yin felt no remorse for his actions. Only an insatiable thrill surged within him. He had cherished Hualaina for many years, silently standing by her side, protecting and caring for her. Yet, why did Hualaina, fully aware of his feelings, choose to engage with another, opting for a mere child instead of him? This thought tormented him, driving him to the brink of madness. If not for his thirst for vengeance, he might have already succumbed to despair. He buried his hatred deep within. Jiang Chen must die, and Hualaina must belong to him. Today was merely the first step. There would be a second and third. Once Jiang Chen was eliminated, he could pursue Hualaina openly. Holding Hualaina, whose body felt delicate and ethereal, he inhaled her enchanting fragrance, nearly overwhelmed by his emotions. Hualaina, the goddess of his heart, the one he yearned for day and night, remained perfect in his eyes, despite her having given her most precious moment to another. Today, he was on the verge of claiming his goddess. Finally, he entered the bedroom, gently laying Hualaina on the bed. Standing before her, he gazed at her sleeping form, radiating an irresistible allure, and could no longer contain himself. He tore off his clothes with reckless abandon, ready to extend his sinful grasp towards her. At that moment, the atmosphere grew eerily still, as if a mountain of dread descended upon him, enveloping Yin in a suffocating pressure. You fool, are you seeking death? A furious voice echoed, instantly resonating throughout the Pope's hall, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through the air, awakening countless powerful beings from their meditative states. This was the Pope's voice. Why was she so enraged? In all these years, he had never witnessed the Pope in such a fury. Who dared to provoke her? The overwhelming power she exuded was astonishing. Xiandala looked up in shock, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In an instant, numerous powerful figures within the spirit hall rushed towards Bibidong's direction. When the Pope was angry, someone was bound to suffer. They had to uncover who had been so audacious. Just then, over a dozen elders present in the spirit hall arrived, all of whom were titled Douluo-level experts. It took mere seconds for them to reach the courtyard after sensing Bibidong's overwhelming pressure and furious shout. As the elders approached the small courtyard, they saw the Pope, Bibidong, holding a strikingly handsome young man, her icy gaze sweeping over the elders, radiating a palpable killing intent, before she led the young man inside. Under her chilling glare, the elders felt an unshakable fear. Her gaze was utterly terrifying, instilling in them a sense of helplessness. The Pope's power had become increasingly unfathomable, exchanging glances. The elders hastily followed her inside. For so many years, they had never witnessed the Pope so enraged. Who was the person in the courtyard? Two elders wore expressions of concern. Their disciples resided in this very courtyard. Had their own disciples provoked the Pope? As Bibidong and Jiang Chen ascended the stairs, they entered the room to find Yin, stripped bare and reaching out toward the sleeping Hulaina. In that moment, Yin's expression turned to sheer terror, all wicked thoughts fleeing his mind as he felt the oppressive weight of Bibidong's aura, nearly crushing him. The elders, following closely behind, instantly grasped the situation. They had seen the Pope's disciple lying on the bed before. No wonder the Pope was so furious. Jiang Chen hurriedly rushed over, shaking Hulaina. "Senior sister, wake up." Yet, despite his vigorous attempts, even pinching her lightly, Hulaina remained as unresponsive as a lifeless creature, unable to awaken. The potency of the drug was astonishing. Jiang Chen mused in alarm. Ever since he had grown wary of Yin that day, his little black sparrow had remained by his side. When Yin had attacked Hulaina, it had truly taken him by surprise. Initially, he had felt powerless to confront Yin, but he never anticipated that the latter would audaciously strike at Hulaina within the Holy Palace. Without hesitation, he sought out Bibidong. The mere fact that Hulaina was Bibidong's cherished disciple meant that Yin could not escape a dire fate. Moreover, given the profound emotional trauma Bibidong had suffered years ago, the scene before her was almost a haunting echo of the past. How could she possibly refrain from fury? Yin's outcome would likely be tragically grim. "Allow me." Bibidong approached the bedside, her hand gently resting upon Hulaina's smooth forehead. Moments later, Hulaina opened her eyes. "Teacher, Xiaochen, what are you doing here?" Hulaina felt a bit dazed, recalling that she had just been conversing with Yin. "Senior sister, you were drugged by someone and nearly violated," Jiang Chen urgently explained. Startled, Hulaina immediately sat up. As she began to assess her own condition, she caught sight of Yin, who was extending his hand towards the bed, utterly bare and wearing an expression of sheer terror. How could this happen? In an instant, Hulaina comprehended the dreadful reality, teetering on the brink of psychological collapse as tears streamed down her face, cradling her knees in despair. The brother she had revered, Yin, had committed such a despicable act against her. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy as he sat beside Hulaina, wrapping his arms around her shoulders in a comforting embrace. Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, Hulaina collapsed against Jiang Chen, weeping uncontrollably. Bibidong, however, paid no heed to her, her gaze icy as it fixated on the young man before her, a murderous intent unmistakably radiating from her. Yin suddenly found himself capable of movement, yet the overwhelming aura of death that enveloped him nearly shattered his resolve. Under such a terrifying presence, it was as if he glimpsed the depths of hell. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. "Pope, spare me," he cried, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly, drawing blood. "Hulaina, you must kill him," Bibidong commanded abruptly, turning to Hulaina. Even when addressing her, her tone remained chillingly detached. Taken aback, Hulaina gazed at Yin, who was bowing before her in desperation. "Nana, you have always regarded me as your elder brother. For the sake of the years I have cared for you, grant me mercy just this once. I swear I shall never offend you again," Yin implored, clutching at Hulaina's feet, raising his bloodied face in a pitiful plea. Noticing Hulaina's hesitation, Jiang Chen felt a surge of alarm and leaned closer to her ear, whispering urgently, "Senior sister, given what he has done to you, can you truly forgive him? If you do not take action, our teacher will. She is testing you. Do you wish to disappoint her?" With Jiang Chen's words ringing in her mind, Hulaina quickly regained her composure. The creature before her was no longer the brother she once knew. Had it not been for Xiaochen and their teacher's timely arrival, her purity might have been sullied by this monster. A dagger materialized in Hulaina's hand, aimed squarely at Yin. "Nana, don't." But under Bibidong's suffocating aura, Yin stood no chance. Hulaina plunged the blade into his heart. Staggering back, she was steadied by Jiang Chen. Yin collapsed in a pool of blood, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions as he looked at Hulaina. "I'm sorry. I truly loved you. I wish you happiness." Chapter 89. A great loss. Hulaina's tears surged forth once more, her body nearly giving way, but thankfully Jiang Chen was there to support her. "Whose disciple is this?" Bibidong inquired, turning to the elders with a gaze still rife with lethal intent. One elder, visibly anxious, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Your Holiness, this is a disciple I recently accepted. I had no knowledge of his disgraceful actions, nor did I anticipate such a lack of character." Bibidong cast a cold glance at him, flicking her sleeve as she exited. "Your salary will be docked for 3 years. You have no objections, do you?" The elder's face fell, and just as he prepared to plead for mercy, several other elders promptly nudged him. "The Pope is wise. I have no objections," he hastily proclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. That was a close call. He had nearly lost his wits, faced with the wrath of the Pope. Refusing her would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. "Senior sister, let us return," Jiang Chen suggested, helping Hulaina down the stairs. Upon reaching their dormitory, Hulaina's tears showed no signs of abating. The incident had dealt her a grievous blow, nearly pushing her to the brink of despair. Jiang Chen sat on the edge of the bed, gently patting Hulaina's shoulder. Senior sister, the ordeal has passed. Rest assured. Both the teacher and I will always protect you. Hulaina gradually ceased her sobbing, and after a moment, she replied, Xiaochen, thank you, and also to the teacher. What are you thanking me for? After all, I am your junior, Jiang Chen chuckled. Now, sleep. A good rest will surely lighten your spirits. Hulaina nodded slightly. Xiaochen, could you stay a while longer? Of course, I won't leave. I will remain here with you, Jiang Chen assured her. Hulaina nodded gently. And after a brief moment of holding on to her blanket, she fell asleep. After all that had transpired, she felt utterly exhausted, and at last, she was able to relax. Jiang Chen sat quietly by the bedside, gazing at Hulaina, his heart aching for this elder sister. The thought that someone he had always regarded as a brother since childhood had nearly suffered insult was something that anyone would find intolerable. Hulaina had already fallen asleep. Yet her long eyelashes were adorned with numerous glistening tears, which Jiang Chen gently wiped away. It seemed that she was having a pleasant dream. As a faint smile graced her lips. When Hulaina awoke once more, 5 hours had elapsed, and the sun was nearing its descent. Upon opening her eyes, she found Jiang Chen, who had fallen asleep with his head resting on the edge of her bed. A wave of emotion surged within her, and she couldn't help but reach out, softly caressing the face of this younger brother. Indeed, he was remarkably handsome. Jiang Chen felt a tingling sensation on his face and instinctively frowned, causing Hulaina to retract her hand in fright, akin to a startled rabbit. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and a peculiar feeling enveloped her, leaving her bewildered and somewhat flustered as she grappled with the unfamiliar emotions. Jiang Chen awoke, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment. Senior sister, were you just touching me? He inquired. Hulaina's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. Who touched you? Perhaps you were merely dreaming, envisioning some enchanting beauty caressing you. Is that so? I can't seem to recall, Jiang Chen responded, his confusion deepening. Hulaina swiftly shifted the topic, declaring, the sky is nearly dark. Let us prepare for dinner. Very well, Jiang Chen agreed, dismissing his previous thoughts. Noticing that Hulaina's mood appeared to brighten, he felt a surge of joy himself. He dared not mention the incident from earlier, stepping outside briefly to fetch their meal, and they began to dine together. Hulaina's demeanor remained as cheerful as ever, seemingly having completely forgotten the earlier event. Just as they finished their meal, a maid from Bai Dong arrived to summon them. Hulaina's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Given the day's occurrences, she feared her teacher must be utterly disappointed in her. Jiang Chen reassured, Sister, do not fret. It is likely that the teacher will merely scold you. Her reprimand is a sign of her concern for you. Just nod in agreement. With Jiang Chen by her side, Hulaina felt a sense of calm wash over her. The two arrived at Bibi Dong's study, where she sat deep in thought, neglecting her usual affairs. Teacher, we have arrived, Jiang Chen announced. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to her two disciples, her attention ultimately resting on Hulaina. Nana, do you comprehend the error you have made today? Her voice was stern, devoid of its customary gentleness. Hulaina quickly knelt, anxiety gripping her. Teacher, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have let my guard down, allowing past friendships to cloud my judgment and obscure the truth. Bibi Dong nodded. It is good that you understand. Should such an incident occur again, you will no longer be my disciple. Yes, teacher, Hulaina replied respectfully. Rise, Bibi Dong commanded. Hulaina stood up, and the teacher's gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, her tone severe. Xiaochen, you have witnessed today's events. Consider this a warning. Should you ever exhibit such beastly behavior towards others, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Teacher, I assure you, I will never act in such a manner, Jiang Chen quickly vowed. Bibi Dong's expression softened. With over a month until the Soul Master Academy's opening, she assigned them a task. Nana, you have been at rank 39 for 2 months now, and Xiaochen, you have reached rank 29 for a month. I require both of you to break through within the next month. If you succeed, I will personally take you to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. Can you accomplish this? Yes. Jiang Chen and Hulaina responded in unison. Both were well aware of their training pace, and they believed that a month would suffice for a breakthrough. Very well, return and train diligently, Bibi Dong instructed, and they departed respectfully. On their way, Hulaina suddenly inquired, Xiaochen, how did you and the teacher know I was in trouble at noon? Jiang Chen had long since prepared his words and promptly said, I have always believed that Yin would not easily relinquish you. When I noticed you entering the Elder's Hall at noon, my curiosity compelled me to follow. Upon discovering that Yin had sinister intentions towards you, I immediately informed our teacher. Xiaochen, I am truly grateful to you, Hulaina paused. There's no need for such formality. I am your junior disciple, he replied. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then perhaps you might consider offering something of substance. Such as. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, Hulaina swiftly pressed a kiss upon his cheek and then dashed out. This is my way of expressing gratitude, so please do not misunderstand. Her voice echoed from ahead. Jiang Chen gently touched the spot where Hulaina's lips had softly brushed against him, feeling a profound sense of loss. He had initially intended to coax her into treating him to a sumptuous meal. However, that fleeting contact had cost him dearly, leaving him bereft of his anticipated feast. Yet, He found solace in the fact that his first kiss had not been taken. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to how to explain it to Shuer. With a murmur, Jiang Chen followed suit. Chapter 90. Departure for the Douluo Forest. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pope's chamber, Jiang Chen beheld Hulaina weeping in the embrace of Xiaoyu. Brother Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen approached. Ah, Xiao Chen, I owe you a great debt. If it weren't for you, Nana. Brother Xiaoyu, no need for such words. As her junior, it is only natural for me to protect my senior sister. Is it not? Haha, well said. Nana, you truly have a remarkable junior. Do not dwell on Yan's matters, simply forget about his existence, Xiaoyu advised. Understood. Hulaina nodded in agreement. Make haste and return, Nana. If your spirits are low today, it would be wise to refrain from training to avoid any mishaps. Yes. Farewell. Brother Xiaoyu. Farewell. This young man is quite commendable. I wonder if Nana harbors any feelings, Xiaoyu pondered as he watched the two figures depart. Jiang Chen did not proceed to his own room. Instead, he followed Hulaina into hers. Senior sister, I believe that Brother Xiaoyu is correct. You should refrain from your cultivation today to avoid the risk of losing yourself to demonic influences. Meditation and practice demand a tranquil mind. Any lapse in focus may lead to an upheaval of one's soul power, potentially causing harm. Hulaina nodded, assuring him, do not worry. I shall take a proper rest today. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, Hulaina's gaze flickered, and she suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen, the song you sang when you first returned was beautiful. Could you teach me to sing it? Certainly, Jiang Chen replied. Recognizing that teaching Hulaina the song White Fox would indeed compliment her. That would be wonderful. The two settled onto the sofa, with Hulaina eagerly leaning in. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said, Before I teach you, let me recount the story that this song depicts. There's a story? Hulaina's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Once upon a time, there was a soul beast, a white fox, that cultivated for 100,000 years to take human form, and it fell in love with a scholar. By the time Jiang Chen finished narrating, Hulaina could no longer contain her tears. Oh, little Chen, the white fox is so pitiful, silently loving someone, yet ultimately unable to be together. Don't cry. Let me teach you to sing. After that, I will return to my cultivation, Jiang Chen said with a sense of helplessness. All right. Hulaina learned at an astonishing pace. And Jiang Chen's singing skills were quite impressive. Soon, he realized that Hulaina's voice was even more melodious than his own. While he managed to convey a sense of sorrow in his singing, it felt somewhat contrived. In contrast, Hulaina's slightly husky tone brought an exquisite interpretation to the song. As he marveled at her talent, Hulaina began to dance gracefully, releasing her martial spirit. In that moment, she truly embodied the essence of a fox spirit. Performing the final dance for her beloved, Jiang Chen stood in stunned silence, captivated by the graceful dance of Hulaina. The poignant atmosphere left him utterly entranced. Even after Hulaina ceased her performance, Jiang Chen remained in a daze. Xiao Chen, did you find it beautiful? Hulaina's fluffy tail swayed playfully before him. Yes. It was beautiful, Jiang Chen replied, snapping back to reality and nodding vigorously. Would you perform for me often, senior sister? Hulaina inquired with a glimmer of hope in her gaze. Perhaps not, senior sister. Cultivating is of utmost importance, Jiang Chen responded. I must return to my training now. With that, he leaped from the balcony and commenced his practice on the rooftop. After such a brief interlude, an hour had already passed. And the pressure to achieve a breakthrough within a month, as requested by Bibi Dong, weighed heavily on him, based on his previous pace. A transition between realms typically required over 2 months. Since his last breakthrough had occurred exactly a month ago, the challenge of accomplishing another within this time frame seemed formidable. The absence of the life-or-death urgency experienced in the training camp inevitably slowed his progress. Observing Jiang Chen's upright posture, Hulaina clenched her fingers tightly, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. The following morning, as Jiang Chen opened his door, he was greeted by the stern figure of a middle-aged man standing below his building. Ah, old Ji, what brings you here? Come up for breakfast, Jiang Chen called out eagerly. Hurry and eat. After that, come downstairs. I shall serve as your sparring partner this month and help you unlock your potential, the man replied. Thus began another month of grueling training for Jiang Chen. Each morning, he faced relentless assaults from old Ji, whose formidable physique rendered Jiang Chen's toxic techniques ineffective. His hardened body was impervious, not even yielding to Jiang Chen's nails. However, after every bout, old Ji would request Jiang Chen to assist in expelling the toxins from his body. While these toxins posed little threat to old Ji, their elimination proved to be a daunting task. In the afternoons, Hulaina reverted to her previous demeanor, tirelessly enchanting Jiang Chen without respite. Witnessing her return to joy, Jiang Chen felt unable to decline her affections. He resolved to endure the discomfort. A month later, several lavish carriages slowly departed from Spirit City, heading towards the Douluo Forest. Like Spirit City, the Douluo Forest lay nestled between two great empires, not far from Spirit City. While the Spirit Hall housed numerous cultivated soul beasts, these were confined to smaller forests with limited species and numbers. In contrast, the Douluo Forest stands as one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, teeming with countless creatures. Any soul master, with a stroke of luck, could find the most suitable soul ring within its depths. This time, Bibidong led Jiang Chen and Hulaina into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. Hulaina had achieved her breakthrough 5 days prior, while Jiang Chen had only just succeeded the day before. Inside one of the most opulent carriages, which featured a large bed and 2 smaller ones, the trio of Bibidong and her disciples gathered. Xiaochen, how many years of soul rings do you plan to absorb this time? Bibidong inquired. Teacher, I wish to attempt a 10,000-year soul ring, Jiang Chen declared with unwavering determination. He had contemplated this decision long ago, having reached the Great Soul Master level 2 years prior. After 2 years of growth and training, his physique had significantly strengthened. While there were risks associated with absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, he felt confident in his ability to succeed. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, Hulaina could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Xiaochen, have you lost your mind? A soul beast that reaches 10,000 years undergoes a qualitative leap. Even those that are over 9,000 years cannot compare to a soul beast that has just attained 10,000 years. Once one begins to absorb a soul ring, it cannot be halted. This is exceedingly perilous. Bibidong raised her hand to silence Hulaina and turned to Jiang Chen, inquiring, how confident are you? Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment, not expressing his confidence too overtly, perhaps possessing a 70 to 80% assurance. Very well. I shall procure a Millennium Soul Beast for you. Do not disappoint me, Bibidong remarked with a smile. Teacher, I will do my utmost, he replied. Observing Hulaina's anxious demeanor, Bibidong was somewhat taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at both Hulaina and Jiang Chen, a knowing smile gracing her lips. All right, Nana. Commander Ji has accompanied Xiaochun for a month. He assures me that Xiaochun has a significant likelihood of success, so you need not worry. You two should move to another carriage and rest well. Tomorrow we shall enter the Douluo forest. Chapter 91. Arrival at the destination. Jiang Chen and Hulaina exchanged their carriage for a smaller one, which contained only a narrow bed, leaving no space for sitting. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ahem, senior sister, perhaps I should request another carriage, he suggested. Hulaina shot him a glance. Do you not see that there are no available carriages? The other one is occupied by the esteemed Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Would you dare to disturb them? Recalling the peculiar temperaments of those two titled Douluos, Jiang Chen shook his head and added, perhaps I should step outside and ask old Ji for a horse. I have never ridden one before. With that, he attempted to slip out. However, Hulaina swiftly pulled him back, pushing him onto the bed, almost pinning him down. What is this? Didn't you grow up living together with me? Why are you avoiding me now? Are you afraid that I might devour you? Or do you harbor some impure thoughts? The fragrance reminiscent of orchids wafted onto Jiang Chen's face, and the softness of her form pressed against his chest, nearly overwhelming him. He instinctively retreated to the inner side of the bed, turning sideways to avoid facing her. That's more like it. After such a long journey, it's unwise to train. Let us rest properly for a day, and we shall reach the outskirts of the Douluo forest by nightfall, Hulaina said with a smile. Though a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes, she clenched her fist as if trying to grasp something elusive. Then, she lay down beside him, her face slightly flushed, her heart racing. This was the first time she had shared a bed with Jiang Chen. If it had been 3 years ago, she would have felt entirely at ease. But for some reason, she felt increasingly nervous now. Jiang Chen, too, was agitated, his heart pounding. Recently, Hulaina seemed to be growing bolder in her approach towards him. He feared she might suddenly leap at him and consume him. He had once pondered whether Hulaina might have developed feelings for him. Yet, aside from her newfound boldness, he had detected no further signs. If Hulaina truly did harbor feelings for me, what should I do? Jiang Chen's thoughts were tangled, as he found himself enamored with Qian Renxue. Though he felt some fondness for Hulaina, his heart remained tethered to Qian Renxue, preventing him from pursuing anything further with Hulaina. Even when he occasionally felt a stir towards her, he reassured himself that it was merely instinct. Sigh. I suppose I shall let things unfold naturally. After all, my situation with Shuero has yet to even begin. As he pondered, drowsiness overtook him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. The past month had been exhausting, with relentless training robbing him of proper rest. Time passed, and he began to feel an unexpected comfort, as though he were cradling something soft and moving, which stirred his affection. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace, inadvertently tugging at it. A curious sound reached his ears, and the furry object shifted, its tail brushing against his face. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed uncontrollably, jolting awake. When he realized what he was holding, he was utterly astounded to find he had embraced a fluffy tail, which he clutched tightly, causing it to twitch. Hulaina's entire face turned crimson as she lay with her back to him, tightly shutting her eyes, silent as a mouse. She had been asleep, but the sudden grasp of her tail had startled her awake. Upon recognizing Jiang Chen, she sighed in relief, but seeing him in such peaceful slumber and recalling the hardships he had endured over the past month, she felt reluctant to wake him. Yet, as Jiang Chen held her tighter, it began to cause her discomfort. Senior sister, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. I must have dozed off, Jiang Chen stammered, quickly releasing her tail, his face burning with embarrassment. Hulaina hastily retracted her martial spirit, the tail shrinking back as she swiftly zipped up the back of her outfit. Despite her quickness, Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of something enchanting through the gap. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Hulaina's face flushed even deeper, almost as if it might bleed. She glared at him fiercely, prepared to scold him, when suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Everyone, disembark. We have arrived at the town outside the Douluo Forest. Commander Ji's voice rang out. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen leapt out of bed and hurried outside. Hulaina gritted her teeth and followed suit. As they descended, the two flushed faces instantly captured everyone's attention, causing the guards to exchange peculiar glances. Even the stoic Ji, whose expression rarely changed, could not suppress a slight tremor on his rugged face, nearly bursting into laughter. Bibi Dong looked on in surprise, casting a deep glance at Jiang Chen and Hulaina, yet refraining from further comment. At that moment, Hulaina could easily interpret the knowing looks exchanged among the older men, and she shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare, pinching him hard. Ouch! Jiang Chen had been caught off guard, nearly yelping from the sudden pinch. Senior sister, stop it, he exclaimed, quickly pushing her hand away. Humph. Hulaina huffed, disregarding Jiang Chen entirely as she hurried to follow Bibi Dong into a nearby residence. As Jiang Chen gazed around, he perceived the bustling vibrancy of the town, teeming with life, with shops lining the streets. The twilight had just descended, yet the atmosphere was already infused with the allure of neon lights and revelry. Even at this late hour, numerous adventuring parties could be seen recruiting members, preparing to embark on a journey into the Douluo Forest. This town serves as the final waypoint before the Douluo Forest, situated 100 miles away, and is a hub of thriving commerce. Many establishments offer the necessary equipment for soul masters venturing into the forest, while those returning often sell the valuable remains of soul beasts, including their hides and other prized possessions. In this town, the transient nature of its inhabitants is palpable, as the majority are soul masters heading for the Douluo Forest, resulting in a scarcity of permanent residents. Hence, the Spirit Hall has not established a branch here. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall maintains a degree of influence in the area, as evidenced by the grand estate that stands as one of its properties. The estate's entrance is adorned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall, and it is perpetually guarded by soul masters, with maidservants ensuring the premises remain immaculate for the esteemed visitors from the Spirit Hall. After observing for a brief moment, Jiang Chen lost interest and turned to enter the estate. The estate sprawls across a vast expanse, meticulously equipped and constructed in a style reminiscent of the Pope's palace. Within, there are designated residences for the Pope, elders, and administrators, each tier of hierarchy having its own quarters. Jiang Chen and Hulaina resided within the papal palace. It was not long after their arrival that the meal was served, and the three of them sat together, partaking in their repast. Jiang Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment and refrained from speaking with Hulaina. In contrast, Hulaina was even more bashful. Her foxtail was undoubtedly one of her most intimate features, and she never imagined that it would be embraced so forcefully by a man. Bibi Dong swiftly finished her meal, set down her utensils, and exited. As she left, she turned back and remarked, "You are still young. Do not become too engrossed in certain matters to the detriment of your cultivation." Chapter 92. The Fox Spirit Beast. This is all your fault. Even the teacher has misunderstood now, Hulaina complained. I apologize. I am satiated and shall go clarify matters with them, Jiang Chen replied, placing down his utensils and departing. Humph, what a stubborn blockhead, Hulaina huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. A moment later, Jiang Chen returned with a sense of resignation. He had attempted to explain the situation to the paladins, but none believed him. Instead, they wore expressions that suggested they understood all too well, as if they were seasoned veterans. Instead of returning to his own room, he sought a random spot to commence his cultivation, knowing that if he returned, Hulaina would undoubtedly continue to nag him about the incident. The following morning, after breakfast, the Spirit Hall team set forth toward the Douluo Forest. The procession was grand, with the paladins donned in the Spirit Hall standardized battle attire, exuding an aura of formidable strength that caused passers-by to flee in alarm, their gazes filled with respect or trepidation. Within Bibi Dong's carriage, the trio of teacher and students were present. Nana, I have already prepared your spirit ring. I previously dispatched someone to seek out a fox spirit beast approximately 4,500 years old. We need only venture to its frequent habitat, and we shall encounter it soon, she informed Hulaina. Thank you, teacher, Hulaina expressed, deeply moved. With Bibi Dong gifting her a soul bone and now laboring for her spirit ring, she vowed to dedicate her life to repaying her teacher's kindness. As for Xiao Chen, your martial spirit is exceptionally well-rounded, possessing remarkable speed, strength, and defense, along with potent toxicity. What type of spirit ring do you desire? Bibi Dong inquired. Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. Bibi Dong was indeed correct. His martial soul was quite comprehensive, yet he had yet to decide which type of third spirit ring to absorb. In terms of offense, his formidable strength and lethal poison rendered him nearly invincible, even against soul masters of a higher realm. Regarding defense, few among the soul masters could inflict harm upon him, and the prospect of significantly injuring him seemed almost impossible. As for speed, his 3,000 thunder movements were not only agile but also astonishingly swift. At full speed, he could reach the pinnacle of speed among soul masters. Concerning toxicity, he believed it unnecessary, as his corpse poison was exceedingly potent, rarely matched by any soul beast venom. Teacher, I have not yet made a decision. Let's wait until I encounter a 10,000-year soul beast before I decide. Bibi Dong nodded. It's up to you. As your teacher, I cannot dictate your choice. But whatever type of spirit ring you select will be commendable. Thank you, teacher. The town was situated approximately 100 kilometers from the Douluo forest, constructed at such a distance to prevent the chaos of soul beasts from the forest from wreaking havoc upon the town. The entire party consisted of Bibi Dong and her 2 disciples, along with Ju Douluo, Gui Douluo, and the elite guards led by Captain Ji, totaling around 100 individuals. The Pope's guards possessed a minimum strength of Soul Master rank and were all battle-hardened Soul Masters, making this force exceedingly formidable. By midday, the group reached the edge of the forest. After a brief rest, they commenced their entry into the Douluo forest. Bibi Dong did not don the Pope's robe. Instead, she wore a black robe adorned with gold trim, her unparalleled beauty and statuesque figure resembling a black rose. Even when standing still, she became the focal point of the entire group, overshadowing Hulaina's alluring presence. Ju Douluo appeared to be a middle-aged man of about 40. With exceptionally fair skin and long hair cascading down his back, his handsome features imbued with an otherworldly charm. His martial soul was the heavenly chrysanthemum, and he was one of the Pope's most capable subordinates alongside Gui Douluo, who governed the Spirit Hall's loss. Gui Douluo, shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, was nearly imperceptible unless one focused on the dark garment. Even Jiang Chen had never witnessed Gui Douluo's true visage and remained unaware of what this enigmatic figure truly looked like. These two could be regarded as Bibi Dong's loyal guardians, always accompanying her during her travels. When Ju Douluo glanced at Hulaina, his expression remained unchanged. Yet upon setting his gaze upon Jiang Chen, a faint smile appeared, and he offered a slight nod. Jiang Chen returned the smile, aware that he had yet to engage with these 2 esteemed titled Douluos. However, his aspirations to ascend to the position of Holy Son, and even to the papal throne, would undoubtedly rely on their assistance in the future. Titled Douluos are inherently proud, and when it comes to figures like Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo, Jiang Chen's current standing is merely a product of the Pope's favor, which has elicited a modicum of cordiality from them. To earn their unwavering support, he must demonstrate his potential and capabilities in due course. With Hulaina's objective firmly established, the group entered the Douluo forest, heading directly to their destinations, where they would first hunt the fox soul beast for her. The fox soul beast, renowned for its exceptional allure and cunning intellect, instilled fear in the probing personnel from the Spirit Hall, who were cautious not to provoke it. Along their journey, even the Soul Masters and Soul Beasts encountered fled in terror, for the imposing presence of the Spirit Hall's team was formidable. However, as they ventured into the realm of the 1,000-year Soul Beasts, they tempered their aura. Before long, they encountered the scouting team that had been dispatched earlier. These scouts possessed unique martial spirits, granting them exceptional survival skills and adeptness in tracking, allowing them to locate Soul Beasts with mere traces. Under the guidance of these scouts, the group advanced swiftly. They discovered an abundance of fox fur scattered about, and the ground was warm, indicating the beast had departed shortly before. The presence of fresh fox droppings confirmed its recent passage, and the scent of fox musk intensified, emanating from a direction within a kilometer. Bibi Dong pointed her staff and commanded, split into 2 wings and encircle it. 2 teams, each comprising around 30 individuals, concealed their auras and swiftly advanced from both flanks. Let us proceed. Bibi Dong led the way forward. Hulaina's delicate face displayed excitement. She was on the verge of acquiring her 4th soul ring, poised to become a powerful soul master. Soon, a fiery red fox, seemingly startled, darted towards them. Upon sighting Bibi Dong and her large entourage, it became even more panicked, daring not to resist as it fled in the opposite direction. Gui Douluo swiftly glided forward, 9 soul rings of varying colors materializing around him before transforming into a translucent hue, rendering him almost ethereal. Utilizing one of his soul rings, a shadow emerged beneath the fox, from which countless black hands extended, ensnaring the creature firmly. This soul beast, having cultivated for over 4,000 years, offered no resistance against Gui Douluo's skill, becoming immobilized on the ground. Nana, go ahead, Bibi Dong instructed. Chapter 93, Xiaochen, try your senior sister's new skill. As a control-type soul master, Hulaina's abilities were formidable, yet her offensive prowess was her Achilles heel. Bibi Dong had provided her with numerous life-saving artifacts, encompassing offensive, defensive, and escape capabilities. The dagger she now held was forged by a master craftsman, capable of slicing through gold and stone with ease. Approaching the subdued fox soul beast without hesitation, Hulaina thrust the dagger directly toward its head. The crimson fox let out a few mournful cries before succumbing to death, a purple soul ring ascending from its body, hovering 2 meters above its remains. Without pausing, Hulaina sat cross-legged on the ground, invoking the soul ring to descend upon her, her martial spirit manifesting as she began to absorb the essence of this 1,000-year soul ring. The others formed a protective circle, facing outward, with Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen standing beside Hulaina, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The process of absorbing a soul ring was inherently painful. Despite having undergone this experience thrice before, Hulaina still felt immense agony. Her brow furrowed tightly as she occasionally emitted muffled groans, yet her posture remained steadfast. Powerful waves of energy emanated from her, as the inherent energy of the soul ring coursed through her body. An hour later, the tumultuous energy gradually subsided, and Hulaina opened her eyes, radiating joy. The energy from the soul ring had filled the requirements for her breakthrough, elevating her to level 41. She was now a soul master at the age of 14, a dazzling prodigy. Even Jiang Chen had to concede that, apart from Tang San, Huaina's talent surpassed that of the other members of Shrek 7. Were it not for the elixirs consumed by those individuals, that would likely not measure up to her. Contemplating the elixirs, Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred, pondering whether it was time to collect those potions. Nana, showcase your new skill to the teacher, Bibi Dong said with palpable anticipation. Huaina nodded, explaining, my third skill, illusion, can only conjure alluring figures of beautiful women or handsome men. Although enhanced by my charm ability, those with strong willpower can still break free. However, my fourth skill is far more refined. It can manifest the most cherished desires of each individual, amplifying their cravings and ensnaring them in a sea of temptation. Moreover, through this skill, I can glimpse the thoughts of my adversaries, allowing me to discern their weaknesses. Should they escape its grasp, I will be aware. With that, Huaina cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Chen, recalling how she had once been ensnared by his deception, feigning enchantment only to have it backfire. Jiang Chen forced a few awkward laughs, clearly realizing that employing the same tactic to entice Huaina in the future would be futile. Indeed, Bibi Dong was immensely satisfied. Previously, Huaina's charm control skills were already formidable, and now her fourth ability had been significantly enhanced. Who does not have someone they admire? To descend into the depths of desire with one's beloved magnifies the passions within, and few can resist such temptation. Moreover, Huaina possessed the ability to read the thoughts of those ensnared by her allure, enabling her to discern who held significance in their hearts and subsequently devise a series of targeted strategies. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, why not test your senior sister's skill? She suggested. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The nightmare had arrived too abruptly. Just as he had begun to comprehend the terrifying nature of Huaina's abilities, Bibi Dong expected him to endure it. Was there truly a mentor so merciless? What if Huaina glimpsed the thoughts he harbored? Teacher, surely not. Senior sister's skill is far too fearsome, Jiang Chen protested, shaking his head vigorously. Huaina, brimming with excitement, gazed at Jiang Chen with sparkling eyes. Through this skill, she could discover who held his affections, an exhilarating prospect indeed. Noticing Huaina's predatory gaze, Jiang Chen could not help but retreat, turning to shout, Old G, why don't you give this skill a try? The expression of Commander G shifted dramatically as he hastily replied, Your Holiness, I must take my leave. Before he could finish, he had already sprinted 100 meters away. To all my fellow guards, does anyone wish to volunteer? Jiang Chen called out. Nearly 100 guards shuddered in unison, none daring to speak. Should they fall victim to this dreadful skill and reveal their innermost secrets, it would be a grave offense. Xiao Chen, surrender your futile resistance, Huaina urged eagerly, anticipation glimmering in her eyes. In the face of Jiang Chen's fearful gaze, the fourth soul ring upon Huaina glowed brightly, enveloping him in a pink beam of light. In a moment of disorientation, Jiang Chen found himself oblivious to his previous circumstances, as his most primal desires began to awaken within him. He stood before a grand bed, upon which lay an exquisitely alluring figure, completely unclad, beckoning him with a seductive gesture. To his astonishment, it was Huaina, radiating an astonishing aura of allure in this captivating scenario. Desires within Jiang Chen soared to unprecedented heights, akin to the effects of a potent elixir, compelling him to leap forward. Meanwhile, he stood there, his gaze vacant and lost. Huaina, sensing the tumultuous thoughts within Jiang Chen, felt her cheeks flush suddenly, her eyes shimmering with delight. To think that he harbored feelings for me. Observing Huaina's bashful demeanor, Bai Dong shook her head, letting out a sigh. Suddenly, Huaina's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widened and her mouth fell agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. Before the expansive pink bed, another enchanting woman appeared. Though her figure did not rival Huaina's perfection, her exquisite visage surpassed it by a margin. Could it be that this was the girl from 3 years ago? In that surreal vision, Jiang Chen forsook Huaina, turning instead to this girl Shui'er. In the outside world, Jiang Chen could not help but murmur her name. Huaina, overwhelmed by a complex whirlwind of emotions and a sense of loss, hastily dispelled her skill, her mind in disarray. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's unconscious murmur, Bai Dong's expression shifted, her face a portrait of incredulity and shock. Jiang Chen unexpectedly called out for Shui'er, indicating that his thoughts were consumed by Qian Renshui. How could this be possible? In that moment, Bibi Dong's heart was filled with a whirlwind of emotions, and her gaze towards Jiang Chen was profoundly intricate. Jiang Chen shook his head a few times, regaining his senses, and was suddenly struck by the gravity of the situation. Huaina must have witnessed Qian Renshui's emergence. If Bibi Dong were to find out, the consequences would be dire. Bibi Dong's expression returned to calmness as she said faintly, Let us proceed. Heading towards the domain of the 10,000-year soul beasts. With that, she took the lead and departed. Jiang Chen tugged at Huaina, causing the two to fall behind a distance. Senior sister, please do me a favor and do not reveal to the teacher what you have seen. Huaina, somewhat distracted, nodded lightly and murmured in acknowledgement. A profound sense of despondency suddenly enveloped her. Jiang Chen actually harbored feelings for another girl, and the moment that girl appeared, he forsook her and approached her instead. This clearly indicated that Jiang Chen's true affections lay with that girl. Chapter 94, Jiang Chen's delightful discovery. Was it merely that her talents surpassed mine by a slight margin, or that her beauty eclipsed my own. That place is even smaller than mine. Hulaina felt a surge of indignation within her. Moreover, that girl had been gone for 3 years, yet she still lingered in Jiang Chen's heart. Senior sister. Don't overthink it. I was merely thinking of you because I have been captivated by you so many times that I inadvertently fantasized about you. Jiang Chen concocted an excuse to alleviate Hulaina's discomfort. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Hulaina seemed to ignite with fury. Casting a furious glare at Jiang Chen before storming away. What just happened? Jiang Chen was utterly bewildered. Throughout the remainder of their journey, Hulaina did not utter a single word to him, leaving Jiang Chen in a state of deep frustration. What had I done to offend her? Had she never cherished any feelings for me, and was she angered by my daydreaming about her? As Jiang Chen pondered, he increasingly felt that he had underestimated Hulaina's jealousy. Sighing, he resolved to minimize his interactions with her moving forward. The team progressed in a straight line deeper into the forest, soon arriving at the region frequented by 10,000-year soul beasts. A significant divide existed between 10,000-year and 1,000-year soul beasts. In areas where the former thrived, the latter were seldom seen. In their current location, the soul beasts encountered predominantly exceeded the 10,000-year mark by a narrow margin. Doubtful, the golden Douluo voiced his concern. Your Holiness, isn't Jiang Chen only at level 30? How have we ventured into the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts? Despite his inquiry, his tone remained respectful, for he sought to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong offered a brief remark and fell silent thereafter. In that instant, the expression on the golden Douluo's face was nothing short of remarkable. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at the third soul ring, was this madness? Even the ghost Douluo, cloaked in darkness, gasped in astonishment. They recognized Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent. Yet the thought of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at such an early stage was indeed daunting. The team ceased their advance into the depths of the forest and began searching along the periphery. They encountered several 10,000-year soul beasts, yet Jiang Chen remained unsatisfied. As dusk settled, the group retreated to a safer area, where they established camp. Nightfall marked the most perilous time within the forest. As soul beasts became significantly more active in the dark, they halted upon reaching the domain of century-old soul beasts, swiftly erecting tents and igniting a campfire. Preparing their evening meal. Although lighting a fire in the Star-Do forest at night was generally ill-advised, the presence of numerous powerful spirit hall experts rendered such caution negligible. Especially in the territory of century-old soul beasts, Hulaina appeared to have transformed into a stranger to Jiang Chen, not uttering a single word throughout the night. Within the confines of the tent, Jiang Chen retrieved a thick tome handed to him by Bibi Dong. It contained extensive records of countless soul beasts, over centuries. The Spirit Hall had meticulously documented a multitude of martial souls, achieving an alarming depth of research concerning soul beasts. The book detailed various soul beasts with remarkable precision, outlining their characteristics, weaknesses, and suggestions for hunting methods. Jiang Chen was filled with profound astonishment, realizing that the completion of such a remarkable masterpiece was not an endeavor achievable by a single generation. It was the culmination of countless generations of knowledge from the Spirit Hall. He speculated that perhaps the spirit beasts studied by Yu Shaojiang were not as meticulously detailed as those described in this book. When the master joined the Spirit Hall, his status was exceedingly humble due to his qualifications and cultivation level. It was only upon the suggestion of Bibi Dong that he shifted his focus to the study of spirit souls. The Spirit Hall is widespread across the continent, with thousands of children awakening their spirits each year. The master, leveraging the immense advantages provided by the Spirit Hall, referenced innumerable cases and indeed formulated a theoretical framework. However, when he excitedly announced his theory to the entire Spirit Master community, he was met with severe repression from the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by various forms of denial, slander, and ridicule. Jiang Chen speculated whether the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall had long since mastered these theories, only wishing to keep such knowledge firmly in their grasp. The bold revelation by the master may have infringed upon the interests of the Spirit Hall. One can envision that if the master's theories were embraced by the world, the entire realm of spirit masters would undoubtedly experience a significant leap forward, which would inevitably threaten the position of the Spirit Hall. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen refrained from further conjecture. Perhaps his speculations were correct, or perhaps they were misguided. Yet, such considerations held little importance. What truly mattered was the utility of the theories, regardless of their discoverer. Jiang Chen possessed an exceptionally strong memory, having already absorbed a significant portion of the thick tome before him, thus committing a wealth of knowledge about soul beasts to memory. The following day, the group set forth once more, and before long, they arrived at the realm of 10,000-year soul beasts. Throughout the journey, Jiang Chen repeatedly shook his head, dismissing several soul beasts. Although these creatures had attained the venerable age of 10,000 years, they were rather commonplace in variety and failed to pique his interest. It was not until the afternoon that Jiang Chen finally encountered a noteworthy specimen. 50 meters ahead of them, a small beast of pure white was present. Its form reminiscent of a mouse, yet elongated in stature, with arcs of electricity flickering intermittently across its body. A surge of joy surged within Jiang Chen, compelling him to exclaim, "The lightning weasel!" His voice, though barely a whisper, startled the pristine white creature situated 50 meters away. The small beast lifted its head, and upon noticing Jiang Chen and his entourage, a multitude of electric arcs erupted from its body. In an instant, it vanished, only to reappear 100 meters away. "Teacher," Jiang Chen called out. As soon as the words left his lips, Bibi Dong dashed forward, her speed as a tidal Douluo rendering him momentarily awestruck. The Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo remained silent, swiftly following in Bibi Dong's wake. "Quickly, keep up with the Pope," Commander Ji shouted, rallying the main force to pursue. Within Jiang Chen's line of sight, the lightning weasel flickered a few more times before disappearing entirely. Although Bibi Dong did not unleash her martial spirit, her velocity far surpassed that of the Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo as she chased after the elusive creature, vanishing from view before the gathered crowd. Jiang Chen and the Imperial Guards followed closely in the wake of Bibi Dong. Although the lightning weasel possessed an extraordinary teleportation ability, its daily usage was limited, and it should not be able to evade Bibi Dong's grasp. After traversing several thousand meters, Jiang Chen finally caught sight of Bibi Dong. In her hand, she held the lightning weasel, approaching alongside the Douluo of Chrysanthemum towards their group. "Xiao Chen, are you certain you wish to absorb the soul ring from this lightning weasel?" Bibi Dong inquired. Jiang Chen nodded, recognizing that absorbing the soul ring of the lightning weasel could potentially grant him a speed-related ability. With a stroke of luck, he might even acquire a teleportation skill. While he was indifferent to the speed-related abilities, the teleportation skill was what truly intrigued him. Bibi Dong concurred, stating that the teleportation skill of the lightning weasel could only reach its full potential when enhanced by lightning attributes. Otherwise, the distance of the teleportation would be significantly limited. However, even short-range teleportation would be immensely valuable for him. Indeed, for an assault-type soul master, possessing a teleportation skill, regardless of its range, would render them extraordinarily formidable. Bibi Dong continued, cautioning that such a skill was rare and elusive among 100 soul masters who absorbed the soul ring of the lightning weasel. It was uncertain if even one would attain the teleportation ability, and he should prepare himself mentally. "Teacher, I understand," Jiang Chen replied, taking the lightning weasel from Bibi Dong's hands. With sharp teeth protruding from his mouth, he bit down on the neck of the lightning weasel. Chapter 95, Teleportation. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at Jiang Chen's actions. Jiang Chen astonishingly chose such a method to slay the lightning marten. Observing the incessantly rolling throat of Jiang Chen, many could not suppress a gulp, a flicker of fear rising within their hearts. To drink the blood of a soul beast, was he human or demon? Even Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had initially believed Jiang Chen's two sharp fangs were mere decorations, never anticipating their ferocious application. Witnessing Jiang Chen's fervent indulgence in the blood, a sense of excitement emanated from him, prompting Bibi Dong to recall a certain place. "Teacher, Xiao Chen is." Hulaina began to step forward to halt Jiang Chen, only to be restrained by Bibi Dong. In less than a minute, Jiang Chen had drained every drop of blood from the lightning marten, discarding its withered corpse onto the ground. He possessed the ability to freely control the corpse poison within him. His actions had solely involved blood consumption, with no toxins infiltrating the lightning marten's body. This marked his inaugural experience of consuming the blood of a soul beast, and he immediately discerned the stark difference from human blood. Though Jing Wuming and Zhao Yue had possessed slightly higher ranks, their actual prowess was inferior to his own. He had found their blood merely delectable, yielding minimal benefit to himself. However, this instance was distinct. The lightning marten had reached an age of 10,000 years, equivalent to a human soul master of approximately level 60, and the essence contained within its blood was tremendously substantial for Jiang Chen. Once it entered his body, it began to incessantly fortify him, though it did not significantly enhance his soul power. "Xiao Chen, you truly spoke the truth. Those fangs of yours are indeed meant for biting," Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment. When Jiang Chen had previously mentioned the function of his fangs, she had been skeptical. But now her belief was unwavering. Yet, biting aside, why the need to consume blood? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and inquired, "Xiao Chen, tell me, why do you drink its blood?" Jiang Chen retracted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied, "Teacher, this is one of the abilities of my martial soul. Consuming blood enhances my strength, particularly the blood of formidable beings." Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with intrigue, secretly marveling at this revelation. Perhaps, she mused, the place was indeed suitable for him. The others gazed at Jiang Chen as if he were a monster. The notion that one could grow stronger through blood consumption was unsettling. If he were to ceaselessly indulge in this practice, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. The mere thought of siphoning human blood sent shivers down their spines, and among the myriad of glances directed at Jiang Chen, a tinge of fear became palpable. At that moment, a black soul ring emerged from the corpse of the lightning weasel, hovering before Jiang Chen. He was truly about to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Although Bibi Dong had mentioned it earlier, the shock still resonated deeply within many hearts. Was it truly possible for a level 30 to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Jiang Chen uttered little more, and after unleashing his martial soul, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, drawing the black soul ring down upon himself. "Xiao Chen, give it your all," Hulaina called out. Jiang Chen smiled at her and nodded, perceiving the deep concern etched on Hulaina's face. As for the teacher, despite her calm demeanor, Jiang Chen could sense a hint of tension within her. Even the usually expressionless old Ji exhibited a rare sign of concern. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, and the energy of the soul ring erupted within him. The millennia-old soul ring indeed posed a significant challenge. Yet he felt a considerable sense of confidence. His body's recovery ability was astonishing, as long as he did not lose his head or suffer the severance of limbs. He would swiftly recuperate. The energy from the soul ring violently surged through his body, yet he remained almost numb to it, although the energy was ferocious. It paled in comparison to the agony experienced during tribulations, and he had learned to face it with equanimity. Within him, in addition to the energy from the soul ring, there was an abundance of vital essence derived from the blood of the lightning marten, which continued to be absorbed by his body, significantly alleviating his suffering. Bibi Dong observed Jiang Chen's calm demeanor and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite having the assurances from Jiang Chen and Captain Ji, her worries lingered. However, seeing Jiang Chen in such a stable condition brought her immense joy. This disciple truly exceeded her expectations. If he genuinely harbored feelings for her, what should she do? With the assistance of the vital essence from the lightning marten's blood, although the process was painful, it remained well within Jiang Chen's capacity to bear. In fact, absorbing this millennia-old soul ring was far easier than Hulaina's experience with her over 4,000-year-old soul ring. In less than an hour, the energy of the soul ring dissipated, and he ascended from level 30 to level 31, officially becoming a soul master. Jiang Chen rose to his feet, his icy demeanor, coupled with the 3 soul rings adorning him, 2 purple and 1 black, was indeed awe-inspiring. After absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, his physique had grown even more imposing. At just 9 years of age, he had already reached a height of 1.70 meters, nearly rivaling Hulaina. He stretched his body, the sound of cracking bones resonating throughout. What a freak! Hulaina couldn't help but exclaim. The others nodded in agreement, echoing Hulaina's sentiments. Xiaochen, what kind of soul abilities have you acquired? Bibi Dong inquired eagerly, her gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sensations around him. Suddenly, faint arcs of electricity began to emanate from his body, as if the very fabric of space quivered. In an instant, Jiang Chen vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. In that fleeting moment, everyone present was left in awe, their mouths agape, including Bibi Dong, who could no longer maintain her regal facade as the Pope. Jiang Chen has astonishingly teleported, and over a distance of 100 meters no less. Is the world going mad, or are they merely hallucinating? To possess the ability of teleportation is already a miracle in itself, yet now, Jiang Chen's teleportation skill has reached an astounding distance akin to that of a lightning weasel's original prowess. Jiang Chen thoughtfully recalled that when his 3rd soul ring illuminated, strands of lightning were drawn from the corpse stand within him, which enabled him to teleport 100 meters. Otherwise, the distance he could have teleported would have only been a few meters. With a flicker of his mind, the soul ring glowed once more. And as he focused on his original position, a mysterious force guided him through the barriers of space, bringing him directly before Bibi Dong. Teacher, I have succeeded. Very well, Bibi Dong replied, gently ruffling Jiang Chen's hair, noting that he was nearly as tall as she was. Xiaochen, does your martial soul still possess the lightning attribute? Bibi Dong inquired. Jiang Chen nodded, affirming that indeed, his martial spirit possessed the attribute of lightning. Albeit he seldom utilized it. Unable to elucidate the matter of the corpse stand, he resorted to attributing the responsibility to his martial spirit. Bibi Dong inquired further. Does your lightning marten possess a limitation on its teleportation skill? Indeed, it does, Jiang Chen replied. I can utilize this teleportation ability a maximum of 3 times each day. Well, 3 times is still quite commendable, she remarked. Chapter 96. The soul bone of an unknown soul beast teleportation, such an extraordinary skill, would be utterly unmanageable if there were no limitations to its daily usage. After all, even a titled Douluo cannot teleport at will. Although Jiang Chen's skill is restricted to merely 3 instances per day, it holds the potential to be a decisive factor in combat. Moreover, when faced with formidable adversaries, the ability to teleport significantly enhances the chances of escape. Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion. Had it not been for Bibi Dong, this lightning weasel might have escaped, and he would not have acquired the skill of teleportation. Thank you, teacher, he expressed sincerely. I am your teacher. There is no need for such formality. Your dedication to your training is the greatest reward you can offer me, Bibi Dong replied with a smile. It is getting late. Let us depart and spend the night in the town, returning tomorrow. Understood, Captain Ji responded, leading his subordinates to pave the way. Their carriage had been stationed outside the forest, guarded by some individuals. With swift progress, the group managed to return to the town before sunset. That evening, Jiang Chen refrained from returning to his room. He sensed that Hulaina was still upset with him. He decided it would be better to wait until they returned to the papal palace to properly apologize. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Jiang Chen opted not to take the carriage, but instead requested a horse, accompanying the team on horseback. Jiang Chen and Hulaina's peculiar behavior piqued the curiosity of many. Yet none dared to inquire further. By the time they returned to Spirit City, evening had fallen. During dinner, Hulaina finally ceased to avoid Jiang Chen. They sat in silence, eating their meal, until Jiang Chen finally found the right words to articulate his thoughts. Sister, I apologize. I should not have harbored inappropriate thoughts about you. I promise, I will never entertain such notions again. Please do not be angry. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, realizing Jiang Chen had misunderstood the reason for her anger. What a foolish boy. She felt exasperated by Jiang Chen's navet, striving to regain her composure. She replied coolly, I am not angry. You should return now. I need a rest. How could she possibly explain her feelings? Would she confess that she was upset because of another girl? Such jealousy was not something she could admit. It was indeed Jiang Chen's foolishness that prevented him from seeing the truth. Very well, then. Please rest well. Jiang Chen sensed that beneath Hu Lai's calm exterior, her resentment toward him had not diminished. In fact, it seemed to have intensified. Feeling somewhat helpless, he could only reflect. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Upon returning to his own room, he resolved not to dwell on Hu Laina any longer. She had claimed not to be angry. What more could he do? The most pressing matter now was how to endure the impending tribulation. It had been a day and a half since he absorbed the soul ring, and time was of the essence. Contemplating his next steps, he left his dormitory. Intending to seek out Bibi Dong, he required her assistance. Bibi Dong and Hu Laina were the two individuals he trusted most within the spirit hall, and he hoped to have someone by his side during the tribulation. After all, he would be in a weakened state post-tribulation, and encountering powerful soul masters could prove detrimental. Regardless, Bibi Dong would not comprehend the nature of the tribulation, so there was little harm in her knowing. Upon arriving at her study, Jiang Chen found it empty and proceeded directly to her chamber. Teacher, he gently knocked on the door. Come in, Bibi Dong's gentle voice beckoned. Xiao Chen, what brings you to see your teacher at such a late hour? She inquired. Jiang Chen said, Teacher, I seek your assistance with a matter. The teacher replied. What is it? I shall certainly help you with anything within my power. Jiang Chen continued. My martial soul possesses certain peculiarities. Each time I absorb a soul ring and achieve a breakthrough, I must undergo tribulation within 3 days. This tribulation manifests as a divine thunder punishment that cannot be evaded, only endured. Each time, I face the brink of death, and afterward, I experience a period of frailty. Therefore, I humbly request that you assist me by providing protection during this tribulation. Bibi Dong, taken aback, rose hastily and inquired, Is the divine punishment truly that terrifying? Can the teacher not help you bear it? Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion, yet he hastily shook his head. Master, that is not permissible. The tribulation cannot be undertaken by another. Moreover, if you enter the realm of my tribulation, it will likewise provoke a thunderstorm commensurate with your own strength, subjecting you to the peril of near death. The concern on Bibi Dong's face deepened. Do you possess the assurance to overcome it? Jiang Chen nodded with a smile and remarked. I possess a certain degree of confidence, as I have already undergone the tribulation twice. I have developed a degree of immunity to lightning. However, the intensity of the tribulation escalates with each occurrence, and sustaining injuries is inevitable. Very well, when do you intend to face the tribulation? I shall assist you in safeguarding your path, the teacher inquired. Tomorrow, let us find a secluded location, Jiang Chen replied. Xiao Chen, what exactly is your martial soul? I have never heard of a martial soul that invokes heavenly punishment upon breakthrough. Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment. I am uncertain, Jiang Chen admitted, shaking his head. Normally, a weak zombie would not trigger a tribulation, yet, he had to endure one with each significant advancement. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's expression brightened as she recalled something. Xiao Chen, take a look at this. She extended her fair hand, revealing an object resembling a spine. This translucent spine, approximately 20 centimeters long and as thick as a baby's arm, was continuously emitting bolts of lightning. Jiang Chen expressed his astonishment and inquired, Teacher, what is this? Bibi Dong replied, This is a soul bone I acquired during my previous adventures. This particular soul bone is extraordinary, as it harbors a significant amount of lightning energy. However, due to the incompatibility of attributes, I have never utilized it. Your martial soul possesses the lightning attribute, and should you absorb the soul bone, it may greatly enhance your chances of successfully overcoming tribulations. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled that Bibi Dong had previously promised him a soul bone as a reward once he ascended to the rank of soul master. Teacher, from which soul beast does this soul bone originate? He inquired with curiosity as he carefully examined it. Bibi Dong rubbed her hands, and in just a brief moment, despite her status as a titled Douluo, she still felt a tingling sensation from the electric energy emanating from the soul bone. I am uncertain about the source of the soul bone, Bibi Dong admitted. It is not one that I hunted, but rather one that I found. However, the energy contained within is the most immense and ferocious I have ever encountered among soul bones. Should you choose to absorb it, you may face considerable challenges. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually sparkled with enthusiasm as he grinned and said, Teacher, you underestimate me too much. I have already endured the heavenly tribulation. How could such a trivial bone pose a challenge for me? Bibi Dong chuckled reproachfully, You impudent lad, do not let your confidence soar too high. Absorb it here in front of your teacher. I shall observe you. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded. Now, let us move to the bed. The floor is unclean. Chapter 97, The Sharp-Tailed Thunderswallow. Jiang Chen was taken aback and quickly said, Master, I would not dare. That was the very bed where Bibi Dong rested. If it were during his childhood, he might have shamelessly approached it, but now he did not have the courage. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up. I've never seen anyone so slow at absorbing a soul bone, Bibi Dong urged, with a sense of resignation. Jiang Chen reluctantly settled onto the soft and fragrant bed of Bibi Dong, his mind inevitably drifting back to the moment when she had held him close in slumber years ago. Yet, he dared not entertain even a hint of impropriety. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. Much like absorbing a soul ring, he focused his mind and spirit, channeling his soul power to communicate with the soul bone. Bibi Dong stood before Jiang Chen, offering her guidance. As Jiang Chen's soul force surged, it coursed toward the spine-shaped soul bone in his grasp. With the infusion of his soul power, the soul bone, shimmering with electric brilliance, suddenly illuminated, resembling a radiant miniature sun. Gradually, the soul bone began to levitate, ascending to his back, where it commenced its integration into his spinal region. Focus your mind, Bibi Dong reminded once more. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the transformation within. Upon contact with the soul bone, it metamorphosed into a remarkable energy that melded into his very spine. Within the depths of his inner vision, he beheld a surge of electric energy erupting from his spinal column. Although the tempestuous lightning energy contained within this soul bone was fierce, it paled in comparison to the celestial thunder he had previously encountered. Nonetheless, his body quaked relentlessly beneath the onslaught of this electric force. Bibi Dong gazed intently at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with concern. Had she not witnessed his extraordinary ability to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring and endure the terrifying tribulation of lightning, she might have hesitated to allow him to absorb this soul bone. The ferocity of its energy was perilous, potentially fatal for most spirit masters, and a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Gradually, her expression softened. Although Jiang Chen continued to tremble, a hint of enjoyment appeared on his face. In Jiang Chen's perception, a vision unfolded, a bird-like spirit beast enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a swallow in form, soaring at incredible speeds across the sky. He instinctively acquired knowledge of this spirit beast, the sharp-tailed thunder swallow, a variant of the swiftest flying spirit beast, the sharp-tailed rain swallow, possessing a flight velocity several times greater and formidable offensive capabilities. After approximately half an hour, the tumultuous lightning energy coursing through him began to coalesce, converging towards his spinal region. Within his perception, a segment of his spine shimmered with brilliance, harboring the very lightning energy of the soul bone. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and immediately beheld Bibi Dong before him. "Thank you, teacher," he expressed sincerely as he descended from the bed, filled with gratitude. The soul bone was indeed a remarkable treasure, and such a powerful soul bone could only be produced by soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Foolish child. There is no need for formality with your teacher, Bibi Dong said, assisting Jiang Chen in adjusting his attire. "Show me the abilities you have acquired from the soul bone." "Of course," Jiang Chen replied, and with a mere thought, he felt a tingling sensation in his back. Suddenly, a torrent of lightning energy surged forth, materializing into a pair of ethereal wings behind him. These wings, extending nearly 2 meters, were not physical but appeared as if they were entirely formed from the lightning energy emanating from his spine. The wings crackled with electricity, exuding an impressive aura. Bibi Dong reached out to touch them, refraining from using her soul power, and her hand tingled momentarily. With a look of astonishment, she inquired, "What is the name of this soul bone ability?" "It must be a flight-related skill, correct?" Jiang Chen replied, "This skill is called lightning wings. It is a form of flight ability, and this soul bone originates from the mutated variant of the swift-tailed rain swallow, known as the swift-tailed thunder swallow." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded in approval. Indeed, flight skills, like your teleportation ability, are exceedingly rare. Aside from soul masters possessing flight-type martial souls, it is nearly impossible for other soul masters to acquire such abilities. It is largely a matter of luck. With your possession of these two skills, barring a significant disparity in levels, there are few soul masters capable of posing a threat to your life. Jiang Chen also shared the sentiment. His vitality was already remarkably strong, and now, equipped with the extraordinary skills of teleportation and the lightning wings, the thought of demise seemed almost impossible. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's expression softened as she beckoned Jiang Chen to sit beside her on the bed. Just as Jiang Chen felt a surge of unease, Bibi Dong gently inquired, "Tell me, dear student, do you harbor feelings for that sister named Shuer?" Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his first instinct being that Hulaina had divulged the secrets of his heart to Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong's subsequent words dispelled that notion. Observing his silence, Bibi Dong continued, "The day before yesterday, you were affected by Nana's ability and inadvertently called out for Shuer. Tell me, do you harbor feelings for her?" Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had inadvertently revealed the secret of his heart. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to nod. Indeed, there was a hint of affection. Bibi Dong let out a sigh, her expression filled with intricate emotions as she gazed at Jiang Chen. One was her beloved disciple, and the other was her daughter, whom she was unwilling to confront. Jiang Chen felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Bibi Dong might harbor displeasure towards him due to Qian Renxue. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Chen hesitated to speak, and after what seemed like an eternity, Bibi Dong suddenly grasped his hand, gently patting the back of it. "Little Chen, could you do me a favor?" Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. A tremor coursed through Jiang Chen's heart as he contemplated a certain possibility. "Teacher, please speak. I am willing to assist in any way." Bibi Dong felt a surge of satisfaction within her and replied, "You must take good care of that sister, ensuring she does not come to harm, all right?" Her face radiated anticipation, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, Jiang Chen mused silently. Bibi Dong's words tacitly permitted him to harbor feelings for Qian Renxue, entrusting her well-being to him. He gazed intently at Bibi Dong, acutely aware of the pang of sorrow and bitterness reflected in her eyes. I will protect Sister Shuer, I promise, he affirmed with newfound resolve. Gathering his courage, he ventured. Teacher, could you share with me the story between you and Sister Shuer? Bibi Dong fixed Jiang Chen with a deep, penetrating gaze before her expression hardened. That is not for you to know. Simply promise me you will look after her. But teacher, Sister Shuer once confided in me that you are her mother. And throughout her life, she has longed for your affection, waiting for over a decade without response. She has spent countless nights weeping in silence beneath her blankets. Bibi Dong's heart quivered at his words. Each encounter with Qian Rinxue stirred memories of her own tragic fate, and resentment surged within her. Yet, in the solitude of night, her feelings for Qian Rinxue would quietly resurface, bringing forth tears of heartache. She had never considered how Qian Rinxue might feel until now. When Jiang Chen's words shattered something deep within her. Teacher, the bond between mother and daughter is profound. What grievances can remain unyielding? Jiang Chen continued. Sister Shuer once said that if she could receive your love, she would be willing to sacrifice her life for it. Get out. Immediately. Bibi Dong shouted at Jiang Chen. Chapter 98. The teacher takes you to new heights. Jiang Chen rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong. I apologize, teacher. I spoke out of turn. However, I implore you to seriously contemplate the words I have just expressed. With that, he dared not linger any longer and hurriedly exited Bibi Dong's chamber. It seemed that he had struck a chord within her, yet he could not discount the possibility that she might suddenly unleash her ire upon him. Easing Bibi Dong's resentment towards Qian Rinxue would require a gradual approach. Haste would only complicate matters further. Otherwise, he might find himself suffering the consequences. It appeared that tomorrow, he would have to face the tribulations alone. Reflecting on Bibi Dong's final look of anger towards him, Jiang Chen could only shake his head and sigh. After Jiang Chen departed, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her emotions. With a fierce sweep of her hand, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Her delicate shoulders trembled as tears cascaded down her cheeks. My Shuer, have I truly erred? Upon leaving Bibi Dong's residence, Jiang Chen was suddenly overcome by an urge to soar through the skies. What man does not yearn to fly freely amidst the heavens? Having recently acquired a flying skill, he longed to experience the unparalleled speed of the famed thundertail swallow, reputed to be the swiftest in the Douluo Continent. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. His radiant wings were too conspicuous. Flying at night would render him akin to a glaring beacon, and with numerous tidal Douluo within the spirit city, he risked attracting unwanted attention from an ill-tempered individual who might bring him crashing down. Suppressing his impulsive desire, he returned to his chamber, then ascended to the rooftop to practice. He cast a glance towards Hulaina's room, where through the balcony he could see her large bed. At that moment, Hulaina was seated cross-legged upon it, diligently engrossed in her cultivation. Jiang Chen could not deny that he harbored a certain affection for Hulaina. Yet his heart was irrevocably entwined with Qian Rinxue. He had once entertained the notion of embracing both. For which man traversing realms does not dream of a life akin to Wei Xiaobao's? However, both Qian Rinxue and Hulaina were proud and exceptional women, far too lofty to accept a shared husband. In the world of Douluo Continent, polygamy was not uncommon, yet the more formidable a woman, the less she could tolerate her man's affections for others. Bibi Dong stood as a prime example, despite her profound love for Yu Xiaojiang. She could not abide the thought of him cherishing another. Should Jiang Chen be compelled to choose between the two women, he would unhesitatingly select Qian Rinxue. Yet the lingering affection for Hulaina would undoubtedly weigh heavily upon his heart. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, prompting him to ultimately relinquish his worries and let fate take its course. Perhaps a miracle would indeed unfold. On a serene morning, having just completed his ablutions, Jiang Chen was summoned by Bibi Dong's maid. With no time to partake in breakfast, he quickly tidied his appearance and followed the maid to Bibi Dong's study. Teacher. Jiang Chen greeted respectfully. Have you had breakfast? Bibi Dong responded, her demeanor having softened to its former gentleness. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Not yet. Come and dine with me, teacher. Bibi Dong waved her hand, her smile exuding warmth. The study was spacious, furnished with a dining table, where Jiang Chen took a seat opposite Bibi Dong. Young man, do indulge in some eggs. They are beneficial for your health, she urged, pushing 4 or 5 eggs towards him. Thank you, teacher, he responded. Hurry indeed. Are you not preparing for your tribulation today? Once you finish, we shall set forth. Noticing the gentle gaze with which Bibi Dong regarded him, Jiang Chen felt at ease and began to eat quickly. Moments later, he let out a satisfied belch and declared, Teacher, I am full. Shall we depart? Bibi Dong was clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her golden hair elegantly styled, revealing her smooth, rounded forehead. Her breathtaking beauty appeared even more radiant than usual. Encased in her sleek attire, her tall and mature figure exuded an air of valor. Indeed, Bibi Dong was stunningly beautiful. Yet Jiang Chen dared not gaze too long, for in his heart, she was destined to be his future mother-in-law. Rising gracefully, Bibi Dong, under Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, activated a mechanism, causing the bookshelf to shift aside and reveal a hidden door. Please, come in. Jiang Chen stepped inside, and then Bibi Dong closed the door. Although there was a flicker of firelight within, the atmosphere remained somewhat dim. Jiang Chen possessed the ability to perceive his surroundings even in the darkness. which did not hinder his observation. In their current location, a staircase descended into the depths below. Jiang Chen estimated that it likely led to the foot of the mountain. Master, where are we? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. Bibi Dong took the lead down the stairs, explaining, this secret passage leads outside of Spirit City. A knowledge I possess alone, and now you as well. Why not use the main entrance? Jiang Chen asked. If we take the main entrance, we will undoubtedly attract numerous gazes. Do you wish to make a grand spectacle of your tribulation? Not at all. Having you as my guardian is sufficient, Jiang Chen replied. Very well, keep pace with me. Suddenly, Bibi Dong quickened her speed, and the steep staircase appeared to her as a mere smooth pathway. Jiang Chen executed his movements with remarkable agility, effortlessly keeping pace with Bibi Dong. As Bibi Dong advanced, she glanced back and remarked with admiration, not bad. Jiang Chen chuckled foolishly a few times. Receiving recognition from Bibi Dong was a significant source of satisfaction for him. After approximately 10 minutes, the two finally reached the end of the secret passage, revealing before them a curtain of water accompanied by a thunderous roar that left Jiang Chen momentarily astonished. Outside lay a magnificent waterfall, and their current location resembled a natural grotto behind a veil of water. The bright morning sunlight filtered through the cascading water, illuminating them both. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation occurred with Bibi Dong. From her back emerged 6 delicate, translucent purple wings, fluttering at an astonishing speed. Her garments tore as the wings unfurled, exposing vast expanses of her snow-white skin, her flawless back subtly revealed. Yet, Jiang Chen harbored no impure thoughts, his gaze transfixed upon the wings adorning Bibi Dong. With a radiant smile, Bibi Dong announced, this is my external soul bone ability, the 6-winged purple light wings. Keep close to me. Do not lag behind. Upon finishing her words, her 6 wings trembled simultaneously, transforming into a stream of light as they soared through the waterfall, vanishing into the depths of the cave. Jiang Chen, filled with trepidation, swiftly unfurled his thunder wings. As his wings fluttered, he propelled himself into the air. To his astonishment, he was startled to discover that he was hovering at an altitude of nearly 100 meters above the ground. This inaugural flight at such dizzying heights caused his head to spin uncontrollably. He flapped his wings haphazardly, only to find himself descending rapidly instead of ascending. Steady yourself, came the voice of Bibi Dong from above. Jiang Chen concentrated intently, swiftly adjusting as he descended several dozen meters. At last, he corrected his trajectory and began to grasp the nuances of flight. The dizziness that once plagued him dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Floating in the air, he looked up to behold the figure of Bibi Dong high above. With a flicker of thought, he altered his direction, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Bibi Dong. The speed was astonishing. He was on the verge of collision. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye, and Bibi Dong's form rapidly magnified before his eyes. Chapter 99. The astonished Bibi Dong caught off guard by the sudden surge in speed, Jiang Chen found it challenging to decelerate immediately, as he had yet to fully acclimate to his own flying velocity. However, Bibi Dong's flying prowess was remarkably adept, with a slight tilt of her body. She deftly evaded Jiang Chen's charge. Jiang Chen suddenly surged upwards, halting at a distance of over 10 meters above Bibi Dong. Teacher, I apologize, he said with an awkward smile. Bibi Dong cast him a sidelong glance and replied, follow me, or else your soul power will soon be depleted. Startled, Jiang Chen hastily examined his soul power. While in flight, he realized that his soul energy was depleting rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the direction in which Bibi Dong had departed. Bibi Dong was not flying at full speed. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have been unable to keep up. His cultivation level was still too low to fully harness the power of the Thunderlight wings. In less than 10 minutes, his soul power was entirely exhausted, leaving him no choice but to let Bibi Dong carry him through the air. Xiao Chen, she cautioned, in the future, you must not use your soul bone abilities carelessly in front of others. Soul bones are exceedingly precious, and their appearance can incite chaos and bloodshed. Until you possess sufficient strength, you must exercise caution in their use. Jiang Chen's garment was grasped by Bibi Dong, who lifted her head and replied, all right. Shortly thereafter, the two descended upon a sprawling mountainous terrain. At the summit, Bibi Dong released Jiang Chen from her hold, retracted the wings upon her back, and donned an outer garment. Subsequently, she produced a pill and consumed it, urging him to swiftly restore his soul power. Jiang Chen took the pill and immediately consumed it, channeling his energy to facilitate recovery. This exemplified the advantages of possessing a cultivation technique, as he swiftly refined the medicinal properties. The essence within the pill was continuously absorbed, transforming into his own spiritual energy. After half an hour, Jiang Chen's spiritual energy was once again brimming. Master, do you possess more of these pills? Please provide me with several, Jiang Chen inquired. Bibi Dong produced several small porcelain vials and handed them to Jiang Chen, saying, these contain healing properties and energy restoration, crafted by the alchemists of our spirit hall. Jiang Chen joyfully accepted the task. Teacher, I am ready, he declared, rising to his feet, his eyes shimmering with determination. How do you intend to begin? Bibi Dong inquired with great curiosity. Teacher, please step back a bit, to that distant hill over there. Jiang Chen gestured towards a mountain in the distance. All right, but do take care, Bibi Dong replied, shedding her outer garment as her wings re-emerged. Soaring to the neighboring peak while watching Jiang Chen with concern, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, and an overwhelming battle intent surged into the sky, causing the heavens to roil with tumultuous winds and swirling clouds. Dense, ominous clouds materialized from thin air, exuding a palpable aura that sent shivers down one's spine. As if the entire space had been rendered motionless beneath this magnificent celestial might. Bibi Dong observed the oppressive cloud cover, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. As an inexplicable sense of imminent danger gripped her heart, she harbored a foreboding intuition that if she ventured too close, she might very well perish beneath this so-called heavenly tribulation. In the wake of her astonished gaze, bolts of lightning, as thick as a barrel, began to descend relentlessly upon that towering figure. Jiang Chen stood tall, having undergone 2 tribulations of heaven. He no longer felt the trepidation that had accompanied his first encounter. His initial lightning tribulation consisted of 9 bolts, followed by 18 in the second. He surmised that the forthcoming third tribulation would entail 27, although the tribulations posed a challenge. His previous experiences had endowed him with a measure of resistance to lightning. As he effortlessly endured the first 18 bolts, the intensity of the 19th surged dramatically. Observing Jiang Chen's resolute stance, defiantly challenging the heavens, a flicker of intrigue flashed in by Dong's beautiful eyes. The indomitable will and unwavering conviction displayed by Jiang Chen left her utterly astonished. At this moment, her admiration for him surpassed that of any genius across the continent, even exceeding her regard for Chen Renxue. As the 19th bolt of lightning descended, its thickness akin to that of a water barrel, it bore a hint of crimson. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically. She could sense the immense power contained within that thunderous strike. For a spirit master at the sole sovereign level, regardless of the skills employed, this strike would surely bring them to the brink of death, if not outright demise. Indeed, Jiang Chen's proud and upright form collapsed beneath the onslaught of lightning. Xiao Chen! Bibi Dong cried out in alarm, her wings fluttering as she prepared to rush towards him. Teacher, don't! Jiang Chen's voice boomed in protest. Bibi Dong halted midair, watching as Jiang Chen struggled to rise once more. Although his clothing was tattered, his posture remained resolute. Sensing the overwhelming aura of danger, Bibi Dong reluctantly retreated. Teacher, if I perish, please assist in retrieving my remains, but do not approach me, Jiang Chen shouted. Observing his plight, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sorrow. He was her disciple. Yet she could only stand helplessly by, unable to aid him. As the bolts of lightning continued to strike, Jiang Chen found it increasingly difficult to maintain his footing. However, to alleviate Bibi Dong's worries, he would call out after each strike, reassuring her. Tears welled in Bibi Dong's eyes as she witnessed the young Jiang Chen facing such terrifying tribulations. The final 9 tribulations were progressively more astounding, culminating in the last bolt that left Bibi Dong's mind in a haze. This final strike possessed a horrific might. She was convinced that even a soul master of over level 40 would be obliterated by its sheer force. Feeling the terrifying presence dissipate, Bibi Dong hesitated not a moment, her figure flashing as she crossed the 100 meters in an instant, arriving at Jiang Chen's side. At that moment, he was a pitiful sight. His body charred and clothing in tatters, with bones exposed in places, and through a crack, Bibi Dong could even glimpse his still beating heart. Witnessing the loss of a part of him filled her with profound anguish. Xiao Chen, she called, her voice trembling. Teacher, I'm fine, Jiang Chen replied weakly. As the surging energy of lightning within him was absorbed by the corpse pill, his body began to mend itself. Though the severity of his injuries made recovery a challenging endeavor in the short term, Jiang Chen hesitated not. Utilizing the half-drop of thunder tribulation liquid that remained from his previous tribulation, this liquid, a restorative reward granted after each tribulation, had sufficed for his minor injuries last time, allowing him to recover with only half a drop. With a mere thought, the effects of the thunder tribulation liquid began to manifest upon him. In an instant, his raven hair began to grow wildly, and his flesh regenerated at a visible pace. The most grievous injuries healed within mere breaths. Subsequently, the charred skin fissured and shed, revealing a complexion as exquisite as jade. Bibi Dong watched in astonishment as Jiang Chen transformed before her eyes. Such severe wounds had mended in the blink of an eye. How was this possible? Astonishingly, even some of the missing parts had begun to regrow, akin to miraculous limb regeneration. Bibi Dong cast a deep glance at Jiang Chen, and upon confirming his recovery, felt a sense of calm wash over her as she turned away. Moments later, Jiang Chen rose to his feet, awkwardly donning his clothes. Inadvertently, he had exposed himself to Bibi Dong, but seeing her composed demeanor, he breathed a sigh of relief. He feared that if she were to glimpse certain aspects, it might provoke her into a frenzy, leading to dire consequences. Teacher, I am well. Bibi Dong turned to find Jiang Chen radiating vitality, having returned to his peak state. His aura surpassing that of before the tribulation. An innate, indomitable confidence emanated from him. Good. Bibi Dong uttered a single word. Yet it encapsulated the entirety of her sentiments in that moment. Jiang Chen found great satisfaction in the moment. Bibi Dong gazed in astonishment at his long hair cascading to the ground. It's nothing. I'm quite accustomed to it, Jiang Chen replied with a radiant smile, producing a pair of scissors and snipping away at his locks. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Now that the tribulation is over, let us return. Very well. Jiang Chen responded and summoned his lightning wings. Bibi Dong ceased her conversation, soaring into the sky with Jiang Chen closely following. After his soul power was refined by the lightning, his ability to fly had notably improved, enabling him to travel further before ultimately exhausting his energy, leading Bibi Dong to carry him aloft. Upon emerging from the secret passage of the Pope's palace, they noted that it was already noon. Xiao Chen, in the future, you must ensure to have a teacher to protect you during tribulations, do you understand? Bibi Dong cautioned. Yes, I understand. You may return now. Meanwhile, in Hulaina's chamber, she had been sitting in a daze for an entire night. Ever since Jiang Chen declared that he would no longer harbor feelings for her, she had been profoundly affected. Her thoughts in disarray. Even at that moment, she remained in a state of confusion. What am I lacking compared to her? She muttered repeatedly. My figure is superior. My charm is stronger. More importantly, I am the one by Xiao Chen's side now. As she spoke, her eyes began to brighten, the haze of uncertainty dissipating, replaced by exhilaration. Indeed, as the saying goes, proximity to water leads to the moon. I am with Xiao Chen every day. How could I be eclipsed by someone who has been gone for 3 years? Hulaina boldly proclaimed that she could have his affection whenever she desired. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's past reactions towards her only fueled her enthusiasm. From the illusions in Jiang Chen's heart, she knew he had feelings for her as well. Albeit he favored that girl more. A powerful confidence returned to Hulaina, and she believed she could surely triumph over the girl who had left 3 years prior. She raised her hand and clenched the air, a wicked smile forming as she proclaimed, Little Junior, you cannot escape the grasp of your senior sister. After leaving Bibidong's chamber, Jiang Chen's thoughts shifted to the system interface. In the item section of the system, he discovered a new tribulation gift package. The last time he had faced a tribulation, the package contained only a drop of restorative lightning liquid, which had left him somewhat disappointed. I wonder what I shall find this time? Jiang Chen pondered, anticipation stirring within him as he opened the package. The large gift vanished, revealing a plethora of items in the inventory. So many? Jiang Chen was instantly thrilled. This was the first time the system had bestowed such a wealth of items upon him. Among them were 3 soul ring upgrade vouchers, usable for levels 31 to 40. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. The reappearance of the soul ring upgrade vouchers indicated that both of his first 2 soul rings could be elevated to 10,000-year levels. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to examine the remaining unfamiliar items. As his consciousness focused on them, information about each item imprinted itself in his mind. Pei Yuan Dan. Effect. Strengthens the foundation and enhances potential, accelerating cultivation speed. Den Feng. Refining method. Precautions. Hui Yuan Dan. Effect. Restores soul power to its peak in a short period. Shengji Huishui Dan. Effect. Heal severe injuries. Ran Hun Dan. Effect. Burn soul power, amplifying attack power several times. Jie Jie Gaosheng Dan. Effect. Elevates realm without side effects. Baigu Dan. Zhuyan Dan. Jiao Zhuan Huan Hun Dan. As waves of information surged into his mind, Jiang Chen stood frozen, oblivious to the world around him. It was not until several minutes had passed and the information was fully imprinted in his brain that he finally exclaimed in disbelief, wow, this surprise was truly monumental. These dozens of elixirs existed solely in the fantastical novels of his past life, and now they had become the tribulation rewards granted to him by the system. As he perused the wondrous elixirs in his mind, Jiang Chen muttered, are these elixirs real or mere illusions? If they are indeed real, then I have struck a veritable goldmine. In the Douluo Continent, everyone relied on their martial souls and soul skills, with little focus on elixirs. Even the crude pills Bibi Dong had given him previously paled in comparison to the elixirs now residing in his mind. To Jiang Chen, the Douluo Continent had transformed into a treasure trove brimming with spiritual herbs, with a wealth of rare medicinal resources undoubtedly available. If the Spirit Hall could master the methods of refining these elixirs, who could possibly stand against them? A multitude of powerful soul masters would surely emerge, and the Spirit Hall's domination over the continent would be imminent. In an instant, Jiang Chen was struck by the gravity of the situation. One must act in their own interest, lest they face divine retribution. Since I belong to the Spirit Hall, I shall ascend to the highest throne for my own sake. These recipes could ensure the Spirit Hall's supremacy and everlasting prosperity. He immediately contemplated turning to Bibi Dong for a thorough plan. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Given the magnitude of the matter, he needed to meticulously transcribe the recipes and devise a reasonable explanation before approaching Bibi Dong. As for refining the elixirs himself, that notion did not cross his mind. His martial soul was not suited for alchemy, as fire attribute soul masters were most adept in that art. Recalling Bibidong's previous mention of a group of pharmacists within the Spirit Hall, Jiang Chen's mind began to race with ideas. Lost in thoughts of various plans, he unknowingly returned to his dormitory. So engrossed was he that he failed to notice the presence of another person in his room. When he was suddenly tackled onto the bed, it was too late. Staring at the alluring Hulaina atop him, Jiang Chen's heart raced, nearly causing him to suffocate. The enticing fragrance, captivating aura, and astonishing softness overwhelmed his frail nerves. Senior sister, what are you trying to do? Jiang Chen stuttered. Upon catching a glimpse of Hulaina's dangerous gaze, his heart raced even more, prompting him to hastily declare, Senior sister, I have promised that I would no longer harbor any feelings for you. Hulaina leaned closer to Jiang Chen's face, exuding an air of dominance as she proclaimed, I. Hulaina, hereby declare that you, Jiang Chen, are permitted to have any thoughts about me. Jiang Chen was utterly bewildered. Chapter 101. The position of the Pope must certainly be yours. Jiang Chen's mind was a blank slate, his thoughts coming to a complete standstill. As Hu Laina's words echoed incessantly in his ears, you are permitted to have any thoughts about me. Was Hu Laina, in essence, confessing her feelings? He gazed at her in a daze, unable to utter a single word. Who was better, him, or that girl named Shuer? Hu Laina pressed on relentlessly, demanding a satisfactory answer from Jiang Chen. Both are good, he thought, attempting to rise, only to have Hu Laina push him back down again. Humph. You can only choose one. Hu Laina, now incensed, unleashed her martial spirit, amplifying her allure to its zenith. Speak, who do you choose? She demanded, her voice laced with a commanding authority. With that, she unexpectedly leaped onto Jiang Chen's abdomen. Jiang Chen was utterly overwhelmed, shouting, I can't take it anymore. With a forceful push, he sent Hu Laina flying and, like a bolt of lightning, dashed out onto the balcony. By the time Hu Laina regained her balance and reached the balcony, Jiang Chen's figure had vanished from sight. Humph. Hu Laina fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. While other men would eagerly kneel before her, Jiang Chen had the audacity to turn and flee in the face of her bold temptation. Had it not been for the fleeting moment when she sensed his intense warmth, she might have doubted his inclinations. Recalling that searing sensation, her heart raced. It was the first time she had dared to act so boldly. If given another chance now, she might not possess the same courage. With enough perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. I refuse to believe you can withstand my relentless pursuit. Jiang Chen concealed himself in a secluded corner of the Pope's palace, finally allowing himself a long sigh of relief. Hu Laina was truly enchanting, nearly causing him to lose control. He had come to realize that Hu Laina actually harbored feelings for him. Yet, he dared not embrace this revelation. Until he resolved matters with Qian Rinxue, he could not accept Hu Laina's affections. Perhaps I should confide in her and see if she can accept Shuer. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind. Matters of the heart are indeed vexing. Sigh, it is best to first address the issue of the medicinal formula. Jiang Chen found a quiet spot to sit down, producing paper and pen to begin transcribing. In total, he meticulously copied 15 alchemical formulas, along with additional knowledge regarding alchemical techniques and the crafting of elixir furnaces. After an hour, he held a substantial stack of paper, densely inscribed with characters. Once he reviewed it for accuracy and found no errors, he set off towards Bibidong's study. During the day, unless there were pressing matters at hand, Bibidong typically remained in her study, reviewing the various memorials submitted to her. Jiang Chen hurriedly entered and discovered Bibidong enjoying her lunch. Xiao Chen, have you eaten? Bibidong, upon noticing the intruding Jiang Chen, displayed no irritation. Not yet. Come, dine with your teacher. Any matters can be discussed after we finish. Observing Bibidong's composed and elegant demeanor, Jiang Chen reluctantly took a seat, indulging in the dishes she continuously served him. You won't remain so composed for long. Jiang Chen mused inwardly, eager to witness the noble Pope lose her poise. At last, Bibidong wiped her lips clean and gestured for a maid to approach. What brings you back to seek your teacher? Is there something of great importance? Jiang Chen produced a thick stack of papers and handed it to Bibidong, saying, Teacher, please take a look. Bibidong accepted it, calmly sipping her tea, before her gaze settled on the alchemical formula in her hands. In just a moment, her composed demeanor shifted, her beautiful eyes widened, and her previously languid posture abruptly straightened. As time passed, her expression grew increasingly grave. She read with remarkable speed, and it wasn't long before she finished examining the formula. A gleam of brilliance flickered in her eyes as she fixed her intense gaze on Jiang Chen and inquired, Xiao Chen, does the elixir described herein truly possess such miraculous effects? Jiang Chen smiled serenely and replied, Teacher, rest assured. The efficacy of these elixirs is not exaggerated in the slightest. It is simply that such potions have never graced the continent of Douluo, thus, in the absence of experience, the challenge of successfully refining them is considerable. The documents he penned included illustrations of various alchemical furnaces along with numerous methods of refinement, the intricate and cumbersome steps causing Bibidong to furrow her brow. Indeed, the task is somewhat daunting, yet not insurmountable. Suddenly, Bibidong rose with an imposing aura radiating from her, exuding a sense of dominion. Xiao Chen, when our spirit hall unifies the continent, you shall be its greatest contributor. Teacher, this is merely my duty, Jiang Chen replied. Bibidong clasped Jiang Chen's shoulder, offering him a monumental promise. If you diligently cultivate, the position of teacher will undoubtedly be yours in the future. Thank you, teacher. I shall strive with all my might. Such a remarkable item. Where did you acquire it? Bibidong finally inquired. Jiang Chen had already devised a plausible explanation. He said, Teacher, I have been chosen by a mysterious and powerful legacy. And these extraordinary elixirs are gifts bestowed upon me by that enigmatic inheritance. Bibidong was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Truly, the heavens have favored our spirit hall. Xiao Chen, you are indeed our good fortune. She reassured him, rest assured, once we succeed, whatever you desire will not be denied by me. In her heart, she was certain that the mysterious legacy Jiang Chen spoke of was undoubtedly linked to the enigmatic realm of the divine. Jiang Chen revealed a smile. For what he desired were the promises made by Bibi Dong. Among Bibi Dong's disciples, only he and Hulayina remained. And his innate talent was evidently superior to Hulayina's. Moreover, he had made significant contributions to the spirit hall, thus, the position of Pope would undoubtedly be his in the future. Teacher, I shall no longer impose on you. I must seek out those alchemists and urge them to diligently research the elixirs inscribed here, ensuring their swift and successful concoction. Bibi Dong was resolute in her actions. Teacher. Wait a moment, Jiang Chen called out to the departing Bibi Dong. Xiao Chen, is there anything else you wish to convey? Teacher. The matter of the elixirs is of paramount importance. We must firmly secure these formulas in our possession. Even the loss of a single one would constitute a tremendous loss for our spirit hall. Bibi Dong regarded Jiang Chen with admiration, as a figure of authority. She certainly understood the gravity of the situation. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chen, despite his youth, possessed such foresight. Rest assured, teacher understands. With that, she hurried away. Such a critical matter necessitated her personal oversight, as there could be no room for error. Jiang Chen was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the first elixir in this world. Perhaps, in the near future, the Douluo Continent would be swept by a fervor for medicinal pills. The art of pill refinement was entirely under the dominion of the Spirit Hall, continuously generating boundless wealth and nurturing the most formidable soul masters. Chapter 102. The teacher is the most beautiful in Douluo Continent. After wandering outside for a while, Jiang Chen reluctantly returned to his dormitory. Though Hulayina was formidable, she was a challenge he would inevitably have to confront. He made his way directly to Hulayina's room, only to find her immersed in her cultivation. As Jiang Chen gently pushed the door open, Hulayina immediately sensed his presence. Upon opening her eyes, she caught sight of Jiang Chen standing idly at the threshold. Why are you just standing there? Come in, Hulayina said with an enchanting smile, reaching out to pull him inside. Wait, I came here this time to have a serious discussion with you. Please refrain from any playful antics, otherwise I shall leave at once. A look of astonishment crossed Hulayina's face for a brief moment. Very well, you may enter. Jiang Chen then entered the room, maintaining a certain distance from Hulayina. Senior sister, let us speak candidly. Do you harbor feelings for me? Hulayina was taken aback by Jiang Chen's forthrightness. Although she felt a tinge of shyness, she was not of a timid disposition and readily confessed her feelings. It is quite natural for a senior sister to have affection for her junior brother, is it not? Her large, captivating eyes fixated intently on Jiang Chen. Had she not feared that he might flee once more, she would have likely leaped towards him. Jiang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Senior sister, I am at a loss as to what it is about me that captivates you, for my heart already belongs to another. Hulayina pouted and retorted. Is it not that girl, Shui? What makes her superior to me? With that, she puffed out her chest and gave it a slight shake. What is it that you like about her? She inquired once more. It is a feeling, an inexplicable affection that requires no justification, Jiang Chen replied. I feel the same way about you. My affection needs no reason, Hulayina immediately countered. However, I cannot forsake her, Jiang Chen confessed his inner thoughts. Hulayina's expression darkened, and with a tone of disappointment, she asked, Can you truly not accept me? Jiang Chen felt a twinge of reluctance, after all. He harbored a certain fondness for Hulayina. To reject her outright seemed rather cruel. Senior sister, it's not that I cannot accept you, it's just what? Hulayina asked eagerly, her heart racing. It's just that you might endure some grievances if you are willing to accept Shui. Jiang Chen chose not to elaborate further, fully aware that Hulayina would grasp his intent. As expected, Hulayina shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, You rascal, how greedy can you be? You actually wish for me to share my service with other women? Jiang Chen could not help but smile wryly, faced with Hulayina's relentless pursuit. He was compelled to make such a decision. If both women were willing to accept one another, he believed he could bring them happiness. However, if he could choose only one, his heart still leaned towards Qian Renshui. By clarifying things with Hulayina in advance, he was also granting her the opportunity to make an early decision. I shall go cultivate. Senior sister, please ponder this carefully, he declared before swiftly departing. In the ensuing days, Hulayina ceased to trouble Jiang Chen. 5 days later, Bibi Dong finally delivered the good news. The first type of elixir had been successfully refined. Although it had yet to achieve the effects Jiang Chen had described, it was already remarkably impressive. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly filled with excitement, and upon hearing the news, he rushed into Bibi Dong's study. Teacher. Bibi Dong turned around suddenly, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily speechless. The already stunning Bibi Dong appeared to have regained several years of youth, looking around 27 or 28, with not a trace of age visible on her face. Her skin was supple, a delicate rosy hue, and her hair shimmered, rendering Jiang Chen in a daze. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Has the teacher become more beautiful? Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Jiang Chen's entranced expression. Jiang Chen nodded vigorously. His teacher appeared even more enchanting than before. Truly the most beautiful fairy in the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen and remarked with a smile, You little smooth talker. But I must sincerely thank you. Without your elixir, I would not have experienced such a transformation. Teacher, is the first successfully concocted elixir the beauty pill? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. Bibi Dong beamed and affirmed, Such a miraculous elixir must be tried by me first. She then instructed them to prioritize the preparation of the beauty pill. Although the quality of this successfully refined elixir was rather modest, its astonishing effects were already evident. I am truly eager to see if we can concoct a higher quality beauty pill in the future and discover just how remarkable its effects can be. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, women are most concerned about their appearance. He still recalled the domineering aura of Bibi Dong just a few days prior, when she proclaimed her ambition to unify the continent. Yet, 5 days have passed, and all that has materialized is this beauty-enhancing elixir. Although he found the situation somewhat absurd, he knew flattery was essential. Teacher, this elixir can preserve a woman's beauty in its most youthful and perfect state. You shall forever be the most exquisite beauty of the Douluo Continent. Despite understanding that Jiang Chen was merely flattering her, Bibi Dong could not help but feel a sense of delight. What woman is not concerned about her looks? Since she was here, she might as well sit for a while before dining together with her teacher. All right, teacher. Recently, Jiang Chen has felt somewhat awkward upon encountering Hulaina. It is indeed quite pleasant to have the opportunity to dine with Bibi Dong. I have heard that you have been having some conflicts with Nana lately. What has transpired? Could you share it with your teacher? Bibi Dong inquired. Jiang Chen hastily shook his head and replied, Teacher, it's nothing. Senior sister has not been in the best of spirits these past few days. Perhaps she is feeling unwell. He dared not reveal the truth to Bibi Dong, for if she discovered his desire for both Qianrenqiwei and Hulaina, she might enact some frightful retribution upon him. It is quite normal for girls to feel unwell. You must be more understanding of your senior sister. Do you understand? Understood. Moreover, in just 3 days, the Wuhuan Palace Academy will commence. Although the atmosphere of cultivation there is not as pressing as that of a training camp, you will still be able to acquire a wealth of knowledge. Once you arrive, your senior sister will look after you. You must focus on your studies. Do you comprehend? Understood. Teacher, did you not instruct me to care for Sister Schwer in the future? When can I go to see her? Bibi Dong regarded him with a complex expression and said, There is no rush. First, you must diligently cultivate. We shall discuss this once you reach the Soul Master realm. 10 levels away, Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Based on his previous pace of cultivation, it would take him approximately 2 years to reach level 10, by which time he would be 11 years old. However, the further he progressed, the slower his cultivation speed would become. It might even prove difficult to break through to level 10 in 2 years. He had not seen Qianrenqiwei for over 3 years, and the thought of waiting another 2 years made him anxious. When I approach level 40, I shall seize Douluo Bo's medicinal garden. Perhaps it will allow me to ascend directly to level 40, saving me the better part of a year, Jiang Chen silently contemplated. The garden contained numerous treasures. Aside from himself, his senior sister, Schwer, and that Zhao Yue girl would likely all elevate several levels. In such a scenario, Shrek Academy would no longer be a concern. Chapter 103, the fear of senior sister time swiftly passed, and it was now Jiang Chen's final day at the Pope's palace. To his dismay, Hulaina had once again resumed her advances toward him. However, despite his fervent resistance, she had yet to succeed in her pursuits. Hulaina's sentiments were unwavering. I believe I can certainly replace her in your heart. I am confident in my abilities. Proud and ambitious, as a disciple of the Pope, Hulaina would not easily concede to any other girl. This was her resolve. She was convinced that her allure would enable her to reclaim Jiang Chen's affections. Such a handsome and powerful junior cannot be allowed to fall into another's hands. In the afternoon, within Bibi Dong's study, Jiang Chen and Hulaina listened attentively to Bibi Dong's instructions. Nana, you must take good care of Xiao Qian within the academy. Do not allow anyone to bully him, understood? Hulaina nodded earnestly. Teacher, rest assured, with me around, no one would dare to mistreat my junior. It would indeed be strange otherwise, Jiang Chen mused to himself. With the multitude of admirers Hulaina had, and given his strikingly handsome appearance, it would be improbable for anyone to dare to bully him while walking alongside her. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction before turning her gaze to Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, I have a request for you, and I hope you can comply. Teacher, please tell me. I will certainly do my best, Jiang Chen replied. I wish for you to refrain from using your martial soul and soul bones within the academy. Teacher, I can manage that, but may I inquire as to why? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Bibi Dong explained, your sister Schwej is on a mission, and her identity must remain concealed. Do you not wish to find her in the future? Therefore, during your years at the Spirit Hall Academy, it would be wise for you to avoid using your martial soul. Otherwise, given your formidable configuration of 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring, coupled with the uniqueness of your martial soul, it is likely that someone might recognize you in her presence. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he must conceal his martial spirit for the time being. In the future, when he is by Qianrenqiwei's side, he would no longer fear being recognized as a member of the Spirit Hall. Although the students within the Spirit Hall Academy are all young scions of the Spirit Hall's affiliated forces, it is not guaranteed that they will not be assigned to external spirit branches or even betray the Spirit Hall in the future. If Jiang Chen's identity were to be revealed by these individuals, it could indeed lead to significant complications. Teacher, during my time in the concentration camp, those students were aware of my martial spirit, Jiang Chen expressed with concern. Bibi Dong smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, those students have already been dealt with by your teacher. A surge of astonishment coursed through Jiang Chen's heart, prompting him to inquire, Teacher, have you truly slain them all? Yet, he could still sense Zhao Yoyue's presence, indicating that she was indeed alive and well. Bibi Dong shook her head and replied, they are all talents of my spirit hall. How could I ever bring myself to kill them? Their families reside in Spirit City, and there are numerous ways to ensure their compliance. Jiang Chen then asked, so, do you wish for me to maintain a low profile within the academy? Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen and remarked, you little rascal. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your prowess. Even without your spirit, with your uncanny speed and close combat skills, there are likely few among the soul masters who could rival you. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, feeling a sense of pride. Naturally, if the soul sect were to take action against you, even if you were unable to defeat them, you would still be unable to utilize your martial spirit. Rest assured. Teacher, even without my martial spirit, I can make those from the soul sect cry out in distress. Is that so? How about having senior sister accompany you for some practice later? Hui Laina's excited voice chimed in, her eagerness evident. After suffering a significant setback in Jiang Chen's poison formation last time, which led to her being captured due to her proximity to him, she had yet to avenge that grievance since her breakthrough to the soul sect. Confident that she could ensnare Jiang Chen in an inescapable illusion if he refrained from using his martial spirit, she was eager to take her chances. Senior sister. Perhaps it would be best to avoid that. Jiang Chen quickly shook his head, recalling Hui Laina's fourth soul skill, which filled him with trepidation. Indeed. You two should have a practice session, Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. All right, you may return now. We shall set off directly tomorrow. No need to visit me. Understood. Teacher. Hui Laina seized Jiang Chen and hurriedly dragged him out, disregarding his protests, and pulled him onto the arena. Senior sister, I am doing this for your own good. If I don't use my martial spirit and still lose, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for you? Jiang Chen kindly advised. Nonsense. If you can defeat me without using your martial spirit, I will let you have your way with me. If you lose, however, then I shall have my way with you. How does that sound? Hui Laina retorted proudly, her eyes brimming with challenge. Despite her words, she did not afford Jiang Chen the opportunity to respond, instantly releasing her martial spirit. The shimmering lights of her four spirit rings, pink in hue, radiated around Jiang Chen. Sensing that he had fallen into her enchanting illusion, Hui Laina chuckled mischievously, brandishing a large hammer as she charged towards him. As long as she could knock Jiang Chen unconscious, the match would be hers to claim. Hui Laina's most formidable skill was her fourth soul ability, which Jiang Chen had encountered before. Now, facing it again was just as daunting. Within the illusion, he found himself at a critical juncture alongside Qian Renxue and Hui Laina, overwhelmed by amplified desires, rendering him utterly oblivious to the fact that he was currently engaged in a friendly spar with Hui Laina. Jiang Chen felt a sudden dizziness as Hui Laina jolted him from the enchanting illusion. Senior sister, he gazed, somewhat dazed, at Hui Laina, who brandished a massive iron hammer. Little Chen, you are quite resilient. I admire that, she exclaimed. Before Jiang Chen could fully regain his composure, Hui Laina unleashed her skill once more, bringing the hammer down with a resounding thud. Jiang Chen was on the verge of suffering a concussion as each time he emerged from the illusion, he was met with the sight of Hui Laina wielding a massive hammer, igniting his fury. In an instant, Hui Laina realized that Jiang Chen began to struggle the moment he entered the illusion. Just as her hammer descended halfway, he regained consciousness of his own accord. This is dreadful, Hui Laina thought to herself. Immediately, she witnessed Jiang Chen grasping the hammer in her hand, his eyes transforming into an inky black, with dark mist emanating from him, creating a rather terrifying visage. The sight of his two pristine, sharp fangs brought to Hui Laina's mind the tragic fate of the lightning weasel. Jiang Chen's emotions were somewhat frenzied as he forcefully pinned Hui Laina to the ground. The impact caused Hui Laina's head to collide with the earth, leaving her momentarily dazed. In an instant, Jiang Chen positioned himself atop her abdomen, lowering his gaze to fixate on her neck, swallowing hard. A sudden chill coursed through Hui Laina's core, prompting her to cry out, Xiao Chen, do not absorb me. Senior sister will perish. Her soul technique continued to activate, yet she soon realized its effect on Jiang Chen was nearly negligible, as he merely experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation before breaking free from her allure. Jiang Chen firmly grasped Hui Laina's wrists, his mouth agape as he leaned closer, approaching her pristine neck. Xiao Chen, please don't. I am your senior sister. You cannot treat me this way. Hui Laina cried out. Jiang Chen remained unmoved, ultimately pausing at Hui Laina's neck. He did not intend to bite down. Rather, it was merely an attempt to instill fear in Hui Laina. After all, she had struck him numerous times, and it was only fair that she experienced the sensation of terror. Yet, that snow-white, glistening neck was undeniably alluring, emanating a faint, enchanting fragrance. As he could sense the blood coursing rapidly within, he could not help but bestow a gentle kiss upon it. Ah! Hui Laina let out a piercing scream, trembling throughout her entire being. Chapter 104, The Spirit Hall Academy. Gazing into Jiang Chen's dark, inscrutable eyes, devoid of any emotion, Hui Laina was so frightened that her soul felt as if it might escape her body. Jiang Chen sat atop her like a mountain, pressing down, his hands firmly grasping hers, leaving her utterly devoid of any power to resist. Jiang Chen chuckled a few times, his laughter resonating with an unsettling quality. After a sinister smile, he abruptly leaped into action, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A sheen of perspiration enveloped his body, and his expression bore a mixture of confusion and dread. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen's terrifying demeanor had truly instilled in her a profound fear of death. It turned out that the young junior disciple was indeed so formidable. Jiang Chen gently rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of pain from the few taps delivered by Hulaina. Nevertheless, the prospect of reprimanding Hulaina brought him a sense of satisfaction. The aroma was truly delightful, and he could not help but swallow hard. He reminded himself to resist next time. At present, Hulaina had yet to accept Qianrenxue, and he truly wished to avoid any entanglement with her for the moment. Furthermore, he had to ponder whether he could win Qianrenxue's affections and whether she would embrace Hulaina. The multitude of factors weighed heavily on his mind, particularly as Hulaina pressed him to confront these troublesome considerations prematurely. After enduring Hulaina's skills several times, he now felt a newfound confidence in his ability to withstand her charms. Moreover, in his zombie state, Hulaina's allure had significantly diminished. He was certain that, having learned from this experience, Hulaina would think twice before attempting to seduce him again. As evening approached, Hulaina returned. Jiang Chen observed carefully. Hulaina appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of abnormality. After the attendant delivered the meal, Hulaina beckoned Jiang Chen over. "Xiao Chen, have you informed your teacher that you intend to seek out that Shuer?" Hulaina fixed her gaze intently upon Jiang Chen. "Indeed, what of it?" he replied. "And when do you plan to depart?" Hulaina inquired, her delicate lips gently biting down as she wrestled with her emotions. Jiang Chen, without raising his head, replied, "Soon. Perhaps in a year or two. What's the matter?" Hulaina shook her head. "It's nothing, just asking. Senior sister, I almost lost control and bit you just now. Aren't you afraid?" Jiang Chen finally voiced his lingering doubt. How could Hulaina, who had appeared so terrified earlier, now seem completely unfazed? "I am your senior sister. How could you truly bite me? You were merely trying to frighten me. If you really intended to bite, I would not have resisted. As long as you are happy," she said, her large, captivating fox-like eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen, making him uncomfortable. "I'm full." He discarded his bowl and chopsticks and hurried back to his room. Fortunately, school would commence the next day, and Hulaina would likely have less time to focus on him. As dusk fell, with the sun still lingering on the horizon, Jiang Chen remained in his room, hoping to catch a brief nap. After an indeterminate period, a knock on the door startled him awake. "Come in," he called out. The door opened, revealing a graceful girl enveloped in gossamer-like fabric, her exquisite form partially concealed. "Xiao Chen, do you like my new clothes?" she asked, having already made a certain decision in her heart. If she did not take action now, opportunities would dwindle, especially once Jiang Chen sought out that fox spirit named Shuer. "They're lovely, senior sister. What do you intend to do?" Jiang Chen inquired cautiously, suppressing the fire within. Hulaina approached the bedside and gently sat down. "Did we not agree this afternoon? The loser submits to the winner's whims. Now, senior sister is willing to accept defeat." Having just bathed, her hair still damp, a faint yet intoxicating fragrance wafted towards Jiang Chen, overwhelming him in close proximity. Suddenly, a soft spray sound echoed, and a rush of warm blood erupted from Jiang Chen's nostrils, landing upon Hulaina. Jiang Chen leaped onto the balcony, gently laying Hulaina upon the bed. In an instant, a profound sense of loss welled up in Hulaina's eyes. She had come so far. It was evident that Jiang Chen harbored feelings for her. Yet he remained steadfast in his refusal to accept her due to another girl. What enchantment did that Shuer possess that could occupy his thoughts so deeply? Unable to suppress his emotions, he turned to Hulaina earnestly and said, "Senior sister, I have already clarified my feelings with you the other day. You may consider my words. If you wish for me to abandon Shuer, that is simply impossible. If you possess my body yet not my heart, even gaining the world will not bring you happiness. Furthermore, do you not think this is somewhat excessive?" With that, he no longer lingered, his figure flickering away into the ether. "I truly feel unwilling about this." Hulaina sighed softly. After distancing himself from the dormitory, Jiang Chen found a place to sit, a bitter smile gracing his face. In his past life, not even a fraction of the resources had drawn blood from him, yet here he was, having shed his first blood for Hulaina. He wiped the blood from his nose and sampled it. The taste was rather lackluster, lacking the exhilarating sensation that others' blood usually evoked. Alas, I hope my earlier words will bring her some clarity. The following morning, after breakfast, the two made their way towards the Spirit Hall Academy. Hulaina had regained her usual demeanor, seemingly having forgotten the displeasure of the previous night. The Spirit Hall Academy sprawled expansively, and aside from the Pope's Hall and Douluo Hall, it was the most coveted destination for the youth of Spirit City. Those fortunate enough to study within its hallowed halls were rare geniuses, capable of standing among the finest in any other institution. Upon graduation from the Spirit Hall Academy, these students would become the backbone of the Spirit Hall, dispatched to important positions across the continent. The most outstanding among them might even be fortunate enough to catch the attention of an elder and be accepted as a disciple. Hey. Reliable sources say that during the summer break, 2 more seniors from our academy were accepted as disciples by the elders. A chubby boy boasted at the entrance of the academy, reveling in his knowledge. Is that so? Elders are formidable beings at the title Douluo level. I truly hope to be noticed by one someday. Humph, with your abilities? You might not even pass the academy's entrance test. came a dismissive retort. The long line of applicants extended for hundreds of meters, but Hulaina, accompanied by Jiang Chen, did not queue. Instead, they walked straight to the front. Hulaina's exquisite features and alluring figure emanated an irresistible charm that captivated the attention of all the new students. That senior sister is truly beautiful. How shameless to only stare at her backside, a girl whispered with disdain, though her eyes betrayed a hint of envy. Such a flirt, she must be a vixen. Jiang Chen stifled a laugh as he walked beside Hulaina. He noticed that the young men were almost salivating, while the young women expressed a mix of scorn and envious jealousy. Chapter 105. Do not call me senior sister anymore. Hulaina glanced back at Jiang Chen, her eyes gleaming with pride. Now you understand the extent of my allure, don't you? Let me tell you, those who pursue me could circle the spirit city 3 times. It is not too late for you to reconsider, otherwise, humph. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and shifted the topic, saying, Senior sister, do we not need to wait in line? Hulaina glanced at him and replied, having passed the trials of the concentration camp is the best proof. Do you still wish to foolishly stand in line here? Jiang Chen shook his head, expressing his disinterest. Under the fervent, envious, jealous, and bewildered gazes of the crowd, the two made their way to the forefront of the assembly. The Spirit Hall Academy stood magnificently, its grand entrance nearly 100 meters wide, bustling with numerous teachers and students. Today marked the commencement of the academic year. A day not only for new students to enroll, but also for returning students to come back to school. At the entrance of the academy, a rather handsome middle-aged instructor was overseeing the assessment, accompanied by 2 young men in their 20s assisting him. Upon noticing Hulaina approaching with Jiang Chen, the middle-aged teacher exhibited a hint of surprise, yet refrained from further comments. The 2 young men beside him, however, were visibly captivated. Their eyes sparkling as they fixated on Hulaina, their admiration blatant. Yet, they seemed to harbor some trepidation, not daring to greet her. Without pausing, Hulaina guided Jiang Chen into the academy. Did you see that? Those 2 fellows are in their 4th year, and are at the soul master level. Yet they gazed at me as if I were a vision of desire, Hulaina remarked, turning to Jiang Chen. She felt it necessary to convey the extent of her allure. I dare say that over 90% of the male students in the academy consider me their dream goddess. And even many of the male teachers are enamored with me. With so many suitors, who knows when I might be swayed by one of them? She cast a teasing glance at Jiang Chen, only to find him curiously observing the surroundings of the academy, seemingly oblivious to her previous remarks. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, contemplating abandoning Jiang Chen out of exasperation. However, recalling Bibi Dong's instructions to look after him within the academy, she suppressed her irritation. Sister, you mentioned those 2 were in their 4th year. How many grades does our academy have? Jiang Chen inquired. Hulaina replied curtly. There are a total of 4 grades. First-year students are soul masters, second-year students are great soul masters, third-year students are soul sages, and fourth-year students are soul ancestors. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Does that mean I will be in the 3rd grade upon my enrollment? It is quite common. Those who have attended the training camp, provided they possess a modicum of talent, typically graduate with the strength of a soul master. Consequently, each year, first and second-year students enlist to hone their skills at the training camp. Sister, which class am I in? Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed, as Hulaina had led him for quite some time. Suddenly, Hulaina halted, pointing ahead. Do you see that? All individuals emerging from the training camp will enter the elite class. The one on the left is the 2nd grade elite class, while the one on the right is the 3rd grade elite class. Following Hulaina's gesture, Jiang Chen spotted 2 registration desks, each several meters apart. With a teacher seated behind each table, a considerable number of students were already standing behind the 2 teachers. Jiang Chen recognized them as his fellow students who had also come from the training camp. Little Chen. The teachers prefer that we do not display our status as disciples of the Pope within the academy. Yes, I understand, Jiang Chen replied. Hulaina grinned mischievously, saying, Then you shall no longer call me sister to avoid arousing curiosity. Indeed, that makes sense. What should I call you then? You may address me as Nana, just like the teachers. That seems rather inappropriate. How about I call you senior sister? Hushiwejie. Just call me Nana. No further discussion. Jiang Chen could not help but smile wryly. After all, it was merely a title, yet Hulaina seemed intent on deriving some advantage from it. Suddenly, the 3rd grade teacher waved her hand in their direction and called out, Nana. Remember, call me Nana. Hulaina instructed, grasping Jiang Chen's hand as they made their way over. Her gesture caused a stir among the countless male gaze hidden in the corners of the academy, their hearts tightening at the sight of the goddess holding hands with a handsome young man. The 3rd grade teacher appeared to be a woman in her 40s, wearing glasses. Her face slightly round, exuding a sense of warmth. Hulaina hurriedly approached the teacher's desk, saying, Teacher, this is my friend. He also graduated from the camp this year. Xiao Chun, show her your graduation certificate. Jiang Chen had already spotted a familiar figure not far behind the teacher, Zhao Yue, who was gazing at him intently. He flashed her a smile, and then presented his graduation certificate to the teacher before him. Hulaina, possessing an acute 6th sense, swiftly discerned the subtle exchange between Jiang Chen and Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue, with her delicate oval face, an air of aloofness, flowing black hair, and a white gown that seemed to make her stand out like a crane among chickens, drew the attention of Hulaina, who felt a portion of the gaze directed at her being diverted towards the girl. Particularly striking was the smile Zhao Yue bestowed upon Jiang Chen, a smile that resonated with familiarity, imbued with affection, instantly instilling a sense of profound threat within her. Moreover, the audacity of Jiang Chen to return her smile, one so gentle, incited a surge of anger within Hulaina, prompting her to seize Jiang Chen's waist and twist it forcefully, casting a defiant glance at Zhao Yue. Jiang Chen visibly inhaled sharply, having anticipated a pleasant interaction with the female teacher, only to be unexpectedly jolted by Hulaina from behind. "Is everything all right, student?" the teacher inquired, having just reviewed Jiang Chen's graduation report with great satisfaction. She was impressed that this seemingly youthful boy had emerged as the top of this year's cohort. "And no, it's nothing," Jiang Chen stammered, shaking his head repeatedly. "From this day forward, you shall be my student. My surname is Yang. You may call me Teacher Yang." "Hello, Teacher Yang," came the chorus of responses. Nana, you are the leader of the class. You must take good care of these younger siblings. Do you understand?" the teacher instructed. "Teacher, I will be advancing to the 4th grade," Hulaina replied. Teacher Yang expressed surprise. "Have you already become a soul master?" Hulaina nodded. "I broke through not long ago. Henceforth, I can no longer remain in your class as the monitor, but this friend of mine can take my place. He is quite strong." With that, she patted Jiang Chen's shoulder a few times. Teacher Yang regarded Jiang Chen with curiosity, asking, "Jiang, what is your current level of cultivation?" Jiang Chen remarked, "Teacher, I am currently 9 years old and at the 31st level." Teacher Yang gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment, having never encountered a student with such rapid progress in cultivation. "However, your cultivation level is still somewhat lower than that of your classmates. Please wait at the back for a moment, and we shall discuss the class monitor's position later." Hulaina took Jiang Chen's hand and led him to the back, deliberately distancing themselves from the few students who had already registered at the front. "Sister, why are you pulling me so far back?" Jiang Chen inquired. Hulaina, somewhat displeased, responded, "What did you call me? Nana, is that sufficient?" Hulaina's face broke into a smile, her heart filled with contentment. Zhao Yue, for reasons unknown, felt a heavy discomfort in her heart. Ever since Jiang Chen's arrival, her gaze had been fixated on him. Witnessing the playful banter between Hulaina and Jiang Chen caused her heart to ache. The beauty and charm of Hulaina left her feeling awestruck. She had not anticipated encountering someone even more remarkable than herself within the academy. Particularly, Hulaina's occasional glances of dominance made Zhao Yue feel exceedingly uneasy. It was no wonder her master had ignored her for the past 2 months. It turned out he had a beautiful girlfriend. Zhao Yue's eyes began to sting, tears welling up. Driven by her unique feelings for Jiang Chen, she approached him. "Yue, it has been a while." Jiang Chen greeted her upon noticing her presence. "Xiao Chen, won't you introduce me?" Hulaina's hand found its way to Jiang Chen's waist, sending shivers down his spine. "This is my friend from the training camp, Zhao Yue." "Yue, this is my friend, Hulaina. Is she your girlfriend?" Zhao Yue summoned her courage to ask, fully aware that this might provoke her master's ire. But her heart ached too much to remain silent. No, she's just a good friend of mine," Jiang Chen quickly replied, unwilling to acknowledge Hulaina as his girlfriend. Zhao Yue's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, her face alight with joy as she swiftly approached Jiang Chen. "Master, I missed you so much over these 2 months," Zhao Yue said, tugging at Jiang Chen's shirt with her hands, her expression a mix of grievance and tears, stirring feelings of compassion in those who beheld her. Jiang Chen's mind was in turmoil, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was Zhao Yue attempting? How could she be so audacious? Was it possible that this young lady harbored some feelings for him? A terrifying thought surged within Jiang Chen. However, before he could ponder further, a wave of excruciating pain jolted him back to reality, as Hulaina fiercely pinched his waist. With a sudden exertion, Jiang Chen forcefully pushed away Hulaina's hand. Hulaina fixed him with a murderous gaze, her voice dripping with malice as she demanded, "Xiao Chen, will you not offer me an explanation? Speak the truth. How debauched has your life been in the concentration camp?" "Senior sister, she is merely my comrade in arms within the camp," Jiang Chen hastily clarified, inadvertently revealing his address to her. Zhao Yue's face brightened, instantly filled with speculation about the nature of Jiang Chen and Hulaina's relationship. She promptly grasped Jiang Chen's arm, her demeanor turning pitiful as she implored, "Master, have you forsaken me? I am destined to be yours for all eternity." Jiang Chen felt himself on the brink of madness. Was Zhao Yue truly experiencing a mental breakdown today? "Stay in the front," he commanded. Zhao Yue's expression was one of deep grievance. Yet she could not disregard Jiang Chen's order, reluctantly retreating while glancing back repeatedly. "Ah, what a grand display of authority from the master, barking orders at the maid. How many more of your hidden misdeeds remain unknown to me, Jiang Chen?" Hulaina questioned coldly. "Sister, she is merely a young girl who idolizes me. Her mind not entirely sound, which is why she refers to me as her master. Is that so?" Indeed, Jiang Chen felt it necessary to clarify the situation, otherwise These two women might end up in a fierce conflict. Since neither could admit their involvement, it was best for both to distance themselves. At that moment, Teacher Yang stood up and approached with a few students in tow. Nana, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be reporting to the 4th grade? Teacher Yang inquired. Teacher Yang, I will be there shortly, Nana replied. All right then, I shall take these new students with me, she said, leading Zhao Yue and the others away. Hulaina leaned close to Jiang Chen and ominously whispered, you had better not let me discover any inappropriate dealings between you and that girl. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your miscreant parts are severed. Jiang Chen instinctively recoiled at the severity of Hulaina's threat. After uttering her words, she turned and departed, leaving Jiang Chen in a state of disarray. It seemed he would need to issue a few commands to Zhao Yue, lest she cause chaos and ultimately attract significant trouble. Noticing that Teacher Yang had already moved far ahead, he hurriedly pursued her. In this elite class of newcomers, there were only 4 students, apart from Jiang Chen. The other 3 were among the 3 champions from the infamous training camp. The training camps were held annually and scattered across various locations. Hulaina had been in the 3 cohorts preceding Jiang Chen, and there were still 2 more groups of graduates from the camp currently in their 3rd year. Thus, Teacher Yang had mentioned that although Jiang Chen possessed remarkable talent, he might not yet be fit to assume the role of class leader. After all, within her class, there were numerous students at levels 38 and 39. How could Jiang Chen possibly command their respect if he were to take on such a position? After Teacher Yang guided Jiang Chen and the others to collect their uniforms and textbooks, she led them to the dormitory. Zhao Yue, you must behave yourself in the dormitory and try not to provoke the senior students, Teacher Yang kindly advised. Zhao Yue's face turned pale. It was evident she had heard some terrifying tales about the fierce senior girls who bullied the weaker newcomers. Teacher, what if Zhao Yue is bullied? Will you not intervene? Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed. Teacher Yang sighed. Within the dormitory, you will encounter all sorts of personalities. Bullying is an unfortunate reality. How can a teacher monitor everything? Those who are newly admitted and lack strength will inevitably face some hardships. Although Zhao Yue was currently only at level 35, Jiang Chen felt no concern for her. As a zombie, should he truly worry about others bullying her? It was the others who ought to fear. Yue, do not hold back, Jiang Chen urged her. Zhao Yue nodded, recalling the abilities Jiang Chen had bestowed upon her, suddenly emboldened. If it comes to it, I'll just poison them all. Who is afraid of whom? Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the boys' dormitory. The advice I just gave you remains pertinent, the teacher reiterated. Behave yourselves in the dormitory. And after enduring a year or 2, you will emerge successfully. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult your seniors. Classes commence tomorrow. Once Teacher Yang departed, the remaining 2 turned their attention to Jiang Chen. One was the swift blade, Wan Tianxi, and the other was the formidable rhinos, Hong Wu. Both had held Jiang Chen in high regard during their time in the training camp. Now, in this new environment, they found themselves instinctively looking to Jiang Chen for support. Jiang Chen, do you feel confident in facing those seniors? Wan Tianxi asked, his gaze filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen immediately discerned the thoughts of the 2 individuals, and with a smile remarked, those who dare provoke me shall only meet with a fate worse than death. Wan Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, Brother Chen, from now on, I shall follow your lead without reservation. I hope you will not think ill of me. The Wan family, a prominent clan within the martial spirit city, had been silenced the previous day with a directive forbidding the disclosure of any information regarding Jiang Chen. In Wan Tianxi's perspective, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a concealed figure of great significance, worthy of his allegiance. Brother Chen, I shall also align myself with you, echoed the voice of Hong Wuing. Chapter 107. A year later, Jiang Chen chuckled, let us ascend. An hour later, within the dormitory of the 3rd grade elite class, over 20 students stood before Jiang Chen, bowing their heads in deference and addressing him as their leader. This youth was formidable. None among the most skilled dared to challenge him, for they found themselves utterly outmatched. A few among them wore expressions of pallor, still haunted by the terrifying venom that had invaded their bodies. Had Jiang Chen delayed in administering the antidote, they might well have met their demise. A year later, Jiang Chen had reached the age of 10 and a half, his cultivation having ascended to the 36th level. Meanwhile, Hulaina, now nearly 16, had become a member of the Soul Sect, though her pace of advancement had noticeably slowed. In the span of a year, she had only reached the 44th level. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 2 figures approached the foot of the Pope's Mountain, bathed in the golden afterglow. The girl was tall, approximately 1.78 meters. With an exquisite visage, her purple bob danced in the breeze, and her large, captivating fox-like eyes seemed to ensnare the very souls of those who gazed into them. She was none other than Hulaina. The other figure was a strikingly handsome youth, slightly taller than Hulaina, standing at about 1.80 meters. A gentle smile graced his face, and his imposing stature radiated an undeniable aura of confidence. Xiao Chen, shall we proceed? Perhaps our teacher awaits us above, Hulaina said with a light laugh. I can now refer to you as senior sister, can I? Jiang Chen replied, somewhat helplessly. He had been urged by Hulaina to call her by that name for an entire year and had yet to fully acclimate to it. He found senior sister to be more endearing. Call me whatever you wish. Upon returning here, you may address me however you please. Nana is just fine. Ornar, little Nana, I would not mind in the least. Hulaina giggled, pulling Jiang Chen along as they ascended together. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Hulaina had not ceased her pursuit of him for over a year, employing various tactics. Had he not possessed some degree of strength, he might have already fallen victim to the relentless admirers of Hulaina within the academy. As for Zhao Yue, he had commanded her to refrain from any intimate gestures towards him and to avoid addressing him as her master in the presence of others. While he could compel Zhao Yue to obey, he found himself powerless over her thoughts. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression reminiscent of a wronged wife, which infuriated Hulaina each time she witnessed it. Now, as the holiday approached, Hulaina felt an indescribable thrill at the prospect of spending 2 solitary months with Jiang Chen. She had even devised numerous plans aimed at winning his heart during the summer break. Senior sister, slow down, Jiang Chen called out hurriedly. The guards flanking the stairs lowered their heads. A year apart had only amplified Hulaina's allure, making her irresistible even to them. Previously, they had only dared not to gaze upon the Pope. Now, there was another whose presence commanded the same reverence. Hulaina tugged at Jiang Chen, racing up the steps, her laughter ringing out in a manner that was utterly enchanting. Upon entering the Pope's chamber, she led Jiang Chen directly towards Bibi Dong's study. It's still early. Let us pay our respects to our teacher first. Upon learning that Jiang Chen and Hulaina were on holiday, Bibi Dong had set aside other matters and awaited them in her study. Teacher, teacher. Their voices echoed, prompting Bibi Dong to rise swiftly. The academy only had 1 holiday a year, and her 2 disciples had been absent for a full year, which weighed heavily on her mind. She hurried towards Jiang Chen and Hulaina, scrutinizing them closely with her gaze. At this moment, Jiang Chen's height surpassed even that of his teacher, leaving Bibi Dong momentarily stunned by his strikingly handsome appearance. Such a remarkably spirited youth is a rarity in this world. Well, it is good to have you back. Come. Sit down, and let us have a proper conversation among the 3 of us. At this juncture, Bibi Dong appeared younger than she had a year prior, resembling a 25 or 26-year-old girl. Her flawless visage was complemented by a mature yet alluring figure, exuding an enchanting blend of youthfulness and maturity. Bibi Dong gazed at her 2 disciples with satisfaction, saying, I have observed your performance over the past year. You have both dedicated yourselves diligently to your cultivation. Xiao Chen, you have maintained your previous pace and have already reached the 36th rank at the age of 10. This is a gift from your teacher. As she spoke, Bibi Dong produced several small jade vials, each containing a number of elixirs. What is this? Huoliana inquired with curiosity, picking one up. Senior sister, these are elixirs. Jiang Chen explained, detailing the effects of each type. Such extraordinary items exist? Huoliana exclaimed in astonishment. Thank you, teacher. There is no need for thanks. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward Xiao Chen, as he provided me with the methods to concoct these elixirs, which is why we have them now. Huoliana turned to Jiang Chen in shock, about to ask something when Jiang Chen raised a hand to interrupt her. Senior sister, do not inquire. This is my secret. Huoliana pouted. Who cares to know anyway? You 2 should take the Piyuan Dan tonight, as it will enhance your potential and cultivation speed, Bibi Dong instructed. Jiang Chen and Hulaina nodded in unison. Unfortunately, the elusive high-grade ascension pill, devoid of any side effects, is exceedingly difficult to procure. Even though our spirit hall wields influence across the entire continent, it remains a formidable challenge to gather all the necessary ingredients. Bibi Dong lamented. A spark of inspiration ignited within Jiang Chen as he spoke. Master, I am aware of a location where medicinal herbs flourish abundantly, and even rarer celestial herbs may be found. Perhaps the materials for concocting the ascension pill are hidden there. Is that truly the case? Bai Dong inquired, her eyes alight with excitement as she gazed at Jiang Chen. She had already experienced the potency of elixirs and had begun administering them to the soul masters loyal to the spirit hall, even extending their use to the military for their cultivation. Remarkably, in just a year's time, the strength of the spirit hall had surged to several times greater than it was before. Jiang Chen nodded and said, indeed. This place lies not far from the Sunset Forest in Tiando City, a realm shrouded in mystery, seldom trodden by human feet. Within it, countless spiritual herbs flourish, nurtured by an environment exquisitely suited for their growth. The herbs that thrive there for a decade are equivalent to those that mature outside over a century. If we could establish our herb field there, we would possess an unending supply of rare medicinal materials. Xiao Cheng, you truly are a blessing for our spirit hall. Your contributions will be remembered by the master. Once our spirit hall unifies the continent, you shall be celebrated as one of its most illustrious benefactors. Bibi Dong was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly embracing Jiang Chen in a fervent display of affection. She no longer questioned how he had acquired such knowledge, for he too was a person of legacy, and anything pertaining to him no longer struck her as strange. However, master, that location is currently occupied by a titled Douluo. Jiang Chen remarked. Who is it? Chapter 108. Departure to Sunset Forest. That individual is titled Poison and goes by the name Douluo, Jiang Chen stated. Douluo? Bibi Dong's mind rapidly conjured images of this figure. Douluo, with the martial spirit of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King, is renowned for his unparalleled mastery of toxins. Among the titled Douluos, he is particularly skilled in area attacks. His nature is haughty, disregarding even the spirit hall, often acting solely on his whims. To think it is him, we once extended an invitation for him to join our spirit hall, but he declined, Bibi Dong continued. He spoke to me with considerable disrespect at that time, prompting me to dispatch Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo to pursue him. In the end, he was gravely injured, saved only by Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Empire. Even now, he remains by the side of such a minor character. It is truly a humiliation for someone of his pride. Master, is it permissible for us to gather herbs? Jiang Chen inquired. What issue could possibly arise? Bibi Dong chuckled. I shall personally lead the expedition. Should he dare to show himself, he shall find no return. Prepare yourselves, you too. We shall rest tomorrow and set forth the day after, she instructed. Understood, master. Throughout the journey, Hulaina's captivating gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Chen, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, causing him to feel a strange discomfort. Once they returned to the dormitory, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Senior sister, why do you keep staring at me? You rascal, how many secrets are you still hiding from me? Speak the truth, or I shall resort to my family's methods of discipline, she threatened. Family methods? What are those? Jiang Chen queried, bewildered. With a mischievous smile. Hulaina pushed him down onto the sofa. What do you think? Jiang Chen dared not meet Hulaina's gaze. Senior sister, it's best if you refrain from inquiring. There are matters even the teacher has not broached with me, and knowing them would serve little purpose for you. Very well then, I shall let you be for tonight. I will return to indulge in that marvelous elixir, Hulaina replied with a playful laugh, her eyes darting toward a particular spot as her delicate hand reached out. Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically, and with quick reflexes, he hurriedly shielded himself with both hands. Hee, just teasing you. Little junior brother, you are growing remarkably fast. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. In this lifetime, he was unsure what sort of hormones he had consumed, as his body had grown remarkably. At just 10 years old, he already stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. In contrast to his previous life, where he barely reached 1.70 meters. He now exuded an air of towering strength. This was a source of immense pride for him, yet it also brought considerable vexation. Each time he found himself under Hulaina's enchanting gaze, he could not escape her perceptive eyes. Only after Hulaina departed did he breathe a sigh of relief and sit up. He noticed that as Hulaina matured, her youthful innocence gradually faded, giving way to an increasingly potent allure. He could scarcely imagine how formidable she would become in a few more years. With a sigh, he retrieved the elixir that Bibi Dong had given him earlier and poured out a piece of the P1 pill. This P1 pill could solidify one's foundation and awaken latent potential, but its effects were singular. Once utilized, no amount of subsequent doses would yield further benefit, unless one could acquire a higher-grade P1 pill. Jiang Chen discovered that the alchemical techniques for crafting this elixir had reached a remarkable level of maturity. In merely a year's time, the pills he held in his hands had attained a high-grade standard. This realization evoked a sense of admiration within him, as it was evident that the apothecaries nurtured by the spirit hall indeed possessed significant skills. Upon ingestion, the elixir melted effortlessly, transforming into a warm current that began to permeate throughout his limbs and body. The medicinal properties of this pill were exceptionally gentle yet immensely potent, gradually expanding his internal dantian and meridians. After 2 hours, the effects of the medicine continued to manifest, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Jiang Chen attempted to cultivate for a while, and he felt his meridians within his body expand significantly, allowing his soul power to surge with greater vigor. The speed of his cultivation experienced a remarkable and immediate enhancement. Indeed, he felt a surge of joy within. His cultivation speed had always surpassed that of ordinary individuals. And now, with his elevated aptitude, he would undoubtedly excel even further in his future endeavors. Just then, Hulaina burst into his room with palpable excitement, eagerly rushing towards him. With a swift movement, Jiang Chen expertly evaded, leaving Hulaina to miss her target. Unfazed, she exclaimed with enthusiasm, Xiao Chen, this pill is truly miraculous. After consuming one, my cultivation speed has increased significantly. I must send some to my brother. As she spoke, she sprang from Jiang Chen's bed, ready to dash out the door, only to be halted by his grip. It's the middle of the night. Aren't you concerned about disturbing others' cultivation? Moreover, as a disciple of the elders, your brother should have received these pills as well, so there is no need for you to worry. Hulaina nodded in agreement. You're right. Please, let go of me. I need to return to my own cultivation. She brushed Jiang Chen's arm away and hurried back to her room. Jiang Chen gazed in astonishment as Hulaina departed, murmuring, has she changed her temperament? On the third morning, a mysterious entourage exited the spirit city, heading towards the capital of the Tiando Empire. Jiang Chen discovered that within the team, aside from Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo, there were 2 additional elders, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess for this expedition. Of course, there was also the even more formidable Bibi Dong. Additionally, there was another group of individuals, all over the age of 50, exuding a fragrant aroma reminiscent of medicinal herbs, likely a result of their long-term engagement with such materials. Jiang Chen immediately deduced the identities of these individuals. They must be alchemists from the spirit hall. Each of these elders bore a radiant expression. Their gazes towards Bibi Dong filled with profound respect and gratitude. The opportunity to encounter such miraculous elixirs in their lifetime was worth sacrificing a decade of their years. Furthermore, the group did not bring along any imperial guard, as they intended to delve deep within the confines of the Tiando Empire, even approaching Tiando City. They certainly would not make their presence known ostentatiously. Each person donned plain attire, devoid of any insignia of the spirit hall. And the four elders restrained their title Douluo aura. The entire entourage appeared as an ordinary merchant convoy. In merely half a day's time, they arrived in the southern region of the Tiando Empire, specifically within the Baloch Kingdom, and then proceeded northward along the well-maintained official road. By evening, they reached a quaint town adjacent to Soto City, one of the two major cities in the Baloch Kingdom. The Spirit Hall's branch in this town was modest, and in order to conceal their identities, they opted for a hotel for their stay. The inn was not opulent, yet it was quite satisfactory for this small town. Despite her noble status, Bibi Dong expressed no discontent at residing in such a humble establishment, far inferior to the grandeur of the Pope's palace, maintaining an air of tranquility. The first floor served as a dining area, while the upper levels housed sleeping quarters. After securing their rooms, the group made their way to the dining area. Observing the chaotic scene, punctuated by loud shouts from patrons and the sounds of drinking games, the four elders' brows furrowed in disapproval. One elder bellowed, "Innkeeper, do you have a private room?" His voice resonated powerfully, drawing the attention of everyone present, followed by a chorus of gasps. How could there be such stunning women in this world? Good heavens, am I dreaming? Are these celestial beings descended from the heavens? No, I cannot bear it. I must have them. No one shall take them from me. These two beauties are mine. Chapter 109. An unexpected encounter. The already raucous hall erupted into further clamor, with countless male patrons fixated on Bibi Dong and Hulaina, their eyes gleaming with desire. Several audacious souls rushed forward, salivating and consumed by lustful fantasies of the two women. The expressions of the four elders darkened instantaneously. How dare these insects so brazenly affront the dignity of the Pope? Begone! The elder who had just spoken thundered once more, unleashing an overwhelming tidal Douluo presence that enveloped the entire hall. It was as though everyone had been seized by an invisible grip, their faces drained of color, eyes wide with terror, especially those who had nearly reached Bibi Dong, who collapsed in abject fear. The elder's aura, which had manifested momentarily, was swiftly retracted. Yet the patrons remained paralyzed in shock. Many patrons, in a state of panic, hastily fled, and within moments, the dining hall was left desolate. Bibi Dong exchanged glances with Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, who promptly understood and swiftly exited the hotel. The group found a table, with the master and disciples seated together, while the two remaining elders occupied another table, and the other alchemists gathered at yet another. The innkeeper, trembling with fear, approached with a quavering voice, "Esteemed guests, what may I offer you to eat?" The previous patrons had fled without settling their bill, and he felt a pang of regret, yet dared not inquire about the losses with these formidable individuals, lest he invite his own demise. Bibi Dong handed the menu to Jiang Chen and Hulaina, saying, "You two may order whatever you desire." Jiang Chen, unreserved, ordered several of the most expensive dishes in succession. "Very well, esteemed guests, please bear with us momentarily. Your meals will be prepared shortly." The proprietor hurriedly departed with the waitstaff. Before long, Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo returned, appearing nonchalant as if they had merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air. However, Jiang Chen detected a faint scent of blood upon them. Understanding that those who had disrespected Bibi Dong moments ago were likely facing dire consequences, it was not long before the dishes were served. Jiang Chen sampled the offerings. Though the establishment was modest, the flavors were rather commendable. Meanwhile, more patrons arrived to dine and lodge, with Bibi Dong seated at a table in a corner, drawing little attention from others. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the hall, accompanied by three young boys. Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, who were in the midst of their meal, suddenly looked up, and upon spotting the middle-aged man, smiles unexpectedly graced their faces. Jiang Chen discerned the peculiar behavior of the two individuals and promptly followed their gaze. The middle-aged man, though not particularly tall, barely reaching 1.70 meters, possessed an unremarkable appearance. Yet, his physique exuded a remarkable robustness, and his diminutive stature somehow conveyed an imposing presence. The three youths accompanying him varied in age. The eldest appeared to be around 13, tall and muscular, comparable to Jiang Chen. Another was a rotund boy, round and pudgy, with a notably round face adorned with a pair of distinct mustache-like features. Upon entering the hotel, his small, rat-like eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings with a predatory glint, as if in search of prey. Upon spotting the enchanting figures of Bibi Dong and Hulaina in the corner, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Although they were at a considerable distance, he could ascertain from their alluring silhouettes that they were undoubtedly exquisite beauties. The final youth bore a full beard, and had it not been for his still youthful visage, Jiang Chen might have mistaken him for an adult. This bearded boy had fair skin and strikingly large, captivating eyes that were far more composed than the chubby boys. As he did not scan the area indiscriminately, As Jiang Chen observed the characteristics of these individuals, a vague familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite place it. After securing a room, the robust middle-aged man declared, "I shall retire for a while. You may handle your own dinner." With that, he ascended the stairs. The three youths made their way towards the dining area, with the portly boy leading the charge. Selecting a table that afforded a clear view of Bibi Dong and Hulaina's faces. "Why choose such a distant spot, fatty?" the boy with the peach blossom eyes inquired. Voicing his dissatisfaction, the trio settled into their seats. The chubby boy remained silent, fixated on Bibi Dong and Hulaina, his eyes seemingly ablaze with desire. Their table was not far from Jiang Chen's, allowing the portly boy to clearly appreciate the breathtaking beauty of Bibi Dong and Hulaina. "Dai Lauda, it's your treat, right?" the boy with the peach blossom eyes asked. The tall youth nodded affirmatively. "No problem. Order whatever you like." However, at that moment, they felt the table rise slightly, bobbing up and down. "What is happening?" the tall boy and the peach blossom-eyed youth pondered, glancing beneath the table. "Damn it, fatty, what is wrong with you? Even the table isn't safe from you. You're truly a beast," the peach blossom-eyed boy exclaimed. The tall youth frowned, admonishing, "Fatty, don't gross us out. We still need to eat." The chubby boy wiped away the drool that had escaped his lips and whispered, "Look over there, 2 prime catches." The two youths turned their heads, and upon seeing Bibi Dong and Hulaina elegantly savoring their meal, both were momentarily entranced, unable to suppress a significant gulp. "How about that? Quite stunning, isn't it?" the chubby boy leered, and the table jolted once more. Although their voices were hushed, Jiang Chen and his companions could still hear their conversation. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally recalled the identities of the 3 young men, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. He never expected to encounter them here. The trio from Shrek Academy. Oddly, there were no elders stepping in to intervene, seemingly disinterested in bullying a few young boys. Hulaina cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Chen, as if to say, "Do you see my charm?" The chubby boy looked to the tall youth for assistance, saying, "Dai, aren't you renowned for your prowess among the ladies? With 3 dates a day and dozens of women in your past, you must help me with these 2. You need to win over one of them for me." Dai Mubai forced himself to look away and replied coolly, "I never pressure anyone. It must be mutual consent." The chubby boy retorted, "With your charming face and your proven methods of wooing, you can surely handle both of them. My happiness tonight hinges on you." "What about me?" Oscar protested, feeling left out. At 12 years of age, he had grown envious watching Dai Mubai's romantic escapades and the chubby boy's fondness for women. "You? Maybe next time." The chubby boy scoffed. "Didn't teacher Zhao Wujing promise to take you to such places tonight? Isn't it inappropriate to pursue respectable women?" Oscar countered. "Enough of this chatter. I've been holding back for 3 days, and I'm about to explode. Do you think I enjoy being left out?" Chapter 110. Avoiding trouble is mediocrity. I have never encountered such exquisite women before. With Dai Mubai, a seasoned romantic, present, I must seize this opportunity. "Isn't that a bit improper?" Oscar cautioned. "What is there to fear? Didn't Dean Flanders say that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Without the courage to stir up trouble, how can one aspire to become a powerful soul master?" The chubby boy replied nonchalantly. Dai Mubai's gaze flickered with interest. Over the years, he had encountered many girls, yet none could compare to the 2 before him. They were truly the Sea Army de la Sea Army. As a member of the royal family, he had never seen such captivating women, particularly the older one, who exuded a mature and worldly charm that was utterly irresistible. The thought of spending a delightful night with such a woman sent a shiver through him. If he were to try his luck, what could he possibly lose? And if it succeeded, his mind wandered to certain delightful possibilities, and he stood up decisively, heading towards Jiang Chen's direction. At just 13, he was in the throes of youthful passion, lacking significant restraint, and acted on impulse. Dai Mubai was exceptionally handsome, already standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. His golden hair cascaded down his back, but what drew the most attention were his eyes, deep blue and uniquely captivating, possessing a duality that made him stand out. Such a man would undoubtedly attract attention wherever he went. Dai Mubai approached Jiang Chen's table, flashing his signature charming smile, and said, "Ladies, my name is Dai Mubai. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?" His appearance served as his most effective charm, and typically, his dazzling smile would immediately catch the attention of women. Hulaina chuckled lightly. "Xiao Chen, this handsome guy is no less impressive than you. Should I agree, dear sister?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said, "If you like her, then just agree. I have no objections." He certainly did not believe that Hulaina would fall head over heels for Dai Mubai at first sight. Dai Mubai then turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen, who had his back to him, preventing him from seeing Jiang Chen's expression. Nonetheless, he smiled and said, "Little brother, may I have the pleasure of becoming friends?" "Not interested," Jiang Chen replied flatly, causing the smile on Dai Mubai's face to momentarily falter. However, in an instant, Dai Mubai regained his confident smile and declared, "Ladies, fate has brought us together. This meal is on me." The elegant Bibi Dong set down her chopsticks. Having not cast a glance at Dai Mubai the entire time, "Xiao Chen," she called, her voice melodious, causing Dai Mubai's eyes to light up. Jiang Chen comprehended Bibi Dong's implication, promptly rising to his feet and turning to face Dai Mubai. "Get lost," he declared, his tone unyielding. As he was enjoying a meal with the enchanting teacher and senior sister, Dai Mubai buzzed around him like an irksome fly, incessantly disturbing the moment. Undeniably, Dai Mubai possessed striking good looks and an alluringly sinister charm. Yet what of it? The audacity to covet Bibi Dong, and Hulaina sealed his own tragic fate. Furthermore, the rotund figure had been lecherously ogling both Bibi Dong and Hulaina since his arrival, his thoughts exceedingly vile. Dai Mubai's countenance darkened swiftly upon receiving a reprimand from someone who appeared to be his junior. Be cautious when venturing out, lest you invite calamity with your words. He sneered, fully aware that this matter had escalated. No longer inclined to be courteous, he wondered when he, the enigmatic white tiger, had ever been chastised by someone younger. If it had occurred, the outcome had been disastrous for the other party. Why not apply that advice to yourself? Jiang Chen retorted with an equally derisive smirk, unhesitatingly launching a punch towards Dai Mubai's chest. You seek death. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with malice, having already suffered the humiliation of a failed advance. He could not tolerate Jiang Chen's provocation. Without flinching, he retaliated with a punch of his own, convinced that he had never been bested in strength. The only fate awaiting this youth was a shattered arm. Yet, he couldn't help but lament internally, regretting that these two beauties were destined to remain beyond his reach. A cold smirk crept across Jiang Chen's face, his eyes glinting with mockery. With a wicked gaze like that of a white tiger, he was eager to experience the encounter fully. Suddenly, a thunderous impact resonated through the air. Jiang Chen remained steadfast, poised with his fist raised, while the imposing Dai Mubai was sent flying backward. His feet skidded across the ground, yet he could not regain his balance, ultimately crashing onto the very table he had been occupying. The wooden table, unable to withstand the force, splintered into pieces. Oscar and the stout Ma Hongjun promptly sprang into action, assisting Dai Mubai to his feet. Boss Dai, are you all right? Oscar inquired hastily. Dai Mubai rose, drenched in the spilled tea from the collision, appearing rather disheveled. He cast a bewildered glance at Jiang Chen, still reeling from the overwhelming strength he had just experienced. Even now, his right hand trembled slightly. Among his peers, he had never feared anyone in a contest of strength, yet today, a younger boy had managed to force him back with a single punch. The thought ignited a blaze of fury within him. Boss Dai, don't say a word. We stand by you. Let him know the might of our Shrek trio. Ma Hongjun urged passionately. Fatty, I think it's best to let this go. After all, we were the ones who intruded, Oscar advised gently. Ma Hongjun, undeterred, retorted, what is there to fear? It is said that those who shy away from trouble are mere cowards. Besides, with Teacher Zhao overseeing things, do you really think anything will go awry? With that, he strode confidently toward Jiang Chen, his gaze greedily roaming over the impressive figures of Bibi Dong and Hulaina before settling on Jiang Chen. Despite Jiang Chen's display of formidable strength, he remained unperturbed, for he believed that raw power was inconsequential. It was the martial spirit that constituted true strength. His phoenix martial spirit was unmatched among his contemporaries, and no matter how great the power, it would only wail beneath the flames of his spirit. Kid, my brother merely wishes to befriend you. There is no need for violence, is there? Jiang Chen's expression had darkened, feeling that even a simple meal was fraught with disturbance, and the situation seemed unending. Little fatty, you possess quite the audacity. If you can defeat my brother, I shall spend the night with you. What say you? Hulaina cast a glance at the still unsettled Ma Hongjun, her laughter ringing out, exuding an astonishingly seductive aura. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened, his posture becoming more erect as he immediately inquired, are you serious? Hulaina tossed him a flirtatious glance and replied with a light laugh, sister never speaks falsehoods. And I have a particular fondness for such bold little men like you. Ma Hongjun's desires were already at a boiling point, and now, under Hulaina's enchantment, he could hardly contain himself. His round face flushed crimson as if invigorated by some elixir, his gaze turning predatory as he looked towards Jiang Chen. My friend, your sister has declared that you should accompany me for a duel. Shall we step outside to practice? Chapter 111, The Phoenix Martial Soul. Xiao Chun, go ahead. But do not employ your martial soul, Bibi Dong suddenly interjected. Jiang Chen had initially intended to acquiesce, and at this moment, upon Bei Bei Dong's utterance, he readily consented. Even without the utilization of his martial soul, he was confident in his ability to leave this rotund fellow searching for his teeth. Lead the way, Jiang Chen directed towards Ma Hongjun. To his surprise, this portly individual indeed conformed to the descriptions found in literature, with his greatest affection seemingly directed towards women, or rather, the act of leering at them. Ma Hongjun chuckled a few times, exhilarated within, dismissing any concern regarding whether Jiang Chen would employ his martial soul. Regardless of Jiang Chen's choice, victory was assured for him today. The enchanting Hulaina was destined to be his conquest, like one under the influence of a potent aphrodisiac. His spirits soared, and with eager strides, he exited. As he passed by Dai Mubai, he paused momentarily and remarked, Boss Dai, my apologies, but today, my brother intends to embrace beauty. You might consider inquiring about that mature lady, to see if she would be willing to wager with you as well. With that, he cast a fleeting glance back at Jiang Chen before hastily departing. Jiang Chen cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai before exiting the hotel alongside Ma Hongjun. Big brother Dai, shall we go? Oscar inquired, glancing at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai fixed a profound gaze upon Bibi Dong before he and Oscar hurried after Jiang Chen. Teacher, I wish to take a look, Hu Laina exclaimed, rising with excitement. Indeed, let us all go and see, Bibi Dong replied, also standing. Eager to witness the extent of Jiang Chen's prowess without the use of his martial soul. In the future, Jiang Chen would need to travel to Tiando City to assist Qian Rinxue. It would be best if his terrifying soul ring configuration did not reveal itself under such circumstances. As they emerged, Jiang Chen and Ma Hongjun stood 10 meters apart, facing each other. Observing the intensity of their duel, a curious crowd quickly gathered around. Intrigued by the standoff of these two youthful contenders, Dai Mubai and Oscar stood behind Ma Hongjun. Oscar expressed his concern. Fatty, do you have confidence? Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Jiang Chen, replying with arrogance, don't worry, you know the power of my flames. That guy is about my size. I just need to be careful. If I accidentally burn him to death, his sister might refuse me. Dai Mubai suddenly interjected, Fatty, don't be careless. I have a feeling that guy is not simple. Boss Dai, you worry too much. Even you are wary of my flames. I doubt that fellow is immune to fire. Ma Hongjun retorted. Growing impatient with their banter, Jiang Chen interjected, are we fighting or not? Haha, here it comes. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and directed his gaze at Hu Laina, saying, beautiful lady, rest assured, I will not harm your brother. Hu Laina looked at the still proud Ma Hongjun and giggled. Hurry up and make your move. I can hardly bear it. I need your comfort. Encouraged. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Don't worry, I will surely satisfy you tonight. With that, he shouted, Phoenix possession. Upon hearing the word Phoenix, the crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. Among beast martial souls, a few are exceptionally powerful, and one of them is the Phoenix. The Phoenix martial soul not only grants the soul master the ability to fly, but also endows them with formidable fire attribute attack power, making it a premier assault-type martial soul. A purplish-red radiance surged from Ma Hongjun's body, his fiery hair lengthening, although wings did not appear behind him. The moment the purplish-red light erupted, it released intense heat. 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, and elongated feathers adorned his robust arms, transforming his hands into claw-like appendages. The purplish-red glow blazed like a roaring flame, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise sharply. Concerned, Hu Laina whispered, Teacher, is this truly the Phoenix martial soul? Will Xiaochen be in danger? Bibi Dong observed Ma Hongjun with a hint of intrigue in her eyes, saying, judging by the power, even if it is not the Phoenix martial soul, it should be something comparable. As for Xiaochen's safety, your concern is unwarranted. He's already a soul master at level 36. Can he not handle a great soul master? Ma Hongjun cast a triumphant glance at Hu Laina, reveling in her astonishment. Before turning his attention to Jiang Chen, Ma Hongjun, Phoenix martial soul, level 22 battle soul master, I await your guidance. His voice resonated proudly, drawing gasps from the surrounding spectators. Jiang Chen cast a cold glance at Ma Hongjun. Ever since Ma Hongjun dared to cast his eyes upon Hu Laina, he had resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to this rotund individual. Although Ma Hongjun's flames were indeed impressive, Jiang Chen regarded them with disdain. Fully aware of the limitations of his abilities, could a straightforward jet of flames truly reach him? Observing Ma Hongjun's corpulent figure, with his long, purplish-red feathered arms and the hair standing erect atop his head, Jiang Chen was suddenly reminded of this fellow's Achilles heel. He taunted, is there truly a phoenix so corpulent and unsightly? I dare say your martial spirit is nothing more than a mere country chicken. While Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was undeniably fierce, the onlookers had long found his appearance rather peculiar, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, they could not help but burst into laughter. The plump man was on the verge of a meltdown. The term country chicken was the most loathsome insult to him, especially in front of such a crowd. Who are you calling a country chicken? Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. Without regard for whether Jiang Chen had summoned his martial spirit, his first soul ring flared to life, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of slender purplish-red flames directed at Jiang Chen. The temperature of the purplish-red flames was exceedingly high, causing the very air to shimmer and distort, resembling a serpent of fire as it lunged toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had no desire to experience the power of the flames. After all, it would be unfortunate if his clothing were to be incinerated. With a swift movement, he evaded Ma Hongjun's fiery assault. In a flicker of motion, he rapidly closed the distance toward Ma Hongjun. Be careful, fatty, Oscar shouted from behind. Enraged, Ma Hongjun immediately altered his trajectory, unleashing flames that chased after Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's speed was astonishing. Despite Ma Hongjun's relentless barrage of fire, he continuously shifted direction, swiftly approaching his target. As Jiang Chen drew near, Ma Hongjun's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, he had dismissed Jiang Chen's strength, but that was only under the condition that Jiang Chen could not close in on him. If Jiang Chen managed to approach, the formidable power that even Dai Mubai would regard with caution was something he dared not withstand. Without hesitation, he activated his second soul ring, invoking the second soul skill, Phoenix of Flames. With a resounding explosion, fierce purple flames erupted from his body, blazing fiercely and spreading outward to envelop a radius of approximately 2 meters. Ma Hongjuan's confidence surged as he pursued Jiang Chen, his entire being alight with flames, continuously spewing forth purple fire, akin to a deity of fire descending upon the earth. Chapter 112. Severely wounded Jiang Chen scoffed. The fiery blasts expelled from Ma Hongjuan's mouth could hardly keep pace with his swift movements. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Ma Hongjuan. Although Ma Hongjuan's second skill, the Phoenix of Fire, provided omnidirectional defense and an accompanying attack, Jiang Chen's soul power, which exceeded Ma Hongjuan's by over 10 levels, was sufficient to withstand the flames. "Be careful, fatty," Dai Mubai exclaimed, unable to restrain his alarm. If he were in such close proximity to Ma Hongjuan, he too could easily bring him down, let alone this youth whose strength surpassed his own. At the sound of the shout, Ma Hongjuan felt a surge of panic. He spat fire but abruptly turned around, only to see the fleeting shadow of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's speed was astonishing, as he evaded his pursuer effortlessly. No matter how often he turned to look back, Jiang Chen remained elusive, inciting a sudden wave of fear within him. Abruptly, he felt a strong grip on his arm. Glancing down, he saw a long, powerful hand clutching his wrist. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged through him, causing his arm to contort at unnatural angles, accompanied by a series of sickening cracks. Ma Hongjuan's scream pierced the air, a sound as harrowing as that of a slaughtered pig, as the excruciating pain threatened to render him unconscious. Amidst the cacophony of cracking bones, he could only imagine how many fragments his arm had shattered into. Shortly thereafter, the remaining arm succumbed to a similar fate, twisting grotesquely under Jiang Chen's relentless grip, the ominous cracking sounds echoing once more. Jiang Chen then delivered a forceful kick to Ma Hongjuan's backside, sending him soaring like a ball towards Dai Mubai and Oscar. A piercing scream shattered the night, awakening countless souls from their slumber. On the third-floor windowsill of the hotel, a formidable figure nearly leapt down but ultimately restrained himself. This impudent child could likely only be managed by Mubai himself. In the throes of excruciating pain, Ma Hongjuan succumbed to unconsciousness, his martial spirit withdrawing autonomously, and was swiftly caught by Dai Mubai and Oscar. His arms dangled helplessly, with shards of bone protruding ominously. "I possess a grand recovery sausage," Oscar hastily incanted, conjuring a restorative sausage, yet Ma Hongjuan was already in a stupor, unable to consume it. Observing this, Dai Mubai delivered several forceful slaps to Ma Hongjuan's face, finally rousing him from his faint. A ghastly wail erupted, as veins bulged on Ma Hongjuan's forehead, his body convulsing violently, with his arm bones shattered. The intensity of his agony was unfathomable. Oscar promptly forced his sausage into Ma Hongjuan's mouth, and after a brief moment, the anguish cries ceased. Though Ma Hongjuan's injuries were dire, Oscar's sausage could alleviate his wounds only to a degree. It could not completely mend his fractured bones, yet the suffering had diminished significantly. Ma Hongjuan's eyes, ablaze with fury, burned into Dai Mubai as he shouted, "Boss Dai, incapacitate him. I want him to endure the same torment I have." Dai Mubai, his expression darkening, set Ma Hongjuan down and stood resolutely. How could he disregard his injured brother? He advanced a few steps, his gaze fixed resolutely on Jiang Chen. "You are formidable, yet you have harmed my brother. I shall unleash my full power. White Tiger, possess." A brilliant white light erupted from his being, bones cracking audibly as his physique swelled, muscles expanding to the point of straining his garments, each sinew becoming starkly visible beneath the fabric. Even the air around him grew tumultuous. His golden hair transformed into a striking black and white, marked by a royal symbol on his forehead. Most notably, his hands had enlarged to nearly twice their original size, enveloped in white fur. His fingers twitched incessantly, dagger-like claws extending and retracting, each claw resembling a blade. Measuring a formidable 8 inches in length, glimmering menacingly, he appeared as a veritable machine of slaughter. Beneath him, 3 soul rings materialized, 2 yellow and 1 purple, surging with soul power that radiated outward like crashing waves. A Millennium Soul Ring. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. This youth was astonishingly young, yet already a soul master of such caliber. The Star Luo royal family, White Tiger martial spirit. Who would have thought it would manifest in the Heaven Do Empire? Bibi Dong murmured. "Teacher, will Xiaochen be in danger?" Hulaina inquired. Bibi Dong chuckled. "He does not utilize his martial spirit at the academy and dares to confront the spirit sect. Should you still worry for him?" Despite Bibi Dong's reassurances, Hulaina's concern remained palpable. After all, she had heard of the White Tiger martial spirit's formidable reputation. What if, perchance, Jiang Chen were to encounter unforeseen peril? A powerful aura surged forth as Dai Mubai regarded Jiang Chen with fierce determination. "You are a formidable adversary. Unleash your martial spirit." Jiang Chen shook his head, asserting that he required no martial soul to contend with you. Under such condescension, Dai Mubai, whose temper was already volatile, could no longer restrain himself. His voice turned icy. "Dai Mubai, martial soul White Tiger, 32-level battle spirit master, I seek your guidance." As soon as the words left his lips, he sprang into action, his body, brimming with explosive power, swiftly closed the distance to Jiang Chen. His fingers, sharp as daggers, lunged toward Jiang Chen's form. Jiang Chen's eyes instantaneously transformed into a deep abyss of darkness, as a terrifying power coalesced around his fist, responding to Dai Mubai's grasp with an explosive force. Observing the transformation in Jiang Chen, Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. compelling him to exert even greater strength in his colossal claws. A resounding clang echoed through the air as Dai Mu Bai was once again sent hurtling backward. What astonished him further was the sensation of his sharpened claws meeting Jiang Chen's fist, akin to striking unyielding metal, sending sparks flying. Yet, Jiang Chen's fist bore only a few pale imprints, showing no sign of injury, while Dai Mu Bai's claws throbbed painfully, nearly shattering under the impact. What manner of creature is this? Remarkable strength, indeed, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. Dai Mu Bai's arm trembled slightly as he finally comprehended Jiang Chen's formidable prowess. The youth before him, who appeared even younger than himself, likely possessed a cultivation level that surpassed his own. White Tiger's tear. His second soul ring illuminated swiftly. A brilliant white light gathering within his mouth. Accompanied by a mighty roar of a tiger, a milky white energy sphere was expelled, hurtling towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's figure vanished like a wraith as the luminous sphere descended to the ground behind him, creating a 2-meter-wide crater with a resounding boom. The power was impressive, however. Much like the abilities of that rotund man, its speed left much to be desired. The voice of Jiang Chen echoed from all directions, casting a grave pallor upon Dai Mu Bai's countenance. The speed of this youth was utterly astonishing. He dared not underestimate the threat. Thus, his third soul ring ignited. The White Tiger's diamond transformation. Dai Mu Bai, already a figure of remarkable stature, swelled further, his muscles bulging exaggeratedly, his garments torn asunder, and dark stripes appearing across his skin. His tiger-like hands grew tremendously, the blades protruding from them gleaming a brilliant silver, as he became enveloped in a resplendent golden aura, his blood-red eyes exuding a ferocious glint. Embodying the majesty of the Beast King. Lightning Fist. A fist crackling with electric energy seemed to materialize from the void, as Jiang Chen's form followed suit. Surging forth amidst the crackling thunder of electricity, aiming directly for Dai Mu Bai's muscular chest. Chapter 113, The Enraged Zhao Wujie. The electrifying fist approached with blinding speed, reaching Dai Mu Bai in an instant. A surge of dread gripped his heart. Any attempt to strike back or evade was already too late, leaving him no choice but to cross his arms defensively before his chest. The enormous fist, entwined with lightning, instilled a chilling terror within him. His soul power surged rapidly, converging towards his arms and chest, just as he completed his defense. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Chen's fist collided with his forearms. The force was overwhelming, and Dai Mu Bai felt as though he had been struck by an ancient soul beast, his muscles taut as iron. Yet, beneath Jiang Chen's blow, even steel would yield. He could faintly hear the sound of his bones creaking under the pressure, and his body was sent hurtling backward. Agonizing pain shot through his arms, and a tightness gripped his chest as the soul power coursing through him was disrupted and sent spiraling chaotically within, nearly leading to a backlash. What filled him with dread was that Jiang Chen pursued him as he flew backward, like a shadow, delivering another ferocious punch aimed at his chest. Such a formidable strike, if it landed, would surely result in grave internal injuries. His arms, having just endured Jiang Chen's crushing impact, were temporarily incapacitated, leaving him airborne and without any means to leverage against the ground. At that critical moment, his first soul ring illuminated, activating the White Tiger's protective barrier. As a brilliant white light suddenly radiated from him, forming a protective dome around his body. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he intensified the force behind his fists, delivering a powerful blow against the white barrier. His fist struck the shield, encountering immense resistance, unable to penetrate the luminous barrier with a single strike. Undeterred, he resolved to deliver a flurry of blows instead. Dai Mu Bai, in astonishment, realized he could barely perceive Jiang Chen's fists. He could only sense the overwhelming power relentlessly battering against his White Tiger guardian shield. The skill had scarcely been unleashed for a breath before he had already endured countless strikes from Jiang Chen, his backward momentum accelerating, propelling him away from the crowd. With a resounding crack, the barrier finally succumbed, shattering under the relentless assault of Jiang Chen's fist. That terrifying fist, crackling with electric energy, aimed directly for Dai Mu Bai's chest. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai's arms regained a modicum of strength, but his legs dragged heavily on the ground, rendering him incapable of leveraging himself or stabilizing his posture. His body continued to slide backwards at an alarming pace, despite the multiple impacts from Jiang Chen. Another punch came hurtling towards him. Dai Mu Bai raised his fist to counter, the effects of the White Tiger diamond transformation still in effect, amplifying his attack power, defense, and strength twofold. Yet, this augmented might proved insufficient against Jiang Chen's onslaught. With 3 consecutive strikes, Dai Mu Bai's arm fractured. The fourth punch, predictably, landed squarely on his chest, the sheer force transmitting into his body, nearly rupturing his heart. Blood spewed from Dai Mu Bai's mouth as he was propelled backward at an even greater velocity, but Jiang Chen, quickening his pace, relentlessly pursued him. Stop! A thunderous roar echoed, causing the very earth to tremble as if a mountain had collided with the ground. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Chen immediately recognized the newcomer. Who could it be but the protective Zhao Wujie? Given that even Dai Mu Bai was no match for him, it was only natural for Zhao Wujie to make his appearance now. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet he did not relent. Instead, his assaults grew ever more rapid. Although Dai Mu Bai was not as loathsome as that rotund fellow, his advances towards enchanting women were quite commonplace. However, by setting his sights on Bibi Dong, he had sealed his own tragic fate. Jiang Chen's fist landed a series of heavy blows upon Dai Mubai's chest. And in an instant, Dai Mubai endured 5 or 6 strikes, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. How dare you? Zhao Wujia's eyes widened with fury. And in a moment of intense rage, 7 soul rings appeared around him. His stature rapidly soared. The height that barely reached 1.70 meters now exceeded 2.50 meters. His muscles bulging and his entire body cloaked in a thick layer of brown fur. His hazel eyes emanated an overwhelming aura. Particularly, his hands had grown extraordinarily robust, resembling 2 enormous fans. As soon as his martial spirit was unleashed, the 3rd and 5th soul rings illuminated simultaneously, activating both gravitational enhancement and gravitational compression. The crowd surrounding them felt an abrupt increase in their own weight, many succumbing to the intensified gravity and collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chen, too, experienced a significant increase in his own weight, causing his mobility and attack speed to noticeably diminish. Additionally, a terrifying pressure surged from all directions, relentlessly squeezing his body as if attempting to reduce him to mere pulp. Observing that Jiang Chen was ensnared by his own skills, Zhao Wujie strode forward and helped the fallen Dai Mubai to his feet. At that moment, Dai Mubai's complexion was strikingly pale. He had no knowledge of how many times Jiang Chen had struck him in that brief span, and even his internal organs had sustained damage. What a ruthless fellow. Does he truly wish to eliminate him completely? Zhao Wujie glared down at Jiang Chen, seething with rage. Oscar hastily rushed over, stuffing a large sausage into Dai Mubai's mouth. At this moment, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him immobile. This power merely held him in place without delivering a fatal blow. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Jiang Chen chuckled. When it comes to ruthlessness, who could rival you? The infamous immovable king Zhao Wujie, once notorious in the Spirit Master realm? Realizing that Jiang Chen had discerned his identity with a mere glance, Zhao Wujie's eyes shimmered with intensity as he demanded, "Who are you? Which sect do you belong to?" In contrast to his impulsive youth, Zhao Wujie had grown considerably more composed. He was wary of Jiang Chen's identity and refrained from striking immediately. Otherwise, he risked incurring the wrath of terrifying forces, endangering not only himself but the entirety of Shrek Academy. Me? Just a nobody without any sect or affiliation. Does Zhao Wujie really need to fear my identity? Your 2 disciples have been thoroughly defeated by me. And yet you hold back your hand. This is hardly in line with your former style, Jiang Chen retorted playfully. Zhao Laosher, break his limbs. Let him experience the agony of being crippled. Ma Hongjun shouted frantically from nearby. Silence. Zhao Wujie glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun. He had observed the unfolding events. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's infatuation with women, would such a situation have arisen? Under the weight of Zhao Wujie's glare, Ma Hongjun dared not utter another word. Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted past Jiang Chen to rest upon Bibi Dong and Hulaina in the distance. The beauty of both women astonished him. No wonder Ma Hongjun had been unable to restrain himself. His pent-up desires had reached their peak, and encountering such stunning women would drive any man, even one with great self-control, to lose his reason, especially a youthful lad like Ma Hongjun. To his perception, the woman who appeared to be in her 20s emitted no trace of soul power, indicating she was likely an ordinary woman. However, the young girl, merely in her teens, exuded a faint aura of soul power that had already reached the 40th rank of the Soul Master realm. Chapter 114. A tragic fate, a soul master so young. Zhao Wujie's heart raced with astonishment, further solidifying his belief that Jiang Chen's identity was extraordinary. Based on the soul power fluctuations Jiang Chen exhibited during their earlier confrontation, he had already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign. The presence of such prodigious young individuals, if not stemming from a powerful faction, was beyond Zhao Wujie's comprehension. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the intense murderous intent that had surged within him was gradually subdued. Jiang Chen had just unveiled his identity. Should Zhao Wujie dare to kill him before the crowd, he would undoubtedly expose the formidable forces behind Jiang Chen. Yet, how could he simply allow Jiang Chen to depart unharmed while witnessing his 2 students being severely battered? If he let Jiang Chen go free, how could he ever face his students again? Boy, where are your elders? Zhao Wujie inquired. There's no need for such caution. My elders are not here. Only my 2 sisters and I are present. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Jiang Chen spoke with unabashed audacity, causing Zhao Wujie's veins to bulge with fury. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. There are consequences for behaving recklessly in the outside world. Zhao Wujie sneered coldly as his 2nd soul ring illuminated. Under the influence of his soul ring's ability, his palm transformed into a resplendent gold, expanding to twice its size as he aimed to strike at the immobilized Jiang Chen. Seeing this unfold, Ma Hongjun's face lit up with unrestrained delight. In contrast, Dai Mubai exhibited a complex expression. His pride was deeply wounded, having been defeated by a youth younger than himself. He now found himself relying on his teacher to intervene. What a humiliating predicament. Jiang Chen observed the approaching hand with remarkable composure, his countenance devoid of any hint of panic, instead bearing a semblance of mockery. As Zhao Wujie's hand was about to strike Jiang Chen, he suddenly caught sight of the enigmatic smile on Jiang Chen's face, which instilled an unsettling sense of foreboding within him. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's heart raced, a profound sense of crisis engulfing him, followed by an overwhelming pressure descending upon him like a mountain. The skill he had unleashed upon Jiang Chen was instantly shattered, and Jiang Chen swiftly retreated to stand beside Bibi Dong. Zhao Wuji gazed in horror at Bibidong's side, where a robust middle-aged man emerged, standing just shy of 2 meters. The man exuded an aura of extreme danger that sent shivers down Zhao Wuji's spine. The terrifying presence radiating from him bore down upon Zhao Wuji, causing his knees to buckle under the immense weight of such power. A title Douluo. You are a title Douluo, Zhao Wuji exclaimed in shock. Now a soul sage of over 70 levels, he realized that only a title Douluo could exert such oppressive force to compel him to kneel. A mere soul Douluo would not suffice. This wretched young man has truly deceived me, claiming there were no elders present. Zhao Wuji's heart brimmed with resentment towards Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, a profound dread gripped him. Having provoked a title Douluo, he feared that both he and his 3 students would meet their demise here today. Daimubai and his companions were ashen-faced, with Ma Hongjun fainting from sheer terror. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wuji unleashed his martial spirit. His already towering height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters swelling further, his muscles bulging grotesquely, resembling a colossal soul beast rather than a human. The formidable middle-aged man strode forward, closing the distance to Zhao Wuji, his frame considerably smaller yet emanating an overwhelming and tyrannical aura, without even revealing his martial spirit. A terrifying wave of soul power surged forth as he struck towards Zhao Wuji's chest. Zhao Wuji raised his arm in defense, but his sturdy limb shattered under the force of that blow. The strike continued unabated, crashing into his chest. His rock-solid muscles crumpled like tofu under the impact, leaving him bloodied and battered. Zhao Wuji coughed up blood, having sustained severe internal injuries from a single attack, his spirit waning. The grievous injuries rendered him unable to maintain his martial spirit state, reverting him to his original form. The middle-aged man halted, his voice icy as he pronounced, "This is your punishment. Leave. Thank you. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder," Zhao Wuji exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve. He hurriedly lifted the unconscious Ma Hongjun, while Oscar supported Daimubai, and the group hastily departed, terror etched across their faces. Jiang Chen's gaze was tinged with a hint of pity. These individuals believed they might miraculously escape death, yet they were unlikely to survive the night. After all, this was within the territory of the Tiando Empire, and even in a small town, there would be officials and soldiers stationed to maintain order. Should a public execution occur, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the authorities. Although they displayed a facade of fearlessness, trouble was certainly on the horizon. The crowd around them scattered in a frenzy, having nearly lost control under the oppressive aura of the title Douluo just moments prior. They wished for nothing more than to grow additional legs to hasten their escape. Bibidong turned to Zhu Douluo and inquired, "What is the background of this soul saint?" Zhu Douluo, with a disdainful smile gracing her enchanting visage, replied, "He is but a stray dog, nothing more. Zhao Wuji is ruthless in his methods. 8 years ago, he was merely a soul emperor. Having offended our spirit hall, I dispatched 16 soul emperor-level bishops to hunt him down. Remarkably, he managed to break through their encirclement and has not